After all, fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. For that fleeting threat of opportunity, he would gamble everything. In the next instant, his figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, sweeping toward the high platform ahead. He knew that between each swing of the golden-armored puppet's massive axe there would be the briefest pause, and that infinitesimal hesitation was precisely the opening through which he could evade its blows. He had already devised an entire set of evasive maneuvers for this very moment. Below the high platform, the golden-armored puppet now stood with eyes tightly shut. Aside from the oppressive ferocity of its form, there was no other movement, making it seem like a lifeless construct. Yet as Yifeng drew near, the golden puppet seemed to be instantly activated. It snapped its eyes open, a terrifying savage gleam bursting forth. The mysterious runes encircling its body began to spin into motion, and its eyes were no longer as mechanical as those of the previous black iron puppet, instead brimming with agile living light. Seeing this unnerving change, Yifeng's heart lurched violently, as an ominous premonition surged within him. Could this golden-armored puppet truly possess intelligence, almost like a living human? Would his carefully crafted strategy still work under such circumstances? Yet the arrow was already nocked, and could no longer be held back. With no ominous signs immediately apparent, he could only grit his teeth and charge ahead. In the next moment, Yifeng dropped low into a sliding rush, skimming along the ground as he darted toward the high platform, while the golden-armored puppet, right on cue, swung its battle axe with crushing force, hacking down toward him with the weight of 10,000 caddies. Though the golden puppet appeared bulky and ponderous, its reaction speed was astonishingly swift, and the enormous axe descended with ruthless precision. Fortunately, it was as though Yifeng had foreseen this. His rapidly advancing figure suddenly rolled, changing direction ahead of time, and cleanly vacating his previous position. He understood clearly that such a formidable puppet was something he could never hope to confront head-on. The only advantage he could exploit was the drawback of its massive size. As expected, the battle axe howled downward, striking nothing but stone. The instant it hit, a gigantic axe mark appeared on the floor. Even though the floor was reinforced by protective formations, it was still blasted hard enough to send a wave of force surging outward, making the entire great hall shudder. Thankfully, Yifeng had already seized the opening created by that strike. In the blink of an eye, he rolled beneath the puppet's body, hiding himself within the blind spot of its vision. When the golden puppet saw its target vanish, its sequence of attacks indeed faltered for a brief moment. Yet it was far from easily deceived. It yanked its axe free, turned about, and while searching for Yifeng's traces, began stomping heavily with its feet, attempting to force him out from beneath it. But by the time it located Yifeng again and prepared to launch another barrage of strikes, Yifeng rolled once more, slipping into yet another blind spot outside its line of sight. In this way, the golden puppet could only hack madly at the ground around its feet, yet its speed was always a fraction too slow, allowing Yifeng to evade each strike with success. It truly worked. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng's heart finally settled somewhat. Under normal circumstances, he would never have been able to escape an entire sequence of the golden puppet's chained attacks, and might have been gravely injured in a single barrage. Yet by repeatedly vanishing from its sight, he skillfully exploited the puppet's locking weakness, buying precious time for his own evasive maneuvers. Even so, he was far from relaxed. Each dodge was painfully strenuous. The rebound force from the axe striking the floor shook him again and again, nearly knocking him unconscious several times. He could only clench his teeth and endure with sheer willpower. If he were to slip and truly black out for even a moment, the very next instant he might be reduced to a mangled heap of flesh beneath the axe. Fortunately, this heart-stopping ordeal would soon come to an end. After a long, carefully plotted series of deliberate maneuvers, he was now very close to the position of the treasure box atop the high platform. At last, at a precise moment after the giant axe of the golden-armored puppet came cleaving down, he no longer dodged into the blind spots of its vision. Instead, he leaped forward in a single bound, springing swiftly onto the high platform. He seized the treasure box, and at the very last instant activated that pitch-black short sword, holding it before him as a shield. This Shadow Calamity sword was the strongest offensive method in his hands, and before he set his plan in motion, he had already stored energy within it. A tremendous impact resounded as Yifeng's entire body was sent flying like a struck baseball by the giant axe, crashing heavily into a corner of the great hall's wall. He spat a mouthful of blood, and the dark short sword that had shielded him, having expended too much power, instantly dimmed. Fortunately, after this single strike, he managed to slip out of the golden-armored puppet's attack range. No longer sensing any intruders within several dozen zhang around it, the red light in the puppet's eyes finally extinguished, and it began to return to its original position. Drawing a sharp breath, Yifeng, his entire body racked with pain, struggled to crawl up from the ground, and hastily stuffed a healing pill into his mouth. After that previous blow, he was already grievously wounded. If he did not treat himself at once, he feared he would not be able to hold on. Fortunately, the healing pill in his hand was indeed worthy of the hefty price he had paid. Its effect was excellent. In a short while, it allowed him to gradually recover from the searing pain. As for the shadow calamity sword, the very merit holder that had enabled him to withstand the golden-armored puppet's strike, its quality proved outstanding. It did not suffer damage despite the tremendous exertion. Half an hour later, once his injuries had somewhat improved, Yifeng finally opened his eyes. He had finally succeeded. Gazing at the inch-long, ancient-looking box in his hand, his heart stirred with a quiet, growing anticipation. He could not help wondering whether the price of suffering such heavy injuries in exchange for seizing this treasure box would ultimately prove worth it. He could only hope that inside lay the high-level cultivation art or martial technique he most desired. The ones he currently possessed were all commonplace goods and could no longer keep pace with his steps. In the next instant, he could no longer restrain himself and forcibly broke open the treasure box. The surface of this ancient box naturally bore a profound sealing restriction as well, but fortunately this restriction was not renowned for its defensive strength, and he soon tore it apart by brute force. It's actually a pair of boots. When he saw what lay within the box, Yifeng could not help but freeze for a moment, then felt a faint disappointment. This was not the treasure he had most eagerly hoped for. However, when he imprinted his spiritual sense upon them and saw the information within, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Xingqi Poko boots. They even come with a movement technique called Xingmong Luying step. This certainly sounds rather lofty. I wonder what its actual effect will be. In the very next moment, Yifeng decisively began the ritual to acknowledge ownership. No matter what in this place, one more magic treasure meant one more measure of safety. For treasures of Xian rank and above, one had to undergo a recognition of master process in order to use them to their fullest. These Xingqi Poko boots had undoubtedly already reached a grade above the Xian rank. After a succession of intricate procedures was completed, a vast stream of information surged into his. It was an introduction to the contents of this ancient movement technique known as Xingmong Luying step. The myriad subtleties of the footwork, cultivation insights, and key points of its forms flowed through his consciousness like a rushing tide. It seems quite formidable. After absorbing this vast influx of information, a sharp light flickered within Yifeng's eyes. This movement art was said to, when cultivated to perfection and combined with the augmentation of the Xingqi Poko boots, allow one to disregard the resistance of the air itself and move as swiftly as starlight. This was excellent. If its effect truly matched the description, then from now on, even if he could not win a battle, he should at least have no trouble escaping. In the next moment, Yifeng began to practice diligently without pause. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of firewood. For him, at this moment, these Poko boots were undoubtedly a timely downpour of rain. While Yifeng was practicing the Star Gleam Shadow Step, Lu Yunshu and the others in the remaining labyrinths were also making progress in seizing their treasure chests. Within the high-grade maze complex, Lu Yunshu stared at the golden-armored puppet before her, a sudden look of grim resolve flashing through her eyes. By unfortunate coincidence, the guardian of the treasure chest before her was also a golden-armored puppet. After several attempts to snatch it, she had gained no success, and instead suffered quite serious injuries. In that moment, she finally decided to unleash the last, most formidable trump card on her person. She knew that relying solely on her own strength, no matter how hard she racked her brain, would be futile. The treasure chest ahead was very likely to contain an ancient relic. No matter what, she could not give up. Soon a jade talisman shaped like a tiny crystalline sword lay in the center of her palm. This was a sword talisman imbued with the full-force strike of a golden core expert, a life-saving trump card bestowed upon her by her young mistress. She had thought she would only use it at the final critical moment, yet she had not expected to need it so soon. At this moment, she secretly rejoiced that no matter how difficult things had been earlier, she had refrained from using it. Otherwise, faced with the treasure chest before her now, she could only stare helplessly. The next instant, spiritual power surged madly from her hand into the sword talisman, swiftly breaking open its seals. When all restraints around the talisman were completely undone, an incomparably vast power instantly condensed into a heaven-piercing sword light that appeared above her head. If Yifeng had been there to witness this sword light, he would have been utterly astonished, for it was identical to the one Nangong Luyun had displayed when annihilating the killers of Skull Hall. Sever! Lu Yunshu cried as she swung her arm. The sword light streaked forward like a meteor, slashing straight toward the golden-armored puppet. Sensing the danger, the golden-armored puppet tried to lift its hammer to block, but it was far too late. A deafening clang resounded. Under the talisman's eruption, the puppet's massive body was cleaved and sent flying like a ball, hurled dozens of zhang away before crashing to the floor, unable to rise for a long time. Its previously indestructible golden armor now bore a rare sword scar, an inch deep. Lu Yunshu involuntarily sucked in a breath. So this is the strength of my young mistress. The result left her secretly astonished. Although she had followed her mistress for a long time, she had never truly compared their combat power. Now she realized how vast the disparity between them truly was. This iron lump that she could not overcome no matter how hard she fought had nearly been cleaved in two by a single sealed strike from her mistress. Without further hesitation, she seized the fleeting opportunity, leaping forward to snatch up the treasure chest before decisively retreating from the high platform. She knew this golden-armored puppet was not a human being, though its condition appeared miserable. As long as its core components remained intact, it could very likely stand up again, as if nothing had happened. She had to secure the treasure chest first. Of course, if she ever had a chance to subdue this golden-armored puppet, she would not let it slip away. Sure enough, scarcely a breath after she left the high platform, the golden-armored puppet stomped the ground and leaped back up, returning to its original position to continue guarding. Clearly, the command engraved into its control core was to defend this place to the death. Fortunately, Lu Yunshu thought with a surge of relief. She had finally gained something, though it was a pity that the golden-armored puppet seemed to offer no chance of being tamed. I wonder what lies inside this treasure chest, she mused. Filled with anticipation, she quickly broke open the chest. Its seals were not particularly powerful. This is a jade hairpin of emerald green. An ancient treasure at the peak of the profound grade A. Excellent. Lu Yunshu cried out in delighted joy. At this moment, having expended her life-saving trump card, she had feared she would be unable to advance any further. She had not expected to obtain at once such a powerful offensive ancient relic. With this, she could continue her exploration deeper ahead. In two other labyrinths, Zheng He and Mu Feng had likewise obtained their first harvest. Their luck was comparatively better. The guardians of their treasure chests were not strong, merely silver-armored puppets. After a bloody struggle, they finally seized the chests. The items within these chests were not overly formidable, merely ancient treasures of low-tier profound artifact grade, yet for the two of them this was already an immense surprise. By contrast, Wang Yu and Sun Changming were rather unlucky. Several silver-armored puppets stood guard before Wang Yu's treasure chest, coordinating their defenses so well that she could not take it at all and could only hide to the side in anxious frustration. Sun Changming's progress in seizing his chest was likewise unsmooth. The puppet before him was even more formidable. A golden-armored puppet equivalent to a golden core expert, yet he no longer had any trump card capable of toppling it. At this time he was filled with bitter regret. Had he not squandered that heavenly thunder talisman earlier, the situation would be completely different. Yet he did not give up, easily launching assault after assault against the golden-armored puppet. This truly is the optimal route indicated by the heavenly mechanism disc, Yi Feng murmured. Inside the high-grade maze, after practicing the first form of the star gleam shadow step dozens of times until he had grasped it, Yi Feng once more set out on his journey. He knew that this maze must surely have a time limit, so he had to seize every moment. Having entered such a treasure vault, if he did not obtain many artifacts, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Even the harvest from this first stop alone already filled him with wild joy. He did not yet know what grade the star gleam shadow step belonged to. Even with only superficial mastery, he moved through the maze's halls like a fish in water, his speed more than doubling. The black iron puppets could not even touch the hem of his robe under his shadow step. The silver-armored puppets posed some threat, but could not pin him down. Even before golden-armored puppets, he no longer lacked the ability to dodge. However, this maze was vast beyond measure, and there was no telling where its end lay. Over the next few days, Yi Feng traveled an unknown distance, encountering two more grand halls. Exploiting the speed advantage of the star gleam shadow step, he successfully seized the treasure chests from under golden-armored puppets' protection. The only pity was that the rewards in these two halls' chests were not as stunning as the first, merely a jade slip introducing alchemy and a secret art for crafting puppets. These arts of alchemy and puppet refinement were undeniably valuable, but could not enhance his strength in the short term. Even if he wished to refine potent pills or puppets, he would still need the corresponding materials. On this day, after delving an unknown distance into the maze and entering a wholly new passage, the scene before him made Yi Feng's gaze involuntarily tighten. Here the guardians were no longer black iron puppets, but exclusively silver-armored, and above, nearly a third of them golden-armored. Heavens, have I reached the maze's core? The guarding force is this exaggerated. Cold sweat trickled down Yi Feng's back at the sight. A single silver-armored puppet equaled a Foundation Establishment peak cultivator, while a golden-armored puppet was equivalent to a golden core initial stage powerhouse. What he now faced could scarcely be described as anything less than a 1,000-strong army. Yet he was no longer the same as before. After days of enduring their relentless attacks, he had fully mastered the key points of the first form of the star gleam shadow step. He believed he was now capable of attempting a breakthrough. The next instant his figure flashed like lightning as he sped into the passage ahead. Intuition told him that something precious lay beyond, but whatever the case, he had to try. The moment he entered, one golden-armored puppet and several silver-armored puppets were activated, pouncing toward him. The golden-armored puppets were simply too densely arrayed here. No matter how cautious he was, he could not avoid them completely. At best, he could reduce the number he faced at any one time. Unexpectedly, the angle from which he had entered, one he had thought would bring the least pressure, triggered two more golden-armored puppets farther away. They activated and began launching volleys of flying darts at him. These golden-armored puppets even have ranged attacks. Seeing this, Yifeng broke into a cold sweat, almost scared half to death. From then on, he was effectively besieged at every moment by 3 golden-armored puppets and a swarm of silver-armored ones. If he failed to dodge even a single golden puppet strike, he would suffer grievous injury. Fortunately, by mustering his full focus and weaving with all his might, he barely managed to cope. His figure flickered at an inconceivable speed, and in the blink of an eye he had evaded all of those initial strikes. On the road ahead, he did not dare relax for even a heartbeat, remaining constantly on edge as he dealt with each new threat. To his surprise, this passage seemed extremely long. He charged through it for half a day without encountering the grand hall he had been hoping for. Only when he was on the verge of despair did he finally reach the end of the passage and step into a mysterious grand hall that looked entirely different from the others. Upon entering the scene before his eyes left Yifeng utterly astonished. The entire space of the hall seemed to lie within a vast ocean. Countless wave-like runes rose and fell, interweaving into all manner of bizarre patterns. Even the floor was paved with stone like translucent green seawater, rising and falling with the surge of the. Crucially, at the very center of the hall, he saw no treasure chest at all, only a ferocious-looking demon beast radiating immense might. The demon beast resembled a flood dragon with 4 razor-sharp claws and a mouthful of jagged fangs, fixing him with a cold gaze. Boy, the fact that you could reach this place means your luck is quite remarkable, the flood dragon rumbled in a deep voice. Within this segment of the maze, those who managed to reach this point were 1 in a million, much like winning a grand prize. This treasure hall itself was merely a gimmick within the reward vault, housing a treasure that had no place here, revered as an object of faith. The vault's designer had never truly expected anyone to obtain it, yet someone had now made it this far. Senior, what is hidden here? Yifeng asked. Could you enlighten this, Junior? After his initial shock, Yifeng quickly calmed down. Studying his surroundings, he questioned the dragon with composed demeanor. By now he had discerned that the demon beast was merely a projection and not necessarily truly powerful. Had its physical body been present, he might have turned and fled at once, but facing a projection, he decided to first see what would unfold. Hey, you would do better to worry about your own life first, the flood dragon projection sneered. This boy was oblivious to how close death loomed. The luck it spoke of was in truth a form of misfortune. Fortune lay in the rarity of reaching this ultimate treasure hall. Misfortune lay in the fact that those who arrived met not treasure, but a fiery pit. Almost all doomed to die. The next moment, the flood dragon projection waved a claw, sealing the hall's doors. Senior, what is the meaning of this? Yifeng's heart sank. He had not expected his retreat to be cut off at once. The hall's walls were extremely solid. He knew he could not break through them in haste. Those who enter here must either defeat me and obtain the reward or die and vanish completely, the flood dragon projection said in an emotionless tone. The secret of this treasure hall could not be revealed to outsiders, so any trial taker who reached it, no matter how peerlessly talented, could only become nourishment for its soul. Defeat you? How am I to do that? Yifeng's expression grew exceedingly grave. Was this projection actually alive? He had thought it was merely a remnant soul, without real offensive power. Before he finished speaking, the space around him changed in an instant. He felt as though he had been placed within a Countless ferocious sea beasts lunged toward him, gigantic sea serpents with gaping maws, strange fish with mouths like swords, and massive crabs bearing enormous claws. Yifeng hastily employed his movement art, dodging the barrage of attacks, while swinging his spirit sword to send a fierce arc of sword chi at the nearest strange fish. That strange fish was charging the fiercest nearly upon him. Yet to his shock, when his blade struck its body, it passed through as if through empty air. Conversely, when the fish's barbed spike pierced him, his scarlet flame battle armor failed to provide any defense. Agonizing pain lanced through him, and his soul nearly collapsed. These attacks directly target the soul. Physical offense is useless. For the first time, true panic stirred in Yifeng's heart. The situation was so bizarre that he had never even heard of such a thing. Yet with no way to retreat, he could only fully employ the star-gleam shadow step and dodge with all his strength. Fortunately, heaven did not entirely cut off his path. Though he could not block these attacks, he could still manage to evade them. Thanks to his extraordinary evasive ability, very few strikes actually landed on him in the end. This brat has some ability after all. The flood dragon projection muttered half a quarter of an hour later, its expression darkening, as Yifeng resisted destruction and even began to move with growing ease. How could it be that these methods would not be able to deal with this kid? That is unacceptable. In the next moment it swung its sharp claws resembling a broom, slashing out fierce blades of wind sweeping towards Yifeng. It decided to take the field personally. It must completely destroy this kid. The speed of these wind blades was extremely fast. As soon as they were unleashed, they were already upon him in an instant. Hiss! Although Yifeng had been vigilant against this, he did not expect the attacks to come with such speed. Before he could react, he was caught off guard and struck by several wind blades, causing him to tremble in pain. These wind blades also inflicted pain on the soul, making it extremely unbearable, while the physical body remained unharmed. As he was hit by these wind blades, Yifeng's soul felt as if it had suffered a severe blow, and he could no longer maintain the evasion rhythm he had before. In an instant, countless sea beasts attacked frantically, striking him one after another. Yifeng could no longer hold on, and fell to the ground, sweating profusely from the pain. He felt that if this continued, his willpower might collapse. Unfortunately, despite his efforts to dodge, he could not evade. "Hee kid, do you know my power now?" The illusion of the dragon laughed coldly upon witnessing this scene. This kid was finally under its control. However, it did not soften its attack. Instead, it increased its power, continuing to unleash wind blades that struck Yifeng. It wanted the opponent to endure this purgatory-like suffering, causing their soul to falter and dissipate, turning into its nourishment. As for those who did not dissipate, it had never seen one. It turned out its predictions were correct. Yifeng was indeed on the verge of collapse. His soul was becoming extremely unstable under the relentless attacks. However, just as his soul began to show signs of dissipating, the heavenly mechanism disc, which had fused with his soul, sensed the threat, and suddenly released a gentle shield, completely protecting his soul. Within the shield, Yifeng felt the intense pain in his soul vanish instantly. Not only did he not collapse, but he felt incredibly comfortable, as if being nourished. This sensation was simply too delightful. It felt like suddenly drinking a long-desired sweet spring in a parched desert. In the next moment, Yifeng leaped up from the ground, his spirit incredibly uplifted, feeling no trace. He had long known that the heavenly mechanism disc had protective effects on his soul, but he did not expect it to be so formidable, able to block all those overwhelming attacks unharmed. Now it was time for him to counterattack. Hiss! What is going on with this kid? The dragon illusion was stunned by this anomaly, and the movements in its hands slowed down. What was that just now? It clearly saw that the kid's soul was about to collapse, ready to dissipate. But how did it suddenly become stable, even showing signs of growth? Come on, keep going. Seeing the attack slow down, Yifeng suddenly provoked the dragon illusion with a stern shout. He realized that the opponent's attacks were all soul-type energies, which could now be absorbed by the heavenly mechanism disc used to strengthen his own soul, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. After years of cultivation, he certainly understood the benefits of a strengthened soul. Those with powerful soul energy not only had high comprehension, but were also adept at alchemy and manipulating treasures, which was an immense advantage. Unfortunately, the growth of soul power was extremely difficult, and there were no effective techniques to train it, leaving everyone helpless. He never expected to have this opportunity to enhance his soul. Kid, you asked for it. The dragon illusion, hearing this, became furious and once again increased its output. It speculated that the opponent must have some soul-related treasure that temporarily defended against its attacks, making him so audacious. But all soul treasures had limited defenses. Once a certain threshold was reached, they would collapse, and at that time no one could save this kid. Next, the dragon illusion frantically waved its claws, unleashing a sky full of wind blades pouring down on Yifeng like raindrops. It had unleashed its full power, believing the opponent would definitely not withstand it. However, in the next moment it discovered that the human kid in front seemed to be enjoying it, showing no signs of being. How is this possible? Immune to soul attacks. Seeing this scene, the dragon illusion almost dropped its jaw in shock. It was certain that the intensity of its previous attacks was not weak at all. Even if the opponent had an imperial-grade defensive treasure used by nascent soul cultivators, it should not have come out unscathed. But at this moment, how could this kid react like this? Hey little mudfish, is that all you've got? Noticing the attack pausing again, Yifeng could not help but shout provocatively. Just from that last wave of attacks, he realized that his soul had actually grown by nearly a quarter, which was truly a delightful surprise. One must know that it would take an ordinary person at least 100 or 80 years of hard training to achieve such results. You little brat, you're asking for death. Hearing this term, the dragon illusion was instantly furious, charging straight towards Yifeng with claws bared. It hated being called little mudfish the most. At this moment, even though it felt something was off, it could not care less. It planned to use its strongest claws to instantly tear the opponent apart. The dragon illusion's massive body appeared in front of Yi Feng in the blink of an eye, swinging its giant claws down with a roar. But in the next moment, a powerful suction force suddenly emanated from the human below, and its claw illusion was instantly transformed into pure energy sucked into the opponent's body. Hiss! What is happening? Kid, stop. You've won. Seeing such a bizarre scene, the dragon illusion immediately cried out in terror. Could it be that the kid possessed a miraculous treasure that could completely counter it? It noticed that its soul power was crazily draining. It already had only a soul body remaining. If its soul power was completely absorbed, it would vanish completely. However, Yi Feng was currently enjoying the absorption and would not listen to the other party. In just a few short breaths, he felt that his soul power had actually doubled. Kid, if you don't stop, do you still want that treasure? The dragon illusion, seeing this, was furious, spitting blood and hurriedly begging for mercy again. It had taken tens of thousands of years to restore this little bit of soul power, yet it unexpectedly got drained in one go. Oh, what kind of treasure is it? Yi Feng paused upon hearing this, slightly reducing the suction. At this moment, he and the heavenly mechanism disc were in sync, and he could control it freely. I will definitely satisfy you, but you must swear not to absorb any more, otherwise you will never know where it is. The dragon illusion threatened in fear. It found that it was completely unable to break free from the opponent's restraints. Such a thing had never happened in tens of thousands of years. This kid is truly too bizarre. You show it first. Yi Feng did not easily compromise. Although the treasure was good, the soul power of the other party was not bad either. You swear first. You show it first. Impossible. The two sides stalemated for a long time, and finally, under the threat of the dragon illusion to destroy the hall and perish together, Yi Feng finally took a step back, reaching a ceasefire agreement with it. No matter what, he had to ensure his own safety first. After all, this maze was truly mysterious. Once freed from the restraints and regaining freedom, the dragon illusion waved its paw, and a blue-purple light suddenly flew out from somewhere in the hall, shooting towards Yi Feng. Is this a ring? Yi Feng's eyes lit up upon seeing this so-called ancient treasure, and he hurriedly took it, examining it closely. He was not worried about the other parties scheming against him. When they had just drafted the contract, he had already considered. At this moment, the ring lay quietly in his hand, sparkling like a purple nebula with what seemed like starry rhythms flowing within, mysterious, dreamy, and extremely beautiful. After imprinting a blood mark within it and completing the master recognition ceremony, Yi Feng instantly felt a surge of information flooding into his mind, understanding the purpose of this ring. This was actually a magical ring known as the Star Ring, which not only absorbed stellar power and transformed the host's body, but also had functions of storage, healing, and defense. Once activated, it could release powerful stellar energy at critical moments to withstand fatal attacks. Most importantly, it could also render the wearer invisible. When worn, it could instantly become transparent and intangible, making it impossible for anyone to detect. How wonderful! This was definitely a rare treasure. Yi Feng could not help but feel a surge of excitement in his heart. This was simply a timely ring. From now on, if he wanted to hide something, no one would ever know. However, why was the inside of the ring empty? Hey, what happened to the things inside the ring? In the next moment, Yi Feng turned his gaze back to the dragon illusion and asked. He knew that this ring must have had a previous owner, and a significant one at that. He had thought he would obtain a lot of inheritance, but unexpectedly, apart from an empty ring, there was nothing inside. However, before he could wait for the dragon illusion's response, the maze palace suddenly emitted a tearing force. In the next moment, he found himself uncontrollably disappearing from this maze treasury. Damn! Seeing this scene, Yi Feng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He was certain that this was definitely the dragon's doing. The treasures in the ring had surely been swallowed by it. However, at this moment, he could not afford to think about that much. After reappearing, he discovered that he was seemingly not in the previous training hall, nor in the stormy secret realm. Instead, he found himself on an inconspicuous hill, not knowing where it was. Could it be that he had already exited the secret realm and returned to the Songlong continent? Regardless, he needed to first transfer the treasures he had obtained to the Star Ring for safekeeping. In the next moment, Yi Feng searched for a hidden cave nearby and began to clear the items in his hands. During this journey into the Wind and Cloud secret realm, he acquired 2 jade slips on alchemy, a pair of starry sky boots, and some materials like the Bai Luo cleansing lotus, Xian Tai puppet crystal core, top-grade purple flame crystal, or an ice spirit grass. Unfortunately, he did not find the elixir required by Chung Susu's grandfather to assist in forming the golden core. However, he discovered a recipe for a pill called the barrier-piercing opening pill in the jade slip on alchemy, an upgraded version of the barrier-breaking pill available on the market, which could effectively assist in breaking through bottlenecks, and was also quite effective for golden core formation. This barrier-piercing opening pill is preferable compared to the Gene Yu pill, which specifically assists in golden core formation, as the required materials are not completely unavailable on the market, although they are rather expensive. He planned to ask that old man Chung if he would be willing to reach an agreement based on this condition. If he agreed, he could spend a large sum to find someone to refine a pill, whom it seems there is even a remnant of a divine soul within this ring. Suddenly, Yifeng noticed a small cluster of residual divine energy in a remote corner of the star ring as he arranged his harvest. The internal space of this star ring was simply too vast, as if it could hold an aircraft carrier. He had only given it a cursory glance earlier and had not noticed this anomaly. Could this remnant of the divine soul be left by its previous owner? Soon Yifeng began to absorb it, carefully perusing the information contained within. Sure enough, the next moment this guess was confirmed as Yifeng accessed the information left within. According to the introduction of this remnant, the previous owner of the ring was known as the Celestial Star Master, a great power who tirelessly cultivated day and night to reach the pinnacle. The Celestial Star Master was originally a poor boy from a small mortal village who stumbled upon this ring radiating brilliant starlight while chopping wood in the mountains. At first he did not know what use this ring had, he just thought it looked beautiful and wore it every day. Little did he know this star ring possessed magical abilities able to absorb the essence of heaven and earth day and night, transforming it into stellar power and delivering it to the wearer, thereby enhancing their physical body. After obtaining the star ring, even without cultivating any techniques, the Celestial Star Master began to stand out among mortals, becoming a master and smoothly embarking on the immortal path thanks to this extraordinary item. Especially after he was fortunate enough to join an immortal sect, the Celestial Star Master soared even higher, showcasing extraordinary talent in cultivation. In the following days, within just a few thousand years, he broke through one bottleneck after another that ordinary people could hardly reach, becoming a great legend in the immortal world. However, despite his exceptional talent, he did not become arrogant. Instead, he aspired to greater height. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this realm, he forsook desires, severed worldly ties, and began to journey to other continents to seek the mysteries of this universe. Unfortunately, after wandering for tens of thousands of years and witnessing countless historical cycles, he ultimately found that this universe was far too vast, and he could not find the legendary entrance to the immortal realm in his lifetime. Entering the immortal world was merely a beautiful legend. On his deathbed, the Celestial Star Master was filled with regret, feeling he had squandered his time. To advise future generations, he left behind his final thoughts: every person is but a transient traveler in this boundless universe, existing for only a brief moment. Whether long or short, what does it matter? No matter how glorious one may be in life, how many will remember them after death? The Celestial Star Master hoped that future generations would not repeat his mistakes, cherish the present, and live their lives in the way they love. Seeing this content, Yifeng suddenly fell silent. Was this world truly so vast? Was every person so insignificant? Even a peak powerhouse like the Celestial Star Master could not escape the constraints of the universe, and ended up as mere dust. How could he, no matter how hard he tried, hope to surpass such a figure? However, such matters were evidently too far away for him. The most important thing for him now was to first possess the strength to stand firm in the immortal world and focus on surviving. To his surprise, at the end of the Celestial Star Master's remnant, there was even a request, hoping that a fated person could help him find his descendants and look after them. Of course, the counterpart offered a corresponding reward, a cultivation technique that belonged to the Celestial Star Master himself, the Starry Sky Commanding Technique. Great. Seeing the information about this technique, Yifeng's expression suddenly changed, filled with indescribable joy. This was undoubtedly what he desired most at present. This technique could be cultivated to the pinnacle of this realm and was sufficient to establish a sect. Currently, the people of Qingke Valley did not have any usable techniques. Even if they did, they could only cultivate to the Golden Core stage. To learn higher-level spells, one could only imagine the cost. But with the Starry Sky Commanding Technique, he could legitimately train the elite combat power of Qingke Valley. Naturally, this Starry Sky Commanding Technique mainly utilized stellar power as its primary means of cultivation. Others, without the Star Ring's assistance, would find it considerably less convenient to practice, but it was still superior to many other techniques. Heavens, what's going on? Why did it suddenly come out? What happened? While Yifeng was organizing his harvest, the other practitioners in the Wind and Cloud Secret Realm were also inexplicably transmitted out of the Secret Realm one after another. Estimating the time, there was still at least half a month left before the Secret Realm closed, which was the most fruitful time for harvest, yet they did not expect to be inexplicably sent out early. As a result, their gains from this trip would be greatly reduced. Among them, the one most puzzled was Lu Yunshu. Ever since she obtained that ancient precious jade hairpin, her combat power had greatly increased, and she had found 2 more treasure halls. The gains from the second treasure hall also filled her with immense joy, as it turned out to be a long-lost ancient cultivation technique. This confirmed to her that this wind and cloud secret realm was undoubtedly a relic of a top-tier ancient sect, and the treasures within held great research value. Once Qingyun's sect gains insights from these treasures, or learns one or two secret techniques, their strength would surely ascend to a new level. Although Qingyun's sect sounded powerful now compared to those truly ancient great sects, they were still far from it. She immediately decided that no matter what cost she had to pay, she would try to bring back as many treasures as possible. Unfortunately, just as she had braved dangers and evaded yet another golden armored puppet's attack, and was about to acquire the treasure box of the third treasure hall, a sudden spatial tearing force unexpectedly transported her away. At this moment, the confusion in her heart was unimaginable, and she nearly went insane. However, overall the gains from this trip into the maze treasure hall far exceeded her expectations. By the way, where is that kid? Suddenly Lu Yunshu remembered something, and her beautiful eyes lit up. Although she had only obtained 2 treasure boxes, she knew that the kid had also entered that maze. Perhaps he had also acquired some miraculous treasures. If that kid could also gain some high-value rewards, it would be completely different. The next moment, Lu Yunshu began to search around the abyss at the entrance of the wind and cloud secret realm for Yifeng's figure. Unlike Yifeng, who appeared in this place after being transmitted out, she believed he ought to be the same. Sun Changming from Mingyue's sect also sought out Yifeng's whereabouts after emerging. He had obtained a cultivation technique confirmed to be from an ancient great sect from the treasure vault, though unfortunately this technique was not of high level. He suspected that the kid who entered the teleportation portal first must have accessed the highest grade treasure vault. Therefore, he immediately went to search for that kid's trace. He intended to seize an opportunity to snatch a few things or negotiate terms with him. Although Lu Yunshu had also entered that teleportation portal, he did not dare to provoke her, knowing she would definitely not yield easily, so he did not waste effort on that. Mu Feng and others were also looking for Yifeng. On one hand, they were curious about what he might have obtained, and on the other they wanted to express their gratitude, as they would not have gained anything without his hints. However, after searching several times, they found that they could not locate Yifeng at all. What's going on? That kid has disappeared. Could something have happened to him? Seeing this result, Lu Yunshu's expression suddenly became extraordinarily complex, even somewhat sad, feeling guilty towards that guy. All along she had not treated that kid seriously, merely considering him an ordinary servant, yet unexpectedly during this expedition in the secret realm, he had displayed unexpectedly great strength and had helped her significantly. Originally, if he had made it out smoothly, she intended to recommend that kid to the young lady for proper use, but unexpectedly that guy lacked such fortune. What a pity. Damn. Sun Changming was equally infuriated at not being able to find Yifeng, feeling as though his hopes had been dashed. Although he found Mu Feng and others, he knew that these individuals had considerable backgrounds, either from prominent families or with formidable masters in Qingyun's sect. If they were still in the secret realm, he would certainly dare to seize things, but outside, he did not dare to act recklessly, for it might provoke great disputes. Ultimately, they searched fruitlessly and had no choice but to regretfully begin to leave in a group. Impressive. In a hidden cave, Yifeng practiced the starry sky commanding technique briefly and immediately became spirited. This cultivation speed was undoubtedly more than 10 times faster compared to his previous Xiang technique. This was definitely not an ordinary technique. It was very likely the legendary heavenly grade. However, he could not be certain, as he had never practiced any truly high-level techniques and did not know the extent of the differences. With this thought in mind, he realized it was already late, and this place was not suitable. In the next moment, he began to pack his bag, preparing to leave. He needed to return to a familiar place first to ensure his safety. To be cautious, he put all important items into his Xingqian ring, hiding them away. At the same time, he made simple changes to his appearance and clothing. After all, he was concerned about encountering acquaintances who had also emerged from the secret realm. Furthermore, to avoid suspicion, he left some commonly used low-value items in his previous storage treasure, wearing them normally. This way he looked no different from an ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Fortunately, the area he was transported to was still within the borders of Chuzhou. After a brief inquiry, he confirmed his location and began to fly towards the Qingyun sect. He first returned to Qingke Valley. The timing of his return was quite coincidental, as the core members were all inside the valley and had not gone out. However, what Yifeng did not expect was that upon returning he discovered that Zhao Jun and Mu Shan had both successfully established their foundations, and many of the other core members were at the peak of qi refining, already planning for their next advancement. Su Zian, indeed a descendant of a prominent family, managed to procure several foundation establishment pills, which are usually unattainable for ordinary people, through negotiation. This was truly a tremendous surprise. With this, the strength of Qingke Valley had significantly increased, and the previously planned escort team for transporting goods was no longer an issue. Immediately, Yifeng decided to hold a grand celebration. Mu Shan and Zhao Jun were equally grateful to Yi Feng at this moment. Zhao Jun never imagined he would have a day where he became a foundation establishment powerhouse. He had always thought of diligently protecting his young master's assets and living out his days, but he did not expect such a tremendous reward from his young master. Mu Shan and the others were equally emotional, feeling that following him was indeed the greatest opportunity of their lives. Without his shelter, even if they had not perished in the Beast Mountain, they would have merely been scattered cultivators at the 7th or 8th level of Qi refining, never daring to hope for foundation establishment. In the eyes of Mu Shan and the others, although Miss Su from the Su family was powerful and admirable, their young master was the true existence akin to a deity. The development of Qingke Valley owed everything to their young master's strategic planning. The fundamental reason for their current situation was their choice to follow him. That night, everyone drank heartily and shared their innermost feelings. Yi Feng solemnly toasted Su Zian several times, feeling that keeping her around was indeed the right decision. She always brought him unexpected surprises. Su Zian, of course, did not stand on ceremony. To be honest, ever since she acquired a 20% share in the valley, she had completely regarded it as her lifelong career, pouring her heart and soul into it without any reservations. Thus accepting his gratitude was only natural. After a brief rest early the next morning, Yi Feng gathered all the core members again and announced several important matters. One was to arrange for everyone to begin practicing the Xingqian Yutianju and the Xingmong Luing step with strict orders for them to vow not to disclose it outside. Of course, he only presented the introductory portions of these two techniques, as the more advanced parts were not needed for the time being, so he did not plan to teach them just yet. The other was to arrange for Yunsheng and Xiao Wu to find a place nearby to study alchemy and artifact refining. The alchemy technique and puppet technique he brought back were quite remarkable, and he intended to cultivate the two of them to develop in this direction. The reason for choosing Yunsheng and Xiao Wu was partly because they were both quick-witted among the robust men in Qingke Valley, and had a keen interest in alchemy and artifact refining, making them the best choices. On the other hand, both of them were still quite young and had not been assigned any heavy responsibilities, allowing them ample time to learn. Mu Shan and the others did not expect that their young master would suddenly offer to teach them two advanced techniques, and they were all so astonished they could not speak. This was simply wonderful. They all knew that the advanced techniques spoken of by their young master were indeed guaranteed to be of high quality. Although they had practiced techniques before, those were common ones, and hardly classified as advanced. At most, they were just slightly better than those of ordinary scattered cultivators. As for movement techniques, they were even worse, having been randomly picked up from the market. While they had some effect, if they could truly learn one or two real advanced techniques, their survival capabilities would be greatly enhanced. Meanwhile, Yunsheng and Xiao Wu were overjoyed to learn they could study alchemy and artifact refining. Both alchemy and artifact refining were remarkable skills, high-end techniques that only noble families could learn, and they consumed tremendous resources. They had never even dared to think about this before, yet they did not expect their young master to be so generous. Once they mastered these skills, even major forces would likely treat them with respect. This was truly a life-changing blessing. In an instant, all the core members in the valley felt as if they had been injected with adrenaline, starting to study diligently. Only Su Zian harbored some doubts. What kind of good techniques could he possibly offer? Was he trying to fool? She had gone through great lengths and owed much to many people just to obtain a low-tier mysterious cultivation technique, the Hunyuan Gong, for everyone to practice. After all, cultivation techniques are strategic resources that families typically guard closely and would not. The Hunyuan Gong has no requirements for spiritual roots, is highly adaptable, and while it is not particularly outstanding in any one aspect, it is quite balanced and best suited for smaller forces with limited resources. But now he wanted all the core members to practice new techniques upon his return. Wasn't that a stretch? However, when Yi Feng began guiding everyone in their practice, she listened carefully and was suddenly taken aback, her eyes widening in shock. This technique seemed quite profound. Everyone please pay close attention. The Xingqian Ju is a mystical technique that assists cultivation by absorbing the power of the stars. The first step is to learn to sense the star power. Next, please calm your minds, discard distractions, and try to follow my method to sense the faint star energy emanating from the distant stars. In front of the training ground, Yi Feng did not pay attention to Su Zian's doubts. He simply sat cross-legged, focusing on circulating his spiritual energy along a specific route while explaining to everyone. His spiritual energy circulated slowly, seemingly without anything special, yet in less than a moment strands of visible, unusual light gathered around him. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed his instructions, closing their eyes, sitting on the ground, and trying to calm their minds. Even Su Zian could not help but sit cross-legged, preparing to give it a try. The technique he described was simply too extraordinary, something she had never encountered before. Fortunately, cultivation techniques in this world are merely a means to assist cultivation and do not restrict one to only practice one. On the contrary, these techniques can be modified and practiced in conjunction. For a time, the training ground was so quiet that only the faint sounds of breathing could be heard. However, after just a quarter of an hour, when everyone had completed a round of cultivation following the method, each face revealed immense joy. The speed of cultivation was simply astonishing. For those who had never seen anything good, it was not just fast, it could be described as exaggerated. At this moment, Su Zian was even more profoundly shocked. As a descendant of a noble family, she had of course practiced advanced techniques. The technique she was currently practicing, the Yunju, was the best technique in her family, ranking at the pinnacle of the mysterious level. Although the pinnacle of this mysterious level only ranks in the middle among the 4 levels of heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, it is already considered high-end for noble families. Techniques above the earth level are only available to the most prestigious clans in the Songlong continent, while those at the heaven level exist only in legends. But at this moment, she found that the speed of cultivation with this technique was actually over twice as fast as her proud Yunju. How could this be possible? Could it be that the technique he presented was of earth level or above? In an instant, a storm surged within Su Zian's heart. Yifeng, seeing the expressions of the core members, felt quite satisfied. This time, during the explanation of the new technique, he did not intentionally avoid Su Zian, but rather demonstrated openly in front of her, intending to bind her to his ship. He had decided that he must keep her completely. As long as she practiced this technique and was captivated, she would inevitably come to him for the subsequent instructions, thereby keeping her under his control. Did everyone remember? After half an hour, Yifeng repeated the demonstration several times and finally asked everyone. He had explained all the key points for absorbing the star power, and now it depended on their understanding. We remember. Everyone responded excitedly, in unison. At this moment, they all realized that this was an extremely profound and practical cultivation technique, which could serve as the foundation for their livelihood. With the Xingqianju, their future cultivation speed would surely increase by more than double. Very well, next let's explain the Luing step. Soon Yifeng swiftly demonstrated the first 2 forms of the Xingmong Luing step. His figure was sometimes as fast as lightning, like a dragon emerging from the water, and sometimes leisurely, as if a gentle breeze was blowing. The core members in the training ground had excited glints in their eyes, intently watching Yifeng, afraid of missing any detail. Gradually, however, they noticed that their valley master's figure became faster and faster until it transformed into fleeting shadows, making it impossible to see clearly. This scene left everyone dumbfounded, marveling at Yifeng's extraordinary abilities. At this moment, Su Zian was almost numb. This was yet another unknown level of movement technique. She was certain that this technique was far superior to what she had learned so far. She tried hard to see every detail, but found it utterly impossible. Where did this guy learn these techniques from? Yifeng spent more than half an hour demonstrating the various transformations of the first 2 movements with perfect precision. However, when he looked at the people on the field and inquired about their progress, he found that except for a few, including Su Zian, who showed some signs of realization and contemplation, most people shook their heads and sighed. It's too difficult. This truly was a high-level movement technique. For those of them who came from non-sect backgrounds with no foundation, it was not easy to comprehend. Although Su Zian had a solid foundation and strong talent, she too was perplexed by this evidently more profound movement technique. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Yifeng sighed softly and patiently walked into the middle of the group, gently placing his hand on Su Zian's shoulder, slowly channeling his spiritual energy into her body, guiding her to feel the techniques of utilizing spiritual energy. He knew this technique was incredibly profound, and it was challenging for everyone to understand it all at once, so he decided to teach them hand in hand. Remember the route of my spiritual energy. Yifeng instructed Su Zian without looking away. The movements she practiced earlier were already quite standard, making her the closest to success among the group, yet there was still a lack of essence, resulting in poor shadowing effects. Yes, Su Zian felt the chaotic flow of his spiritual energy within her, causing her body to stiffen and her face to flush. She had never been touched so closely by a male peer. However, after he finished circulating his spiritual energy, the shyness on her face gradually gave way. Indeed, she had misunderstood earlier and didn't know how to coordinate with the flow of spiritual energy. Now, with his guidance, she began to have a sudden realization. As expected, the next moment when she attempted to execute the movement technique again, she felt her speed had increased significantly compared to before. Such a remarkable effect. This was unbelievable. She had just successfully used this technique for the first time, and it was already more powerful than the movement technique she had practiced for several years. As Su Zian was stunned and shocked, the other core members saw that the leader Su had also successfully performed this shadowing step, and they all cast envious glances. This beauty certainly received special treatment, being personally instructed by their young master. Although they also hoped to learn this movement technique quickly, they didn't dare to demand anything from him and could only try harder. However, not long after, Yifeng came to each of them one by one, patiently providing targeted guidance. In no time, everyone was filled with gratitude and heightened spirits. After most of the core members successfully executed the first movement, Yifeng finally left the training square with a sense of satisfaction. He did not force everyone to learn at once. After all, these skills were not something everyone could grasp. Indeed, during this half-day period, Su Zian and a few others had been able to grasp the techniques after several instructions from him, but Qin Han and Li Hu, despite all the teaching, could not learn at all. On the other hand, for the Xingqian Yutian Ju, Qin Han, Li Hu, and a few others learned quite well, obviously better than most, while Qiu Yu completely failed to learn. Fortunately, among the two techniques, everyone learned at least one, and even Li Hu made some progress with the Xingqian Ju, which was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. However, Su Zian and Zhao Jun were both quick to master both techniques, leaving everyone secretly astonished and envious. After teaching the people of the valley and leaving some development suggestions, Yifeng began to walk out of Qingke Valley, heading straight towards the Cheng family manor near Qingyan City. With this expedition to the secret realm coming to an end, he had accomplished his goal, and it was time to address matters concerning Cheng Susu. I hope she's doing well. Not long after, Yifeng arrived at the Cheng family manor on his spiritual steed and knocked on the gate. This Cheng family manor still looked the same, sprawling and magnificent. However, once he entered the Cheng family manor, he found that today's Cheng family seemed rather strange. Previously, most of the clan members were mocking him, and even if they didn't express disdain, they were never particularly warm. But at this moment, he noticed that the Cheng family members had all turned apprehensive, even occasionally casting envious and jealous glances at him. What was going on? Yifeng found this very strange. However, he didn't dwell on it, and quickly made his way to the courtyard where Cheng Susu's mother was. This courtyard also hadn't changed much, but Yifeng keenly noticed a significant difference. It seemed to have been specially cleaned, becoming spotless. Xiao Yi, you're back. Did you get hurt? Not long after, the familiar figure of Cheng Huilan, Cheng Susu's mother, appeared at the door. At this moment, Cheng Huilan was still quite warm upon seeing Yifeng. No, thank you for your concern, Auntie. Yifeng quickly replied with a smile. Seeing that Cheng's mother was safe, he felt relieved. If anything had happened to Cheng Susu, her mother would undoubtedly not have such an expression. However, he noticed that Cheng Huilan also seemed to have changed significantly, as if she had become decades younger, radiating vitality. That's good. You came this time for Susu, right? But the situation might have changed a bit now. After welcoming Yifeng, and Cheng Huilan's expression suddenly became somewhat hesitant. Earlier, she had already regarded him as a son-in-law and was extremely satisfied with him, but recent events had made things somewhat different. Oh, what has changed? Yifeng was taken aback. He was planning to discuss with her how to negotiate with the Susu's father has returned, and what was said before might not count anymore. Soon Cheng Huilan began to explain apologetically. This was undoubtedly great news for her. She never expected that the heartless man who had left without a word all those years ago would return to find them at this time. However, his attitude toward this marriage also troubled her. Not going to count. Yifeng felt a bit confused, and his heart suddenly tightened. Could it be that Susu's father was going to interfere, or did he have other demands? For a moment, Yifeng thought of countless possibilities. Sure enough, moments later, a well-dressed, middle-aged man appeared in the courtyard. This middle-aged man appeared remarkably handsome, undoubtedly Cheng Susu's father. With such looks, it was no wonder that he could father a beauty like Cheng Susu, nor that Cheng Huilan was so devoted to him back then. It must be said that the person before him exuded a unique, ethereal aura. You must be Xiao Yi, right? You look good, and I appreciate your care for my daughter. However, could you tell me what your cultivation aptitude is now? Which family do you come from? The refined middle-aged man looked at Yifeng with some scrutiny and asked. Replying to the elder, my cultivation aptitude is only of the 9th rank, and I come from a small family with no notable background. Yifeng replied honestly, without concealing anything. All of this information was public and easily verifiable, so he had no intention of deceiving him. That is truly unfortunate. Upon hearing this, the refined man immediately displayed a look of regret, and at last his imposing aura became evident. Hiss! Nascent soul stage. Feeling the sudden, overwhelming pressure radiating from him, Yifeng was taken aback. He was certain that this person's cultivation had definitely reached the nascent soul stage. He had seen many golden core stage experts, but none of them possessed such an aura. Now you understand what I mean, right? Back then I was schemed against, and ended up here hiding and living incognito until recently, when I avenged myself and dared to reappear. Over the years I have been afraid of implicating Susu and her mother, so I never dared to reveal myself or provide any help. I owe Susu far too much. Before meeting you, I had even thought that if your aptitude were above the 6th rank, and if Susu liked you, I would go to great lengths to support you. Unfortunately, your aptitude hasn't even reached the average level, and is frankly pitiful with no value for cultivation. Given this, how could my daughter Chung Haoshan's daughter marry a nameless nobody? From now on, I hope you can sever ties with Susu and never interact again. Can you agree to my request? The refined middle-aged man fixed his gaze on Yifeng and asked. In fact, when he learned that Susu already had someone she cared for, he had intended to cultivate that person well, but he never anticipated that this kid's aptitude would be so poor. I understand. I will no longer disturb Susu. Yifeng's heart sank, and he replied. He understood the elder's meaning all too well. These aristocratic families value face above all else. He knew that if he dared to say a single word of refusal and hindered their daughter's future the next day, he might be erased without a trace. It could be said that with such a father, Ching Susu was now completely in a different world from him, at least for now. Well, it's good that you can think this way. Originally, I had planned to take Susu and her mother away a few days ago, but Susu insisted on waiting for you to come with them. When she returns, I hope you can help persuade her. Also, this is a spirit root potential pill. In light of your saving my daughter, I will gift it to you. It can effectively improve your aptitude. Seeing Yifeng was so perceptive, the refined man's expression softened considerably as he took out an exquisite jade bottle. He had prepared this pill before coming here, intending to give it to Susu, but upon realizing she had a better option, he decided to hand it to this kid. However, Yifeng did not reach out to take it. No need. Between Susu and me, we are merely helping each other. No one owes anyone anything. Yifeng cupped his hands and replied solemnly. He was well aware of the value of this spiritual root quality pill, worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. Such a precious item, once he accepted it, the nature of their relationship would change. What kind of reasoning is there for me, Chung Haoyan, to take back what I have given? The refined man's expression hardened, and his tone suddenly turned cold. Does this kid still harbor illusions? Does he really think he is unaware of the other party's intentions? Between men and women, as long as there are lingering feelings, there is a possibility for rekindling. Only after completely settling things can a clean break truly be made. Therefore, he must ensure that the other party accepts the elixir. Yifeng found himself at a loss for words. He was actually speaking the truth. He genuinely did not want to take advantage of this. But forget it, it's fine, he will just take it. In the next moment, he cleverly accepted the jade vial. He was currently cultivating the power of the stars, and while he wasn't too concerned about this cultivation talent, having it was certainly better than not. Seeing this scene, Chung Haoyan finally felt a lot more at ease. With old grievances cleared from now on, they would only deal with business matters with no further entanglements. I wonder what arrangements Senior Ching has for Susu's marriage. Suddenly, Yifeng mustered his courage and tentatively asked. He was still somewhat uneasy about Susu's future. He was well aware of the affairs within these noble family. Susu was a well-behaved and understanding girl, and he had a very good impression of her. He truly did not want her to be forced into marrying those unlikable playboys, becoming a victim of family alliances. You need not worry about this. Even if I, Chung Haoyan, fall into destitution, I will never joke with my daughter's lifelong happiness. I will surely choose the most outstanding young talents for Susu's future husband. Moreover, forgive my candor, though you currently possess foundation establishment cultivation, which may seem impressive in this remote corner of Chu Prefecture, once you enter the heart of the Canglong continent you will realize you are nothing. Susu only likes you now, but that may not be the case in the future. The refined middle-aged man could not help but reveal a hint of a cold smile. He certainly knew what the other party was implying, but it was not his intention to discourage him. The truth was simple. Foundation establishment, as the name suggests, is merely the stage of laying the groundwork. In the heart of the Canglong continent, this is a level that can be reached with a bit of financial means. He was certain that after Susu went to Tianzhou, she would easily find someone better than him. On the contrary, if Susu stayed here and married this kid, it would be the true case of a gem being buried in the dust. Yes, that would be best. Upon hearing this, Yifeng did not refute, but felt considerably relieved. He had also heard that the heart of the Canglong continent was rich in spiritual veins, producing countless outstanding talents. As long as Susu truly liked someone, he would be happy for her no matter what. Not long after they reached an agreement, Susu suddenly descended from the sky, riding a green-eyed golden eagle, returning to the Chung family courtyard. Chung Haoyan immediately exchanged a glance with Yifeng, and then his figure vanished in an instant. Looking out, Yifeng saw that the green-eyed golden eagle Susu was riding appeared extraordinarily majestic, and its aura was already at the golden core stage. Such a magnificent scene made the Chung family members below envious. They all thought that if they could ride such a mount one day, they would surely wake up smiling in their dreams. Unfortunately, such an opportunity had once been presented to them, yet they failed to seize it. At this moment, they all secretly regretted how they had overlooked that little girl back then. Over the years, Su and her mother had lived in the Chung family in isolation and poverty. If they had only offered a helping hand, they could have reaped enormous rewards now. Unfortunately, none of them had done so, and instead they kept squeezing her. Now that others were soaring to great heights, not to mention rewards being spared from punishment, was already the greatest kindness. Thus they dared not make any demands, nor did they dare to approach easily, fearing that others would bring up old grievances and eliminate them with a wave of the hand. Among them, Chung Huelan's several sisters were particularly complicated in their feelings, secretly resenting how fortunate their younger sister was. Their looks were not bad. They had thought marrying into a local noble family would be quite good. They had even shown off from time to time, yet they did not expect that the silly younger sister they had always mocked would end up marrying a fallen scholar who was actually from a prominent family in Tianzhou. It could be said that from now on the other party was completely on a different level from them, enjoying endless blessings. They all secretly resented the unfairness of heaven, wondering why such things would not fall upon them. At this moment, Yifeng looked at Su feeling a mix of emotions. Su now was completely different from before. Not only had her cultivation reached the foundation establishment stage, but even her clothes were extraordinarily luxurious, a true daughter of a noble family. Underneath such splendid attire, Su appeared elegant and ethereal, making Yifeng feel very unfamiliar. However, Su's attitude towards Yifeng had not changed at all. Upon seeing Yifeng, her stunningly beautiful face immediately blossomed into a radiant smile. Yifeng, you're back. Was there nothing wrong on this trip? Su quickly leaped down from the golden eagle and hastily approached Yifeng, expressing her concern with warmth and care in her eyes. She had been quite worried about him during this time and secretly regretted letting him go to that mysterious realm. I'm fine, really. Yifeng smiled, his expression somewhat awkward. This little girl with her parents watching nearby was so intimate with him. How was he to handle that? That's good. By the way, isn't the end time of the mysterious realm yet? How could you come out early? Upon hearing this, Su breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly raised an expression of confusion. During this period, she had been uneasy, originally planning to go directly to pick him up when the end time approached, yet she did not expect him to suddenly appear here. There was an issue in the mysterious realm, and it closed early. However, I'm very sorry, due to my lack of ability, I was unable to complete the mission. Yifeng explained apologetically. He had heard about the early closure of the mysterious realm on his way to the Chung family. He had thought only he was teleported out early, but it turned out everyone was. With that, his appearance would not seem out of place. It's fine, what matters is that you're back. Whether or not that spiritual item was found is no longer important. Su did not mind this at all. Instead, she smiled and reassured him. She had long heard that the task was very difficult, and she had not had any expectations. At this moment, his return was already the greatest surprise. By the way, next, do you want to go to Tianzhou with me? I've heard that the cultivation resources there are excellent. Suddenly, Su remembered something, her face turning red as she looked at Yifeng and asked seriously. This was actually the most important reason she had been waiting for him to return. This matter was somewhat difficult to speak of and implied a confession. Though she felt anxious, she still mustered the courage to ask. After all, this matter was incredibly important to her. However, Yifeng's response left her quite surprised. Su, I might not be able to go with you. Actually, I have always regarded you as just a friend, because I already have someone I like in my heart. Yifeng stammered out the reply. This was certainly a fabrication. He simply could not think of any other words that could make the other party give up, so he could only say this. Although it might hurt her, a short pain was better than a long one. Someone you like. Upon hearing this, Su's expression indeed froze, and then her beautiful face turned incredibly pale. She did not expect that the other party had never liked her. Instead, there was someone else. Are you serious? No one is forcing you. In the next moment, Su stubbornly pursued the question. She suspected that the other party might have some unavoidable circumstances, or that her father had said something to him, making him use this as an excuse. Although her father had long assured her that he would not oppose their relationship, who could know what might happen behind the scenes? Of course it's true, Su. We are still very young. Who can truly understand their own feelings? How can we easily decide for life? Yifeng continued earnestly to persuade her. Alright, I understand. Su's expression became exceedingly gloomy as she silently turned and ran back into the house. Though she wanted to say she would never regret it, what was the point of saying it? Though she was very unwilling to believe his words, she felt that the truth was likely just as he said. After all, she had given him so many opportunities, yet he had never seized them. Sigh. Seeing the two part unhappily, Chung Huilan quietly sighed. It must be said that this boy Yifeng was very understanding of the bigger picture. She had thought something unpleasant might happen, and she would be caught in the middle, making it difficult for her, yet she did not expect it to go so smoothly. Would the other party not like her daughter? That was obviously impossible, otherwise he would not have risked his life to go to that dangerous, mysterious realm. It could only be said that the other party's love for Su was so deep that it exceeded her imagination. Even Chung Haoyan looked at Yi Feng with new eyes at this moment. He had thought that the kid would play some tricks trying to maintain a connection, yet he did not expect it to be so clean and decisive. Phew, finally done. As Yi Feng emerged from the Chung family, he let out a long breath, while feeling, although he did not have thoughts of settling down so soon, it was unexpectedly disheartening to hurt a girl who had feelings. Could it be that he actually had feelings for her? He had thought he would not care. However, he quickly regained his composure, becoming nonchalant. Was this not what he wanted? He should be happy that Su could have a bright future. Casting away his worries, Yi Feng's thoughts began to stir once more. He had initially planned to splurge during his visit to the Chung family, yet unexpectedly, he spent not a single coin, and instead acquired a spirit root potential pill. This pill is said to instantly enhance one's potential regardless of how low it may be, serving as a crucial strategic resource that allows prominent families to maintain their enduring prosperity. To his astonishment, he had the fortune to obtain one. The reason why the aristocratic families of this world can have numerous young disciples embark on the path of immortality, with their cultivation qualifications generally surpassing those of solitary cultivators, is due to the resources that are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Currently, his spirit root potential was at the 9th rank. Although he had previously acquired the bloodline of a flood dragon, that bloodline primarily enhanced his physicality and endurance with no significant improvement in his cultivation speed. Thus his potential remained quite low overall. Upon returning to the Qingke Valley that evening, Yi Feng steeled his resolve and consumed the spirit root potential pill. He was soon to take up his post in Tianzhou, so he needed to seize every opportunity to elevate himself. It must be said the medicinal power of this spirit root potential pill was exceedingly intense. The moment the pill entered his stomach, a torrent of overwhelming energy erupted within him, this energy possessing a potent destructive and restorative quality, crashing through his meridians and flesh like a raging flood, while continuously mending them. No wonder it's a rare pill worth 100,000 spirit stones. Yi Feng gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, his face turning crimson, beads of sweat the size of soybeans appearing on his forehead. This energy was like countless sharp, invisible blades rampaging through his body, time and again, each impact delivering a heart-wrenching sting, as if all his bones and flesh were being shattered and then reforged. Yet he remained silent, biting down hard and enduring the pain, while laboriously guiding this violent energy throughout his body. After all, he understood that enduring this moment longer would result in a greater enhancement of his potential, which would be immensely beneficial for his future. He was unaware of how long had passed, but as the pain gradually subsided and his body began to recover, Yi Feng felt as if a monumental transformation had occurred within him, his cultivation potential rising from the 9th rank to the 7th rank. Wow, how impressive! After the medicinal effect of the pill was fully absorbed, Yi Feng slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of surprise. To his astonishment, the effect of the spirit root potential pill was so pronounced that it had elevated his potential by 2 grades. From that moment on, he was no longer the lowest among his peers. However, it was a pity that this pill was only effective the first time. Moving forward, if he wished to further enhance his potential, it would only be possible if he could evolve into the bloodline of a divine dragon. Otherwise, to his knowledge, there were no other methods available. After a brief wash the next morning, Yi Feng exited his secluded room, preparing to embark on the journey. With the 6-month deadline approaching, despite the availability of intercontinental flying boats, he still planned to set out early. After all, he couldn't afford to be late. However, to his surprise, when he stepped out of the courtyard, he discovered that the previously empty Lord's Manor was unexpectedly lively, with a purple-eyed demon wolf and several wolf cubs frolicking joyfully. Is that the purple-eyed demon wolf from before? Has it given birth? Upon recognizing the demon wolves, Yi Feng couldn't help but stare in astonishment. At that moment, the purple-eyed demon wolf he had previously adopted had grown nearly a yard long, its posture agile, and its bright eyes appeared quite mysterious under the sunlight, while its fur was smooth, shimmering with a beautiful purple luster. The wolf cubs were fluffy and adorable, as if they had just been weaned. When did this happen? Yi Feng mused in surprise. No wonder he hadn't encountered this demon wolf during his previous return. It turned out it had been busy giving birth. Yet why were their fur colors so varied? Not only were some entirely purple, but there were also pure white as snow, and even some that were fire red all over. What kind of male wolf had the purple wolf mated with to produce such a diverse offspring? Yi Feng found this quite peculiar. He couldn't imagine what kind of male wolf could sire such a variety of offspring with a purple wolf. Noticing Yi Feng's presence, the purple-eyed demon wolf mother quickly dashed over and affectionately rubbed against his leg, emitting a low whimper. Yi Feng, feeling quite pleased, reached out to stroke its head, a wave of accomplishment surging within him. He never expected that in the blink of an eye this little wolf had become a mother. Owl! Owl! The other fluffy wolf cubs rushed over joyfully, curiously, gazing at Yifeng with their round eyes. Clearly they regarded this newly appeared human with both fear and curiosity. However, after the mother wolf growled a few times, the cubs immediately became incredibly docile, wagging their tails. So well behaved too. Yifeng's heart filled with joy, and he promptly picked up each of the purple demon wolf's cubs one by one, starting to pet them. With his discerning eye, he could tell that these 6 cubs had promising bloodlines and were exceptionally intelligent. If they were nurtured properly, these wolf cubs might become a significant asset for the valley in the future, not only guarding the safety of Qingke Valley, but also acting as sentinels during cargo transport, or even forming a formidable demon wolf knight brigade. He had long coveted the demon wolf cavalry of the Nangong family. In the next moment, he summoned Suzy. He had already devised a complete plan in his mind, and since he still had quite a few spirit stones left, he decided to invest heavily. He knew that Qingke Valley had numerous places requiring spirit stones, and it would be difficult to squeeze more resources from that woman Suzian, so he decided to fund it himself. Are you saying you want to create a pack of wolf-riding beasts? Not long after Su Xian's graceful figure appeared in the main courtyard of the city lord's mansion. She usually resided in the western courtyard of the city lord's mansion, which was very close to here. However, upon hearing the reason Yifeng had called her over, she immediately felt she had misheard, unable to believe it, as she questioned him again. Indeed. Yifeng nodded lightly. Crazy. Confirmed. Su Xian could no longer suppress her expression of disbelief. Does this guy know how expensive it is to raise a spirit beast mount? Is she not aware that spirit beasts possess many talents beyond human reach? In terms of tracking and defense, they are far superior to human cultivators and are easier to manage. But this requires a massive investment of resources. A single spirit beast consumes an unknown amount of spiritual meat daily, and this must be sustained for decades, or it will lead to significant troubles. Additionally, they require appropriate armor and cultivation techniques, making it much more difficult than training a cultivator of the same realm. Such high-level situations are typically only feasible for those ancient sects and prominent families that have flourished for thousands of years with resources to spare. What ordinary forces have such financial capability? Previously, their entire valley struggled to support a single purple wolf, and now the other party is talking about creating an entire batch. This is simply a joke. However, Yifeng remained undeterred and continued to firmly instruct, my mind is made up, you just need to follow my requirements. Having raised that white tiger before, he was well aware of the costs involved. However, he had used the heavenly mechanism disc to calculate earlier and knew that these little wolf cubs had very noble bloodlines. Once trained, they would undoubtedly surpass cultivators of the same realm. Among the 6 little wolf cubs in the courtyard, 2 are purple-eyed demon wolves, 3 are crimson blood battle wolves, and 1 is a silver moon heavenly wolf. Among these 3 varieties, the purple-eyed demon wolf is the least precious, suitable for reconnaissance and guarding. The crimson blood battle wolf, however, inherits the bloodline of its male wolf ancestor and is extremely powerful, suitable for combat. As for the silver moon heavenly wolf, it is a rare mutated species born by accident, also the most mysterious and noble among the 3. If cultivated properly, it will possess some unique divine abilities. As for what kind of abilities, he could not discern until they grew up. Easier said than done, but where will the resources come from? Su Xian asked angrily. She felt that the other party was completely unaware of the cost of living. She had already planned out all the future earnings of Qingke Valley for the next few years, and had even borrowed against them in advance. To cultivate these little wolf cubs, she must begin providing refined meat daily from now on, and teach them training methods. Missing the opportunity would greatly affect their potential. Therefore, she currently had no surplus funds to support such a large endeavor. I have some here as initial capital. If it runs out later, I can add more. Yifeng had anticipated this, and quickly produced a storage bag he had prepared earlier, handing it to her. At the moment he made this decision, he had already cleared out all the temporary treasures, elixirs, and spirit stones from the star ring. These resources combined were worth nearly 100,000 spirit stones. He believed it would be sufficient for the initial stages. After all, the little demon wolves were still in their juvenile phase, and the expenses were not too high. As for the future, they would have to take it step by step. Hiss! Su Xian took the storage bag, opened it, and her tense expression instantly froze, revealing a look of shock. Where did this guy get so many spirit stones? Wasn't he said to be a discarded child of a family? At that moment, the storage bag was filled to the brim with treasures, elixirs, and spirit stones, and she couldn't immediately calculate how many there were. But she was sure that this wealth far surpassed that of a young lady from a great family. Hey, you didn't do anything illegal. I tell you, don't do anything foolish. The next moment, Su Xian advised him with concern. Currently, Qingke Valley's development momentum was excellent, and it would undoubtedly become a significant force in Chuzhou, given time. The leader of the opposing party must not get into trouble because of some petty deeds otherwise once discovered it would be utterly ruined. What are you imagining? Everything here was obtained legitimately. Yifeng couldn't help but frown at this remark, his brow furrowing into a straight line. Can't she think positively? That's good. Hearing this, Su Zian finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the other party wasn't robbing someone else's treasury, it was fine. Although these spirit stones are still far from enough to create a spirit beast knight, they should suffice for a year or two. Next, Yifeng gave Su Zian several formulas for feeding and breeding the demon wolves, as well as the previously unused Billuoxicile Yin and Xian crystal, and instructed her to find someone to refine them. Only then did he resolutely embark on the journey to Tianzhou under her astonished gaze. Although these formulas and materials were quite precious, only Su Zian in the valley could accomplish this, so there was no time to waste. Trusting others is essential. If there are doubts, one should not employ them. Hopefully she wouldn't let him down. Upon arriving at Tianbao City, boarding the cross-domain flying boat to Tianzhou in the heart of Songlong continent, Yifeng finally let out a long sigh of relief. The new journey was about to begin. The Songlong continent consists of 16 states, each with varying degrees of cultivation prosperity. In the central Tianzhou, spiritual veins converge and talents abound. Not only is the spiritual energy extremely rich, but the quality of the mineral veins is also very high, making it a true sacred land for cultivation. In some remote states, however, the spiritual energy is relatively thin, and most mineral veins are of low to mid-level, making them unprofitable. For example, in the western Chuzhou, if a sect has 1 or 2 4th or 5th level mineral veins, it is already impressive. Most don't even have 3rd level veins. However, in Tianzhou, 4th and 5th level veins are quite common, and even 6th and 7th level superior mines can be found in abundance. Going to Tianzhou means that even if you are just an ordinary miner, you can earn dozens of spirit stones each month. Not to mention the flourishing alchemy and artifact crafting skills and countless mountains and secret realms. Therefore, in other states, any formidable cultivator will think about developing in Tianzhou after reaching a certain bottleneck. The Songlong Guard's main camp, which Yifeng intended to visit, is also located in Tianzhou. Oh, senior sister Shin, look quickly. There's a handsome young man sitting near us. On the flying boat, Yifeng had barely settled into his elegant seat when he saw a petite and cute female cultivator leading an elegantly tall and beautiful woman towards him. The petite and cute female cultivator was dressed in exquisite attire from the Gyun sect and wore a luxurious ring indicating that she was an inner disciple of the most prestigious sect in Chuzhou. The tall woman beside her wore the core disciple robe of the Gyun sect, exuding an air of nobility. Upon seeing Yifeng, the petite female cultivator immediately let out a joyful cheer. The journey on this cross-domain flying boat is long. Sitting next to a handsome young man would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Are you a love-struck girl? Hearing this, the tall woman quickly covered the petite girl's mouth, displaying a look of helplessness. This woman must be crazy about men. She dared to shout so loudly in front of others. However, the petite girl paid no attention to this, and after sitting down eagerly began to size up Yifeng. The flying boat was not luxurious. There were no private cabins, only rows of elegant seats spaced closely together, allowing for an unobstructed view of the person next to you. Hey there, young man, you're also heading to Tianzhou, right? The petite female cultivator, seemingly very lively, began to actively strike up a conversation with Yifeng after sizing him up. Indeed. May I ask what advice you have? Yifeng was momentarily taken aback and asked. He had planned to rest his eyes, but did not expect her to initiate conversation, so out of politeness he could only respond courteously. Advice? I wouldn't dare. I just find it curious that such a young man has reached the foundation establishment stage, yet looks unfamiliar. I wonder which sect's talented youth you are. The petite female cultivator smiled, revealing a pair of adorable dimples. Indeed, this young man had a handsome face, making her feel inclined to befriend him. If his family background is good, she might consider it. I am Yifeng from the Qingyan sect. Yifeng did not put on airs and responded with a smile. It was rare to meet someone of the same age. Getting to know each other might provide some support once he reached Tianzhou. After all, he was completely unfamiliar with the place. Qingyan sect. I haven't heard of you. I've looked into the more famous geniuses of the Qingyan sect. Upon hearing this name, the petite female cultivator immediately displayed a hint of confusion. She often felt bored and loved to investigate the young talents of various sects, and she was well aware of the more prominent geniuses of the Qingyan sect, yet she had never heard of anyone named Yifeng. Ahem, I'm just an outer disciple. Oh, it's normal for you not to have heard of me, Yifeng explained lightly. An outer disciple? How did you reach the foundation establishment stage? The petite female cultivator's eyes flashed with shock upon hearing this. It is well known that outer disciples are generally composed of common cultivators with exceedingly poor resources and inferior cultivation techniques. Those with some strength or background usually transition to inner disciples long before. How could someone still be an outer disciple at this age, yet reach the foundation establishment stage? I was just lucky and encountered some opportunities. Yifeng continued to respond nonchalantly. No wonder. The petite female cultivator understood this and felt a bit disappointed at the same time. If he was truly an outer disciple, the attraction factor had greatly diminished. But it doesn't matter. Our senior sister Shun is a renowned genius in Chuzhou, and she's acquainted with Lu Yunshu the Fairy Lu. If you curry favor with her, perhaps she can help you become an inner disciple. Soon the petite girl began to comfort Yifeng with a cheerful smile. No matter what, she found this young man quite pleasing to the eye. Getting to know him and having him as a backup wasn't a bad idea. Yifeng felt a bit helpless upon hearing this. What use was knowing that woman Lu Yunshu? If it were useful, he would have become an inner disciple long ago. Before he could politely decline, the tall girl immediately grew impatient and interrupted, saying, "Hey, you little girl, if you want to chat, go ahead. Don't drag me into it." The tall girl cast a glance at Yifeng, her tone laced with subtle disdain. She didn't judge friends based on superficial appearances, as she wanted to befriend those with strength and depth. Among the friends she currently knew, none were not the offspring of prominent families, and all were ambitious elites. She wouldn't even spare a glance at those young masters who were nothing but wastrels regardless of their backgrounds. Though the person before her looked decent, who knew what lay behind the facade? Perhaps he was just a superficial playboy, once entangled it would be difficult to shake him off. Thus she had to decisively cut off any possibility. "Hey Xinyiling, can you stop being so aloof? I was just trying to help you make more friends since it's your first time in Tianzhou." The petite girl felt a bit embarrassed by this remark and retorted angrily, "I've gone through a lot of trouble to raise my profile, and you just had to ruin it for me in front of her." The tall girl scoffed, "No need. I have plenty of friends, I don't require any more. You can keep them for yourself." As a beautiful daughter of a wealthy family, would she lack male friends? Probably. With just a word, many young talents would be lining up to gain her favor. The other party was completely worrying unnecessarily. "Fine as you say," the petite girl said, feeling a bit puffed up, turning to Yifeng, no longer wanting to pay attention to that woman. "Brother, you don't mind her? Let's just chat among ourselves." The petite girl quickly returned to her cheerful demeanor, looking apologetically at Yifeng. "It's fine. I understand." Yifeng smiled, indicating that he wasn't bothered. He knew that since the tall girl was a renowned genius in Chuzhou, her aloofness was quite normal. She probably just instinctively disliked engaging with strangers, not targeting him specifically. So he was not angry. Fortunately, he had no real intention of ingratiating himself with her. It turned out that this petite girl seemed to have visited Tianzhou quite a few times and was well informed about it. Through their conversation, he quickly learned a lot about Tianzhou and discovered that her name was Yiyun and her family had some businesses there. For the rest of the time, Yifeng focused on asking Yiyun about Tianzhou's customs and important matters, chatting happily without casting another glance at the tall girl. Yiyun was also delighted to explain, answering every question in detail. This made Yifeng secretly feel that he had indeed found the right person. However, the tall girl, seeing that the two were completely engrossed in their conversation and had entirely ignored her, felt quite puzzled and even slightly annoyed. She never expected that she, who was always the center of attention, would be so neglected, and it was by an outer disciple she had never heard of before. She thought that no matter how cold she acted or how much distance she put between them, the other party would inevitably try to steer the conversation back to her like an annoying fly. But to her surprise, the other party completely ignored her, treating her as if she were invisible. This guy, could he be pretending? Yet she didn't say much more about it. What a joke. With her looks, did she need to care about this? As long as she wanted someone to strike up a conversation, she only had to soften her expression a bit, and countless people would rush forward to get close to her. Yet even though she knew she wasn't lacking, being truly ignored still left her feeling quite displeased. It was your problem if you didn't come to curry favor. In contrast to Shun Yiling's complicated feelings, Yiyun was enjoying the conversation more and more. She found Yifeng, though not very talkative, quite adept at chatting, always managing to praise her subtly, which she greatly appreciated. Moreover, Yiyun was surprised to find that he seemed to know quite a bit about places outside of Chuzhou, as if he had traveled to many areas. His insights and perspective were quite remarkable too, with questions that were very targeted, unlike someone who had stayed in Chuzhou without experiencing the world. Even the tall girl listening nearby found herself secretly amazed by these questions. Though she looked down on chatting with the two, she couldn't help but eavesdrop, using it to reinforce her judgment of that person. Once that guy revealed any obvious flaws, she would immediately cast him aside. However, she didn't expect that upon listening she would find that his conversation was quite decent without any remarks that made her scoff. Nonetheless, she didn't elevate her opinion of him, instead it further solidified her assumptions. After all, many playboys enjoyed inquiring about various stories only to show off in front of young women. Some inexperienced girls could easily be captured by their eloquence and fall into the trap set for them. She felt that Yifeng was most likely one of them. I hope that Yin will be smart enough. However, she was somewhat surprised that not long after Yifeng and the others fell silent, starting to rest their eyes. After all, the journey was long. No matter how many topics there were, they couldn't keep chatting forever. Seeing that the man did not continue delving into conversation with her friend, the tall girl felt a bit relieved, though still puzzled. Thank goodness it stopped, otherwise she wouldn't know how to remind him. But why didn't that guy take any further action? Was her judgment incorrect? The tall girl felt quite confused. The distance from Chuzhou to Tianzhou was significantly greater than to the western-centered Songzhou. Fortunately, the flying boat was much faster than the previous merchant caravan, and unbeknownst to them, over a month had passed before they finally arrived in a whole new world. In this realm, the spiritual energy was exceedingly rich, with beautiful immortal mountains visible everywhere, each place seemingly meticulously crafted and designed, resembling a true earthly paradise. However, the flying boat did not stop there. It continued onward for an unknown duration until it reached a grand complex with flourishing immortal mountain pavilions and towering palaces, gradually beginning its descent. Wow! This is the holy city of Tianzhou. As Yifeng's gaze swept over the massive immortal palace buildings below, he felt as if he were rooted in place by an invisible force, and the shock in his heart lingered. This holy city of Tianzhou was so vast that it resembled a boundless dream city spread across the expansive lush earth. In the grand city, various towering cultivation towers, watchtowers, and exquisite aerial pavilions can be seen everywhere. From a high vantage point, one can discern that this holy city is divided into several enormous regions in the east, west, south, north, and center, each with its unique terrain and layout, connected by spacious and elegant rainbow bridges. These rainbow bridges span across mountain peaks, traverse through seas of clouds, and some are laid upon lush grassy fields resembling vibrant ribbons that link every corner of the sacred land, emanating magnificent hues. In certain areas of the city, there are various protective mountain arrays shimmering with spiritual light, resembling water-like shields that guard important buildings. The grandeur of this Tianzhou holy city completely overturned Yifeng's understanding of all cities, showcasing the beauty of its architecture to the fullest. Eventually, the flying ship came to a halt in front of a massive white jade square in the western part of the holy city. Finally, they have arrived. As the flying ship came to a complete stop, everyone on board let out a collective sigh of relief. The journey over the past month has been nothing short of stifling. Mainly it was because this flying ship was an economical model lacking space and could not compare to the luxurious ones. Stepping out of the cabin and onto the white jade square, one could see that the entire ground was paved with specially crafted spirit jade, each piece uniform in size and pattern, all containing abundant spiritual energy, appearing dreamlike under the sunlight. At this moment, it was early morning, and although it was still early, a large number of cultivators were already waiting on the square for the flying ships or bidding farewell to friends. Clearly, this was the main departure station from the holy city to the western continents. Surrounding the square, many vendors began to shout out, and numerous cultivators were leisurely shopping, creating a lively atmosphere. Holy city, I've arrived. Tianzhou, I finally made it. Witnessing this incredibly bustling scene, many young cultivators visiting for the first time couldn't help but cheer excitedly. They all held a deep yearning for this place, having heard of the glory of the sacred land in countless texts and legends, yet never imagined they would finally stand here today. This truly is the sacred land of cultivation spoken of in legends of the Songlong continent. Yifeng murmured to himself, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. As he officially stepped onto the land of the holy city, the overwhelming feelings of openness, grandeur, and fresh air struck him along with the stunning scenery. Moreover, he felt that every cell in his body had become more invigorated, as if the air and rules here resonated perfectly with his body. Gazing at the towering buildings around him, and the fleeting lights darting about, Yifeng felt a rare sense of vigor rising in his heart. He was certain that if he could continue cultivating here, his future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those in Chuzhou by a significant margin. Brother Yi, next I have to take this woman to handle some matters, so we part ways here. Until we meet again. Just as Yifeng was lost in thought, Yin suddenly approached and waved goodbye to him. Upon arriving here, her mood inexplicably brightened. This was a place filled with hope incomparable to the previous Chuzhou. All right, until we meet again. Yifeng smiled and waved politely in return. He was about to report to the Songlong Guard, and although they had crossed paths by chance and both came to this sacred land to develop, their future paths were destined to diverge, so they could only exchange a few message talismans to reconnect later. I'm off. After saying that, the petite female cultivator took the still aloof tall woman and summoned her, flying swords soaring in a certain direction. Yifeng then took out the jade slip that Captain Zhao had given him earlier, starting to compare it to find the route to the reporting location. Fortunately, the reporting location for the Canglong Guard was also in the west of the Holy City. However, he quickly became surprised as he followed the guide map, discovering that the direction he was to head in was actually the same as that of the petite female cultivator and her companion. This must be a coincidence, right? Yifeng thought to himself, puzzled. He couldn't just chase after the direction they had left lest that woman with the surname Shen think he had ulterior motives. He could only begin traversing the ground for now. Surrounding the streets of the sacred land, there were towering giant commercial buildings, each divided into several floors. These giant commercial buildings were even more upscale and grand compared to those in Chuzhou. Along the way, Yifeng noticed that almost every commercial building had large treasure plaques hanging in front shimmering with vibrant colorful lights. In various corners of the commercial buildings, solemn puppets were maintaining order. Just from their appearance, they seemed extremely lifelike, emanating mysterious waves of spiritual power. Such advanced puppet techniques here. Yifeng was amazed to see the delicate puppets everywhere, completely replacing the cultivators for guard duties. Although he wanted to enter the commercial buildings to make purchases right away, he knew that the treasures, pills, and cultivation manuals inside these giant buildings were definitely beyond what Chuzhou could compare to, and the prices would be exorbitant. He currently had less than 2,000 spirit stones on hand, and he estimated that he couldn't afford even a slightly decent treasure, so he decided not to waste time looking. Since he was already here, it would be better to stabilize himself first. There would be plenty of time to shop later. Sprinting ahead after some wandering, Yifeng finally arrived in front of a magnificent palace. This palace appeared grand and solemn, intricately carved with various exquisite runes and patterns marking it as the destination noted in the jade slip. Importantly, in front of the palace's square stood a lifelike human statue resembling an immortal clad in flowing robes holding a long sword as if about to ascend. Is this the western camp of the Canglong Guard? Who is this figure depicted in the statue? Yifeng was secretly amazed at this sight. To be honored with such a statue at the entrance of the Canglong Guard, that figure must hold an exceptional status, right? However, he did not linger as there were important matters to attend to. The next moment, he began walking towards the palace's entrance. Just as he was about to take a step, he suddenly spotted two familiar figures amidst the crowd ahead. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Yiyun and Shun Yiling, whom he had just parted from not long ago. Oh, isn't that the kid with the surname Ye? How did he end up here? On the other side, the petite girl turned her head and spotted Yifeng not far away, immediately surprised. Both of them had been flying and wandering for quite a distance. How could they encounter each other? Haha, of course he's been following us on purpose. The tall girl sneered upon seeing this, drawing a direct conclusion. She had seen such things too many times. These seemingly righteous individuals always start off pretending to be earnest only to create opportunities for encounters and then seek reasons to further engage. If a naive girl were to encounter them, she might indeed be deceived, but she is completely immune to such tricks. Is that true or false? With a preconceived notion in mind, the petite girl felt it was quite possible. Could it be that she truly misjudged him? She never expected that the seemingly upright, handsome guy had been following her all along. How else could one explain his coincidental appearance here? Of course it's true. I told you can't judge a person so superficially. Did you see? The tall girl said with a tone of admonishment, speaking with unwavering confidence. She had encountered more sophisticated schemes before, and compared to those young masters from Tianbao City, this young man named Yi was still too inexperienced. This was also the reason she disliked being approached by strangers. What a coincidence, you two. Soon after, Yifeng casually greeted the two girls as he walked past. Upon encountering them again, he felt quite awkward, merely pretending as if nothing had happened. However, the petite girl's gaze towards him was extremely complex. Yifeng, you're not saying the place you're looking for is right here, are you? The petite girl pointed towards the palace entrance ahead, asking meaningfully. Though the palace ahead appeared grand, it bore no sign, so an ordinary person would not know what it was for. She had only learned by chance that it was the western camp of the Canglong Guard. The other party had mentioned wanting to find a job in a certain place. Now did he mean to look for a job in the Canglong Guard? Exactly how did you know? Yifeng was taken aback and somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected her to hit the nail on the head. However, upon hearing his response, both Shun Yiling and Yiyun displayed expressions of as expected. So disappointing. Did he not know what this place truly was? Jobs in the Canglong Guard are not just something anyone can find. Shun Yiling's eyes flashed with uncontainable disdain and disgust. If before she merely looked down on him without any intention to belittle, now it had transformed into outright contempt. He was just a man with clumsy methods and childish behavior. He was far inferior to the young masters she had met before. However, Yifeng paid no mind to their thoughts and simply bid them farewell before stepping towards the main entrance. Now that the sky was getting late, he needed to settle down quickly. Wait, he really went inside. Seeing Yifeng walk into the palace without looking back, Yiyun and Shun Yiling were both quite surprised. Although the palace ahead had no sign, and was quite mysterious. It was not without guards. It was not something just anyone could enter. They had thought he was merely putting on an act, but who would have thought he would be serious? However, they both felt that the next moment he would be thrown out. After all, this was not just any place. Let's take a look. Soon Xin Yiling called out, with an amused expression. She was curious to see what expression he would have when thrown out. It must be quite a show, right? However, when the two also stepped through the palace doors, they saw Yi Feng present a token, and after the two guards inspected it, he was respectfully welcomed inside. Wait, how does he have a token of identity? Xin Yiling stared at the token Yi Feng had produced, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. She was very familiar with that token. It was the recommendation token for reserve members of the Songlong Guard. She had one in her hand, but where did he get his? Haha, so he truly is just like you, how amusing. The petite girl was equally stunned, but she quickly broke into a gloating smile. Previously, when she mistakenly thought she had a good impression of this young man, she was quite depressed when she found out he had ulterior motives. She felt a bit of doubt about life and was reluctant to make friends, but now it had taken a surprising turn. I told you, Shin, don't always act so high and mighty. Don't think everyone in the world revolves around you. Remember not to be so vain next time. The petite girl cast a smug glance at her friend and said with a grin, Impossible. How can this be? Upon hearing this mockery, the tall girl's face turned pale, feeling somewhat ashamed. How could a random person they encountered on the road be a candidate for the Songlong Guard? Absolutely impossible. In Chuzhou, she knew everyone who had been recommended, and this guy was definitely not on the list. The next moment, she strode forward with her long legs, determined to see where that fellow had obtained his token. Perhaps it was stolen. If he was indeed impersonating someone, she would expose him no matter what. It must be said that this palace spanned a vast area covering several miles, and the western camp of the Songlong Guard was extremely secretive, located in the restricted area at the back of the palace. This restricted area was heavily guarded with no designated personnel to guide, making it impossible for ordinary people to approach or even know what it was used for. Most of the buildings in the front part of this palace were merely ordinary offices of the Holy Alliance for camouflage. Yi Feng was led by the guide, navigating through countless twists and turns for what seemed like an eternity, finally arriving at the front of a mysterious building at the back. However, what he did not expect was that the woman named Shun was also a reported candidate for the Songlong Guard and was on the same team as him. Xin Yiling also never imagined that this Yi was truly a bona fide reserve member of the Songlong Guard and was recommended by Yongzhou. How could this be? This was too absurd. How did a disciple from an outer sect in Chuzhou end up so far away in Yongzhou and receive a recommendation slot? She was filled with endless doubts. However, this had been personally verified by the elder at the reception hall, and her identity was confirmed beyond doubt. Even if she didn't believe it, she had no grounds to argue. What's going on with Zhao Dajuan? Why would he recommend such a young person? Zhang Ning, the team leader of the Qinglong group of the Songlong Guard, was equally astonished by Yi Feng's background. Just moments ago, he received a notification that 2 candidates were coming to report and were to join their team, so he needed to make arrangements. Among these 2 newcomers, Xin Yiling had no issues. Her background was clear, and her recommendation was logical. But Yi Feng was too strange, with low cultivation and poor qualifications, exuding an air of peculiarity, and the reasons for his recommendation were ambiguous. The other party's resume was simply that of a guard who had only served a few years in the Southwest Patrol Camp. When did the Songlong Guard standards become so low? He was extremely puzzled. No need to look, he must be a relative of the Zhao family. Zhang Ning quickly concluded, while also calculating how to arrange for Yi Feng. Their general despised such connections the most, and had repeatedly warned against using power for personal gain, yet it constantly persisted. However, since this person was genuinely recommended by Yongzhou, he could not ignore it, otherwise the procedures would be compromised, so he could only symbolically keep him around for now. Every year many candidates are recommended from various provinces, but only a little over a quarter actually become formal members of the Songlong Guard. If they fail the assessment, they naturally have to return. Yi Feng was unaware that his immediate superior had decided to treat him coldly after their first meeting, nor did he know he had been labeled as a connection. He merely cooperated diligently with the reception staff, collecting information and swiftly processing his new identity token. This new identity token looked unremarkable, appearing to be just a piece of ordinary Xian iron, but he knew it was anything but simple. With this token, he would be a true reserve member of the Songlong Guard from now on. However, he was puzzled that reserve members of the Songlong Guard received no salary, but instead had to spend quite a few spirit stones on various daily training. Moreover, reserve personnel were not provided with accommodation and had to solve it themselves. This was quite annoying. He didn't expect such rules from the Holy Alliance. However, once he thought about the prestige that came with being a member of the Songlong Guard, equivalent to having a life-saving token, he reluctantly accepted the reality. This identity was extremely important to him. In a world where powerful families abound and the weak are preyed upon, he had no family background, making it exceedingly difficult to stand out. Whether he wished to remain an ordinary person or focus on managing a breeding farm, he needed a solid backing, otherwise he couldn't live in peace. With this identity, he effectively had the backing of the Holy Alliance. Even if his breeding farm expanded, no one would dare to covet it easily. Conversely, without it, no matter how well he developed, someone could easily take everything he had with just a flimsy excuse. Thus he had to secure this position in the Songlong Guard no matter what. This was the foundation for everything. Having realized this, he soon began to walk out of the Western camp with excitement, preparing to look for accommodation nearby. There were no arrangements on the first day of reporting. He was free now. Within this sacred city, towering structures and bustling streets were interspersed with immortal mountains and cultivation caves. What surprised Yifeng was that the cultivation caves in this district were all exquisitely crafted high-end self-contained ensembles, each featuring pavilions, front courtyards, rear mountains, and even small lotus ponds. A complete cave residence spanned several thousand square meters with annual rent as the minimum lease term. Even the most affordable option cost several thousand spirit stones. Could this entire district be an enclave for the affluent? Yifeng mused, inwardly deeply astonished. Such refined self-contained residences were undoubtedly every cultivator's cherished dream, a private domain of one's own, and he too longed to rent one and dwell within it. Yet he possessed fewer than 2,000 spirit stones, and after accounting for various incidental expenses, his truly available funds amounted to only 1,000. With no choice, he expanded his search further afield. To his bewilderment, he had initially assumed such exclusivity applied only to the area near the Western camp, but discovered instead that the same held true across the city. Not a single residence rented for under 2,000 spirit stones could be found. The sheer affluence of the cultivators here utterly shattered his prior understanding. After discreet inquiries, he finally gleaned some insight into the situation. It turned out that most residents of the sacred city were cultivators ranked gold core or above, or elite foundation establishment cultivators. Some were supported by wealthy clans, others possessed exceptional talents, enabling them to amass vast fortunes in spirit stones, thus affording these independent cave residences. Those of modest means, or lower cultivation rank, could remain here only by attaching themselves to powerful masters as servants, dwelling in servant quarters within their patrons' estates, or by seeking temporary refuge with relatives or friends before departing again. To rent an independent residence was virtually impossible. After all, the sacred city teemed with dense spiritual energy. Every inch of land was priceless. Were accommodations universally affordable, the city would long since have been overwhelmed by cultivators from every continent of the Songlong realm. It seems I must visit the Qingyun sect's local outpost and inquire about temporary lodging. Yifeng sighed helplessly. As a major sect of Chu province, the Qingyun sect naturally maintained a presence in the sacred city, and he had already learned its approximate location not far from the Western camp. Previously, he had preferred not to rely excessively on his sect nor entangle himself deeply with Qingyun sect members. After all, he was but a negligible figure within the sect, and others owed him no deference. Yet now he had no alternative but to try. As for Yun, their acquaintance had been fleeting and superficial. Propriety between man and woman made it unthinkable to impose upon her, unless absolutely desperate. Mounting his flying sword, he streaked across the sky like a beam of light, and over an hour later finally halted before a valley. Before him lay a breathtakingly elegant valley spanning 7 or 8 li in circumference, adorned with multiple peaks and cradled by a robust spirit vein, its air thick with abundant spiritual energy, the Qingyun sect's sacred city outpost. At the entrance stood a massive bluestone archway inscribed with the characters Qingyun sect, majestic and imposing. Yifeng approached the reception pavilion near the gate. The moment he stepped inside, a middle-aged cultivator in pale blue Taoist robes, kind-faced and courteous, stepped forward to greet him. "Esteemed fellow cultivator, may I ask your purpose in visiting?" The cultivator asked politely, his gaze curiously appraising Yifeng. Though Yifeng appeared young and of modest cultivation level, the man dared not show the slightest negligence. Anyone who reached the sacred city was extraordinary. "Senior brother, I am Yifeng of Xian Peak, here on sect business, and wish to lodge temporarily. Might there be any vacant rooms?" Yifeng promptly presented his Qingyun sect identity token while courteously stating his request. He knew the sect maintained temporary lodgings at key outposts to assist disciples on official errands, and wisely avoided mentioning long-term residents, opting instead for a modest provisional request. A junior brother from Xian Peak. What an honor. Regrettably, all our cave residences are fully occupied. None remain available. Upon hearing Yifeng's words, the cultivator instantly understood and replied with sincere regret. He was not feigning reluctance. The situation was simply irrevocable. The sacred city was the sect's disciples' most beloved destination, the ultimate cultivation sanctuary. Opportunities abounded and rewards were generous. Demand for residences had always vastly exceeded supply. No vacancies existed. Even senior elders required considerable effort to secure a single room during official visits, let alone an outer disciple like Yifeng. Yifeng's heart sank. He had not anticipated such acute scarcity. Not even a single temporary chamber could be arranged. Senior brother, might you please reconsider? I am willing to pay spirit stone rent. He pressed on, unwilling to. Securing just a few days' stay would buy him time to devise another solution. He did possess valuable treasures, but each was indispensable to his path, and selling any would be unwise. For now, patience remained his best course. Junior brother, it is not that I refuse to help. It is simply beyond my power. The cultivator shook his head, sorrow etched across his features. Such requests were frequent, yet the residences were genuinely full. Surely he could not evict others to accommodate one obscure outer disciple. Very well. Since this is the case, I shall not trouble you further. Yifeng sighed, and prepared to depart. He knew his low standing within the sect made this avenue unlikely to succeed. As for nearby inns, their prices were exorbitant. With his meager reserves, reckless spending would leave him destitute. Yet just as he raised his sword to depart, a streak of emerald light descended precisely at the valley's entrance. Yifeng, what are you doing here? A familiar female voice rang out the moment the light settled. Yifeng froze, his temples throbbed. There stood Lu Yunshu, of all people. How uncanny that their paths should cross here once more. So you've emerged already. You've kept me worrying for ages. Confirming it was indeed Yifeng. Lu Yunshu bristled with indignation. He was still alive. When the secret realm sealed, she had searched desperately for him, convinced he had perished. Her grief had lingered long, only to discover he had slipped away unscathed, yet never sought her out. Speak plainly. What did you obtain inside the secret realm? In an instant she closed the distance, seized his collar, and demanded fiercely. Senior sister, might we mind decorum? This is a public place. Yifeng tensed as Lu Yunshu loomed before him. Her figure was undeniably exquisite. Memories of that tantalizing encounter years ago still lingered vividly in his mind. Yet with bystanders watching, her proximity felt dangerously compromising. Indeed, the middle-aged cultivator beside them gaped, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. This renowned, immortal maiden Lu of the sect knew him, and so intimately. Who then was this youth? Do not deflect, answer truthfully. Lu Yunshu held his gaze unflinchingly. Reputation paled beside treasure. Please, senior sister. You know how perilous it was inside. What could a junior brother like me possibly acquire? Yifeng countered, wearing an expression of profound dejection. Truly, you're not deceiving me. Her fury momentarily subsided, her instincts whispering this might hold merit. She knew better than anyone how treacherous that labyrinth had been. Without expending her ultimate trump card, she herself would not have claimed even the first treasure chest, much less the second. Yifeng possessed no comparable artifact. How could he possibly have secured any treasure? Had she misjudged him entirely? I'd be a puppy if I lied. Yifeng declared calmly, producing his soul storage pouch and handing it to her. He had anticipated this moment and faced it without hesitation. Could it really be? Lu Yunshu opened her storage bag and searched through it several times, only to find that there were truly no valuable items inside, feeling an overwhelming sense of disappointment. Hey, did you hide it somewhere? The treasures from the last secret realm are extremely important for the sect's development. If you can contribute them, the sect can offer a much higher price in exchange. In the next moment, Lu Yunshu, not willing to give up, asked again. The items they brought back last time had been confirmed by the sect's elders to be relics of an ancient major sect, and the inheritance within them held great reference value for the sect's development, especially in the art of puppetry. Previously, the rewards given to Mu Feng and others for their contributions had been substantial, and if this person could contribute, they would definitely receive significant benefits too. There's really nothing. I'm all alone. Where do you think I could hide it? Yifeng denied without hesitation. Wasn't it important for his own development as well? He had glanced through the contents roughly, whether it was the alchemy techniques or the puppetry skills. Many of the arts were already lost or unheard of in the present day. Once he comprehended these secret arts, they would undoubtedly become the foundation for the Qingke Valley's existence in this world, not to mention the hidden treasures like the Starry Ring and Void Boots. Thus, even if he was currently struggling, he would never resort to such a short-sighted act. But what about you, senior sister? What good treasures did you obtain? Are you going to share a portion with me? Suddenly, Yifeng's eyes gleamed as he looked at Lu Yunshu, wearing a meaningful smile. He was certain that she must have acquired something good, or otherwise she wouldn't have asked. The mechanism that could be opened was entirely thanks to him. If she obtained treasures, she should remember the one who dug the well while drinking water. Just right now, he was tight on resources and wondered if he could extort a bit from her. No way. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunshu's heart sank slightly, and she coldly rejected him. She had indeed obtained something good. However, their team had been disbanded the moment they entered the teleportation gate, and whatever treasures were obtained now belonged to whoever got them. There was no reason to share with others. As for the maze mechanism, without her opening the bronze door, he wouldn't have discovered it at all. Senior sister, you're truly ungrateful. I admire you. Yifeng was rendered speechless by this. He had guessed that there wouldn't be any result from this matter, but he didn't expect her to refuse so boldly. However, he couldn't overpower her at that moment, so he could only helplessly shift her attention away. In the next moment, he retracted the storage bag and prepared to take his leave. But soon Lu Yunshu called out to him again. Wait, what exactly are you doing in this holy city? Lu Yunshu was filled with immense curiosity. It wasn't out of concern, rather she felt that this guy was somewhat mysterious. He had managed to travel alone to Yongzhou during the Qi refinement stage, and now he appeared in the holy city so quickly. This was something an outer sect disciple could hardly achieve. This is a personal matter of mine, senior sister. Why do you need to ask so clearly? Yifeng replied, slightly irritated. She was not someone close to him, why should she pry so deeply? Did he have an obligation to answer? Are you looking for a place to stay? If you tell me, I can help you. Lu Yunshu blinked her eyes, turning smiling as she spoke. She had finally found him. How could she let him go so easily? Oh, is that true? Yifeng's heart stirred at her words, and he halted his steps. This woman held a special position in the sect. If she was truly willing to help him, perhaps she really had a way. Of course it's true. A mysterious smile appeared on Lu Yunshu's face. Alright, I came to the holy city to look for a job and learn some skills. After all, the skills here are generally quite advanced, Yifeng explained perfunctorily. In fact, he did have the intention of learning higher-level alchemy and weapon refining techniques here. He had found that the alchemy techniques and puppetry jade slips he had previously obtained were quite profound, and he currently had no way to start. Is that all? Lu Yunshu found it hard to believe at first, but then thought it was quite reasonable. She had already known that he could perform some weapon refining techniques in the secret realm, so it made sense for him to want to learn further. She didn't expect this guy to have such ambition. Of course. Alright, follow me. Not long after, Lu Yunshu led Yifeng on a flying sword to the place she mentioned. It was a remarkably exquisite loft residence located at the rear of the Qingyun sect's base, far larger and more grand than any he had seen before. This residence was estimated to occupy an entire independent hill. Senior sister, are you saying I should live here? Yifeng looked at the incredibly beautiful hilltop loft before him, feeling his breath quicken, utterly unable to believe it. This place was simply too perfect, it felt like a paradise on earth. The entire loft was backed by rolling green mountains where lush vegetation thrived and numerous birds flitted about, occasionally chirping, bringing an invigorating sense of vitality. The area around the loft was filled with dense spiritual energy, and one could often see wisps of spiritual mist drifting about, as if an independent spiritual vein lay underground, continuously nourishing the entire residence with abundant spiritual power. In front of the loft was a spacious yard adorned with layers of vibrant spiritual herbs and various kinds of spiritual flowers, colorful and competing for beauty. Beside the yard was a small spiritual pond, its water crystal clear, resembling a giant blue mirror embedded in the hillside. What made Yifeng even more excited was that on one side of the spiritual pond sat an exquisite pavilion, where sitting inside not only allowed a full view of the surrounding mountain scenery, but also offered the pleasure of basking in the essence of the sun and moon. This residence was simply the most ideal place for him to live. Of course, but your living quarters are over there. Lu Yunshu pointed to a simple wooden house next to the loft. A storage room. Yifeng looked toward where she pointed, and his heart instantly sank. It was a small wooden house, completely empty and outside the loft. So this exquisite loft residence had nothing to do with him at all. That small wooden house was clearly meant for servants or storage. What else? This loft is for me to live in. You're not allowed to step inside. Besides, you must roast a few skewers of spiritual meat for me every day as rent. Lu Yunshu finally revealed a smug smile. This was her true intention, as she wanted to bring him here to confirm that he was interested before discussing the condition. After all, she still remembered the roasted meat he had made before. Yifeng couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. This woman. So that was her plan. He had wondered how she could be so kind-hearted. However, having a small wooden house to live in was still better than having nothing at all. Moreover, he could always renovate the wooden house. In the next moment, Yifeng decisively agreed. No matter what, he had to find a temporary place to stay in this holy city first. Arriving in front of the wooden house and inspecting it briefly, Yifeng immediately had a rough idea for renovation. Without delay, he took out his spiritual sword and headed to the back mountain to cut wood. The back mountain was lush and full of vibrant greenery with an excellent environment, and even the quality of the wood was exceptionally high. Before long, he had enough suitable wood and carried it back. However, just as he was about to start working, he suddenly noticed a figure in white descending gracefully in front of the residence. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the figure in white, with cascading hair like a waterfall and a lightness akin to that of an immortal, was none other than Nangong Liuyun, whom he had briefly interacted with before. After many years, Nangong Liuyun seemed to have deepened her cultivation, and she radiated a pure, holy glow like an ice mountain snow lotus. Is that senior sister Nangong? She also lives here. Yifeng stared blankly at Lu Yunshu, who was fiddling with the flowers and plants nearby, bearing an expression of undeniable shock. She had never mentioned this before. He had thought this residence was only for Lu Yunshu. Of course, with the surname, do you realize how lucky you are now? Lu Yunshu's voice was clear and melodious as she asked with a smile. She had deliberately kept this from him just to see his reaction. Hee. Yifeng's expression turned somewhat bitter upon hearing this. Lucky. In fact, he didn't feel lucky at all. Instead, he felt quite uneasy. After all, having such a powerful expert living nearby, he constantly worried that his secrets would be discovered. Conversely, if it were just Lu Yunshu, with her not being much stronger than him, he would have confidence in keeping things under wraps. However, the most urgent matter was to settle down first and figure out how to use the 2,000 spirit stones in hand to generate more wealth. As for everything else, he could only be as cautious as possible. After Nangong Liuyun landed, she nodded slightly at Yifeng in greeting before walking straight into the residence. Clearly, she had some impression of Yifeng, knowing he was not a reckless person, and Lu Yunshu had explained everything to her not long ago. Yifeng simply smiled in response and focused on renovating his wooden house. She didn't chase him away, which surprised him a bit, but he had no intention of staying long. Once he earned spirit stones, he could leave as soon as possible. That night, Yifeng was busy until midnight before he finally began to rest. After a series of major renovations, the wooden house had become quite spacious and cozy. Not only was the wooden house fully furnished, but it also had some magical lamps borrowed from Lu Yunshu embedded in it, lighting up the interior brilliantly. Additionally, the surrounding wooden walls and the floors below had been tightly sealed with bright yellow interlocking panels. After all, he didn't want anyone peeking in while he was cultivating. After comfortably sleeping for several hours on the wooden bed, Yifeng began to tidy his attire early the next morning and flew towards the Songlong Guard's western camp. Today is his first official day in office, and he needs to leave a good impression. However, when he arrived at the Qingtian Group station, he found 3 people already waiting in a spacious hall. The 3 individuals included 2 men and 1 woman, one of whom was Shun Yiling, whom he had already met, along with 2 young men he was seeing for the first time. At that moment, for some reason, Shun Yiling was dressed in a beautiful pink gown, exuding a softer aura rather than her usual cold demeanor. One of the young men had a slightly thin face and handsome features. Although he wore a smile, there was an air of arrogance typical of someone from a prominent family in his every gesture. The other man was slightly plump, looking humble, but a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes revealed him to be quite astute. Senior brother Nalan, I heard you are from Ningzhou. How many resources did your family prepare for you this time at the Holy Land? As Yifeng entered, he saw Xin Yiling trying to flatter the handsome young man beside her. This handsome young man was also a recently arrived candidate for the Songlong Guard, but his attire was exceptionally luxurious, effortlessly capturing her attention. At that moment, Shun Yiling was no longer the aloof person she had been towards Yifeng the previous day. She appeared as if she had transformed into a social butterfly, her face adorned with smiles. It's not much, just about 1,000,000 spirit stones, which allows me to buy whatever I need, the handsome young man replied with a calm expression, subtly showing off. Being recommended as a candidate for the Songlong Guard was a matter of pride for him, as his family placed great importance on him, thus preparing a substantial amount of spirit stones. Wow, 1,000,000 spirit stones. That's quite a lot. Naturally, upon hearing this figure, Shun Yiling was momentarily stunned. She had thought her family's preparation of over 300,000 spirit stones was already considerable, but compared to others, it was clearly far from sufficient. Sister Shun, actually, that 1,000,000 spirit stones is nothing in the holy city. It won't last long at all, the handsome young man quickly explained, noticing her reaction. Although he found her reaction satisfying, and it greatly satisfied his sense of superiority, he knew he had to keep a low profile, for the Songlong Guard was filled with hidden talents. Indeed, Sister Shin, you may not know, but to rent a decent cave dwelling here in the Holy Land, you need at least 2 to 3 million spirit stones, not to mention various other expenses, so it really isn't much. The slightly plump young man chimed in with a smile. He also found the beautiful woman appealing and felt compelled to join the conversation. In fact, in this Holy Land, spirit stones are needed everywhere. One could say that merely breathing costs resources, so he considered over 1,000,000 spirit stones to be trivial. Buying a cave dwelling. Could it be that Brother Zhou has already bought one in such a short time? Xin Yiling suddenly looked at the slightly plump young man who, despite not being very handsome, had a bold attitude. She had inquired about the costs of cave dwellings yesterday, and even the rent for just 1 year made her reluctant. Ultimately, she had to give up the idea of an independent cave and choose to share with Yun temporarily. Yet she didn't expect the man before her to have already purchased one outright. As fellow candidates recommended by the Songlong Guard from the West, how could there be such a vast difference? Even the handsome youth who had been filled with superiority moments ago was now slightly surprised. The cave dwellings in the immortal mountains here are not cheap. Even he felt reluctant to buy one. Haha, of course this is the most basic requirement for us to develop in the holy city. The slightly plump young man replied with an air of pride. His expression was filled with delight. Wow, what does Brother Zhou's family do? Naturally, Xin Yiling was instantly captivated, resembling a little fangirl. If he had purchased a cave so quickly, then surely his family must have prepared resources exceeding 3 to 4 million. Once a cave dwelling is purchased, one can stay in the holy city for as long as they wish. It's just a trading company. We have several commercial buildings in a few Western continents. Dozens of commercial buildings are still considered a small fortune. Xin Yiling found it hard to comprehend, feeling envious and unable to think straight. While her talent in the sect was not bad, her family's background was not particularly prominent. Those who could afford to open commercial buildings across several continents were all people of significant means, and none could be compared to her family. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had to travel here on that cheap cross-domain flying boat. Sister Xin, you might not know, but for us newcomers in the Songlong Guard, dozens of commercial buildings are indeed trivial, ranking at most medium. What matters is the influence behind it. The handsome young man, noticing that the surname Zhou fellow was stealing his limelight, quickly took over the conversation, infused with a hint of condescension. Oh, may I ask what kind of business Brother Nalin's family is in? Xin Yiling quickly inquired, instinctively leaning more towards him. Even the slightly plump young man couldn't help but glance over, surprised that this guy was so audacious. Could he possibly have an even bigger background? My family owns just about 1,000 acres of land. It's nothing worth mentioning, but my grandfather is an elder in the Holy Alliance. The handsome young man said nonchalantly. Hiss. This handsome senior's relative is actually an elder in the Holy Alliance. Xin Yiling immediately lost her composure. This was clearly the classic case of a second-generation official. It was practically a certainty that he would become a formal member of the Songlong Guard in the future. So Nalin brother is truly deep concealed. I'm honored. Let's have a drink together when we have time, and I hope for your guidance. The slightly plump young man quickly altered his attitude. Regardless, one must never offend an elder in the Holy Alliance. Haha, well said. The handsome young man, having reclaimed the spotlight, finally showed a satisfied expression. Tisk, these few people are surprisingly formidable. Yifeng, listening from the side, felt secretly astonished. He hadn't expected these individuals to have such impressive backgrounds. In the Western Four Continents, Zhangzhou is the strongest, Chuzhou isn't the best, but not the worst either, yet he didn't expect that those recommended from Chuzhou would be significantly weaker than others. Who might this brother be? Soon the three, chatting and comparing, noticed Yifeng's entrance. Whether it was Zhou Ziqing or Nalin Feng, they both looked at Yifeng with curiosity. Only Xin Yiling showed little reaction, having already known that this person was just a poor kid with nothing worth noticing. Please don't mind me, I am Yifeng, a reserve member of the Songlong Guard, just a nameless individual from Chuzhou. Yifeng introduced himself calmly and confidently. To these young scions, he truly was a nameless person with no family background, but he felt no sense of it. Junior brother is being modest. Nalin Feng and Zhou Ziqing did not fully believe Yifeng's words. After all, how could someone recommended here have no background at all? This was usually a statement of self-deprecation. However, it was soon validated by Xin Yiling. This may not be modesty, I know his situation. Well, he is indeed merely an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect. Xin Yiling added with conviction. She had listened closely while the other party was chatting with Yun, so she was already well aware of his situation, and she did not think he would lie. Nalin Feng and Zhou Ziqing were momentarily stunned. They did not expect to be so mistaken. Was this kid merely a filler? Haha, a hero does not ask about origins. In the next moment, a slightly plump man laughed and tried to ease the tension. Regardless of the circumstances, he had to leave some face for the other party. Yes, a hero does not ask about origins. Nalin Feng echoed enthusiastically. This was the most common saying among commoners, but such words were mostly self-comforting. However, after learning this, although they both acted indifferent, they subconsciously started to ignore Yifeng. After all, for them, benefits outweighed everything. Although they were all in the Qinglong group, a member without any utility was not worth investing energy into. Yifeng noticed this and was not concerned. Here he comes. After a short chat, a refined, middle-aged figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall. In an instant, Xin Yiling and the others straightened their clothing and stood in perfect formation. Although they did not know who this person was, or what he was there for, they chose to treat him with respect, knowing they were newcomers who needed to make a good impression. Seeing this, Yifeng also did not lag behind, and stood up. As expected, their intuition was not wrong. The person entering was indeed the instructor, who would teach them basic knowledge, possessing the authority to grade them. The middle-aged instructor was quite pleased with the performance of the group, but after briefly introducing himself, he unexpectedly doused everyone with cold water. I presume you are all elites from various continents, and stand out among the younger generation. However, it is unfortunate that the conversion rate for the Changlong Guard each year is less than 30%. Our Qinglong group has consistently ranked low, so ultimately only one of you will be converted, and the rest will be sent back. So cherish this time well. The refined middle-aged man's gaze swept over the vibrant young people before him, a hint of regret. With his discerning eye, he could certainly see that these handsome men and beautiful women were all quite capable, but unfortunately the spots were limited and the competition was too fierce. The four below felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts upon hearing this news. They did not expect that among the four new candidates in their Qinglong group, there was only one conversion spot. This was undoubtedly a very cruel reality. However, upon further reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, the number of people converted in the Changlong Guard each year remained largely unchanged unless there was a major battle, but the number of elites recommended from various continents was increasing every year. Even Lin Chen, who was the most confident, wore a somewhat solemn expression at this moment. Even if his family had worked within the Holy Alliance, it could not guarantee that he would definitely become a member of the Changlong Guard. At most, it could ensure preferential admission under equal conditions. Thus, at this moment, he felt a great sense of crisis. It seemed he had to perform well. Yifeng's expression also darkened. He had thought that passing the assessment would be enough, but he did not expect such a harsh limit on spots. The key was that the other three were all so strong. One was wealthy, one was powerful, and one was beautiful. How could he compete with them? The refined middle-aged man had long anticipated the reactions of the crowd, but he did not offer any words of comfort. After all, the reality was that in the Changlong Guard, strength was everything. Without strength, no one would care about you. Soon he made a brief opening remark, and then got to the main topic. During this session, the audience listened very attentively. According to the introduction, this foundational training would last for 3 days, and mainly cover the basic knowledge and precautions required by the Changlong Guard. Afterward, they would each need to follow formal team members for practical training. However, once the refined middle-aged man had completed several hours of teaching during the break, Lin Chen and the others immediately began to ingratiate themselves with the instructor, trying various ways to please him. Even the plump man was earnestly helping him with shoulder massages. Only Yifeng did not engage in exaggerated actions. It was not that he did not want to do so, but rather that he could not bring himself to engage in such deliberate flattery. Moreover, Lin Chen and the others either had power, wealth, or beauty, while he had nothing. Even if he were to flatter them, it would be a wasted effort. Forget it. I can't compete with these guys, I'll just go with the flow. In the end, Yifeng simply lay back and accepted his fate. That day, Yifeng spent in confusion, with the situation being quite severe. He had already realized that he might need to seek another way out. That night, upon returning to the wooden house behind the Qingyun sect's residence, Yifeng immediately prepared to take out his last 1,000 spirit stones and began to consider ways to make money. Before the class today, he had already paid off all the miscellaneous fees for this period, leaving him with less than half of his spirit stones. Fortunately, there were no other expenses at the moment, so the remaining 1,000 spirit stones could be used freely. However, before he could start, Lu Yunshu's figure appeared at his wooden house entrance with an imposing presence. Hey, where have you been today? You promised to make me grilled meat, yet I couldn't even see a shadow. Lu Yunshu was so angry that her well-proportioned figure trembled. She had kept him around because she wanted to eat the grilled meat he had made before, but unexpectedly this guy had run off early in the morning and now returned late. This guy completely lacked the awareness of serving others, actually leaving a beautiful girl like her hanging. The key was that her own lady had also been waiting. Ahem. I had urgent matters. Yifeng felt a bit guilty upon hearing this. He had indeed been too busy today and completely forgot about this matter. If you have your reasons, hurry up. Lu Yunshu also knew he had mentioned looking for a job where he could learn skills, so she did not dwell on it any longer. In the next moment, she pulled out a large piece of well-preserved spirit meat from her storage ring and handed it over. This was for their own consumption, and the quality of this spirit meat was of course excellent, carefully preserved in a jade box. Alright. Yifeng took the spirit meat and immediately began to process it swiftly. With just one glance, he recognized the extraordinary quality of this spirit meat. The texture of this spirit meat was warm in color, containing an extremely rich essence of spiritual power, and even had some strange energies. Could this be the flesh of a Foundation Establishment stage beast? Moreover, it was a relatively rare Foundation Establishment stage beast. Yifeng envied this in his heart. He had never eaten such high-grade spirit meat before. However, he did not say much and focused intently on igniting the spiritual fire to start roasting. Meanwhile, Lu Yunshu kept a close watch beside him. She had to ensure that this guy wouldn't dirty the spirit meat and wouldn't add any strange ingredients. After all, this was a meal for her lady, and all the seasonings had to be provided by her. In no time, the first batch of spirit meat was successfully completed, roasted to a golden crisp, and a rich aroma wafted around. Lu Yunshu eagerly picked up a skewer, took a bite, and immediately her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She did not expect this guy's cooking skills to have improved. This time the grilled meat not only retained all the previous advantages, but also excelled in many aspects. Of course, this was also due to the higher quality of the spirit meat, but overall she felt it was worth the wait. In the next moment, she collected all the already grilled skewers and sent them into the loft. After waiting for so long, it was only natural to first take it to their young lady for a taste. However, soon enough her figure appeared again in front of Yi Feng's wooden house, taking a seat. At this moment the moonlight was splendid, and with a beautiful woman by his side it exuded a unique charm. Yi Feng felt the gaze of the woman next to him, and inhaled the occasional waft of her body fragrance, sensing an unusual stir within his heart. Although Lu Yunshu had a bit of a temper, her appearance was at least an 8.5 out of 10. With her company, if only there were a jar of good wine to complement the roasted meat, it would be perfect. Unfortunately, after the meat skewers were fully grilled, Lu Yunshu merely focused on eating without any further indication. Yi Feng watched from the side, swallowing his saliva, but felt too embarrassed to speak up. After all, the value of the spirit meat was considerable, and without her inviting him, how could he dare to make a move? However, after Lu Yunshu finished all the spirit meat, the invitation he had been waiting for never appeared. Forget it, he thought. He would just earn spirit stones in the future and buy some to eat. Yi Feng could only silently comfort himself. Meanwhile, Lu Yunshu had been waiting for the man beside her to speak up, and then would take the opportunity to lay down some conditions. She had already noticed the desire in his eyes. Unfortunately, she waited until she had eaten the last skewer, but he still remained silent. This guy really had some backbone. What a man who would rather suffer than lose face. Lu Yunshu secretly, however, she didn't believe he could hold out for long. She decided to continue eating in front of him with great relish next time. It would be even better to add a pot of spirit wine. She was determined to make this brat submit completely. Lu Shiji, can I discuss something with you? Your back mountain is lying idle, can I raise some things there? After Lu Yunshu had eaten and drunk her fill, Yi Feng finally broke the silence. He had decided to earn a lot of spirit stones quickly and bid farewell to this dependent life. Oh, why should I? Lu Yunshu responded with a faintly questioning tone, her beautiful eyes glancing over. She hadn't expected him to open his mouth and say this. The mountains behind were specifically reserved for the white tiger, but currently the white tiger was in the process of breaking through its cultivation, so it couldn't be used for the time being. However, in the long run, they would definitely develop in this holy city for a long time, and bringing the white tiger over was just a matter of time. I just think it's a bit wasteful and want to make better use of it. Look at how poor I am. A slight improvement in finances would allow me to cook better meat for you, right? Yi Feng tactfully presented a reason, explaining. The spiritual energy here was so rich that if he could borrow it for a while, he was confident he could cultivate high-quality spirit items. Of course, raising high-quality spirit items to earn spirit stones was just to move out quickly, not to continue being a servant to her. However, he couldn't directly say this to her. Then tell me, what exactly do you want to raise? Lu Yunshu's eyes twinkled with curiosity. I want to raise rabbits and spirit chickens. But don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Yi Feng assured with spirit rabbits and spirit chickens. Lu Yunshu's eyes lit up upon hearing this. These were indeed delicious foods. Although the meat of the crimson-scale beast was good, the quantity was very limited, and it was expensive. She couldn't eat it often, but if she could supplement it with spirit rabbit and chicken meat, that would be perfect. You can raise them, but when I want to eat, you have to give me a few for free. The next moment she unilaterally agreed. Her young lady wasn't very strict about these external possessions, as she usually managed them herself, and she believed her young lady wouldn't disagree. Free? That's not possible. I have only this little capital. If you eat it all, wouldn't I instantly become broke? Yi Feng saw that she wanted to eat and drink for free, and without thinking he began to shake his head in refusal. This time he wanted to buy some high-grade breeds to raise and quickly accumulate his first pot of gold. How could he possibly give them away for free? That would be completely thankless. Alright, how about you sell them to me at half the market price? Seeing this, Lu Yunshu finally smiled and took a step back. Although she intended to make a killing and earn some extra money, she knew this brat was indeed very poor. She had checked his storage bag last time. It barely contained 2,000 spirit stones, and no matter how much she squeezed, it still wouldn't be enough for her. How about at 80 of the market price? Yi Feng, unwilling to give up, countered. No way, half the market price is the lowest I can go. Alright, deal. After some deliberation, Yifeng reluctantly agreed. He knew that with such a good environment the other party would definitely not agree without some cost. No matter what, he had to secure the right to use it first. That night, Yifeng made something to eat casually and comfortably fell asleep. At this moment his mood was completely different from the dejected one upon his return. He already had a complete plan to make quick money and was just waiting to implement it tomorrow. The next day in the Western camp the 3 top students were still putting in their best efforts, but Yifeng had lost interest. As soon as his class was over he apologized to the instructor and directly left the camp. Wait, that kid. He ran away so quickly. The 3 of them, Nalan Feng and the others, were quite surprised upon seeing this scene. The instructor hadn't even left yet, and he had already taken the initiative to leave. This was completely the behavior of a reckless youth. They could be sure that he would leave a bad impression in the instructor's heart. However, soon they felt that his actions were also quite normal. After all, what was the point of lingering there? That spot for formal recognition would definitely not fall into his hands. In fact, at this moment, the elegant, middle-aged man frowned slightly upon seeing someone wanting to leave. He knew the other party might have completely given up, but it was better to retreat than to complicate matters when it came to grading. Although he tried to give high scores, he still had to rank the 4 of them. Yifeng was unaware of what others were thinking or that the instructor had already decided to rank him last. Even if he had known, he wouldn't have changed anything. He didn't disrespect the instructor. In fact, he was very grateful for the knowledge imparted, but he just didn't want to waste time on meaningless flattery and idle chatter after class. Upon leaving the camp's main gate, he flew on his sword to a bustling market. This market, named Lingxi Fong, was the largest and most diverse civilian market in the area. Although the facilities in the market weren't very high and the prices were extremely friendly, making it perfect for someone like him who didn't have many spirit stones. As soon as he stepped into the market, he was immediately struck by the lively scene before him. The large market was neatly divided into several areas, each with numerous stalls made of green jade, and each stall displayed a dazzling array of goods that dazzled the eye. The number of cultivators in the market was as numerous as the fish in a river, and the sounds of trading and bargaining filled the air. Following the flow of people, he walked towards the central area of the market where the air was filled with the fragrance of various spiritual herbs, invigorating his senses. Yifeng maneuvered through the bustling crowd, his gaze scanning the stalls for the spirit items he desired. Here he could find Qingmu rabbits, Qihua rabbits, and Xianbing rabbits everywhere, while ordinary spirit rabbits were relatively rare. Although these spirit rabbits weren't cheap, they weren't his top choice. However, soon he suddenly stopped in front of a stall filled with rare and exotic beasts. Friend, are those blue rabbits? What kind are they? Yifeng pointed at a cage where several spirit rabbits with entirely blue fur were curiously observing the passers-by. Each of these blue rabbits had smooth and shiny fur, agile bodies, and seemed to be surrounded by wisps of blue flames, all curiously staring with their big eyes. At first glance, Yifeng was completely captivated. His intuition told him that these spirit rabbits seemed quite extraordinary, as he had been to many places but had never seen such. Little brother has a good eye. These are blue flame rabbits, an upgraded mutated variety of the red flame rabbit. They contain a unique blue flame spiritual power and have excellent flavor, priced at only 500 spirit stones each. The stall owner was a slightly overweight middle-aged man dressed in a luxurious yellow robe. Upon seeing Yifeng's inquiry, he immediately approached with a broad smile, eager to introduce. 500 spirit stones each. That's too expensive. Yifeng's heart tightened upon hearing this. He currently had only 1,000 spirit stones left, and since spirit rabbits usually required at least a pair for breeding plus feed and supplementary materials, if he spent it all, he wouldn't be able to manage. Not expensive, not expensive. The blue flame rabbit is an extremely rare, mutated breed. It's said to contain a trace of the bloodline of the ancient ice flame rabbit, making it very difficult to cultivate. If it weren't for the fact that we just received a batch today, they would have been snatched up long ago. If you buy it, you definitely won't regret it. The stall owner began to explain patiently. What he said was true. The blue flame rabbit was far superior to the red flame rabbit in every aspect, and he never worried about selling them. Can you lower the price a bit? After all, it's my first time buying, and I don't know if it's really as good as you say. Yifeng said, trying to negotiate. Little brother, that's really not possible. I'm not bragging. If you can buy it today, it's purely luck. If you come back tomorrow, they might be sold out. The chubby middle-aged man shook his head and decisively refused. He was already unable to meet the demand at the original price, so how could he offer a discount? Yifeng fell into an immense dilemma. To be honest, he was indeed tempted by such spirit rabbits, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough spirit stones. However, suddenly he caught sight of one of the blue flame rabbits in the cage, which had a noticeable bulge in its belly. He hadn't noticed this spirit rabbit hiding behind the others before. Could it be that this was a pregnant rabbit? Senior, may I ask if this one is also being sold for 500 spirit stones? Yifeng pointed at the pregnant blue flame rabbit and inquired of the plump middle-aged man. With his years of experience in raising rabbits, he could easily tell that this was undoubtedly a pregnant rabbit. Could the seller really be willing to part with it? Yes, this one is also sold for 500 spirit stones. The stall owner smiled. Oh, why is that? Yifeng asked, puzzled. Logically speaking, a mother rabbit that is about to give birth would typically be priced higher. He couldn't believe that the seller, being an expert, wouldn't recognize that this rabbit was already pregnant. Young man, you may not know, although it is not difficult for a blue flame rabbit to conceive, the rate of spiritual production is quite low and the mutation probability is even lower. Therefore, this pregnant rabbit will most likely produce only 1 or 2 ordinary spirit rabbits along with a bunch of common rabbits, which isn't worth much. The stall owner seemed to have sensed Yifeng's confusion and began to explain with a smile. He certainly couldn't be unaware that this was a pregnant rabbit, but from his experience, it was basically impossible for her to produce more blue flame rabbits. At best, they would only be ordinary spirit rabbits. Moreover, after giving birth, the blue flame rabbit would suffer a significant loss of vitality in the short term, affecting the quality of its meat, which is why he didn't raise the price. After all, to give birth to more blue flame rabbits, it requires feeding some relatively precious herbs. They already had better breeding rabbits, so they chose to sell this one of slightly lower quality. In addition, they were not worried that outsiders could cultivate other blue flame rabbits from this pregnant one. After all, the precious herbal formulas were known only to the core high-ranking members of their sect. I see. Yifeng finally understood upon hearing this. It turned out that the blue flame rabbit was also induced through secret methods. However, finding the cultivation secret might be difficult for others, but for him it was relatively easy. All he needed was a mother rabbit that could produce this breed. In the next moment, he took out 500 spirit stones without hesitation and purchased the pregnant rabbit. He had already seen a tremendous business opportunity. If what the stall owner said was true, considering the current popularity of blue flame rabbits, he believed that as long as he bred them, he could sell them whenever he wanted. The stall owner smiled silently when he saw that the young man had chosen this pregnant rabbit. He knew that the young man hadn't completely given up hope, but he wouldn't say much. After all, there were many such people. The blue flame rabbit from their sect was truly one of a kind. Since it was cultivated within the sect, there hadn't been any news of anyone being able to replace it in the past several decades. After paying the spirit stones, Yifeng crouched down to carefully examine the pregnant blue flame rabbit for any flaws. The rabbit, however, stared back at him fearlessly, even extending a tiny pink paw to gesture at him, as if greeting him. Seeing this, Yifeng nodded secretly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. This was undoubtedly a very healthy blue flame rabbit, and it would be excellent for breeding. Once the stall owner secured the pregnant rabbit in a separate cage, Yifeng hurriedly went to a secluded area to begin using the celestial mechanism disc for divination. Having spent only half of his spirit stones on the mother rabbit meant that he still had 500 spirit stones available, which he believed would be enough to purchase the feeding materials for nurturing. After a moment of effort, he finally extracted the relevant information about the blue flame rabbit from the celestial mechanism disc. Level 1 blue flame rabbit, an artificially cultivated intermediate breed, contains a trace of ice flame rabbit bloodline. Main diet: exquisite vegetables and fruits nourished by spiritual power. Can reach sexual maturity at 4 months, capable of producing 3 litters each year with 8 to 10 in each litter, and a spiritual production rate of less than 10%. Methods to increase spiritual production rate: feeding 1 30-year-old jade dew Ganoderma for 2 consecutive days can temporarily increase its production rate to 30%. Feeding 1 50-year-old jade dew Ganoderma for 2 consecutive days can temporarily increase its production rate to 40%. Feeding 1 70-year-old jade dew Ganoderma for 2 consecutive days can temporarily increase its production rate to 50%. Methods to maintain offspring: grade: feeding 1 50-year-old red flame heartgrass and 1 blue fantasy grass to the pregnant mother rabbit for 2 consecutive days has a 20% chance of producing a blue flame rabbit of the same grade. Feeding 1 70-year-old red flame heartgrass and 1 blue fantasy grass for 2 consecutive days has a 30% chance of producing a blue flame rabbit of the same grade. Feeding 100-year-old red flame heartgrass and 1 blue fantasy grass for 2 consecutive days has a 50% chance of producing a blue flame rabbit of the same grade. Methods to enhance offspring: grade: feeding 1 50-year-old ice essence flower and 1 blue fantasy grass to the pregnant mother rabbit for 2 consecutive days has a 20% chance of producing a higher grade ice flame rabbit. Feeding 1 70-year-old ice essence flower and 1 blue fantasy grass for 2 consecutive days has a 30% chance of producing a higher grade ice flame rabbit. Feeding 100-year-old ice essence flower and 1 blue fantasy grass for 2 consecutive days has a 40% chance of producing a higher grade ice flame rabbit. Hiss! They can even cultivate ice flame rabbits. Upon seeing this long string of information, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a deep astonishment. The ice flame rabbit is said to be a precious exotic species passed down from ancient times, possessing dual attributes of ice and fire. Not only is it powerful in combat, but its meat quality is also exceptionally high and extremely valuable. He didn't expect that the celestial mechanism disc could provide such cultivation methods. The key was that the required materials didn't seem to be very rare. Should I give it a try? A strong impulse suddenly surged in Yifeng's heart. He knew that if he followed the conventional route of breeding blue flame rabbits at 500 each, it would take him quite a long time to accumulate enough spirit stones. However, if he could cultivate ice flame rabbits and sell them, it would greatly accelerate his progress. Fortune favors the bold. Oh, let's do it. The next moment, he hurriedly made his way to other areas of the market, planning to attempt breeding the ice flame rabbit with the highest spiritual production rate. Success would lead to luxury, while failure would lead to poverty. I must say this holy city truly lives up to its reputation. The materials to enhance spiritual production and improve offspring grade, Jade Dew Ganoderma Ice Essence Flower, and Blue Fantasy Grass, were all readily available in this market. Unfortunately, the total price for all these materials exceeded 500 spirit stones, reaching over 700. Clearly, he currently didn't have enough. In contrast, if he only bought the materials to maintain the grade 1 set, would only cost a little over 200 spirit stones, leaving him with plenty of surplus. In the end, he had no choice but to obediently purchase a set of materials to maintain the grade and return to the residence on the hillside behind Qingyun's sect. Hey, why did you only buy one? And it's a pregnant rabbit. Upon seeing Yifeng's figure appear, Lu Yunshu, who was tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard, hurried over to question him. However, when she noticed that there was only one spirit rabbit in the cage he was carrying, her charming face. She had seen this type of blue flame rabbit before. It was a specialty spirit rabbit breed from this continent, extremely delicious, and the essence of spiritual power it contained could rival that of Foundation Establishment period monsters. She had originally planned to taste it today and collect some interest, but she didn't expect him to be so stingy as to only buy one. How could she taste it like that? Come on, I only have 1,000 spirit stones left. Being able to buy one is already good enough. Yifeng glared, feeling exasperated. It seemed this woman only cared about food. He had just started out, and she wanted to take advantage of him so soon. 8,000. Wait, didn't you have 2,000 just a few days ago? You didn't spend it all on frivolities, did you? Lu Yunshu exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this, her gaze suspiciously scanning Yifeng from top to bottom. Just a couple of days ago, he still had 2,000 spirit stones in his storage bag. How could he suddenly have lost half? If he truly were that kind of person, she would have to distance herself from him. After all, the two of them stunning beauties lived here. Who knew what he might be plotting? In your eyes, am I that desperate? Yifeng frowned at her suspicious gaze, feeling a twinge of anger. Even if he were in dire circumstances, he wouldn't go after those frivolous women, right? With his handsome appearance, it might be a bit difficult to find a noble lady as a partner, but finding someone from a less prestigious background would still be quite easy. Then why don't you tell me where your spirit stones went? Lu Yunshu felt it was somewhat improbable. After all, she had already noticed that he seemed not too keen on women, otherwise he wouldn't have been so indifferent to her beauty. If it were another man, he would likely have been exceedingly attentive. Of course, if he were that kind of person, she wouldn't dare to let him stay. I found a job and paid some upfront costs. Yifeng didn't want to get too entangled with her, casually brushing her off, then returned to the wooden house to set down the rabbit cage and began to busy himself. He still had a lot to do today and didn't have the time to argue with her. I see. Lu Yunshu accepted his explanation without much suspicion. However, raising just this one blue flame rabbit, even if it was about to give birth, how long would it take to generate any profit? She had heard that the spiritual production rate of blue flame rabbits was very low. Hey, are you really short on spirit stones? Do you want this lady to lend you some right now? Lu Yunshu quickly approached him, her curiosity piqued as she observed him closely, asking playfully. No need. Yifeng immediately refused without a second thought. How could this woman be so kind? He was certain that she must have ulterior motives and probably had some huge trap in mind. He only needed to spend a bit more time. There was no need to owe her a favor. Are you so afraid of me making a request? Lu Yunshu was taken aback by his refusal, her expression a mix of surprise. This man, without even hearing her requests, rejected her, without hesitation, preferring to struggle on his own rather than accept her kindness, truly an act of utmost foolishness. However, she did not dwell on it further. She believed that having been in this holy city for a long time, he would soon realize the need for spirit stones everywhere, and before long he would obediently yield to her. At that time, she would not hesitate to take a substantial cut. That night, Yifeng marked out a large piece of land in the woods behind him, and after releasing the blue flame rabbit, he began to prepare the feeding herbs. Of course, while preparing, he deliberately avoided Lu Yunshu, for this recipe was worth a fortune and could not be. Lu Yunshu actually had little interest in Yifeng's spirit rabbit. To her this was just a trivial business worth a few hundred spirit stones completely beneath her notice, and she did not believe he could accomplish anything noteworthy. On the third day of lessons it was still the same as before. As soon as Yifeng finished listening to the lecture, he hurried back to feed the blue flame rabbit. His score in the first basic knowledge course naturally placed him at the bottom of the class. Although he felt unwilling about it, he could do nothing as the outcome would be the same no matter how he tried. Fortunately, he would have several days of rest ahead, and the blue flame rabbit was also nearing its due date. One sunny noon, Yifeng, having rarely indulged in a lazy sleep, got up groggily from bed as the scorching sun hung high in the sky and began to wash up. However, when he went to inspect the back mountain, as usual, he suddenly noticed something unusual happening in the secret cave, where he had previously placed the blue flame rabbit. Seeing this, he hurriedly approached to check. This cave was located behind a thicket with its entrance well concealed by foliage, making it nearly impossible for anyone to discover. The cave was not spacious, just enough to accommodate 2 or 3 adult spirit rabbits. As he parted the grass, he quickly saw a scene that filled him with immense joy. In the secret cave, the blue flame rabbit he had bought a few days ago was quietly lying on a soft nest of hay. Beside it were several fluffy little ones snuggling closely beneath its belly. I can't believe they were born so soon. Yifeng felt a surge of excitement within. He had thought he would have to wait a few more days, yet the results had come so quickly. In the next moment, he eagerly reached out his hand, carefully lifting the blue flame mother rabbit, prepared to count the gains from this delivery. The blue flame mother rabbit clearly recognized Yifeng. Although it was somewhat wary under his gentle touch, it reluctantly moved aside. 1, 2, 3. In an instant, Yifeng clearly saw the situation inside the cave. This delivery resulted in a total of 9 offspring, 4 of which exhibited faint traces of spiritual energy, and 2 of them even had a hint of light blue fur. Did they really produce blue flame rabbits? 2 of them. Seeing this result, Yifeng, although he had anticipated it and had experienced it numerous times before, could not help but feel a jolt of excitement. Probabilities are the most difficult to fathom. Even if one knows there's a 50% chance of maintaining the grade, no one knows what will happen until it occurs. Perhaps in the end none might emerge. Fortunately, this time, there were no unforeseen circumstances. Thus he could proceed with his plans vigorously. However, at this moment, the 2 newborn blue flame rabbit cubs were still quite small, only the size of a grown adult's fist, and their bodies were rather fragile. So despite his eagerness, he waited another 2 days before packing them in a box along with the mother rabbit and headed towards the market. This time he did not go directly to the previous Lingxi market, but chose another location. After all, he was going to sell the blue flame rabbits. If the previous vendor saw him, it might stir up unnecessary trouble. In addition, he had also done a simple disguise to ensure that no one could recognize him before setting off. However, the popularity of the blue flame rabbit far exceeded his expectations. He found 2 smaller markets to sell the mother rabbit separately from the 2 cubs, and in less than half a day, everything was sold out. Moreover, the selling price was quite high. Although the mother rabbit had suffered some damage to its vitality, it still fetched a high price of 480 spirit stones each, while the 2 blue flame rabbit cubs sold for 380 spirit stones each. In total, with the mother rabbit and the 2 cubs, he earned 1,240 spirit stones. After deducting the costs of buying the mother rabbit, the herbs, and the stall expenses, he netted 510 spirit stones. This business, it must be said, was extremely profitable. In just a few days he made such a sum. However, upon reflection, he found it quite reasonable. After all, those demon hunters risked their lives venturing into the mountains for decent spirit meat, while these blue flame rabbit cubs only needed to be bought and raised for a few months to grow into adulthood, with meat quality containing spiritual energy essence comparable to Foundation establishment stage demon beasts. Even if the buyer later resold them, deducting the cost of feed, there would still be a considerable profit. The key here is how to cultivate this breed. The reason he did not wait to raise the cubs to adulthood before selling them was entirely due to the consideration that a few months was too long and the turnover efficiency of spirit stones was too low. In order to seize every moment, Yifeng, having tasted success, did not linger, and that same day, he brought along 1,510 spirit stones to the Lingxi market, intending to buy a few more pregnant rabbits to continue breeding. "You brought back again so soon." In the Lingxi market, the middle-aged vendor was slightly surprised to see Yifeng's figure appear. He certainly recognized this young man who had bought pregnant rabbits from him a few days ago. Yet it had barely been a few days, and he had appeared again. He hoped it wasn't a return. "So how did that rabbit fare in breeding?" the middle-aged vendor asked with a smile. From his estimation, that pregnant rabbit had likely completed its delivery, but he was curious about the outcome. "It fell a bit short. I wonder if you have any more pregnant rabbits." "I would like to try again." Yifeng feigned a look of regret and asked. To avoid looking out of place, he needed to find a suitable reason for himself. He had to say that his acting was quite good. The expression he displayed at this moment was such that no one could detect anything unusual. The The middle-aged vendor indeed had no doubts, only responding with a question. Although he generally would not interfere with how customers bought or what they intended to do with their purchases, this young man did not seem to be in very good financial circumstances, so he could not help but try to persuade him. Senior, not to brag, but I feel that this time it will absolutely succeed. Yifeng spoke with a tone of gambler-like certainty. Well, fine, I still have one. I'll sell it to you, but I must tell you no returns. The middle-aged vendor quickly shook his head and selected a pregnant rabbit from the cage, placing it into a specially made small cage. He understood that if he didn't let the other party hit a few walls, persuasion would be useless. Rest assured, I understand. Yifeng readily agreed, and then quickly checked the pregnant rabbit before paying the spirit stones. This pregnant rabbit also appeared healthy, with no abnormalities found. Phew. Leaving the spirit rabbit sales area, Yifeng secretly felt relieved. At last he had bought another pregnant rabbit. With 1,010 spirit stones left on hand, this amount was enough to buy a portion of the herbs for raising ice flame rabbits. But if he failed in breeding, he would be out of capital. So after careful consideration, he decided to hold off for now. In the next moment, he changed direction and went to another large market to buy another blue flame rabbit mother. The sect responsible for cultivating blue flame rabbits is called the Wanshou sect, renowned for its expertise in taming and controlling demon beasts. The Wanshou sect has sales points for blue flame rabbits in many large markets across Tianzhou, and the disciples usually sell them at stalls, so, although pregnant rabbits are hard to find, he managed to buy a second one in no time. Thus, with 2 mother rabbits and 2 portions of feeding herbs, he spent 1,440 spirit stones, effectively draining all the spirit stones he had just acquired. However, he was not anxious about it. Instead, he felt quite confident. As long as everything went smoothly with these 2 pregnant rabbits, recouping the costs would definitely be no problem. In the following days, while Yifeng was fervently feeding the spirit rabbits, the vacation finally came to an end. One morning, when Yifeng's figure reappeared in the main hall of the Qinglong team, he saw that Shun Yiling and the others had also gathered there. Today marked the official start of practical training, which they all took quite seriously. After waiting a short while, team leader Zhang Ning entered the hall. Alright, starting today, you will begin to accompany your teammates on missions. Follow me. Zhang Ning wasted no words, calling out to everyone from a distance and leading the 4 to another nearby side hall. Inside this side hall, there were 7 or 8 young people in shiny armor, exuding a strong aura, gathered around a massive jade wall studying something. Boss, are these the new recruits? Upon seeing Zhang Ning leading the 4 in the group, turned their curious gazes toward them. Exactly, feel free to select anyone you fancy. Of course, the rewards are on you. Zhang Ning announced to the crowd with a straight face. Alright. As soon as these words were spoken, the group of formidable youths immediately fixed their gazes on the 4 behind Zhang Ning, sizing them up from top to bottom. Meanwhile, Nailan Feng and the others also looked forward to being chosen by this batch of genuine Canglong Guard. It must be said that those who could become official members of the Canglong Guard were all exceptionally fierce, with their cultivation generally reaching the late foundation establishment stage. Moreover, the attire of these individuals was of exceptionally high quality, a uniform set of peak-grade spiritual weapon armor, with some even holding a couple of mysterious artifacts. These people are quite wealthy indeed. In just an instant, Nailan Feng and his companions were stunned by the magnificent equipment of the official members of the Canglong Guards. Each of these armors was a masterpiece, not something an average person could acquire. At this moment, Yifeng was also sizing up these Canglong Guards, trying to determine who he would prefer to team up with. Unfortunately, the attention of these official members was entirely focused on Shun Yiling. This junior sister is impressive. The 8 official members of the Canglong Guards were all male, and upon seeing Shun Yiling among the 4 newcomers, their eyes immediately lit up. Shun Yiling, adorned in exquisite armor, showcased a figure that was both graceful and enchanting, with a smile that was gentle, yet slightly heroic, making her both beautiful and striking, perfectly aligning with their aesthetic preferences. This junior sister, I go by the nickname Eagle Eye, skilled in tracking and reconnaissance. Would you be interested in teaming up with me? I can offer you a 30% cut of the rewards. In the next moment, a tall and slender man stepped forward to extend his invitation. The offer he presented was quite generous. Typically, when guiding newcomers, rewards are seldom given, and if they rarely exceed 10%, yet he offered a full 30. However, before he could finish his sentence, another person rushed forward. This junior sister, join me. I guarantee to teach you various tricks, and I can offer you 40%. This junior sister, I can offer you 50%. A crowd of team members eagerly gathered around Shin. For them, having the chance to personally mentor such a beautiful newcomer and spend time together was undoubtedly a most delightful prospect. Even if she might not become a Canglong Guard in the future, they could potentially establish a long-term, amicable relationship. Unfortunately, with so many suitors and so few positions, if they didn't act proactively, they would likely miss their chance. These guys, The team leader Zhang Ning watched his companions seemingly oblivious to their surroundings, all fixated on the beauty, his expression turning quite sour. This was utterly embarrassing. If other teams saw that his crew was comprised of such characters, he would surely face ridicule and contempt. Xin Yiling herself was surprised by her unexpected popularity, and while she felt delighted, she was also at a loss about how to choose. She understood that she couldn't offend any of these individuals, yet she couldn't select them all. However, not long after, with the appearance of a towering figure, Xin Yiling's partner was determined. He was a formidable senior brother, the ace of Team Qinglong, nicknamed Rampant Dragon. He merely stated, "Follow me, and there will be no task you cannot complete." And Xin Yiling was instantly captivated. That statement was simply too domineering. She had admired such strong figures since she was young. Although the other team members wanted to refute such arrogant words, they found themselves at a loss, for thus far, he had never failed. They could only watch helplessly as Xin Yiling was taken away by him. Alas, what a pity. Those who had missed out began to feel inwardly regretful. The remaining 3 newcomers were all male, though they were not unattractive. However, they had no interest in competing. "Senior brother, pick me. I'm diligent and hardworking, no need for rewards, I can even offer spirit stones." Seeing that the strongest Songlong Guard senior brother had already been taken by Xin Yiling, Zhou Zhiqing boldly approached one of the tall and slender youths. Fearing that no one would want to team up with him, he decided to take the initiative. The senior brother he chose was also quite powerful, likely ranking second in their group, based on the earlier introductions. Oh, offering spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the tall and slender Songlong Guard member was slightly taken aback, surprised that this chubby fellow was quite resourceful. Typically, bringing a newcomer was a troublesome task requiring extra rewards and the risk of being hindered. Thus, most preferred to act alone or collaborate with other official members instead of bringing along a burden, but if the other party was willing to offer spirit stones, it might be worth considering. Indeed, senior brother, you may not know, but my family owns several commercial buildings and has some wealth. If you can impart some experience, I will surely reward you handsomely. Zhou Zhiqing smiled unhesitatingly, putting forth his offer. Now was not the time to be modest. The choice of mentor could significantly influence future achievements, so he opted for this most straightforward approach. The effect was indeed evident. "All right, you'll do." The tall, slender man appeared intrigued, and after all, having a well-off errand boy following him wasn't a bad deal. This guy? Nailan Feng, seeing Xin Yiling and the chubby boy snatch away the strongest senior brother, finally lost his composure. In the next moment, he could no longer afford to be reserved and hurriedly approached another promising elite to recommend himself. His bargaining chip was also quite decent. Leveraging his grandfather's position as an elder in the Holy Alliance, he quickly secured the dark-skinned senior brother. After all, regardless of the circumstances, having a connection with an elder from the Holy Alliance would eventually prove beneficial. As a result, within a short time, the mentors for Nailan Feng and his companions were decided, leaving Yi Feng without a match. Yi Feng stared blankly at the situation before him. He currently had no spirit stones, no connections, and his appearance was of no use. How could he introduce himself? As he hesitated and struggled, the remaining Songlong Guard members also focused their gaze on him. However, their eyes swept back and forth, and they found this lad to be unusually quiet, leaving them puzzled. This young man undoubtedly had low cultivation, and he did not seem like a wealthy person. If he didn't have something compelling to offer, what would they want with him? Yet eventually, a muscular member of the Songlong Guards ranked at the bottom extended an olive branch to Yi Feng. "Hey kid, I've got a task that needs a runner. There's no reward. Are you in?" The muscular man asked casually. It wasn't that he wanted to take on a burden, rather this task was not easy, and as a proper member of the Songlong Guards, he couldn't do everything himself. "What is the general nature of your task, senior brother?" Yi Feng asked, his heart stirring as he quickly probed. Although this muscular man's strength ranked low among the Songlong Guards, if he genuinely wanted to take him along, Yi Feng would be more than willing to work under him. "Investigate a blood case in a nearby continent. It should take about a month. However, you will need to cover your own expenses." The muscular man began explaining casually. May I ask, senior brother, how much will the expenses be?" Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's heart sank. "It will likely be around 4,000 or 5,000 spirit stones." The muscular man estimated roughly. The expenses for round-trip travel on the flying boat and living arrangements there would surely amount to several thousand spirit stones. "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother, but I'm afraid I will have to decline for now." Yi Feng no longer hesitated and politely refused. A month was too long, and he couldn't afford such a hefty sum. To be honest, he was highly skilled in investigation and believed he could handle it, but unfortunately, he had no funds. "Oh, have you thought this through? If you don't take on tasks, you want to accumulate experience, making it even harder to become a formal Songlong Guard in the future." The muscular man was surprised that his good intentions were rejected. He thought it was a remarkable act of kindness to invite him without asking for anything in return, yet the other party didn't appreciate it. The other Tsanglong Guard members were equally astonished that Violent Bear had hit a wall. This kid truly didn't know how to appreciate good fortune. Think it over. I'm truly sorry. Yifeng remained steadfast. Kid, tell me, what kind of task would you be willing to accept? The muscular man was insistent, determined to get to the bottom. Tasks within 3 days, and all expenses must be paid up front. Yifeng considered for a moment, and replied earnestly. That was his bottom line. After all, he still needed to support his spirit rabbit. Not to mention the wasted time, he couldn't possibly cover his travel expenses. While he was deliberately lowering his stance as the former silver-masked enforcer, his labor was not so cheap. Hey, this kid. Lacking talent yet so arrogantly proud. The muscular man couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. Not only was he not accepting any fees, but he also had to spend spirit stones. Although the spirit stones were few, he couldn't easily agree. After all, it would make it seem like he was the one begging, which would be quite embarrassing. The key point was that the other party demanded it within 3 days. Isn't that ridiculous? The other members of the Tsanglong Guard also sneered at this. As a newcomer, having someone willing to guide him was already a blessing, yet to impose demands, and within 3 days at that. Was he treating himself like a lord? Fine, let whoever wants to take him decide. In the end, the muscular man ignored him further and turned to leave. The other members of the Tsanglong Guard also turned away, starting to busy themselves with their own matters. Even when they were to guide newcomers, it was to help out, not to be treated like lords. In an instant, the atmosphere became cold, and Yifeng was left unattended. The team leader couldn't help but shake his head, sighing inwardly. This kid, named Yi, still hadn't figured out his place. Although as the leader he had some authority, if his teammates were unwilling to guide him, he couldn't force them, could he? Even Shen Yiling couldn't help but walk over to persuade him. Yifeng, although I've never liked you, I think you shouldn't give up on yourself like this. The way you're acting is completely embarrassing our Chuzhou. Do you understand? Shen Yiling's delicate face. The people from Chuzhou weren't particularly strong to begin with, and now, with someone like him dragging them down, they became a laughingstock. Yes, brother Yi, there's still a long year ahead. Anything is possible. I really think you shouldn't give up now. Why not ask your senior brothers to guide you? Nalin Feng also patted Yifeng's shoulder, speaking as if it was for his own good. He thought the other party must feel he couldn't compete with others, and had given up. But that would make him feel like he was winning unfairly. Only Zhou Ziqing said nothing more about it. Merchant's value returns the most. For a situation destined to yield no results, it's best to cut losses promptly. So although he didn't agree with it, he knew it was a wise choice. However, the next moment, Yifeng's words left everyone somewhat amused yet bewildered. No need to worry, everyone. I have no thoughts of giving up. I've been working hard. Who knows, I might just surpass all of you by accident. Yifeng said with a faint smile. He had just learned about the tasks of the Tsanglong Guard, which covered all aspects of daily security on the Tsanglong continent, including battles, defenses, and investigations, which he was most skilled at. Since there were investigation tasks, it would be easy. He wouldn't even need to ask a master, he could just take the tasks. He was just in a critical period now, temporarily lacking spirit stones, and unable to leave the holy city easily. But with a whole year ahead, once he accumulated enough spirit stones, he would catch up quickly. Haha, you're quite cocky, huh? Nalin Feng didn't expect that his earnest persuasion would be met with provocation, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Surpass all of them. This kid was dreaming. Shen Yiling felt speechless upon hearing this. This man was not only poor, but also stubborn, simply hopeless. Not only did he not know how to lower his pride, but he also insisted on saving face. She was so angry that she said nothing more and turned to leave. Even the chubby guy was puzzled, wondering where this kid got his confidence. Ultimately, the selection ended with Nalin Feng and the others successfully finding their masters, while Yifeng was left without anyone willing to claim him. Yifeng was somewhat surprised by this outcome, but understood it was within reason. In the following days, Nalin Feng and the others became incredibly busy as they demanded themselves to secure their positions, bringing glory to their families. Thus, they humbly sought advice from their master regarding the practical skills needed for daily tasks of the Tsanglong Guard. In other groups, there were also many newcomers who had just arrived, secretly competing against each other. Only Yifeng had taken no tasks, having nothing to do, and was focused on raising spirit rabbits in his cave halfway up the mountain. Phew! Finally, another batch successfully bred. This morning, Yifeng saw the mother rabbit in the back mountain cave giving birth to her young, revealing a relieved smile. In the past half-month, he had bred 2 batches of blue flame rabbit cubs. The previous batch produced 4, selling for over 1,000 spirit stones, while this batch produced 7. Once sold, it would earn him nearly 2,000 spirit stones. He felt that if things continued this way, his business would soon snowball, growing larger and larger. Unfortunately, after waiting for a few days to sell the blue flame rabbit mother and cubs, and wanting to buy a few pregnant rabbits, he found he couldn't buy any. Damn it, who knows which son of a gun also bred blue flame rabbits, and is selling them in the holy city, causing the sect to no longer allow the sale of pregnant rabbits. The middle-aged stall owner cursed while explaining. Of course, he didn't suspect that the son of a gun he mentioned was the young man in front of him trying to buy pregnant rabbits. After all, at such a young age it was impressive enough to keep a rabbit alive, let alone breed them. At most he thought he was just buying them for fun. He assumed it was some old coot with superb breeding skills who had produced them. None at all. Yifeng was stunned upon hearing this, feeling somewhat guilty. He didn't expect that his selling of blue flame rabbit cubs had spread so quickly to the 10,000 Beast sect. Fortunately, he had disguised himself each time he sold them so no one should recognize him. However, if there were no ready pregnant rabbits, the efficiency of his breeding would significantly decrease, and the accumulation of spirit stones would also slow down. No, not a single one. There aren't any at any point, the middle-aged stall owner said with certainty. This situation had led those disciples selling pregnant rabbits to receive a thorough scolding, so he knew very well. Originally, if no one could breed more blue flame rabbits, they could comfortably profit for decades, but unexpectedly there were rumors recently that someone was selling blue flame rabbit cubs. These blue flame rabbit cubs definitely didn't come from their sect. They suspected that someone had successfully bred them. As a result, the sect immediately felt a sense of crisis and issued a decree that from now on, even if they had pregnant blue flame rabbits in hand, they were not allowed to sell them. Seeing this, Yifeng had no choice but to buy a few ordinary female rabbits and a breeding male rabbit. Fortunately, during this time, he had earned over 3,000 spirit stones, and with the original amount, he now had over 4,000, which was no longer so tight. However, should he continue to use all of it to breed blue flame rabbits? Yifeng felt a hint of worry in his heart. He knew his current trade in azure flame rabbit kits had drawn the attention of the Wanshou sect. Next time he sold them, he might well be followed. Thus, stealing his resolve, he decided to attempt breeding frost flame rabbits instead. Frost flame rabbits were exceedingly rare on the open market, yet not entirely absent. Many cultivators ventured into secret realms to hunt them, occasionally returning with a few to sell at exorbitant prices. If he shifted to selling frost flame rabbits instead, and kept the numbers modest, no one would grow suspicious. In the end, Yifeng spent over 4,000 spirit stones to purchase 3 female azure flame rabbits, 1 breeding male, and 3 sets of materials required for cultivating frost flame rabbits, then returned to his wooden cottage nestled mid-slope. That boy's azure flame rabbits seemed to have multiplied. That day, as Lu Yinshu flew back from the outer mountains, she noticed several azure flame rabbits leaping and foraging freely through the woods behind the residence. Previously, she'd paid them little heed. After all, a single rabbit hardly warranted attention. Yet in less than a month their number had swelled to 4. How had he accomplished that? Still, she remained unconcerned. This was still mere child's play, unworthy of deeper scrutiny. Hey, starting tomorrow I'll be away for a while. While I'm gone, please tend to the spirit flowers and herbs around this. That evening, as Lu Yinshu grilled meat, she suddenly turned to Yifeng with the remark. She was returning to Chuzhou to attend to pressing matters, an absence that would last some time. So she needed someone to oversee the estate in her stead. Oh, how long exactly? Yifeng blinked in mild surprise. Though she'd been busy lately, leaving early and returning late, she always came back here each night. Now she was departing for a distant journey. About 1 or 2 months. Don't ask unnecessary questions. Just do as instructed. But under no circumstances are you to approach the pavilion upstairs. Understand? Lu Yinshu fixed him with a stern, almost protective gaze. Her young mistress was currently sequestered in deep cultivation, refining a secret technique retrieved from a recent realm expedition, and must not be disturbed. Of course, she held no fear for her mistress's safety. The gulf in their cultivation levels was simply too vast. She merely worried that if this youth wandered in out of idle curiosity and provoked her mistress, he would suffer grievously. Rest assured, I understand, Yifeng replied calmly. Without her permission, he wouldn't even glance toward that pavilion, not out of reverence, but sheer self-preservation. After all his burgeoning enterprise demanded, he cherishes life dearly. Conversely, her constant presence, her probing questions, her watchful eyes, had made him profoundly uneasy. He'd even resorted to feeding and selling spirit rabbits in secret. Her departure for 1 or 2 months then was nothing short of ideal. The next morning, Lu Yinshu rose early, imparted all essential techniques for tending the spirit flora, and departed the estate without delay. Yifeng began patrolling the courtyard's perimeter and diligently applied the newly learned spirit rain art to nurture the plants. Though nominally situated mid-slope, the residence actually occupied a plateau carved between mountain peak and slope, as if a celestial master had sliced off the summit with a sword and smoothed the surface into a verdant lawn now lush with spirit herbs and blossoms. From Yifeng's discerning eye, many of these spirit flowers and herbs held considerable value, some even unobtainable on the open market. Clearly the Nangang clan was no ordinary household of wealth. Yet he felt no astonishment. Such aristocratic families wielded influence far beyond his estimation. He simply performed his duties with meticulous care, irrigating the flora with the spirit rain art, while also devoting attention to feeding his 4 azure flame rabbits. Azure flame rabbits left to natural cycles might take years before reaching estrus and conceiving. Artificial intervention was therefore indispensable. That night, just as he finished his tasks and relaxed to prepare a meal, a figure materialized before him. At the sight, Yifeng's breath seized, his entire being seemed frozen in place. Before him stood a vision of ethereal grace, snow-white robes, cascading black hair, an aura transcending mortal realms. Nangong Lian herself, the elusive, ever-unseen elder sister. She hadn't appeared since their first brief encounter. Why had she emerged now? And why so close? Her gaze locked unblinkingly upon him. An instinctive tension gripped him, but he swiftly mastered it, regaining composure. "Senior Sister Nangong, how may I serve you?" He steadied his mind, and asked, neither deferential nor insolent. He believed himself faultless in conduct since arriving at the estate, neither offending her nor fawning over her, and thus saw no cause for fear. "Where is tonight's grilled meat?" Nangong Luyun's voice rang clear and cold. "Huh, must I prepare it again?" Yifeng blinked, stunned. He'd assumed Lu Yunshu's departure meant his culinary duties had ended. "Why shouldn't you?" Her serene, luminous eyes settled upon him. "All right, I'll begin at once." Realizing he was outmatched, Yifeng sighed inwardly and immediately retrieved spirit meat to prepare. He'd long presumed the demand originated solely from Lu Yunshu's personal taste, never imagining the immortal-like Nangong Shinzi would deign to savor his cooking. Fortunately, Lu Yunshu, deeming repeated purchases inconvenient, had gifted him a generous slab of premium spirit meat, which he preserved meticulously, never daring to consume even a morsel. A small portion remained. Soon he skillfully roasted the meat, sprinkled it with seasonings, and released an instantly familiar mouth-watering aroma that diffused across the courtyard. "Senior Sister Nangong, here you are?" Though the spirit meat is nearly exhausted, this portion suffices only for tonight's meal. As he served the dish, he tactfully reminded her. He assumed she wished to finish the remaining stock before discarding the obligation. Surely with none left, tomorrow's meal would be waived. To his astonishment, Nangong Luyun tossed him a small pouch of spirit stones and said coolly, "For you." "Huh, she intends to eat more." Yifeng stared dumbfounded. This defied reason. He'd heard her own culinary skills were exceptional. Why would she prefer his? Before he could voice another question, Nangong Luyun's celestial form lightly touched the ground and vanished. This? Yifeng stood speechless. It seemed his role as a humble attendant was destined to continue, without end. In the days that followed, every time mealtime approached, the figure of Nangong Luyun would quietly appear outside Yifeng's wooden cabin. Each time, Yifeng would be startled half to death by his sudden presence. After all, during this period he had not been idle. He was racing against time to study the secret techniques obtained from the secret realm, and he could not let anyone discover this. Fortunately, the other party was quite polite and did not peek into his cabin. At other times he did not come out to disturb him, which eased his tension slightly. As their meetings increased, they gradually became familiar with each other, and Yifeng no longer felt so restrained. "Fairy Nangong, may I ask how the taste of this grilled meat is?" On this day, after Yifeng finished grilling a few skewers of spirit meat and handed them over, he could not help. During this time, the other party had silently watched him finish grilling the meat, took it, and left, and he did not know whether she had eaten it or not in the attic. Therefore, he was eager to know her evaluation and whether any improvements were needed. "It's just average, acceptable." Nangong Luyun glanced at Yifeng and casually tossed out a few words. "Huh, just average." When Yifeng heard this, he was immediately puzzled. Did she simply think it was too much trouble to do it herself, and that's why she let him take care of it? Was it indifferent whether it tasted good or not? That would really be frustrating. These days he had put all his efforts into grilling the meat, and he had originally thought that if she found it tasty, he could take the opportunity to negotiate some terms. After all, he was currently at a critical stage of expanding production, and if he could earn some extra income, it would undoubtedly be safer. The breeding of the blue flame rabbit was far more difficult than he had imagined. He had been feeding it with breeding materials for nearly 10 days, yet the mother rabbit showed no signs of movement, and the materials were almost exhausted. He worried that his spirit stones would not last until the harvest period. So at this moment, seeing the other party's reaction so subdued made him feel a chill in his heart. Forget it. She is just a boring woman. It seems futile to try to gain any advantage from her. It looks like he can only think of other methods. The next day, after finishing various chores, Yifeng finally reappeared in the western camp of the Tsanglong Guard. Now that he had some free time, he planned to see if there were any nearby tasks in the Tsanglong Guard that could earn him some extra. The architectural complex in the western camp of the Tsanglong Guard was vast, with each group having its designated area that outsiders were forbidden to enter. However, in the central area of the western camp, there was a hall for task postings, which was a public area accessible to anyone with an identity token. Thus, after arriving at the camp, Yifeng immediately headed straight to this hall to check the task information inside. There was no choice. The senior members of the group were unwilling to take him, so he could only take tasks on his own. This task hall was incredibly spacious and quite luxurious, with large illumination orbs scattered throughout, emitting dazzling light that illuminated the entire hall as if it were daytime. On the smooth jade walls surrounding the hall, there were screens displaying images that introduced the heroic deeds of the elite members of the Zhanglong Guard throughout the ages, constantly recounting the glories of the past. At the front of the hall, a vast array of task information was displayed, a veritable feast for the eyes. Yifeng scanned through these tasks, but his brow gradually furrowed. Compared to the tasks he had seen at the Southwestern Patrol Camp, the difficulty here was undoubtedly several levels higher, each with a certain degree of danger. With his current strength, it would be challenging to take them on. However, just as he focused on selecting a task, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind him. "Yixing, is that you?" This voice was crisp and pleasant, carrying a hint of surprise and uncertainty. Yifeng was slightly taken aback upon hearing this, turned around, and was surprised to see Lin Chen, whom he had not seen for a long time, standing elegantly behind him. At that moment, Lin Chen was wearing a set of black armor, still as cool and heroic as ever, but the vitality she radiated now was unlike anything from before. If their first meeting had been marked by her confusion and doubt, now she was filled with confidence and composure. "Captain Ling, long time no see." Yifeng greeted her with a smile. In this unfamiliar place, encountering a familiar person like her was undoubtedly a great joy, especially since they had once shared a bed. "Don't call me captain. I'm still a rookie. Just call me senior sister." "But how did you end up here?" Lin Shan's cheeks flushed as she quickly walked up to Yifeng, her face full of concern. After so many years without seeing each other, it would be a lie to say she did not miss him. However, logically speaking, she was far away in the southwest, and it was impossible for her to appear here. Yet unexpectedly they met. "A few days ago I was fortunate to be recommended by the Southwestern Patrol Camp to come here, but am still a reserve member." Yifeng smiled and explained. He knew this was a bit hard to believe, but it was the truth, and he could only tell it as it was. "That's great. Congratulations. Come on, let's go to a nearby inn to celebrate. I'll treat you." Although Lin Chen was quite surprised by this, she did not delve too deeply into it, and simply made the invitation with a joyful expression. She certainly remembered that during the most difficult times in her life, it was his help that allowed her to emerge from the depths and achieve her initial dreams. Now that she had encountered him here, how could she not show her appreciation? "Senior Sister Ling, you really don't have to." Yifeng hesitated upon hearing this. As far as he knew, the inns nearby were quite high-end, and a meal here would be quite expensive. He certainly could not let her spend money, especially since he did not have many spirit stones on him. How can that be? No refusals allowed, but settled. The next moment, Lin Chen firmly grabbed Yifeng's hand and began to walk out. Yifeng felt her warm little hand, still as gentle as in the past, and felt quite embarrassed, but he had no way to refuse, so he could only go along with it. "By the way, I'll call a few more sisters to introduce you." Suddenly Lin Chen seemed to think of something, quickly took out a disc-shaped magical tool and cast a few sound transmission talismans. She knew that he was new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings, and it was the perfect time to help him expand his network, so she had to do her best to help him through this initial difficult period. Yifeng felt a bitter smile on his face, but did not voice any objections. Along the way they exchanged pleasantries, and Yifeng finally learned that Lin Chen was currently in the Red Dragon Team 2, officially part of the Zhanglong Guard. The overall strength of the Red Dragon Team 2 was far above that of the Green Dragon Team 1. Remembering the time he spent with her, he felt a wave of nostalgia. Back then, during their first collaboration, she had given him her utmost trust, allowing him to take charge of everything. He had been rather anxious at that time, but fortunately, despite facing numerous obstacles, they had cooperated extremely well and successfully completed the task. Though the duration of this experience was short, the memories were precious. Not long after leaving the camp, they arrived at a nearby luxurious inn. Upon seeing the decoration of this inn, Yifeng was secretly astonished. The inn was elegantly and exquisitely decorated, resembling the legendary palace of jade and clouds. Inside, various jade tables and chairs were neatly arranged, and the walls were adorned with ancient paintings of swirling clouds, exuding a faint aura of immortality. Lin Chen led Yifeng to a private room to sit down, and then began ordering dishes for herself. Seeing the prices of the dishes on the menu, Yifeng felt a jolt of nervousness. Each dish here cost at least several hundred spirit stones. In the past, he might not have felt the pinch, but now it was different. Unfortunately, Lin Chen did not heed his concerns and ordered 7 or 8 dishes before finally stopping. Yifeng could only silently acknowledge the waste as he accepted it. "By the way, how have you been these years?" After ordering, Lin Chen changed the subject and began to inquire with concern. She was unaware of whether he had been bullied after she left, and how well he had fared. She longed to return and see him, but unfortunately it had not been possible. Not bad, I've had the help of many benefactors and learned quite a bit. What about you? Is everything going smoothly in that Songlong Guard? Yifeng also showed a hint of concern. He wanted to know how she had been since joining the Songlong Guard. The tasks here can be quite tricky, but fortunately most of them have been completed smoothly. What kind of tasks are you planning to take on this time? Which senior brother from the Songlong Guard are you following? Lin Chen focused her gaze on him, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. I'm not following anyone who I want to try taking tasks on my own, Yifeng smiled. He was reluctant to share his circumstances with her, as those were his personal issues. He did not want her to worry about him, he believed he could handle it. Taking tasks alone. That's not easy. Given your strength, if you encounter any difficulties, just come to me. I'll help if I can. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of concern. Generally, new members of the Songlong Guard would follow a senior for guidance, and she was uncertain if his choice was voluntary or due to circumstances. Well, thank you in advance. If I need help, I will definitely let you know. Yifeng felt a warmth in his heart and smiled as he brushed it off. He knew that she had only recently become an official member, and she would likely be overwhelmed with many things. He truly did not want to trouble her. That's great. By the way, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here. My two sisters will be coming over soon, and I'll take the opportunity to introduce you to them. So be on your toes then. Lin Chen blinked, smiling meaningfully. Yifeng smiled wryly at her words. What could he do to be on his toes? The two chatted for less than a quarter of an hour before two young women indeed walked into the private room. It must be said that the two women possess remarkably unique temperaments, clearly not from ordinary family. The woman in the lead is gentle and enchanting, with fair skin, clad in a tight red outfit resembling a stunningly captivating older sister. The other woman has a slightly round face, dressed in a pink glass skirt, looking lively and playful. Shan, it's rare to see you actually willing to invite us here today. Upon seeing Lin Shan for the first time, the alluring woman immediately teased her with a greeting. What a surprise. What joyful occasion do we have? Do tell us. The playful woman also began to jest. They often joked around, so their interaction was quite casual. Don't be silly, it's just that a junior brother has arrived, and I wanted to introduce him to you both, so you can look out for him. Lin Shan blushed at her words, and slightly reproached them as she explained. Yifeng, seeing this, also stood up. Then I must see what kind of junior brother is worth such effort from you. Hearing this, the playful and cute woman immediately brightened her eyes, and began to carefully scrutinize Yifeng, who was behind them. Lin Shan usually lived quite frugally, never spending a single spirit stone unnecessarily, yet today was an exceptional case. Even the alluring woman beside her showed a hint of curiosity. Lin Shan hurriedly introduced. Yixing, this is Su Yao, the daughter of a prominent family from Tianzhou, and this one is Lin Weiner from the northern Yanzhou. They are both my good sisters and top talents in the Songlong Guard. Yao Weiner, this is Yixing, whom I mentioned to you. So you're Yixing. I've heard much about you, and I never expected to meet you today. Su Yao slightly bowed, her smile radiant. I must say, this woman exudes an alluring aura, and even her voice sends shivers down the spine. You're quite handsome, no wonder the beautiful Ling remembers you. Lin Weiner, with her big eyes, curiously examined Yifeng up and down like a curious child. You flatter me. Please take care of me in the future. Yifeng felt a shiver run down his spine under their gaze, and hurriedly returned a bow with a smile. However, he was secretly puzzled, feeling that Captain Ling might have some misunderstanding about him, wondering why she would bring such beautiful women. Su Yao and the others did not expect this young man to be so shy, causing them to feel as if they had discovered a new world, and they began to tease him more unabashedly. Only Lin Shan smiled without saying a word. Fortunately, after a while, the waiter timely presented the dishes, alleviating Yifeng's awkwardness. I must say, the food and drinks here are expensive for a reason. The spiritual energy is quite rich, and the taste is also quite good. After taking their seats, they toasted each other and began to eat with great relish. So what do you think? As your senior sister, am I good to you? Just by capturing one of these two, you'll never have to worry about food and drink again, far better than those messy people you knew before. Suddenly, Lin Shan mischievously transmitted a teasing remark to Yifeng. Bringing these two friends to introduce to him is not without the intention of matchmaking. If someone catches his eye, it would be a good thing. What messy people? Senior sister Ling, do you have some misunderstanding about me? Yifeng was puzzled upon hearing this. How could she think he knew such messy people? Is there really a misunderstanding? Then why were you so anxious to return when you went back? Lin Shan asked with a knowing smile. She clearly remembered that after they had just completed the task for the Huang family, he was in such a hurry to leave. However, she had investigated and found that he had been alone all along, so he couldn't possibly have any old acquaintances in Yongzhou, leading her to guess he must have been looking for someone temporarily. Senior sister Ling, I really had urgent matters. Yifeng's face darkened upon hearing this. He hadn't expected her to remember the previous events so clearly. Unfortunately, he couldn't really state it outright. Yes, yes, yes. Ling Shanshan just laughed it off, but her expression was as perfunctory as it could be. Seeing this, Yifeng could only drink in confusion. I must say, although Su Yao and Lin Weiner have been members of the Songlong Guard for many years, they are not difficult to get along with, or rather they are straightforward and easygoing. After listening for a while, Yifeng learned that both of them came from prominent families, wealthy and influential, each with their own strengths. Su Yao is skilled in various dazzling spells, especially charm and illusion techniques, while Lin Weiner specializes in medicinal concoctions and is a commendable alchemist. Both hold relatively special positions in Songlong Guard, more than sufficient to match with a young talent of captain level. Before long, Ling Shanshan began recounting the details of her previous experiences, with Yi Xing praising his wise and exceptional performance. In fact, she genuinely believed that what he had accomplished was not something an ordinary person could achieve. So Yi, junior brother, you actually know the art of astrology. Initially, Lin Weiner held some disdain upon hearing that Yi Xing was merely a small patrol officer with no family background, but when she heard Ling Shanshan recount the specific details of their previous task, she suddenly became interested. She usually loves these seemingly mysterious topics, and she never expected the person before her would know. Ahem, I was just fooling around. Yifeng quickly explained upon seeing this. He did not wish for anyone to know he had such abilities, so he quickly changed the subject. However, Ling Shanshan did not let him off the hook. That's not true. Yi, junior brother, truly has talent. Ling Shanshan quickly corrected him, secretly kicking Yifeng, feeling that he was too modest. Originally, he had no other outstanding attributes to boast about. If he continued to hide this, how could he attract the attention of beautiful women? Moreover, the miraculous methods he had displayed left a deep impression on her. If it was said that he used clever tricks the first time to help the Huang family find someone, then what about when he acted as an undercover agent and predicted that everything would be fine? Although she didn't fully believe it at the time, thinking he must have been guessing, later she pondered that perhaps it wasn't so simple. She speculated that he might actually possess some of that mysterious ability, though it might be inconsistent. Yifeng was at a loss for words upon hearing this. If he were to refute her now, wouldn't that just undermine her credibility? Wow, it seems that little Yi really is hiding his talents. Lin Weiner, seeing how Ling Shanshan praised him so highly, became even more intrigued. Even Su Yao began to have doubts. Her friend rarely praises others lightly, and would never lie. Could it really be true? By the way, Yao, didn't the matter at your home get resolved yet? Why not let Master Yi give it a try, eh? Suddenly Lin Weiner seemed to recall something and immediately suggested with great enthusiasm. Can Master Yi really help? The alluring woman was momentarily stunned and looked over at Yifeng. That matter was also one of the reasons she had been quite troubled lately. Could he really resolve it? Oh no. Ling Shanshan felt a jolt in her heart upon seeing their expressions. What she had said earlier was certainly exaggerated. In reality, she was unsure whether Yi Xing truly had that ability. She hadn't expected it to come to this. The key point is that it concerns that very matter. At this moment, she began to secretly regret. If it turned out that what she said was false, it would be a huge embarrassment. What exactly are you two talking about? Yifeng felt the gaze of everyone upon him, feeling baffled, and the situation is like this. Recently, Yao Yao's family inexplicably lost a very important treasure. Unfortunately, as a member of the Songlong Guard, she exerted all her efforts in searching, but found no clues at all. Since you can locate people, could you also try to divine and help find the treasure? Lin Weiner began to explain. She had been helping Yao Yao investigate for over half a month, trying every method, but to no avail, so they could only rely on this seemingly mysterious approach. I must confess, I lack the skills, and am not very proficient in this area. Yifeng did not expect such a situation and instinctively wanted to refuse. What a joke. How could he dare to take on a task that even the official members of the Songlong Guard couldn't accomplish? There must be something he was unaware of in this matter. It wasn't as simple as it appeared. If he inadvertently provoked someone he shouldn't have, it would be troublesome. Shanshan, look, your master is unwilling to help. Lin Weiner, seeing that he rejected so decisively, immediately resorted to charming tactics. She didn't believe she couldn't deal with this young man. After all, they had just praised him as extraordinary, and she genuinely wanted to see if he was indeed so. Su Yao similarly looked over with eager anticipation. Well, Yi, junior brother, why not give it a try? Aren't you also looking to take on tasks? Just consider it as practical experience. Ling Shanshan, seeing their enthusiasm, hesitated for a moment before eventually persuading him. After all, they had mobilized so much without finding anything and didn't know any real experts in spiritual divination, so they might as well take a gamble. Moreover, since so many had failed, if he went through the motions and then said he couldn't do it, it wouldn't be embarrassing, right? On the contrary, if he accidentally found something, that would be impressive. Indeed, Master Yi, if you can truly help, I will be extremely grateful, and the reward will definitely not be small. Su Yao rarely showed a hint of pleading. She believed he might think the reward was insufficient, so she added that. Ahem. That wasn't my intent. Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing this, and hurriedly began to explain. His hesitation was not due to spirit stones. Then what does Master Yi mean? Su Yao looked at him intently, her fair and alluring face displaying it. Well, fine, since you all have asked, no matter what I will go take a look. But please do not mention the reward again. Seeing he couldn't decline, Yifeng finally agreed reluctantly. He planned to visit the scene first to see if he could find any clues, and then adapt accordingly. As for the techniques of the heavenly mechanism disc, it would be better to avoid using them if possible. Moreover, he hadn't seen any relevant items, so even if he wanted to deduce, he couldn't figure anything out. Great. If there's any result, be sure to let me know. Lin Weiner cheered with excitement upon hearing Yixing finally relent, as if she had stumbled upon something delightful. The only regret was that she had just taken on a task, and would soon depart not knowing how long it would take to finish and unable to follow along. After agreeing on all matters with Su Yao the next morning, Yifeng arrived outside the holy city near the agreed meeting point. However, at this moment he had intentionally brought a concealment mask just in case. It wasn't that he didn't want to meet people as his true self, but the internal complexities of these aristocratic families were too great, and he was worried that if he intervened rashly he would be resented. Not long after he arrived at the pavilion, a sudden rush of breaking air swept through. He turned to look only to see a uniquely designed red flying boat soaring toward him like a sharp sword. Just as it was about to reach him, it suddenly hit the brakes and came to a steady halt in front of the pavilion. Hiss! Upon seeing this red flying boat, Yifeng's gaze went somewhat blank. The flying boat was not large, capable of seating only 3 or 4 people, yet its overall contour exhibited an extremely smooth, streamlined shape, as if it were crafted entirely from red gemstones, with its surface etched with various exquisite runes radiating a dazzling glow of spiritual energy. On the flying boat, Su Yao was currently seated in the front driver's seat, gracefully controlling the descent. Her long flowing hair cascaded behind her, dancing in the wind, exuding an otherworldly elegance. In this scene, what a man desires most, a beautiful woman and a luxurious vehicle, could not be more perfect. Master Yi, come aboard quickly. Seeing Yifeng dazed, Su Yao displayed a mesmerizing smile. All right. Upon hearing the call, Yifeng instantly shook off his distractions and leaped to the back seat of the flying boat. However, his gaze began to roam around the interior of the flying boat, admiring it, as if he were a bumpkin who had never seen the world. This flying boat was undoubtedly a high-level magical treasure, something he had never encountered before. Su Yao's lips curled slightly at Yifeng's reaction. This was one of the benefits of being from a prominent family in Qinzhou, possessing treasures that were unavailable elsewhere, but easily accessible here. Fairy Su, this flying boat must be quite expensive, right? I wonder how many spirit stones it costs. Yifeng was surprised to find such a luxurious flying boat in Tianzhou, and couldn't help but want to understand the market. If one day he had spirit stones, perhaps he would buy one for himself. It's not overly expensive, just a little over 500,000, Su Yao replied with a gentle smile, casually mentioning the price. Over 500,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this response, Yifeng was suddenly speechless. Was that not considered expensive? It seemed he truly was a complete bumpkin. At that price, by the time he could afford it, he probably wouldn't even know what year it was. Are you ready? We're taking off. Su Yao, not wanting to discourage him, quickly changed the subject. Sure. Yifeng nodded. Before coming, he had already received a message from Lin Chen stating that she had been delayed and could not join, so it was just him and Su Yao on this trip. However, Su Yao's family was not too far from the holy city, so he had no major issues going alone. Just as he settled in, the flying boat suddenly accelerated, shooting up into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. Yifeng felt the wind howling past his ears, the scenery below rapidly retreating, while the faint fragrance from the beauty in front of him wafted toward his face. The scent was simply too enticing, and no matter how steadfast his Tao heart was, it was hard to avoid being distracted at that moment. Sensing the atmosphere was a bit delicate, Su Yao skillfully controlled the flying boat, while starting a conversation with Yifeng. Master Yi, there's no need to feel pressured about helping this time. Even if we don't find anything, think of it as just visiting my sister's home. Su Yao reassured him with an unconcerned demeanor. She understood that mastering spiritual divination was extremely difficult. She didn't expect someone of his age to excel in it, but she was merely hoping to do her part. Yifeng momentarily did not know what to say upon hearing this. In fact, he did indeed think about just going through the motions, as he did not plan to take too many risks. However, hearing her say that made him suddenly feel a bit embarrassed about simply sitting there. Fairy Su, may I ask what specific treasure your family has lost? Could you tell me about it? The next moment, Yifeng's expression began to turn serious. Regardless, he felt he could not obviously just take advantage of the situation. He had to try his best to see if he could find some clues through conventional means. If he could help her without exposing his abilities, that would be even better. It is a mysterious mirror left by my ancestor. It is said to contain a very profound set of techniques, and only those of our clan who can cause the mirror to react may learn from it. Unfortunately, for many years no one in our family has been able to resonate with the mirror, so it has been properly stored in the secret hall. However, recently for some unknown reason the mirror unexpectedly went missing. This mirror is crucial to our family's honor and is an important legacy, so everyone in the family is very anxious. Su Yao introduced gravely. If it were just an ordinary treasure they would not have made such a fuss. But this mirror was an extremely rare heirloom vital to the family's rise and fall, so they took it quite serious. Fairy Su, do you know if there were any signs of outsiders intruding at that time? Also, have all those who had the opportunity to approach the secret hall been questioned? Yifeng asked curiously. He suspected it was likely caused by human hands, either outsiders or insiders. We have already checked, and there are no signs of outsiders intruding. Those who had the chance to get close to the treasure vault are all core members of the family, but everyone claims they did not touch it. Su Yao replied, looking troubled. Each formal member of the Zonglong Guard could learn some unique secret techniques, and her technique was to create illusions to make people speak the truth. As soon as the incident occurred, their family immediately sealed off all areas and locked up everyone who could get close to the secret hall, allowing her to cast spells and interrogate them one by one. Unfortunately, despite exhausting all methods and checking every corner, there were no results, so she had been feeling somewhat down during this time. This is indeed troublesome. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's expression grew increasingly serious. If the other side was at a loss, it indicated that the person's cultivation was exceptionally high and he had no good suggestions in such a hurry. After chatting for a while, the flying boat finally came to a stop in front of a cluster of buildings that resembled a sect's residence. In this cluster of buildings, pavilions and towers were arranged in an orderly manner surrounded by lush green mountains and forests, creating an extremely enchanting scene. However, suddenly, Yifeng frowned slightly upon seeing a certain area. What's wrong? Su Yao asked anxiously upon noticing this. It's nothing, just feel that the atmosphere here is a bit oppressive, Yifeng said with a smile, pretending to be nonchalant. In truth, he sensed a somewhat obscure gray aura in that area, but he did not know what it represented and could not say it outright. Of course it's oppressive, that's quite normal, Su Yao had no doubts about this. Currently everyone in the family was on edge and the guards had become extremely strict, so how could it not be oppressive? Fortunately, the family members were very familiar with her flying boat and did not come forward to intercept it. The flying boat finally descended slowly in the middle of an open courtyard at the center of the cluster of buildings. At this moment, Yifeng took out a mask and put it on. The mask looked extremely realistic, crafted using the secret technique he had learned earlier. Once worn, ordinary people would not have a specific way to discern that this was not his true appearance. Su Yao thought it unnecessary, but said nothing more as she knew that being cautious was indeed for the best. Fortunately, the new appearance he presented at this moment seemed flawless and quite pleasing. Yao, you're back. May I ask who this is? Soon a middle-aged man walked out from a nearby hall, approaching the two. This middle-aged man had a well-defined face and a calm demeanor bearing some resemblance to Su Yao, but his expression appeared rather fatigued, clearly having not rested well for a long time. Father, I brought a colleague with me hoping to see if we can find any clues, Su Yao said as she approached the middle-aged man obediently. Oh, didn't you bring quite a few people before? Why couldn't they help? The calm middle-aged man replied somewhat. He certainly knew that these Zonglong guards possessed some extraordinary skills, but previously his daughter had brought several colleagues, tried every method, and found no leads. Now she had brought back a young man alone. The key was that this young man looked quite good. Could he be the romantic interest his daughter had recently met? This colleague is a bit different. He knows some spiritual divination techniques and may provide some clues. Su Yao quickly began to succinctly add to her father's thoughts. If it had been the same people as before, she certainly wouldn't have gone through the trouble again, but this Yixing was different. What? Spiritual divination techniques. That's a rare talent. The calm middle-aged man's eyes immediately brightened upon hearing this. He had not expected that this young man ahead was actually a spiritual diviner. If this person were someone his daughter had found from outside, he would have no hesitation in treating him as a fraud, as how could someone so young possibly master such arcane techniques? However, if he was recommended by the Zonglong guards or a friend, then he could not be a fraud. After all, he had seen Lin Chen, who was not very talkative, but quite reliable. A spiritual diviner so young must surely be a genius in this field, perhaps even a disciple of some great master. Master Yi, thank you for traveling a long distance. Please come inside and rest for a while. I will have someone prepare a feast. After clarifying the situation, the calm, middle-aged man immediately welcomed Yifeng with a beaming smile. Regardless of whether the other party could be of help, he could not afford to treat him lightly. What? Prepare a feast? Yifeng was taken aback by this, almost wanting to turn around and leave. He had come this time to just go through the motions. How could he let them go to such lengths? Even Su Yao was surprised. He never expected that her father would plan such a grand reception. She thought they would just have tea and some snacks like the other Songlong guards. There is no need for the head of the Su family to be so polite. I am just here casually to take a look, truly not a master. Just have a servant take me to the scene. In the next moment, Yifeng quickly and earnestly advised against it. This banquet, needless to say, would certainly cost a considerable amount, and many key members might attend, causing a significant stir. How could that be? Given that the master has traveled a long distance to come here, it is only right to hold a banquet in his honor. Someone prepare the feast. The composed middle-aged man did not take this seriously. He knew very well that the more capable a person is, the more humble they tend to be, so he had to put on a show. If the other party started boasting upon arrival, he might have been on guard, but with such behavior, he felt reassured. An answer came from somewhere, and soon people around began to move. Yifeng felt a chill run down his spine. What should I do? He never expected the Su family to be so enthusiastic, completely beyond his expectations. Although he wanted to stop it, it was already too late. The banquet was quickly prepared, and before long a group of core members of the Su family had gathered while Yifeng was ceremoniously welcomed into the grand banquet hall. However, the Su family members in the hall were slightly taken aback to see such a young person being honored, casting curious glances. Who exactly is this young man to receive such treatment from the head of the family? Most of them noticed how much respect the head of the family, Su Jingtian, showed to this person. Even if they were puzzled, they dared not act recklessly. Only one handsome young man resembling a spoiled rich kid couldn't help but mutter, "Sister, is he the spiritual master you invited?" The handsome young man always wore a somewhat nonchalant expression, but at this moment, he appeared somewhat. What's wrong with that? Su Yao, hearing this doubt, retorted unhappily. Even though she was usually gentle with people, she couldn't be kind to her brother at this moment. Is this person some kind of fraud? So young, what could he have learned? The handsome young man did not hesitate to express his opinion. Unlike other family members, he preferred to speak bluntly, even in the presence of their father. He had learned a bit about the art of spiritual divination to impress girls, and even once seriously studied it, but found it exceedingly difficult. The other party is not much older than he is. How could he be a master? Stop talking nonsense. Do you think everyone is as ignorant as you? Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately shot him a glare. Sister, how am I ignorant? It's just that I haven't found a worthy skill to dive into yet. The handsome young man quickly retorted. Nonsense. Ordinary skills were beneath his notice. Why would he waste his efforts? You have your reasons. Su Yao felt helpless and frustrated. The other party was undoubtedly very clever, but always aimed too high and couldn't persist in learning anything, rendering him mediocre in all. While the siblings were whispering, the head of the family, Su Jingtian, began to speak in the center of the hall. Everyone, this is the spiritual master specially invited by Yaoer from the Songlong guards, intending to help us seek the legendary treasure mirror. I hope everyone will cooperate with Master Yi in using secret arts to assist the Su family in finding the treasure's whereabouts. Su Jingtian clasped his fists in salute to everyone, his attitude extremely sincere. Yes, head of the family. Everyone responded in unison with cupped fists. Regardless of what they thought internally, they could not show it on the surface. Seeing that no one raised any objections, Su Jingtian finally breathed a sigh of relief, raised his wine cup, and approached Yifeng. Master Yi, I entrust this matter to you. Come, I toast you a cup. After saying this, Su Jingtian tilted his neck back and drank his cup in one go. Head of the Su family, this is too much. Yifeng, seeing this, was alarmed and quickly raised his cup in return, feeling extremely anxious. The other party was not only the head of a family, but also a person whose cultivation level was far beyond his, yet he spoke to him in such a manner. He felt as if he might lose years off his life. Fortunately, after downing a cup, Su Jingtian finally ceased to say more and directly announced the start of the banquet. In an instant, plates of various spiritual meats and rare spiritual fruits and fine wines were served, filling the jade tables. Although they had just experienced a theft, the atmosphere was quite lively. During this time, many people subtly tried to probe into Yifeng's background, and each question made Yifeng break into a cold sweat. Fortunately, his adaptability was not bad, and he managed to muddle through the inquiries. The banquet lasted not long, only about half an hour, and as soon as they were full and satisfied, Yifeng made a request for Su Yao to take him to the scene. Meanwhile, Su Jingtian began to arrange for the altar and rituals. Master Yi, may I ask what preparations are needed for the secret arts to be performed later? I will prepare them right away. Su Jingtian asked with a serious face. He certainly knew that these spiritual divination secret arts could not be performed casually. They required some external items, and some masters even demanded strange things. Ahem, just prepare some spiritual blood of furnace and offerings, Yifeng said with a guilty expression. In fact, he needed nothing and didn't know what to prepare. Fortunately, he had heard some conventional methods over the years, so he could somewhat manage. That's fine, I will have someone take care of it. Su Jingtian didn't expect the other party's request to be so simple, and he quickly organized things efficiently. Yifeng then followed Su Yao winding through to the Su family's secret vault where the theft occurred. This secret vault was located beneath an inconspicuous artificial hill. If someone unaware of the situation saw this hill, they would certainly think it just a common garden decoration, unaware that a crucial secret vault of the Su family lay hidden beneath. The two entered through a hidden door in the hill, walking down a tunnel, passing through several checkpoints, and finally arriving at a heavy door. The door was tightly closed with no signs of being pried open, and the defensive formations set up around it. Su Yao took out a token and placed it in a slot on the door. In an instant, the formations dispersed layer by layer, and the door opened. As Yifeng stepped inside, he saw that the vault was filled with various rare treasures and ancient books glowing with spiritual light. He never expected the Su family to be so wealthy. Seeing this scene, Yifeng was secretly shocked. Every treasure here was invaluable, at least of spiritual grade or higher. Together, it was hard to imagine how many spirit stones they represented. This is the spot. The treasure mirror was originally placed here, and there were dedicated personnel checking daily. However, for some unknown reason, it vanished overnight, and the guards noticed nothing unusual. Shortly after, Su Yao pointed to the empty spot in the center where the treasure mirror had been stored and began to explain. Yifeng began to carefully observe the surroundings, finding nothing unusual. Then he approached the spot where the treasure mirror was kept, picked up some dust from the ground, and smelled it lightly. Unfortunately, after several searches, he found no abnormalities nor any signs of outsiders having entered. Ultimately, he had no choice but to activate the Tianji plate once again. What's going on? Su Yao saw him suddenly stop, her face turning pale, and hurriedly asked with concern. She wondered if he had made some discovery. Nothing much. I have found a related item. Let's go outside. Yifeng stood up and said with profound eyes. The Tianji plate had given a hint, but the situation was somewhat complicated, and he didn't know how to express it. All right. Su Yao nodded. Moments later, the two exited the vault, and a tall altar had already been swiftly constructed in the spacious training ground of the Su family. The altar was adorned with various mysterious instruments, and colorful flags fluttered around. On both sides of the altar, the Su family members tightly encircled it, full of curiosity, while a guard team maintained order nearby. Master Yi, may I ask if we can begin? Upon seeing Yifeng's appearance, Su Jingtian immediately approached with an inquiring expression. He had built this ritual altar to the highest specifications with the resources he had. Let's start. Yifeng stepped onto the spiritual divination altar, observing the hundreds of Su family members looking at him, feeling unusually pressured. But at this point, he could only feign a performance. The entire altar was constructed from precious dark green spiritual jade. The surface of these jade pieces was smooth as a mirror, faintly emitting a chilling aura, adding an air of mystery to the altar. At the front of the altar, various divination-related instruments were displayed. Clearly, the Su family had not just prepared a furnace and some spiritual blood as he had suggested, but had a full array of necessary items. Prominently placed in the center was an ancient purple furnace of unknown quality, radiating purple light, quite extraordinary. Inside the furnace, 3 incense sticks made from rare spiritual herbs and spices were inserted, each thick and as large as a bowl. Beside the furnace lay a palm-sized tortoise shell with exceptionally mysterious patterns. Upon closer inspection, it was a genuine spirit tortoise shell crafted through some unknown special method. On the other side, there was also a finely crafted bagua plate, its surface covered with densely packed runes dazzling to behold. Additionally, there were various monster beast spiritual blood talismans and offerings on the altar, decorating the spiritual divination altar in an extravagant manner. Seeing these items and arrangements, Yifeng was secretly astonished. He never expected the Su family to have such complete divination tools, far more professional than he was. He suddenly wondered if there was a true spiritual divination master within the Su family. Wouldn't he be showing off his inadequacies here? Only the handsome young man below was extremely puzzled. These were all items he had specially purchased at a high price to learn the art of star divination, and he hadn't used them much yet, but now they were being used as a means for someone else. I hope this kid has some real skills and doesn't disgrace my treasures. Yifeng was unaware of the other party's thoughts. After a brief shock, he regained composure and promptly lit the incense. As soon as the incense was lit, it immediately released wisps of blue smoke, quickly enveloping the entire altar in an ethereal atmosphere. Then Yifeng picked up the nearby bagua plate, began to chant incantations, and pretended to manipulate it. He truly did not know how to use the others. Only the bagua plate had some similarities with his Tianji plate, so he could only make do with it. Fortunately, as spiritual power flowed in, the bagua plate indeed responded. The runes on the plate began to light up with golden and silver light, interweaving and flickering, as if depicting some mysterious trajectory. However, he did not observe the movement of the plate. He sometimes frowned, sometimes gazed intently, appearing to be fully absorbed in performing the secret arts, but in reality, he was just rapidly contemplating countermeasures in his mind. As Yifeng began to move, the onlookers, including the elders and younger disciples of the Su family, unconsciously held their breath, their gazes fixed intently upon him. Third uncle, do you really think that boy can help us recover the treasure? Perhaps feeling the atmosphere too oppressive, a young man could not help but whisper to the older clansman beside him. He was terribly curious. Who can say? He's from the Songlong Way and a spirit diviner. He ought to have some skill, right? The elder offered no definite conclusion, giving only an ambiguous reply. He had privately been skeptical, yet the other's credentials lent him an inexplicable measure of confidence. Another man beside them shook his head. I think it's unlikely. That treasure isn't so easily found. He was far less optimistic. Divination is inscrutable. Even renowned masters of spiritual divination cannot always locate lost objects by augury. Moreover, the fellow was so young. What real ability could someone from the Songlong Way possess? The Su family members murmured among themselves. Most held little hope, though they clung quietly to a sliver of expectation until the result was known. After all, they wanted to see whether the youth before them could produce anything of consequence. At their side, Su Yao and Su Jingtian were equally nervous. They knew little of spiritual divination, yet both fervently hoped for some encouraging outcome. Only the handsome young master harbored no hope from the start. He doubted any miracle would occur and saw no reason to believe the other superior to himself. Time ticked by. The gold and silver lights within the bagua plate spun ever faster, yet no other portent manifested. Then, with a sudden hand seal from Yifeng, the entire bagua plate flared brilliantly. A shaft of golden light shot up from it, in an instant surging toward the heavens. A murmur ran through the crowd, a result at last. Seeing the light, everyone tensed and fell silent. They had heard of such scenes before. Perhaps he was communing with heaven and earth to obtain guidance. To their surprise, the golden beam had barely risen halfway before, as if the spiritual force faltered, it abruptly recoiled and dimmed. The young man on the altar slowly closed his eyes. That's it. The Su family members' newly kindled excitement was snuffed out as the golden light vanished. Was this the master's entire repertoire? Where were the omens and totems they had expected? This fell far short of the tales they had heard elsewhere. They scoffed that they could have achieved more. How the boy even botched the steps. The handsome young master sneered. Even a dilettante like him thought he could do better. Su, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll toss you out. Seeing this, Su Yao could not help but hiss a low rebuke, teeth clenched. Everyone studies different secret arts. How could a flippant fellow presume another had erred in his procedure? She believed Yixing had his reasons for acting as he did. Sis, you're hopeless. Fine, forget I said anything. I'm curious to see what tricks he'll pull. The handsome young master, hearing this, grew too annoyed to argue and fell silent. He knew that spiritual divination comprised only a few established schools, each with fixed routines. The boy was using the astrological branch, yet he had not mastered even the basic steps. It all seemed merely theatrical. Not long after the young master's remark, Yifeng finally opened his eyes and began returning the ritual implements. Master, how did it go? Su Yao, seeing the rite had ended, hurried forward to inquire. Su Jingtian and the others also looked on with eager anticipation. After all their preparation, the moment of truth had arrived. There is a hint. Whether the treasure can be found depends on a single character, Yifeng said calmly. Oh, which character? Su Yao asked, startled. Yifeng did not hesitate. He opened his palm and slowly revealed the character formed there for her to see. The character had been deliberately condensed with his spiritual energy. He had wrestled with himself for some time, and at last softened enough to offer a small clue. That, however, was all he would provide. To reveal more would be too risky. Su Yao, seeing the crooked mark, gave a small exclamation. The surrounding Su family members, overhearing, were likewise puzzled. Before long, a quick-witted clansman muttered, "Could it refer to Suja?" The remark hung in the air. It seemed it might indeed. The rest of the Su family were stunned. The character was uncommon. Within their clan, the only person linked to it was named Suja. Crucially, Suja was one of the few core members who had access to the treasured mirror. Could the mirror's disappearance really be his doing? How could that be? Boy, don't slander. In the next moment, a burly, dark-complexioned man stepped forward, veins bulging, roaring in bitter outrage. He was the Suja everyone spoke of, a man known for his steady loyalty. He could not possibly have betrayed the family. How could he be connected to the missing mirror? Yes, Suja has always been faithful. How could he do such a thing? Exactly. The assembled family members rallied, voicing their objections. They might suspect any number of people, but Suja remained the least likely. Family head Suja is a rare talent of the clan with many meritorious deeds. Do not let an outsider's fragmentary words chill the heart of our own people. One elder spoke earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Su Jingtian. Suja was preparing to ascend to the golden core stage. The family was investing heavily in him and had allocated the necessary resources. How could he so recklessly ruin his future? Family head, I did not do this. Heaven is witness, the sun and moon attest. If I am involved, may thunder strike me down. Please investigate. The dark-complexioned man then dropped to his knees, shouting hoarsely. Witnessing this, Su Jingtian, already torn, grew even more conflicted. The other Su family members too shifted from doubt to suspicion and even showed a hint of hostility toward Yifeng. They felt the boy harbored ulterior motives. Haha, the boy has made a grave blunder, hasn't he? Astrological divination isn't so easy to master. Seeing this, he could not help but laugh with schadenfreude. He had convinced himself that the man before them was inferior even to his own skill. Only Su Yao frowned. She remembered never having mentioned anyone named Suja to the stranger, and the two had had no prior contact. How could he suddenly speak that name? Please calm yourselves. Whatever the case, this will be thoroughly investigated. No meritorious person shall be wrongly accused. After a moment's hesitation, Su Jingtian stepped forward to soothe the crowd. In any event, as family head, he could not make hasty judgments. The family head is right. The guidance merely suggests starting from the character Zhe. It does not assert that Su Zhe committed the deed. Spiritual divination can be fickle. Variance is normal. Perhaps I simply lack skill. Yifeng likewise stepped forward to smooth matters. He cared little whether they believed him. He had given a hint and felt that repaid their hospitality. As expected, the Su family quieted somewhat. But the result has already appeared. Further divination would be pointless. If there's nothing more, I'll take my leave. In the next moment, Yifeng began to depart decisively. Out of courtesy, he had revealed a sliver of insight. He could not disclose deeper reasons, for that would exceed the bounds of spiritual divination and be impossible to explain. The wisest course was to withdraw swiftly. He could lay everything bare and win their admiration, but departing afterward would be far more difficult. Su Jingtian's face grew troubled. The matter was unresolved. Would the other leave before even discussing compensation? On reflection, he saw little point in detaining him and finally agreed. Very well, Yao, escort the master for me. We'll continue the inquiry later. Very well. Su Yao nodded. She knew the matter might not be settled soon. Letting Yixing wait idly would be futile. What followed would be internal Su family affairs unsuitable for outsiders to witness. On the way back, Su Yao and her companion walked in heavy silence, each burdened with thoughts. But as they were about to part, Su Yao suddenly turned to Yifeng. Master Yi, do you truly think Su Zhe is? Throughout the journey, she had been torn. She could not reconcile it. Su Zhe was among the most loyal of their kin. She had never suspected him. She had even questioned him with illusionary probes and found nothing amiss. Yet why would the hint point to Su Zhe? Did I not say it might merely be my lack of skill? Yifeng smiled and declined to elaborate. No, I believe you. I never once mentioned the name Su Zhe to you. Suddenly, Su Yao clenched her teeth and blurted it out. She clearly remembered that she had never mentioned any information about this person to the other party, nor had she taken the other party to inquire about those who had the opportunity to contact the treasure mirror, and she hadn't even introduced them to other Zonglong guards. After all, that Su Zhe belonged to the elite, secretly nurtured, and was not public. But how could the other party suddenly, and so skillfully, mention someone closely related to the treasure mirror? Ahem. Yifeng was somewhat surprised by the other party's certainty, and didn't know what to say. Master, could you please guide me again? Where should we start next? Su Yao's gaze fixed intently on him, filled with a hint of expectation. They had already conducted thorough investigations on these key figures, but found no issues. She felt that continuing the investigation would likely yield the same result, so she hoped the other party could provide some assistance. However, Yifeng shook his head. Fairy Su, I truly have no other clues. The guidance of the secret technique is only this much. If you find it useful, continue to investigate in this direction. No matter how much Su Yao pleaded, Yifeng remained unmoved. He had no actual ties to the other party. They were merely acquaintances, and he did not want to bear too great a consequence for someone else. Master, please just tell me. Seeing this, Su Yao, unwilling to give up, directly approached, Yifeng shaking his hand, and began to act cute. She did not believe that she, such a beautiful woman, would be unable to sway a young man full of vigor. Hiss. Feeling the beauty so close the fragrance wafted towards him, Yifeng felt his blood surge, and his heart raced. It must be said Su Yao was naturally beautiful, with an alluring charm and a pitiful appearance which posed a tremendous impact on a virgin like Yifeng. Unfortunately, he quickly dispelled those distracting thoughts and hardened his heart once more. All right, no matter what, I must thank you. This is 20,000 spirit stones as instructed by my father to give you. Take it. Ultimately, seeing that she had used her ultimate move and the other party remained indifferent, Su Yao finally guessed that he truly had no way to help and reluctantly released Yifeng's hand, pulling out a small bag of spirit stones. The other party had worked hard to perform the secret technique, and regardless of whether it was effective, she felt she should give some compensation. I have said before I will not accept any reward, and I ask Fairy Sue to promise that regardless of the final outcome, do not disclose it, and do not speak of it to outsiders. Yifeng's gaze towards the bag of spirit stones was quite indifferent. He was unsure if the Sue family could recover their treasure. How could he accept benefits? Moreover, if he accepted this time, how could he refuse the next time the other party sought his help? Thus, after hesitating for a moment, he ultimately resolutely declined. This guy doesn't even want spirit stones. Su Yao felt it was incredibly hard to believe. For a cultivator from such a remote place, 20,000 spirit stones should be quite a lot, right? How could he look down on it? It seems he is indeed a remarkable person, able to regard money as dirt. She couldn't help but regard the person before her with even higher esteem, yet she still did not give up. How about accepting 5,000 spirit stones? Su Yao took a step back, her face full of grievances, as she handed over another storage bag. She certainly understood that the other party's refusal to accept the spirit stones meant he didn't want to get involved further, but it was not easy for her to find someone who could provide a different perspective on this matter, so how could she let it go easily? Really unnecessary. Yifeng continued to shake his head. 2,000. No. 1,000. If you don't accept it, I will get angry. This is merely the most ordinary attendance fee for its Songlong guard, unless you don't consider me a friend. In the end, Su Yao gritted her teeth and stuffed the spirit stones directly into Yifeng's arms, threatening him in annoyance. Even if she was this familiar with people like Lin Chen, she had still given them a compensation fee, so how could he be an exception? Yifeng was momentarily at a loss, seeing her so persistent. Did she really seem to be angry? He felt that if he didn't accept it, she might really cut ties with him. Forget it. If it's just the attendance fee for its Songlong guard, then there is indeed no harm. Yifeng sighed silently and accepted the 1,000 spirit stones. Seeing that this wooden block finally relented, Su Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, she did not linger any longer and left cleanly after leaving the spirit stones. Yifeng also began to remove his mask, flying back to the courtyard on the mountainside behind Qingyun's sect with his sword. However, at this moment his mood was quite complicated. Unexpectedly, in the end, he still owed the other party a favor. But the next moment he thought of something and secretly cursed. He had thought that he would be able to return quickly after going out today, so he hadn't informed Nangong Luyun in advance. Yet he hadn't expected that upon arriving at the Su family there were feasts and rituals, and it had gotten so late before he returned. It was already deep into the night, and he felt that Nangong Luyun must have already gone to rest by now. Having missed a night of barbecuing, he wondered if she would be angry, hoping she wouldn't chase him away. However, to his surprise, when he returned to the courtyard on the mountainside, he found Nangong Luyun's figure dressed in white, like snow, quietly waiting outside his wooden house, her garments fluttering, as if merging with the night. No way. She actually waited specifically for me. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart, sensing a bad omen. At this moment, the moonlight cascaded down like water. In front of the wooden house, a figure in white stood under the moonlight, lost in thought. That visage resembled a celestial fairy descending from the 9 heavens, exuding an ethereal beauty that was simply breathtaking. However, Yifeng had no time to appreciate it, his heart filled with anxiety. Why did you come back so late tonight? As expected, upon seeing Yifeng, the figure in white spoke softly. I was invited to a banquet. Yifeng hurriedly explained upon hearing her words. A banquet? The white figure's expression stiffened. Was it a woman? How do you know that? Yifeng was taken aback and felt inexplicably guilty. He indeed had gone to a banquet at a beautiful woman's house. He just hadn't expected her to ask such a question, and even more surprisingly, she guessed it right. Next time, remember to tell me in advance. The figure in white fell silent for a moment before softly saying this. All right. Yifeng responded eagerly, quickly taking out spirit meat and starting to roast it. Fortunately, his grilling skills were already superb, and before long, he had roasted several skewers of spirit meat to a perfect crispness, sizzling with juices. After a quarter of an hour watching her take the meat skewers and disappear, Yifeng finally let out a sigh of relief. Even though they had been living together for quite some time, he still felt a sense of awkwardness whenever he faced her alone. However, the fact that she had waited specifically for him to return, could it be that she cared for him? This was truly unprecedented. Although it was already quite late, Yifeng still went to the back mountain to check on the few rabbits before resting. Fortunately, before he set off in the morning, he had already fed the rabbits well, and currently, he had not noticed any problems. The next day, Yifeng got up early, casually prepared some food, and took the 1,000 spirit stones he had collected yesterday to buy an adult blue flame rabbit along with some feeding materials. This 1,000 spirit stones were undoubtedly a timely boon for him, allowing him to purchase ample feeding materials, and while waiting for results, also buy another female rabbit. With this, he would have 4 female rabbits and 1 male rabbit, greatly increasing the breeding speed. The newly purchased blue flame rabbit seemed extremely satisfied with the environment of the back mountain. As soon as it was placed in the enclosed forest, it immediately began to hop around joyfully. The other blue flame rabbits, upon noticing the arrival of a new companion, displayed a hint of vigilance, baring their teeth to guard against the newcomer. Only the male rabbit showed no signs of rejection towards the new member, instead revealing a faint excitement. Fortunately, the area of this dense forest was quite large, and after the new blue flame rabbit wandered around a bit, it quickly found a suitable territory to inhabit. Seeing that no fighting occurred between the new and old rabbits, Yifeng finally relaxed his tense demeanor and began preparing to feed them spirit food. He knew that even among unfamiliar spirit rabbits there would be territorial awareness. Fortunately, the space was ample and no conflicts arose. However, when he finished preparing the spirit vegetables and fruits and began feeding them, he discovered that a certain blue flame rabbit's belly had started to bulge slightly. This. Has it finally become pregnant? Great. Yifeng immediately noticed the difference in this plump female rabbit. With this, his breeding of the ice flame rabbit would soon yield results. Without hesitation, he started preparing the mutated upgrading materials immediately after finishing the daily. He knew that once the bulge in the female rabbit's belly was visible, it was not far from giving birth, and the best time to feed was now. While he was busy breeding the ice flame rabbits outside the holy city, within the main hall of the Su family manor, a heated argument was also taking place. Su Yao proposed to take Su Zhe to the purge interrogation hall of the Canlong Guard for further examination, still suspecting that there was an issue. However, Su Yi immediately jumped out to question. Absurd. Just because a young lad who knows nothing says something, you want to treat a core family member as a criminal. This is far too childish. Father must not be misled. Su Yi was extremely angry at this moment. He had long heard that the purge interrogation hall of the Canlong Guard was terrifying. Even the most powerful people who entered would suffer severe damage to their souls. How could his sister entertain such thoughts? Isn't that right? The cost of the purge interrogation hall is too high. It would chill the hearts of the family. The other key members of the Su family also began to oppose, with many feeling it inappropriate to act on the mere words of an outsider. On one hand, the purge interrogation hall does not allow just anyone in. Activating the formations inside is extremely costly, and even the Holy Alliance only treats the most heinous criminals this way. Moreover, this interrogation hall is very mysterious. Those who enter seem to suffer immense pain, and their souls are harmed, possibly leading to resentment towards the family afterward. It can be said that once Su Zhe is sent in, it would be equivalent to completely losing his heart. In comparison to the importance of the moonlight illusion mirror, this cost is entirely worth it. As for Su Zhe, if he truly has no issues, we can slowly compensate him later. I believe he will understand. Su Yao patiently explained this. At this moment she was quite anxious. Being part of the Canlong Guard herself, she certainly knew the terrors of the purge interrogation hall, and she did not wish to send her family members inside. But she also understood that the longer they delayed, the smaller the chance of finding the precious mirror would become. When the ancestor returns from his pilgrimage, he would surely be furious, so they could no longer wait. Alright, let's first ask Su Zhe for his opinion. If he is willing, then we shall proceed. After much hesitation, Su Jingtian finally gave his response. Although he was the head of the family and held significant power, he could not make overly impulsive decisions, otherwise the family members would not comply with him. Su Yao did not expect her father to make such a decision, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. If Su Zhe truly had an issue, how would he be willing to go? This was completely a deadlock. The elders finally let out a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Asking for the person's opinion was undoubtedly a prudent choice, otherwise if anyone could be sent in merely due to suspicion, everyone would be on edge. Thus the key members of the Su family came to the side courtyard to inquire about Su Zhe's opinion. However, to everyone's surprise, Su Zhe agreed without hesitation. How could this be? Su Yao was completely stunned upon seeing this. Could it be that she had guessed wrong? Otherwise, how could he agree so readily, knowing the terrors of the interrogation hall? And the other key members of the Su family, seeing this, felt that it was indeed the case. They had said that Su Zhe was the most loyal. Father, didn't I tell you that Su Zhe is of no concern? That boy clearly knows nothing, so let's just forget it. There's no need to go to the Purgatory Soul Inquiry Palace, as it's a considerable expense. Su Yi smiled faintly and advised. He had anticipated such a result. After all, he had interacted with Su Zhe quite a bit. Exactly. Head of the family, I can assure you this matter absolutely has nothing to do with Su Zhe. There's no need to waste this money. The other core members of the Su family echoed in agreement. At this moment, they had basically concluded that this was nothing more than a farce. How could mastering the art of spiritual divination be so easy? That boy is undoubtedly just a figurehead. Hearing the persuasion, Su Jingtian felt To be honest, he still held a shred of hope in his heart, hoping that Master Yi was right, as this was the only lead. Yet he never expected it would end up like this. However, just as he was about to give up, Su Jia once again proactively insisted on going to the Seoul Inquiry Palace for a test. He was determined to seek justice from that surname Yi. Since being wronged yesterday, even though most of the clan members believed he was innocent, quite a few began to point fingers at him. As long as he didn't prove his innocence, others would look at him with a kind of strange gaze. He had had enough of such misunderstandings, so he desperately hoped to prove himself, and then receive a formal apology from that boy. Suja, can't we just let this go? We all believe in you. Yeah, there's no need to be so serious. That guy Yi also said it might just be due to his lack of skill. Seeing the situation escalate, everyone began to advise him to give up. After all, the matter involved the young lady. If he pressured her into apologizing publicly, how embarrassing would that be? Who would dare to come to the Su family in the future? Yet Su Jia was unwavering. In the end, the head of the Su family had no choice but to take Su Yao, Su Jia, and a few core family members aboard a flying vessel heading to the renowned Purgatory Seoul Inquiry Palace of the Tsanglong Guard. Su Yi was also very interested and followed along. In a certain mysterious hall within the western camp of the Tsanglong Guard, the hall exuded a chilling and terrifying aura, making one feel as if they had fallen into hell, experiencing an inexplicable coldness. The walls of the hall were inscribed with various strange runes and terrifying punishment patterns. In the center of the hall there was a cave resembling the mouth of a giant beast, burning with ghostly green flames, as if it were the gateway to hell. Since Su Yao was a formal member of the Tsanglong Guard, the elder guarding this place, upon seeing the arrival of the Su family, simply verified their identities, collected the spirit stones, and began making necessary arrangements. Before long, Su Jia took a deep breath and slowly stepped into that dark cave, filled with purgatorial flames. He firmly believed he had done nothing wrong, hence he felt no fear. However, as the elder of the Tsanglong Guard recited incantations activating the mysterious formation within the cave, a series of agonized screams suddenly rang out. The Su family members outside heard these screams, their faces showing signs of distress, while Su Yao felt extremely anxious. Unfortunately, having come this far, she could only grit her teeth and continue watching. Inside the cave, strands of ghostly green flames entwined around Su Jia, flickering, as if a spirit of fire was probing the secrets deep within his soul. This mysterious formation was similar to the legendary soul search technique, but the damage inflicted on the subject was considerably less than that of the fabled soul search. Su Tuo felt his entire body scorched by these flames, his expression twisted in agony, as if he were enduring immense pain, completely surrendering his spirit to the onslaught. As time passed, the onlookers outside anxiously awaited the outcome. Fortunately, after an unknown amount of time, Su Tuo emerged from the cave, seemingly drained of all energy. The elder of the Tsanglong Guard also followed out from a hidden chamber. Elder Liao, what's the situation? Seeing this, Su Yao hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. You can see for yourselves. The elder of the Tsanglong Guard raised his hand and projected an image extracted from the soul memory of the tested individual. In an instant, some blurred images appeared in the air above the hall. In the images, Su Jia sneaked into the secret hall, where the treasured mirror was stored one night, took the mirror, and then handed it over to a suddenly appearing figure in black. Hiss! Upon witnessing this scene, the members of the Su family gasped in shock, and Su Jia, seeing this, wore a look of utter disbelief, completely stunned. How is this possible? Why is it like this? Why do I have no recollection of this? Is this a mistake? Su Jia shook his head, repeatedly asking in a daze. It was one thing for that guy Yi to say he had a problem, which could be dismissed as a failure, but now these people also said he had a problem. Yes. Is there any possibility of a mistake? The other core members of the Su family began to question as well. This formation is an ancient top-tier array, it cannot be wrong. However, from my observation, it seems there are traces of toxins remaining in his spirit, likely indicating that at the time, he was being controlled by a type of soul manipulation, leaving him without any conscious awareness, hence, he holds no memory of these events. The elder of the Tsanglong Guard explained gravely. This formation had existed here for countless years, how could it possibly make a mistake? Over the years, this grand formation had solved countless unresolved cases for them. What? Controlling the soul. No wonder. Indeed, in the fleeting images they had noticed that when Su Jia acted, his movements appeared somewhat rigid, as if controlled by some unseen force. This explanation clarified why previous interrogations and illusions had not revealed any anomalies. Head of the family, I told you I was wronged. Someone must have deliberately framed me. I ask for justice from the head of the family. In the next moment, Su Jia cried out with indignation. All right, the priority now is to find out the whereabouts of that treasured mirror. Su Jia, think carefully. Have you come into contact with any suspicious individuals recently? Is there a chance they poisoned you? Su Jingtian's expression was extremely serious. At this point, so much time had passed since the theft of the treasured mirror, he was unsure whether it could still be retrieved. Suspicious individuals, eh? Su Tuo fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Su Yao, seeing this outcome, felt her mind buzzing. That Master Yi, he actually got it right. She had originally thought it was quite possible he had made a mistake planning to find ways to defend the other party, yet unexpectedly in the end the tables turned, and it was proven to be correct. At this moment, Su Yi's expression was equally dazed, lost in thought for a long time. How is this possible? That kid clearly made a mistake in the steps. Why is it still so effective? Even if the steps were correct, he never thought that this divination technique could be so miraculous. He never expected that Master Yi would directly refresh his understanding. The Su family acted swiftly. After Su Zhe provided a list of everyone he had come into contact with in the past 6 months, Su Jingtian quickly identified a suspicious individual. This was a beautiful Taoist priestess that Su Zhe met by chance during an outing. He initially thought he had stumbled upon a romantic encounter and happily went on secret dates with her. Now it seemed highly likely that she had secretly poisoned him with soul toxins during their meetings. The soul toxin is deeply hidden in the short term, showing no unusual symptoms, but after several accumulations it can suddenly erupt at a specific moment, causing the victim to be manipulated like a puppet with no memory of their actions. Thus the Su family began deploying various forces to search for the whereabouts of this woman, and Su Yao also started seeking assistance from the Songlong Guard. They first went to the small courtyard where the two had previously met, only to find that the woman had indeed disappeared without a trace. Fortunately, when Su Zhe returned from one of their dates, he had retained a strand of her hair on his clothing which he had not discarded and had kept. Thus this strand of hair became the key clue in finding the woman. Yifeng was unaware that the Su family had already identified the mastermind based on his hints. He also did not know that the Su family had visited the Songlong Guard Soul Inquiry Hall. While the Su family was busy searching for that woman, he finally reaped the rewards of his careful nurturing, obtaining his first ice flame rabbit. This was a small creature exquisitely carved like ice with a touch of snow white, fur instantly endearing itself to anyone who laid eyes on it. Its fur was extraordinarily soft, each strand pure white and delicate. A gentle touch felt like caressing the finest silk, smooth beyond compare. However, the most astonishing feature of the ice flame rabbit was its peculiar characteristic: neither entirely ice nor entirely fire. Just 2 days after its birth, it was already able to exhale white flames. The key was that these flames did not emit high temperatures, but instead radiated a piercing cold capable of freezing nearby threats. This truly is a gifted ancient species. I wonder how many spirit stones this ice flame rabbit cub can sell for. After nurturing it for another 2 days, as it grew a bit larger, Yifeng decided to take the ice flame rabbit cub to a larger market, disguising himself first. Looking around, he found no suspicious individuals, and then released the rabbit. It had been quite some time since he last sold the blue flame rabbit cub, and he felt the commotion should have settled by now. I must say the popularity of the ice flame rabbit far exceeded that of the blue flame rabbit. As soon as he displayed the cub, he was immediately surrounded. Indeed, within this market's spirit beast area, such a rare creature was breathtaking. "Tsk tisk, little brother, are you selling ice flame rabbit cubs?" A middle-aged man directly inquired. "Indeed, brother, are you interested?" Yifeng greeted with a smile. "Of course. But how many spirit stones are you asking?" The middle-aged man made his decision in an instant. "How much are you willing to sell it for?" Yifeng did not answer directly, but instead asked a counter-question. He was not very clear about the current market situation, so to avoid a loss, he couldn't make the first offer. "How about 3,000? This?" Yifeng hesitated for a moment. I must say this price is not low. He had spent over 1,000 spirit stones to nurture this cub, and selling it for 3,000 would yield more than double the profit, especially since the mother rabbit could be reused, making it quite worthwhile. However, just as he was about to agree, another person suddenly spoke up. 3,000? Are you kidding? I'll offer 3,003. This person shouted with great bravado. The ice flame rabbit is a rare high-end breed. Even though it has just been born, it possesses the cultivation level comparable to that of a latest-stage Qi refinement practitioner. If raised to adulthood, it will at least have foundation establishment level strength. If nurtured for several hundred years, reaching the golden core stage is not out of the question. Moreover, this is one of the top delicacies favored by wealthy nobles, extremely nourishing. It is common for those wealthy and powerful to spend thousands or even tens of thousands of spirit stones for a single meal. I'll offer 3,004. I'll offer 3,005. Soon the onlookers confirmed that this was indeed an ice flame rabbit cub and began to quote their prices. After all, such ancient beasts are extremely rare. An adult ice flame rabbit can sell for nearly 5,000 spirit stones, and it is often the case that there is a price, but no market. So as long as they could buy it at this price, even if they flipped it immediately, they would definitely not incur a loss. With everyone raising their bids, Yifeng quickly sold the Ice Flame Rabbit Cub for 3,800 spirit stones. After deducting costs, he netted nearly 3,000. This was truly a lucrative business. Suddenly, he saw an opportunity for growth. Immediately, he decided to reinvest all the spirit stones he had on hand into nurturing Ice Flame Rabbits again. He still had 2 mutation materials left for upgrades, 5 Blue Flame Rabbits, 3 of which were unbred female rabbits, and nearly 4,000 spirit stones. After a simple calculation, he exchanged his spirit stones for 3 female rabbits and 3 mutation upgrade materials and brought them back. Meanwhile, at a certain location in the Holy City, after Lin Chen finished her urgent tasks, she returned to her cave residence to rest, only to find several transmission talismans left by unknown senders. During her mission, she could not contact the outside world, and the distance from the Holy City was too far for her transmission plate to receive any requests, so she simply turned it off. She didn't expect so many people would try to reach her during that time. However, after seeing the contents of one, she couldn't help but pause. Is it Yao Yao? Could it be that the matter has already come to a conclusion? In that instant, Lin Chen recalled the previous events regarding Yixing. During this time, no matter how busy she was with her tasks, she had always been concerned about the outcome of that matter. After all, she was not sure if that guy actually had divination skills. Every time he spoke, his words were very... When she thought he could, he would always say it was all nonsense, but when she thought he couldn't, he would use this divination technique seriously to comfort her. Immediately, she picked up the transmission plate and sent a message to Su Yao. At this moment, she was already close to the Holy City, and the distance between them was not far, so the transmission plate should be able to connect. Soon a familiar voice belonging to Su Yao came through the transmission plate. Are you saying he... In the next moment, after hearing the explanation from the other end, Lin Chen immediately asked in surprise. Yes. Su Yao replied confidently. Are you sure he used that divination technique? Lin Chen asked again. Of course. But you must not say I told you. After all, I promised to keep it a secret. On the other side of the transmission plate, Su Yao said mysteriously. She had promised the other party not to disclose it, and if the other party found out she had not kept her promise, she would be in trouble. All right. Lin Chen quickly agreed. However, she began to feel secretly annoyed. This damn master saying he couldn't perform divination made me worry so much. If he was messing around before, how could so many people see it this time? Therefore, she immediately concluded that he had been deceiving her all along. By the way, do you still have Master Ye's transmission talisman? Can you contact him? Soon Su Yao's voice came. This was the real reason she was eager to find Lin Chen. She discovered that Master Yi did not have a transmission plate. The only communication they had left was a transmission talisman, which she had used up when she set off to the Su family, so she couldn't contact him at the moment. She had also gone to the western camp of the Songlong Guard to look for him, but she found that for several days she had not seen him, and even the captain and members of the Green Dragon team didn't know what they were busy with, as they hadn't seen a single person. So she could only place her hopes on Lin Chen. I've used all of mine too. Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately froze in surprise. She had thought that Yixing was also in the Songlong Guard, so she didn't leave many transmission talismans, but she didn't expect that she wouldn't be able to find him now. No way. Do you know where he's staying now? Su Yao's heart sank upon hearing this, but she persisted in asking. I'm not sure either. Hearing this news, Su Yao felt a bitter pang in her heart. Currently, the search for the Taoist priestess who stole the treasure mirror was not progressing as smoothly as she had imagined. If Master Yi could help with another divination, it would be even better, but unexpectedly, she couldn't contact him at a critical moment. Ultimately confirming that the other party also could not help, Su Yao reluctantly turned off the transmission plate. Sister, how did it go? Were you able to find Master Yi? In the Su family, seeing Su Yao and the transmission, Su Yi, who had been waiting for the result, hurriedly approached. He had developed a great interest in Master Yi and had decided that he must formally befriend him. Beside him, Su Jingtian looked over with great anticipation, feeling that he had not given the other enough attention before and wanted to make up for it. I can't find him. Su Yao shook her head. She had contacted everyone she could, but could not find that guy. I wonder which sect this master comes from. At such a young age, he possesses such abilities, truly opening the eyes of the Su family. It's a pity we cannot invite him over for further guidance. It's truly regrettable. Hearing this, Su Jingtian could not help but show a trace of regret on his face. It seemed that the search work would have to rely on themselves. Yifeng was unaware that Su Yao was searching for him in every possible way, nor was he aware that Su Yi had developed a desire to befriend him. After buying the spirit rabbits and returning, he began to settle in the wooden house halfway up the mountain, focusing on studying secret arts, while carefully nurturing the ice flame rabbit. With the simultaneous nurturing of the 8 blue flame rabbits and the lucrative returns from the ice flame rabbit, he believed he would soon gather enough spirit stones to establish himself in the sacred land. However, that night, he was surprised to find that Nangong Liuyun, who usually came to ask for grilled meat on time, had unexpectedly not appeared. What's going on? Yifeng looked at the already grilled meat skewers that had been drying for half a day, feeling quite puzzled. Had she left, or was she just out and hadn't returned? Could something have happened? Yifeng felt an inexplicable worry. It was already deep into the night. Logically, as long as she hadn't left the holy city, she should have returned by now. However, he didn't take it too seriously. After all, her cultivation was profound, and whatever happened, it was not something he needed to worry about. However, in the middle of the night, a faint staggering sound suddenly echoed. Yifeng sprang out of bed and walked out of the wooden house to look around. Was that the sound of senior sister Nangong returning? But why does it sound so different? Yifeng was extreme. Previously, she had come and gone without a trace, completely silent, but just now, he could clearly sense someone flying past in the vicinity, yet the aura seemed very unstable. The next moment, he began to survey the area around the wooden house. Hiss! Bloodstains! And they are purple, eh? Suddenly, Yifeng's gaze fixated on a few drops of dark purple blood in the grass in front of the courtyard, staring in a daze. This was clearly blood that could only appear after being poisoned, and it contained the aura of Nangong Liuyun. Had something really happened to her? How serious is it? Yifeng felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, filled with worry. He could be certain that Nangong Liuyun must have been poisoned. Unfortunately, the loft she resided in didn't allow him to easily intrude. In the end, feeling helpless, Yifeng activated the heavenly machine disc to see if there was any danger. After all, they were so close, but if anything happened to her, he would not escape unscathed. However, just from this deduction, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This matter is indeed serious. She actually trespassed into a forbidden area of the Holy Alliance. If things went wrong, he might not even be able to save his own life. The next moment, he could no longer care about anything else, leaping into action and rushing into Nangong Liuyun. It was not that he wanted to meddle, but this situation was completely an unwarranted disaster. If he let it go unchecked, his nominal neighbor and partner would inevitably suffer the consequences. Inside the loft, everywhere was a delicately arranged space. In the middle of a hall filled with a feminine fragrance, he discovered Nangong Liuyun's snow-white figure curled up on the carpet, her delicate face appearing exceedingly pale, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, seemingly enduring immense pain. Her once luscious lips were now marred by a shocking streak of purple blood, yet fortunately there seemed to be no other visible injuries. Seeing this, Yifeng hurriedly rushed to Nangong Liuyun's side, lifting her up and reaching out to check her wrist. It felt like ice, and her pulse was extremely weak and chaotic, causing his heart to sink instantly. Who allowed you to come in? Nangong Liuyun struggled to open her eyes. Upon seeing Yifeng, her expression involuntarily turned anxious. She had not expected that this boy who had always behaved himself would dare to intrude into her residence without permission at this moment. The key was that her condition was extremely dire at this moment. You're poisoned so deeply, yet you still have the strength to say such things. Yifeng retorted in annoyance. He knew very well that her situation was critical. If he were to neglect her, given the severity of the poison she had suffered, even if she survived, it was highly likely she would be left with irreparable aftereffects. Unexpectedly, she was not thinking of how to treat herself, but rather wanting to drive him away. Who told you? I'm poisoned. Nangong Liuyun hastily tried to cover up. At this moment, she was extremely weak, her spiritual power unable to circulate, and she absolutely could not allow him to find out. Otherwise, she could not guarantee that this person before her would not harbor malicious intentions. If he really took the opportunity to do something vile to her, she might be completely unable to resist. However, Yifeng did not believe her words at all, and directly picked her up. What are you doing? Let me go? Nangong Liuyun panicked completely upon seeing this. Her face turned ashen, struggling like a frightened rabbit. But Yifeng paid no heed to her protests. He held her firmly, carried her to the bed, and gently set her down, then began to search around with his eyes. It must be said that Nangong Liuyun had a perfect figure. She was light and soft to hold. More importantly, there was a pleasant fragrance emanating from her. Unfortunately, Yifeng at this moment had no mood to appreciate it. He knew that his bright future was likely to be ruined because of this woman. If he couldn't save her, given her importance to the Qingyun sect, he would undoubtedly face accountability. As in the next moment, his gaze fell upon a medicine cabinet, and his eyes suddenly brightened as he rushed to it, beginning to search for spiritual herbs to prepare an antidote. He knew that time was of the essence. Every second wasted could mean more danger for her, so he had to quickly brew the antidote for her to drink. This type of poison was quite rare, and there was no ready-made antidote. If she were in good condition, he believed she could brew the corresponding antidote herself, but now she likely had the will, but no strength. It was over. Could this fairy, so pure and innocent, really be defiled by this boy? On the other side, feeling herself placed on the bed and being utterly powerless to resist, Nangong Lian's eyes were misty, revealing an unprecedented sense of despair. She had not imagined that due to a moment's carelessness she would find herself in such a helpless situation. Yifeng, if you dare to touch me, I will never let you go. In the next moment, she fixed her gaze firmly on Yifeng, threatening coldly. At this moment she had developed a sense of hopelessness. If she were truly defiled, he would definitely not survive the next day. You have the leisure to say such things. You might as well teach me how to prepare the medicine. If it weren't for the fear of being implicated, I wouldn't bother with you. Yifeng was anxious, extremely irritated, and didn't care about his temper. He was not skilled in alchemy. Although he had hints from the heavenly mechanism disc, he had never practiced before, so he felt quite flustered. You. Nangong Luyun was momentarily speechless upon hearing this, somewhat incredulous. This guy actually said he couldn't be bothered with her. How could that be? A person like her, a celestial being, how could he possibly let go of such a rare opportunity? However, seeing the incredibly anxious look on his face and feeling her own exhaustion, she hesitated. Should she trust him just this once? Her heart was extremely unwilling. She really didn't want to die. She had thought she could hold on long enough to return and brew the antidote, but this poison was so potent in the end, she was still a bit short. Seeing that she was about to lose consciousness, her rationality finally kicked in, and she used her last bit of strength to mention a few key medicinal ingredients: Tianqing flower in the 7th compartment, Oqi Yin Gal in the 50th compartment, Danhua grass in the 105th compartment. She chose to trust the person before her, and whether he could brew the antidote or not she could only leave it to fate. With Nangong Lian's hints, Yifeng's speed in collecting herbs suddenly accelerated. Before long, he had gathered these key main herbs from the medicine cabinet, carefully checking to confirm their accuracy, before cautiously placing them one by one into an ancient cauldron in the hall. This ancient cauldron was clearly used by Nangong Luyun for alchemy. It was small and exquisite, with dark red patterns carved all over its surface, looking very high-grade. Below the cauldron, there was a pile of unused fire spirit crystals, quite a number, along with a small pot of spiritual spring water. Skillfully igniting the spiritual fire, he poured some spiritual spring water into the cauldron, and then selected a few auxiliary spiritual herbs as suggested by the heavenly mechanism disc, before beginning to focus on the brewing process step by step. These auxiliary spiritual herbs had not been mentioned by Nangong Luyun before. He did not know if she had simply forgotten, but he felt that following the suggestions from the heavenly mechanism disc wouldn't go wrong, and perhaps it could yield better results. He gently waved his fingers, controlling the light blue flames that quietly licked the bottom of the cauldron. As it was his first time brewing a potion, he felt a surge of unease. Fortunately, during this time, he had studied the alchemical texts brought from the secret realm, and his theoretical foundation was already quite rich, though he hadn't practiced much yet. However, years of barbecue experience allowed him to control the spiritual fire perfectly. As the temperature of the flames gradually rose, sounds of bubbling began to emanate from the cauldron, the herbs inside rolling and boiling, releasing bursts of rich medicinal fragrance. Yifeng focused intently on the flames, while also using his spiritual sense to closely monitor everything happening inside the cauldron through its gaps, judging the blending of the medicinal ingredients based on the liquid's consistency and the aroma. Beads of sweat covered his forehead, soaking his temples, but he was completely unaware. Fortunately, half an hour later, with a refreshing fragrance wafting from the cauldron, Yifeng's tense heart finally relaxed completely. This was undoubtedly the signal that the antidote had been successfully brewed. He hadn't expected such good luck. Quickly withdrawing the spiritual fire, he carefully uncovered the cauldron, and a plume of mist rose, invigorating anyone who inhaled it. Fortunately, although it did not look appealing, it had not failed. Looking at the cauldron, the medicinal soup appeared green and did not turn black or yellow. Yifeng quickly found a delicate white jade bowl, carefully poured the soup into it, and then hurried to Nangong Luyun's bedside. At this moment, Nangong Luyun had already fallen into a complete coma, her face growing even paler. Yifeng frowned, gently sitting at the edge of the bed, lifting her soft body slightly to rest against his shoulder. "Hey, wake up, drink the medicine." Yifeng softly called out, his voice filled with urgency. He scooped a spoonful of the medicinal liquid, blew on it to cool it down, and immediately brought it to Nangong Luyun's lips. Unfortunately, Nangong Luyun did not respond at all. It can't be. Yifeng's heart sank suddenly. Her lack of cooperation would undoubtedly make it very difficult for him to administer the medicine. Should he use his mouth? Would she chop him up if she found out? Yifeng thought of a method, but quickly shook his head. He knew that while this would be convenient, it would cause problems later. Forget it, it was better not to take such risks. In the end, Yifeng could only cautiously pry her small mouth open with his fingers, and use the spoon to feed her the medicine bit by bit. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Nangong Luyun began to awaken under the stimulation of the medicinal soup. She slightly opened her eyes, seeing the medicinal soup before her. A hint of resistance flickered in her gaze. However, Yifeng did not give her the chance to refuse, simply pouring it in mouthful by mouthful. This guy was surprisingly rough. Nangong Luyun could only glare coldly at him, while reluctantly cooperating. After all, she had already caught the scent of several main medicinal ingredients, and regardless of whether he had truly brewed the medicine, she had to try and drink it quickly. The sooner she regained her strength, the sooner she could protect herself. Under Yifeng's patient assistance, it wasn't long before the bowl of medicinal soup was finally finished. Phew. Her life should be safe now, right? Seeing this, Yifeng gently placed Nangong Luyun back on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and carefully wiped the sweat and remnants of medicine from her face with a damp cloth. Her originally stunning face, now pale, still possessed a breathtaking allure. Who would have thought this boy had actually managed to brew the medicine? Watching the careful demeanor of the person before her, Nangong Luyun felt a mix of emotions. After drinking the medicine, she felt significantly more comfortable. "Senior sister, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. The antidote is still in the cauldron. You can take some for yourself if you want." Discovering that Nangong Luyun's pain had alleviated considerably, and her breathing had begun to stabilize, Yifeng prepared to take his leave. He knew that completely detoxifying her wasn't something that could be achieved instantly. It required a process. However, with his help, she should be able to manage from here on. Hearing this, Nangong Luyun felt quite surprised, and found it hard to believe. Was this guy for real? He didn't plan to take advantage of her or threaten her in any way. Instead, he was just going to leave like this. But soon she discovered that he had indeed turned around and left cleanly. After leaving the courtyard, Yifeng let out a sigh of relief, but he also felt a hint of regret in his heart. Being able to have such close contact with such a beauty was undoubtedly an once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but unfortunately, he had not seized it. However, he also knew that with his current strength, he had no fortune to indulge, and even if he obtained it, it would only be a momentary pleasure, meaningless. He did not want to lose his life over such matters. As for gratitude, he did not dare to expect much for the young ladies of these top noble families. Others treating them well was merely a given, and being able to overlook his clumsiness was already a blessing. Back in the wooden house, Yifeng quickly washed up, calmed down with cold water, and then began to rest. In the courtyard on the bed, Nangong Luyun found that the man had indeed left, no longer disturbing her, and the heart that had been tightly wounded finally relaxed. However, at this moment, she stared blankly at the ceiling, feeling as if she were in a dream. She had not expected to escape such a calamity. That man seemed different from what she had imagined. The next morning, Yifeng got up early as usual, completed his training, and began to diligently feed the rabbits, contemplating ways to earn more spirit stones. After feeding her the antidote last night, he believed that Nangong Luyun was no longer in danger, and there was no reason for him to disturb her further. However, to his surprise, not long after, he found a figure appearing in the courtyard which was quite unusual. "Yishidi, could you help me brew another batch of medicine?" Nangong Luyun leaned against the door of the pavilion, looking pitifully at Yifeng. Need more." Yifeng was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Hadn't she already been able to move? Why did she want him to go into the pavilion again? Logically, she should be on high alert. What's wrong? Don't you want it? Nangong Luyun was again taken aback by Yifeng's reaction. She had invited him herself. How could he be unwilling? It was not that she wanted to trouble him again, but the medicine he brewed, although difficult to drink, seemed to work better than she had anticipated. She did not want to leave any after effects, so she had no choice but to ask him for his help once more. "No, it's just a bit sudden." Soon Yifeng came back to his senses and explained. She should still not have fully recovered. Well, then, he would help her once more. Entering the pavilion, Yifeng skillfully approached the medicine cabinet, gathered the herbs according to the recipe from last night, and then solemnly approached the medicine stove to start the fire. Nangong Luyun sat down on a nearby chair, quietly observing. When she noticed that the herbs he gathered were indeed different from what she had said, she furrowed her brow, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. These herbs were very likely the reason for the effective outcome. Could you please slightly improve the taste? Last night's was rather hard to drink." Nangong Luyun asked again in a negotiating tone, tentatively. Yifeng was stunned once more upon hearing this. If it was hard to drink, then why was she asking him to come again? Could it be that she hadn't fully recovered her spiritual power? However, seeing her pitiful little eyes, he ultimately couldn't bring himself to refuse. "All right." The next moment, Yifeng nodded and began to consult the heavenly mechanism disc to see if he could improve the flavor. After all, the patient's feelings should be taken into account. Fortunately, the heavenly mechanism disc had countermeasures for this as well. Before long, Yifeng took some auxiliary herbs from the cabinet once more and added them to the stove. This process of brewing the medicinal soup was far less complicated than alchemy. The required skills were not high. With the experience from last night, Yifeng's operation was noticeably much better. Before long, another pot of antidote soup was successfully brewed. Yifeng carefully ladled a bowl, and placed it in front of Nangong Luyun. Hey, have you studied alchemy? As soon as she took a small sip, Nangong Luyun suddenly looked up, a hint of surprise in her gaze as she looked at Yifeng. To her surprise, he had casually added a few herbs, and the flavor had completely changed. The key was that the medicinal effect had not been affected. It is important to understand that within each concoction of medicinal soup lies an exquisite balance, though every herb has been meticulously calibrated through countless experiments. Even the slightest addition of seasoning could disrupt this balance, ruining the efficacy of the medicine. No, why do you say that? Yifeng was confused and did not understand the situation at all. You added the herbs, yet the effect didn't change. That's not something an ordinary person can achieve. Nangong Luyun fixed her gaze on him, laced with a hint of skepticism. Even true alchemists can only achieve such effortless mastery when they are intimately familiar with the principles of pharmacology. The fact that he was able to do so with such ease left her quite puzzled. Perhaps it was just a coincidence. Oh, I really haven't studied formally, Yifeng explained nonchalantly. He felt a bit guilty at that moment, but what he said was true. He had only glanced at a jade slip for a brief time and hadn't gotten around to actual practice. However, he had seen hints from the heavenly mechanism disc, which was akin to cheating, and of course, he couldn't reveal that. Coincidence? Do you really have no foundation in alchemy at all? Nangong Luyun couldn't quite believe what she heard. Does having read some classics count? She couldn't help but twitch slightly at the corners of her mouth upon hearing this. If merely reading some texts could lead to mastery, then every street would be filled with alchemists. However, she also knew that what he said might very well be true, given that his background was entirely transparent, leaving no room for opportunity. Then could you help me brew some spiritual rice porridge? I'm a bit hungry. In the next moment, Nangong Luyun shifted the topic and naturally made the request again. Yifeng widened his eyes upon hearing this. She wanted him to cook porridge again. Did she really consider him a servant and trust him so easily? However, seeing her still looking quite weak, he could only helplessly agree. Well, a good deed to the end. Accompany the Buddha to the west. A quarter of an hour later, after cooking the spiritual meat porridge, Yifeng briskly walked out of the courtyard, starting to attend to his own matters. His blue flame rabbit had finally produced 2 more with bulging bellies that morning, and he needed to quickly arrange for their feeding. As for other matters, he did not harbor any extravagant hopes. He did not believe that cooking a meal for others or brewing medicine would earn him any special regard or gratitude. It was impossible, though others would see him merely as a handy servant. However, 2 days later, when he patiently fed all the blue flame rabbits, Nangong Luyun's figure unexpectedly appeared outside the courtyard again. Junior brother, ye come out with me, Nangong Luyun said lightly to Yifeng, who was tidying up the plants. At this moment, she had completely recovered from her poisoning, her gaze restored to its usual chill, dressed in immaculate white, no longer exhibiting any hint of previous weakness. Go out? For what? Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing this, unable to believe it. The speed of her recovery surprised him, but did he hear her correctly? She wanted him to go out with her. Do you want to learn alchemy? If you do, follow me. Without further explanation, Nangong Luyun raised her hand, summoning a blue celestial sword, lightly stepping and soared into the air. Of course I do. Yifeng's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing those words. Alchemy was one of the invaluable skills for survival. He had always wanted to learn it systematically, but found no way due to his financial constraints. He never expected an opportunity to arise now. It seemed that good deeds do indeed bring rewards. In the next moment, he hurriedly set aside what he was doing, summoned his flying sword, and unhesitatingly followed behind Nangong Luyun. The sun was exceptionally bright, the sky a deep blue. Looking at the ethereal figure ahead, and smelling the pleasant fragrance wafting from her, Yifeng momentarily felt dazed. The beauty of this scene was so surreal it felt dreamlike. However, he quickly snapped back to attention, focusing on the task at hand. He knew that serious matters were at stake, and couldn't afford to falter now. The two flew through bustling districts, passing by many ethereal mountain caves and sect residences. After more than half an hour, they finally came to a stop in front of a district resembling an immortal paradise in the central part of the holy city. There were many flashes of escape light around, and the ground was bustling with people, most of whom were young individuals dressed in striking attire. Though Yifeng was filled with questions, he did not ask further, merely following Nangong Luyun in silence. He knew that the answer to what she intended would soon be revealed. One couldn't help but admire Nangong Luyun's ethereal demeanor and graceful figure, which attracted the gazes of passers-by wherever she went. Fortunately, these people only dared to steal glances and did not dare to do anything further. Before long, the two finally arrived in front of a rather grand palace complex. The Holy Alliance Celestial Dome Academy. Looking at the plaque at the front of this jade tower, which was intricately carved with the words Holy Alliance Celestial Dome Academy, Yifeng's heart trembled violently, unable to believe his eyes. He had certainly heard of the Celestial Dome Academy, the top institution on the Tsanglong continent, and one of the most significant welfare benefits provided by the Holy Alliance to the various sects. Each year, each major sect had only a few admission slots typically reserved for the most core young talents of each sect. In this academy, top experts or masters from the Holy Alliance regularly taught, imparting their cultivation insights and various unique skills to the young elites of the sects. They even recruited disciples here, making each admission slot extremely precious. He never expected Nangong Luyuan would bring him here. Was she hoping to have him learn here? If that were the case, he would truly strike it rich. The grand gate in front of the academy towered into the clouds, constructed from massive white jade stones intricately carved, with various wondrous patterns, exuding an air of solemn dignity. The steps in front of the gate were bustling with activity as many young disciples of various immortal sects dressed in colorful robes waited anxiously to enter the academy. Before long, Nangong Luyuan led Yifeng directly into the main hall of this palace complex. The main hall had few personnel, but none were weak. The atmosphere was extremely serious. One elderly man dressed in a splendid robe with a kind yet authoritative expression was momentarily taken aback when he saw Nangong Luyuan enter, but then a beaming smile appeared on his face. Nangong niece, it's been a long time. What brings you to the academy today? Nangong Luyuan, one of the top geniuses in the academy, was certainly well known. Elder Mu, I have come to process the admission formalities for my junior brother in the sect. She slightly bowed, greeting him with politeness and grace. Afterward, she took out a token from her storage ring and displayed it in front of the elder. Oh, Nangong niece, your Qingyun sect only has 3 slots this year. Is this young man one of them? Elder Mu was taken aback for a moment and immediately cast his gaze towards Yifeng, scrutinizing him with curiosity. He knew that slots here were immensely precious for any sect. Each sect's selection process was rigorous, and even those with extraordinary talent and limitless potential might not secure a spot. Yet this young man before him appeared to have average cultivation and ordinary attire. How could he be one of the 3? Indeed. Please arrange for him, Elder. Nangong Luyuan replied firmly without much explanation. Elder Mu furrowed his brow, slightly seeming to hesitate, but soon nodded. Very well. Since Nangong niece has confirmed it, I will proceed with the arrangements. However, once the decision is made, there will be no turning back. Your sect will only have 2 slots left. The elder understood Nangong Luyuan's standing and character within the Qingyun sect. Since she recommended him so strongly, he trusted that this young man must possess exceptional qualities, so he did not say much more. After all, each sect has the authority to decide how to allocate their slots, and Nangong Luyuan was indeed the liaison between the Qingyun sect and the academy, fully entitled to make such decisions. Elder Mu, rest assured, I understand. Nangong Luyuan nodded, slightly acknowledging her understanding. Then, under Elder Mu's guidance, Yifeng began to undergo various assessments, filled with mixed emotions. He initially thought they would casually assign someone to teach him, yet he never expected they would genuinely allow him to learn here. At this moment, he certainly wouldn't foolishly refuse. Alright, here is the student token. You can learn whatever you wish, whether you can master it depends on your own fortune. Also remember not to disclose that matter from the other night. After an unknown period, Nangong Luyuan finally returned with a newly issued dark purple token, her expression serious as she handed it to Yifeng. She disliked owing favors to anyone, and this was her way of repaying the help given to her, so even if it meant facing considerable pressure from her sect, she would not hesitate. Don't worry, junior brother understands the gravity of this matter. Yifeng replied with a complex expression. From the hints he received from the heavenly mechanism disc, he had a rough idea of what she had been doing that night. This was no trivial matter. If it were to leak out, it could lead to huge trouble, so he certainly wouldn't disclose it casually. After bidding farewell to Nangong Luyuan, Yifeng took quite a while to suppress the excitement in his heart. With the student token in hand, he began to stroll around the Holy Alliance Celestial Dome Academy. He never expected this ice beauty to actually have a sense of gratitude. It seemed she wasn't beyond redemption. However, he certainly wouldn't be polite with her. With this token, he could do many things in the sacred ground. Not only could he learn alchemy, but he could also acquire advanced crafting skills, and even some rare techniques. From this day forth, even if he couldn't secure a position in the Tsanglong Guard, he would have a purpose to stay. Considering that the spiritual rabbits in the Yunxiang residence courtyard had been wealthed, he had no worries and planned to familiarize himself with the academy before returning. The name, Yunxiang residence, was naturally revealed to him by the mistress, Nangong Luyuan. Before this, he had not known that the courtyard had a designated name. It must be said that the Tsangqiang Academy is more picturesque than any place he has ever seen. Here the greenery is abundant and the view is expansive, bringing a sense of tranquility. Various buildings are tastefully dotted around the misty emerald fairy mountains, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Around him, celestial cranes flew past, occasionally revealing small groups of confident and poised disciples leisurely discussing their cultivation insights. In the central area, there are numerous grand palaces with flying eaves and intricate brackets exuding an ancient and profound aura. The key point is that in certain hidden areas of the Sangxiong Academy, he surprisingly saw many colorful lights shimmering above these areas, akin to the azure energy above his Qingke Valley, invisible to ordinary people. Only he, possessing the Tianji disc, could perceive them, which ignited a strong desire in Yifeng to investigate further. Unfortunately, upon discovering that these areas were equipped with extremely powerful defense mechanisms and warning systems, he could only regretfully halt his steps. With his current cultivation, if he foolishly rushed in the heavily guarded Sangxiong Academy, he would likely be eliminated in the blink of an eye. Ultimately, he had no choice but to approach a crowded teaching square, preparing to observe carefully. After all, everyone has a limited capacity for focus. He needed to investigate which fields to study after officially enrolling, ensuring he spent time on the most valuable and proficient areas. The lectures here generally have no prerequisites for ordinary students. At each teaching square, an elderly figure with an ethereal demeanor or an extraordinary middle-aged person stands at the center of the high platform, explaining profound techniques of spiritual energy manipulation or sharing experiences, while the young students below listen attentively, occasionally raising their hands to ask questions and engage in spirited discussions with the instructor. The surroundings of the teaching squares are completely unobstructed, allowing anyone who wishes to learn to join in and listen at any time. Of course, these lectures generally cover basic daily knowledge, and some rare techniques are not included. However, even so, it is enough to leave one in awe. In his own time at the Qingyan sect, although Yifeng had concentrated on studying for a period, the lessons mostly revolved around common cultivation knowledge. The valuable spells and martial skills each required a significant financial investment to learn, making it impossible for him, lacking sufficient resources, to access them. Therefore, for someone who had never received systematic training, the Shengmeng Tianxiong Academy before him was undoubtedly a true sanctuary for cultivation. While he was lost in thought, suddenly, in one of the teaching squares, a middle-aged man unexpectedly called out to him, "That student, could you please come over and lend a hand?" Me. Yifeng was taken aback upon hearing this, raising his head to look over. He saw a middle-aged instructor dressed in a black starry robe, holding a round celestial disc, his face bearing a somewhat weathered expression, seemingly pointing at a star chart evoked by the stargazing disc, teaching the students below about the mysteries of the stars. However, he did not recognize the middle-aged man. He was merely passing by. Why was he being called? Yes, that's right. The weathered man quickly nodded with a smile, affirming his request. Seeing this, Yifeng could only stride directly into the teaching square. Regardless, as a newly arrived student, he could not openly defy the instructor's command. All right, students, the movements of the stars contain the principles of the heavenly path. By observing the trajectories of the stars, you can gain insights into the threads of destiny. Now please all try to apply the star divination techniques you have just learned to see what fate lies in store for this handsome young man. As Yifeng stepped onto the platform at the front of the teaching square, the weathered middle-aged man spoke with an air of a master beginning to assign tasks. Yes. Upon hearing this, the students below immediately became excited, each taking out their freshly crafted celestial discs to start their divinations. These celestial discs were made from rare starry stones capable of keenly sensing the power of the stars. Practicing on a real person was undoubtedly their favorite activity. Unfortunately, most of them were already familiar with each other, and divining one another would be influenced by their existing perceptions. Testing on a stranger was indeed the best option. Among the female students, upon seeing the handsome young man above, their eyes sparkled with interest as they brazenly stole glances while taking out their own star disc tools. In an instant, the square was filled with the surging spiritual energy, and the sounds of activating magical tools rang out incessantly. Some students continuously cast spells, seeking to establish a connection between their discs and the stars to glimpse Yifeng's destiny. Others patiently adjusted the angles of their discs, aligning them with the positions of specific stars in the sky. You need not be nervous, this will not affect you. Just stand well and wait, I have rewards for you later. Seeing everyone busy, the weathered middle-aged man finally smiled reassuringly at Yifeng. Yifeng felt quite puzzled by this. To think that this instructor called him over just to be a model. However, he was somewhat intrigued by the reward mentioned and was curious about the existence of such a course here, so he stood upright, calmly awaiting the results of the others. After all, the power of the stars was deeply connected to the techniques he was currently studying. However, as time passed, the expressions of the students below quickly shifted from confidence to confusion. Some students frowned as they repeatedly adjusted the positions of their discs. Others stared intently at the star patterns on their discs, looking bewildered. After a quarter of an hour, not a single student had successfully derived a result. Soon a buzzing murmur arose from the crowd below. How could we not get a result? Is my celestial disk not of sufficient quality? A slightly plump student muttered in confusion. My celestial disk quality is not low either, yet I too got no results following the instructor's method. How could this happen? Another beautiful female student also looked puzzled. Gradually the voices of doubt grew louder. Is there a problem with the instructor's teaching method? How could none of us succeed? Surely not, it can't be that every one of us fails. It's normal for some to fail due to the complexity of star divination techniques, but if everyone fails, that's not right. They discovered that those on the platform were unable to derive anything following the instructor's methods. Alright students, what are your conclusions? The weathered middle-aged man waited a moment, and when everyone's movements ceased, he began to inquire. However, the students below fell silent. None of you succeeded. That shouldn't be the case. The weathered man felt puzzled. Could it be that just as the students suspected, this simplified method he taught truly had issues? This method had been refined over many years for the convenience of student learning, and he had improved it countless times. Watch closely, let me show you a real demonstration. The next moment he began to raise the celestial disk in his hand, focusing on Yifeng, making intricate hand seals, as he carefully calculated. He suspected that the students had not taken this seriously. This star divination technique emphasized observing the laws of the stars, relying on the mysterious powers contained within them to glimpse a person's fate. As a legitimate heir of the star divination lineage, he certainly possessed some skill. Brilliant spells flew from his fingertips, striking the celestial disk in his hand, continuously infusing it with his spiritual energy. As the celestial disk activated, the originally bright stars in the sky seemed to be drawn by some force, their light flickering as fine streams of energy began to surge toward the square. Yifeng stood aside, clearly sensing the power of the stars in the air, gradually converging onto the celestial disk held by the weathered middle-aged man. The celestial disk was filled with ancient star maps and mysterious runes which began to hum under the infusion of star power, producing some kind of anomaly, attempting to find clues about Yifeng's fate within the vast web of destiny. The surrounding students held their breath, intently watching every move of the weathered instructor. However, moments later, the star disk in the black-robed instructor's hands suddenly stopped, changing the surface, freezing into an indistinct shape, while the star power around it vanished in an instant. Not able to deduce anything. How is that possible? The weathered man widened his eyes upon seeing the result displayed on the disk. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The weathered man murmured, a wave of intense unwillingness rising within him. The students below exchanged glances, each bearing an odd expression. Hearing this, Yifeng was also secretly astonished. How could his fate not be deduced? Could it be that the Tianji disk was obstructing it? The next moment, he quietly retracted the concealment of the Tianji disk. Ever since experiencing the soul attack in the secret realm, he had kept the Tianji disk in a defensive state. It was now evident that it was shielding his aura. Perhaps the spell was too simplified. I assure you my skills are truly remarkable. Following my teachings will never lead you astray. Next, I will demonstrate my real skills. I will definitely provide you with the correct answer soon. Not long after having recovered from the initial shock, the weathered man finally cleared his throat and spoke. He had made up his mind to showcase his true ultimate skill, the unaltered version of the star divination technique, allowing everyone to broaden their horizons. This technique was extremely profound and placed a great toll on the body, so he would not easily perform it. However, at this moment, he could not afford to care about that. If he could not salvage his reputation today, he would have no way to survive. Next, he began to swiftly wave his hands, sketching a dazzling pattern in the air, while chanting incomprehensible incantations. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was soon wildly absorbed, converging into a massive vortex of spiritual energy. It must be said the presence this individual exuded was quite impressive. This time the casting took an extended period. Yifeng felt strange lights occasionally flickering around him, probing into his secrets. Finally, after a burst of dazzling light, the celestial disk finally provided a result that was not entirely vague. A servant's fate. The black-robed instructor stared at the information displayed on the disk, his eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? In this Sangxiong Academy, every student admitted was extraordinarily gifted and of remarkable lineage. How could there be a servant's fate? The students, upon seeing this result, were instantly in an uproar. Instructor, is your method ineffective? Isn't that right? Or is your lineage not authentic? The students simultaneously raised doubts. They had spent many days learning from him, and crafting their celestial discs was no small expense. To think that the first attempt would yield such a result. Only Yifeng felt secretly astonished. So accurate. Everyone, wait a moment. He'll try again. The weathered man, not willing to give up, exclaimed. He knew that the accuracy of his star divination technique was indeed not very high. After all, this ancient tradition had lost much of its core essence over time. However, after another quarter of an hour with a wave of weakness washing over him, the result from the celestial disk again startled him greatly. Still a servant's fate. Even a sign of a short life, not living past 20. PFF. Upon seeing this star pattern, the students below could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, hissing in a chorus. Not living past 20. Then how is this person here? This world has no concept of reincarnation. That young man, despite looking youthful, clearly seems to be over 20. After all this effort to find such nonsense. It seems the rumors are true. This so-called star divination technique is nothing but a scam. Exactly. We wasted so much time claiming to be the most authentic star divination technique, yet it's just this. The students shook their heads in disappointment. Soon after, someone shouted, and the students began to disperse in a rush. Each of them was a future leader from various sects, and their time was precious. In this Sangxiong Academy, where they could learn freely, countless secret techniques awaited their study. If it weren't for their curiosity about this star divination technique, they wouldn't have tried it, only to be proved that it was indeed a waste of time. Hey, don't leave. The weathered instructor, seeing this, looked anxious and hurriedly tried to call them back. Unfortunately, none of the students paid him any mind. Not long after, the teaching square had become empty. Sai finally gathered this many students only to By the way, are you waiting for a reward? Here are 100 spirit stones, take them. In the next moment, he snapped back to reality, recalling his earlier promise to the other party, and hurriedly took out a small pouch of spirit stones from his storage bracelet and handed it over. However, Yifeng did not accept them. Instructor, may I attend your class? I believe your astrology skills are impressive, and I wish to learn from you. In the next moment, Yifeng fixed his gaze intently on the middle-aged man in the black robe, speaking in his view. Although this black-robed instructor could not predict his current fate, he was able to discern the original fate of the previous owner, indicating that the other party indeed possessed some genuine skills. Why? Hearing this, the middle-aged man in black couldn't help but be taken aback. After the recent events, the other students had lost confidence in his astrology skills, yet this young man seemed to be the clearest about how absurd his results were and still wanted to learn from him. Because I truly come from a background of menial work, Yifeng explained with a smile. If it weren't for his transmigration, the original owner indeed had a fate of being a mere laborer. The other party had not made a mistake, it was just that the truth could not be known to outsiders, so he had not stated it directly earlier. That's not the same. Who hasn't experienced a fall from grace? The so-called fate of a laborer, suggesting that the highest achievement one can reach is merely being a laborer, is evidently incorrect. Hearing these words, the middle-aged man in black shook his head, still sighing heavily. He understood the meaning behind the other party's words, but the fact that the other had become a student here was already far beyond what a mere laborer could compare to. Now even he himself began to doubt whether the astrology skills he had learned were problematic. Regardless, I am very interested in this, and sincerely hope to learn astrology from you. I hope the instructor can fulfill my request. Yifeng remained steadfast, cupping his hands in respect. The real reason was that he needed a plausible identity to cover up the existence of the heavenly secret disk. After all, he currently did not even understand the basic operations of astrology. If he were to use it in an important situation in the future, it would be easy for him to expose himself. So even if the other's astrology skills were completely ineffective, he didn't care, as long as he could have a proper technique. Why are you so stubborn? The weathered middle-aged man couldn't help but start to persuade him. Learning this stuff takes a lot of effort. This art of peering into destiny and predicting the future is inherently against the heavens. It is the most difficult endeavor everywhere. He himself had squandered a lifetime and achieved little fame. Rest assured, I am aware. Yifeng smiled, indicating he was already prepared. Alright, if you wish to learn, come back in 10 days, and I will explain it to you. Seeing the other's unwavering determination, the weathered middle-aged man finally agreed with resignation. Regardless, it is always a good thing to have someone interested. Over the next few days, he would try to persuade others and see if he could find more students. He never expected that as the legitimate heir of this orthodox astrology lineage, it was nearing its end in his hands. On the contrary, those false heirs who knew how to fool others were living quite comfortably. Not long after bidding farewell to the weathered middle-aged man, Yifeng wandered around another lecture square, listening briefly to the content of the lectures before heading back. Some lecture squares featuring renowned instructors were packed to the brim, while others were sparsely attended with only a few students present. It was evident that the competition among the instructors at the Holy Alliance Celestial Academy was quite fierce. One could say it was a flourishing display of various talents. However, with so many skills to learn, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for the future. Unknowingly, the sky darkened, and Yifeng finally returned to the Yunxiang residence. The sights and sounds of the day left him deeply shocked, and he now had a clear plan for the future. He had made up his mind to make up for the knowledge he had been lacking all these years at the Celestial Academy. Days passed in a flurry of activity. During these days, Nangong Luyan seemed to have returned to her usual aloof demeanor as if nothing had happened. Yifeng was equally pleased and did not bring up the events of that day. However, on this day, when Yifeng once again collected 2 young ice flame rabbits and prepared to go out for trade, he saw a greenish-blue flying boat suddenly soaring towards the hillside residence. Yifeng looked up and discovered several figures standing on the flying boat, and the foremost one was the long-missed Lu Yinshu. This girl finally returned. Witnessing this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but be amazed. He wondered where she had been all this time. At this moment, Lu Yinshu was dressed in a light green long dress with the hem billowing in the wind, and her exquisite lively features made her look like a fairy from the Moon Palace. Behind her were several young men and women, all elegantly dressed and exuding a noble demeanor. However, Yifeng was surprised to find that he recognized 2 of them among the young men and women. One of them, tall and clad in a white long robe, wore a jade crown and had a handsome face, but with a hint of arrogance. It was his half-brother Yitian. What was he doing here? Seeing this, Yifeng's gaze suddenly sharpened. At this moment, Yitian's cultivation level had already reached the 3rd level of foundation establishment. He stood tall, full of vigor, surveying his surroundings with an expression of subtle superiority, as if he were the chosen one. Behind him, the other 2 young talents each had their own characteristics. One of them, with arms crossed, had a steady aura and wore a gentle smile. It was Mu Feng, whom he had cooperated with in the secret realm. The remaining young woman, with a slightly round face, held a delicate spiritual fan, her lively eyes curiously observing everything nearby, exuding an air of intelligence. Moments later, the flying boat gently landed in front of the residence. Finally back, Lu Yinshu looked at the familiar residence before her, took a deep breath, and felt a hint of nostalgia. Although she had been to many places, she ultimately felt that this place was the most comfortable. However, she did not forget the important matters. She cast a transmission talisman into the courtyard and turned to the 3 young talents behind her, saying, "Everyone, this is Senior Sister Nangong's residence. To enter the Celestial Academy, we need to gain Senior Sister Nangong's approval, so please all be on your best behavior." Lu Yinshu reminded them with concern. Although all 3 in front of her were exceptionally gifted and had already excelled in the selection process, making their admission virtually certain, she still worried that they might overestimate themselves and offend her young mistress, leading to unforeseen complications. After all, her young mistress was the highest authority responsible for all matters of the sect in this holy land. Rest assured, Senior Sister Nangong is our role model, and we will definitely not be disrespectful. Indeed, we have admired Senior Sister Nangong for a long time. The 3 young talents nodded in agreement. Among them, Yitian deliberately straightened his clothes, making himself appear even more dashing. He was confident that among the 3 his appearance was the most outstanding. However, when he caught sight of a figure suddenly emerging from behind the residence, his expression suddenly turned shocked, his demeanor completely frozen. "Is that Yifeng? How could he be here?" Yitian's heart shook violently at that moment. He could not be unfamiliar with his younger brother. He would recognize him even if he turned to ashes. He never expected that after years without seeing him, the other party had become so impressive, not at all inferior to him. However, he had long heard that the other had fled to a distant place and had gone missing. How could he possibly appear in such a remote Tianzhou? More importantly, how could he show up in Nangong Lian's courtyard? What on earth was going on? In an instant, his heart sank to the bottom. The other 2 were equally surprised by Yifeng's appearance. Among them, Mu Feng almost dropped his jaw in astonishment. "It's this kid. Wasn't he supposed to be stuck in the secret realm? Did Senior Sister Lu find him again?" Fortunately, Lu Yinshu quickly began to explain to everyone. "That junior brother is called Yifeng. I believe some of you may already know him. Currently, Yifeng is my personal chef and temporarily resides in the nearby wooden house." To prevent any misunderstandings, Lu Yinshu intentionally claimed Yifeng's appearance as her own, distancing him from her young mistress. After all, no one knew if there would be gossipers who misunderstood something and spread it around, affecting her young mistress' reputation. So he's a chef. Hearing this, Yitian's tense heart finally relaxed a little. The round-faced female cultivator also looked stunned, letting out a sigh of relief. Only Mu Feng sensed that the matter might not be so simple. He suspected it might be related to the gains from the secret realm. However, since the sect had issued strict orders for confidentiality regarding that matter, he did not bring it up specifically. Otherwise, if he were to ruin Senior Sister Liu's big plans, it would be troublesome. By the way, both Yitian and Yifeng came from the Yi family. Lu Yinshu suddenly remembered something and quickly called out to Yifeng, "Yifeng, your elder brother is here. Why don't you come over and meet him?" She had already made a point of investigating Yifeng's background thoroughly, so she was clear about his origins. However, upon hearing this, Yifeng couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. His elder brother. Did he have such a brother? What was this woman even talking about? "Senior Sister Yinshu, if there's nothing else, I'll be off to take care of my business." Eventually, Yifeng replied lightly to Lu Yunshu and turned back towards his own room. Hey, this kid. How dare he not give face? Lu Yunshu felt a bit irritated by Yifeng's reaction. Senior sister Yunshu, don't mind him. My younger brother has always been mischievous and lacks respect for his elders. It's my fault for not teaching him properly. I apologize on his behalf. Yi Tian hurriedly played the part of the elder brother, expressing his apologies with a courteous demeanor. In fact, the way the other party acted suited his intentions perfectly. Otherwise, if he really came over to greet him, he would feel quite unnatural. You are absolutely right. That kid is indeed mischievous and lacks respect. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunshu instantly seemed to find a kindred spirit and eagerly agreed. Every time Yifeng saw her, it was as if he treated her like air, showing no respect that a normal person should have, which had long made her gnash her teeth in anger. It seems that senior sister Yunshu is also quite dissatisfied with him. I believe it may not be appropriate to keep him here. No one can guarantee that he won't engage in any suspicious activities. I ask senior sister to reconsider. Yi Tian suddenly shifted the topic and made a serious proposal. Yifeng lived so close to the Nangong family, filling his heart with worry. No matter what, he had to thwart them. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunshu was taken aback and became hesitant. Drive that kid away. What would she eat? Surely she couldn't let her young lady cook for herself. Ahem. Let's talk about this later. In the end, Lu Yunshu could only awkwardly brush it off. Although that kid had many shortcomings, he was quite efficient in his tasks and skilled in cooking. Having grown accustomed to such delightful cuisine, she couldn't bear the thought of cooking for herself. Yi Tian felt regretful for not being able to persuade Lu Yunshu to drive Yifeng away, but he wasn't overly anxious and quickly returned to normal. After all, it was their first meeting. He couldn't leave an impression of being narrow-minded. As they chatted idly, not long after, the stunning figure of Nangong Luyun slowly emerged from within the courtyard. Hiss! Such beauty! Seeing the white-clad woman before them, who resembled a celestial fairy, the three young talents who had just arrived were all taken aback. This senior sister Nangong had always been elusive. They had only heard about her beauty through rumors and had never truly seen her. However, they never expected that upon seeing her, she was even 10 times more perfect than they had imagined. Especially Yi Tian, whose previously gentle expression froze instantly. He stared fixedly at the silhouette ahead, unable to tear his gaze away. To think that this legendary prodigy could be so flawless. It was as if she had stepped out from a realm of immortals. Suddenly a wave of jealousy surged within him as he thought of how Yifeng, despite being just a cook, lived so close by, and could see this breathtakingly beautiful, aloof senior sister every day, making him feel as though he had swallowed a fly. The 3 talented individuals for this year have been selected. They will be sent to the Tianxiong Academy for training in the next couple of days. I brought them to you for your approval. Seeing her young lady appear, Lu Yunshu hurriedly stepped forward to report. This had been a major task she had been responsible for during her time back in Suzhou, and she had finally completed it today. Nangong Luyun nodded coolly and began to assess the 3 individuals. As the true person in charge of this matter, she had the obligation to give a final review of those selected. However, seeing the dazed expressions on the 3, she couldn't help but frown. Feeling an inexplicable chill, the 3 instantly felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss and hurriedly averted their gazes. Phew! The next moment, as the chills suddenly dissipated, they all finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't been too out of line just now. Senior sister Nangong, I am Yi Tian, a disciple under Master Zhang of Tianshu Peak. Before leaving, Master instructed me to learn from you and to be at your service. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to command me. Regaining his composure, Yi Tian quickly stepped forward, proactively introducing himself, hoping to leave a good impression on her. In that instant, he decided to curry favor with this woman, even hoping to gain her affection. He felt a certain confidence in this endeavor. Since successfully establishing his foundation, due to his unique spiritual root, he swiftly rose through the ranks and was chosen by the master of Tianshu Peak to become a direct disciple. One could say that with his current background, even facing typical aristocratic families, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Alright, please thank Master Zhang for me. Upon hearing the introduction, Nangong Liyun's gaze softened slightly, and she nodded noncommittally. Master Zhang, mentioned by the other party, was the esteemed Peak Master of Tianshu Peak, known for his exceptional cultivation, and she couldn't afford to be careless. Senior Sister Nangong, I am. Senior Sister Nangong, I am. Seeing Yi Tian's demeanor, Mu Feng and the round-faced female cultivator quickly stepped forward to introduce themselves. One must say that both of them had impressive backgrounds. Either they were personal disciples of some elder or direct descendants of an elder, but they were still somewhat weaker compared to Yi Tian. Nangong Liyun nodded in response to them one by one, but suddenly she asked coldly, among you, who is the third one? Why ask this? The 3 were taken aback by her question, somewhat confused. Senior sister, I am the third one. The round-faced female cultivator quickly responded as she realized what was happening. She hadn't performed well this time and had barely made the cut. I apologize, but currently there are only 2 enrollment spots left, so you will have to wait until next year. However, I will compensate you with spirit stones. As Nangong Luyun handed over a bag of spirit stones, she explained apologetically to the round-faced female cultivator. She had long made up her mind about this, but it was undoubtedly a well-considered decision. What? Hearing this, both the round-faced female cultivator and Mu Feng were instantly dumbfounded. Having competed fiercely in the sect selection, they thought they were guaranteed a spot, yet they never expected to face rejection upon arriving here. Lu Yunshu also found it hard to believe. She knew her young lady was always just and fair and had never made any mistakes. Why had she suddenly changed today? Moreover, who received the other spot? She was filled with doubts, but didn't dare to ask immediately without silence. Although the round-faced female cultivator felt unwilling upon seeing the substantial number of spirit stones being offered, she couldn't find any words of opposition and ultimately had to accept the outcome. Forget it, it's just 1 year of delayed enrollment, and as long as she still qualifies it won't affect much. Finally sorted out. After everyone left, and returning to the courtyard, Lu Yunshu felt a tense heart finally begin to relax. This major selection task she had been responsible for had finally been completed successfully. However, she still couldn't suppress her doubts. Seeing there were no outsiders around, she immediately asked curiously, "Miss, who did the remaining spot go to? Can you tell me?" "You'll know in due time." Nangong Luyun did not answer directly. "Miss, just tell me." Lu Yunshu quickly pleaded. Finally feeling worn down by her persistence, Nangong Luyun reluctantly uttered 2 words, "What? It's him." Upon hearing this answer, Lu Yunshu's eyes widened in disbelief. She had considered countless possibilities, thinking it might be an influential elder speaking on behalf of someone or the sect leader applying pressure, but never did she expect it to be Yifeng. What merits did that kid possess? He had neither talent nor background, and one could say he was lacking in every way except for his looks. What had happened during her absence? How could he have suddenly transformed into a phoenix upon her return? Right, remember to help him apply for an inner sect disciple token when you have time. Nangong Luyun thought for a moment, and then instructed again. She felt that since she had already allowed him to enroll, granting him an inner sect disciple status was merely a matter of convenience. With this token, he might receive hundreds of spirit stones every month. At that moment, Lu Yunshu had completely shut down. Her young lady had always been impartial, considering issues from the perspective of the sect. Who would have thought that in just 1 day she would engage in 2 acts of favoritism? She certainly knew how poor Yifeng's cultivation qualifications were. He absolutely did not meet the standards for entering the inner sect, and yet an exception was being made. Filled with questions, Lu Yunshu desired to learn the specific reasons from her young lady, but unfortunately Nangong Luyun always avoided the topic, as the events of that night could never be revealed. In the end, feeling like a cat scratching at her heart, Lu Yunshu decided to discreetly find Yifeng to get some clarity. Half a day later, as soon as she finished her business, Lu Yunshu took advantage of her young lattice retreat to step out of the courtyard. Her young lady had been acting unusually all day. Had that kid perhaps brewed some sort of potion for her? She had to find out the truth. However, when she arrived at the wooden house, she discovered that the kid had actually gone to the back mountain. With light steps, she walked straight towards the back mountain. She noticed that the vegetation in that direction had been meticulously trimmed, each part seeming like a perfect piece of art. She never expected this guy to have such leisure. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but nod approvingly. Having a diligent neighbor felt quite nice. However, when she reached a fenced area in the forest at the back mountain, the sight before her astonished her. In the fenced area on the vibrant green grass, a large group of blue rabbits bounced around, radiating a dazzling blue light, looking as adorable as dancing flames. At that moment, Yifeng was squatting on the ground, feeding the rabbits with tender spirit herbs. What left her dumbfounded was that amid the rabbit group, there were actually 2 exquisitely beautiful ice flame rabbit cubs hiding in the grass, peeking out with their small, delicate bodies emanating a unique dual aura of ice and fire, making them particularly eye-catching. Yifeng, how did you suddenly acquire so many blue rabbits? And even rare ice flame rabbit cubs? The next moment, Lu Yunshu couldn't help but exclaim. She clearly remembered that before she left he only had 3 or 4 spirit rabbits. How could he have so many now? She roughly counted, and saw that there were at least 7 or 8 blue flame rabbits alone. I stumbled. Yifeng, not particularly surprised by Lu Yunshu's arrival, slowly stood up, brushed off the grass from his hands, and replied nonchalantly. Stumbled upon. Who are you trying to fool? Upon hearing this, Lu Yunshu instantly felt furious. It might be possible to stumble upon adult blue flame rabbits, but what about the ice flame rabbit cubs? If you don't believe it, that's your problem. I've already told you. Yifeng casually replied, and continued with his own tasks. There was no need for him to explain to someone who had no connection to him. Alright, you are impressive. Let's not dwell on that. I want to know what you've been up to during this time. What kind of enchanted tea did you feed my young lady to make her give you the quota for Tianxiong Academy? Lu Yinshu suppressed the urge to teach this kid a lesson and approached, Yifeng staring intently at him. Regardless, she needed to finish asking the important questions first. Come on, what can I do? I'm just doing my own duties, nothing more. As for why senior sister Nangong gave me the quota, how would I know? Yifeng looked at Lu Yinshu with a calm gaze and a very plain tone. Seeing Yifeng's unwillingness to tell the truth, Lu Yinshu immediately felt extremely angry. Just doing your duties could earn you a quota. Did he really think this was as cheap as cabbage? Are you going to speak or not? The next moment Lu Yinshu thrust her chest forward, aggressively pressuring Yifeng, her eyes filled with menace. She couldn't believe she couldn't handle this kid. Hey, I really don't know how do you want me to say it. Yifeng looked at Lu Yinshu's alluring form, inhaling her fragrance, and quickly took 2 steps back to create some distance. This woman was blocking him, and he couldn't do anything at all. However, seeing Yifeng's reaction only spurred Lu Yinshu on as she relentlessly pursued him once more. Eventually, Yifeng had no choice but to retreat another 2 steps, and finally, he packed his things and completely left the area. Otherwise, if he stayed any longer, he would truly lose control. Hey, this kid. Lu Yinshu was momentarily stunned, her face instantly flushed red as she glared at Yifeng, both shy and angry. She never expected that even as a stunning beauty, she would be ignored. Is this kid made of wood? However, the next moment she rolled her eyes and suddenly put on a gentle smile, quickly grabbing Yifeng's hand and starting to act spoiled. You shitty, just tell me, look how curious your senior sister is. Can you bear to see her suffer from lack of sleep and food? After saying that, she deliberately leaned in closer, her eyes filled with flirtation. She knew that dealing with someone as dense as him required a soft approach rather than a hard one. Hiss. With Lu Yinshu's soft body wrapped around his arm and listening to her sweet words, Yifeng's steps suddenly faltered and his whole body became rigid. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. Her charming demeanor was simply unbearable. Lu Xianzi, I really don't know, can't you just ask your lady directly? Ultimately feeling helplessly entangled, Yifeng could only hurriedly pull his hand away from hers while sighing helplessly. He knew that unless he sent her away, he wouldn't find peace. But he had promised Nangong Luyan to never disclose it, so how could he say anything? What a joke if I could ask what I need to find you. Lu Yinshu shot Yifeng a frustrated glance. Then I'm at my wits' end. Perhaps your lady thinks him too handsome. Yifeng couldn't help but make a joke. Too handsome? Are you dreaming? Lu Yinshu nearly choked on her words upon hearing this reason, and she immediately punched him. This kid, is he still dreaming? There are countless handsome men in the world. If my young lady wanted someone, what wouldn't she be able to have? Would she look at some poor kid like him? Senior sister Lu, why do I feel like your words are quite unpleasant? Yifeng looked puzzled at her. Unpleasant, my foot. Not to mention anything else, just your elder brother Yi Tian is better looking than you, and his talent is far superior to yours. Moreover, he interacts well with others, earning the appreciation of the elders from various peaks. Unlike you, who after so many years is still an outer disciple. Lu Yinshu couldn't help but start to provoke him. Yifeng smiled at her words, remaining noncommittal. He was clearly aware of the provocative nature of her words, but remained calm, showing no signs of anger. After all, everyone has their own path and opportunities. He didn't want to compare himself with others, nor did he wish to follow the same path as anyone else. He just needed to focus on being himself. By the way, is there any grudge between you and your elder brother? Care to share? I can help you out. Lu Yinshu, seeing his firm attitude, knew that pressing further would yield no results, so she changed the topic. She recalled the odd behavior between the two of them and thought that using Yi Tian as a breakthrough point might yield some results. Unfortunately, Yifeng shook his head again, directly refusing, no need. This was his personal grievance, and he didn't want anyone else to interfere. You? Why are you like this? Lu Yinshu hadn't expected this guy to remain indifferent to her concerns and not seek her help, making her stomp her feet in frustration. This guy is simply a piece of rotten wood that can't be carved. Unfortunately, no matter how she tried to pry, he remained tight-lipped, and in the end, she could only angrily turn and leave. This guy is truly a stone in a latrine. Stinky and hard, and she was completely at a loss with him. However, she would never give up. She would definitely find a way to uncover the truth. Watching Lu Yinshu's puzzled figure leave, Yifeng finally couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This woman is truly difficult to deal with. Just now he almost couldn't withstand the pressure. Fortunately, he managed to get through it, and soon his ice flame rabbit would be ready for harvest. By then, with spirit stones in hand, he might be able to move out sooner than expected. However, the immediate priority was still to prepare for the upcoming alchemy and artifact refining lessons. Before he knew it, the day of formal enrollment had arrived. Although the time for each sect's new students to confirm their quotas varied, the official enrollment date was uniform. Moreover, on this day the chief elder of the academy would come to preach and declare the rules, so not only would the new batch of students gather at this time, but even past students who had the time would come. After all, the chief elder of this academy was a legendary high-level transformation master, and his lectures were not something one could easily hear. As expected, on the day Yifeng arrived at Tianxiong Academy, he smoothly entered the academy's interior with the token in his hand, arriving at the spacious preaching square in the central area. At this moment, as the sun rose and the mist swirled, the preaching square was already bustling with people gathering, tens of thousands. In various positions within the square, beautiful maidens were setting up jade tables, placing spirit fruits and spirit wines, allowing the gathered students to sit and chat while waiting for the ceremony to begin. I didn't expect the Holy Alliance to be so generous. Yifeng marveled at the scene before him. Moreover, within this square, the young geniuses from all factions were not scattered chaotically, but rather occupied their own areas arranged in an orderly manner. At the front, the first thing that caught the eye was a group of disciples from the Tianjian sect, each one standing tall and proud, like sharp swords drawn from their sheaths, radiating an intimidating aura. They wore uniform, cold and pristine white robes with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, their gazes piercing with sharp brilliance. Each person carried a uniquely crafted top-grade spirit sword on their back, the sword's body emanating a powerful aura that complemented their air of slaughter, instilling a sense of dread. In stark contrast were the disciples of the Shenhua sect, each one exuberant and bold, donned in fiery red robes that danced in the wind, resembling flames in full blaze. The elites of the Qingfeng sect floated gracefully like the gentle breeze in the mountains, dressed in light blue robes with serene and calm smiles that evoked a sense of spring. Following them were the disciples of the Tianlei sect, each with a resolute expression, subtle traces of lightning flickering between their brows, as if their movements could summon the thunderous energy surrounding them. Lastly, there were the disciples from the Taishu sect, Wujimin Hanbing sect, and the 10,000 Beasts sect, each with their own unique characteristics, truly extraordinary. As for the remaining directions, they were occupied by first-rate sects from other continents, such as the Xian sect, Luohua sect, and Xianin sect. Although they were not lacking, they still paled in comparison to the super sects at the front. Seeing these elite sects gathered together like a constellation of stars, Yifeng felt a surge of astonishment within. He never expected such an assembly of stunning talents, undoubtedly a feast for the eyes. Eventually his gaze fell upon the direction of the Qingyun sect in Chuzhou. In the area of the Qingyun sect, over 20 young disciples were gathered, both new and old, but in terms of strength and numbers they fell far short of the super sects at the front. Clearly the Qingyun sect was not lacking in strength within Chuzhou, but here they appeared rather inconspicuous. Soon Yifeng made his way directly to the gathering place of the Qingyun sect disciples and found a position at the back to sit down. After all, given his qualifications, he was undoubtedly the least significant among the elite of the Qingyun sect. Hey, who is that kid? Upon seeing Yifeng dressed in the robes of a Qingyun sect disciple, many elites from the sect cast curious glances his way. I don't know him. Most of the elites glanced at him and shook their heads. They were all prominent figures within the Qingyun sect and recognized most of the young talents from each peak, yet they had never seen this boy before. However, one among them, Mu Feng, couldn't help but fix his gaze on Yifeng. Brother Yitian, look, isn't that your... Mu Feng's voice was filled with surprise. He had already been shocked to see Yifeng at Nangang Liuyun's residence, but he never expected to see him here as well. Yitian followed Mu Feng's line of sight, and his eyes widened in disbelief. How did he come here? The next moment he blurted out. Could it be that the spot that Sister Nangang had freed up was given to him? Although he was already aware that one of the 3 spots had been taken in advance, he never imagined it would be this kid. It's obvious that the 3rd spot was reserved for him, Mu Feng said with a sour tone. This was the core area of the Holy Alliance, and without a token one could not enter. He had guessed that Yifeng's appearance at Nangang Liuyun's residence was unusual, but he never expected it to be like this. How is this possible? That kid is just a mere servant without any talent or background. How could he have attracted Sister Nangong's favor? Regardless of the reason, the reality is likely just as it seems. Mu Feng took it quite lightly. He had cooperated with Yifeng before and knew that the other party was not a weakling, so after the initial shock, he quickly accepted the reality. However, Yitian could not calm his heart for a long time, clenching his fists as a trace of resentment flickered in his eyes. He was exceptionally gifted, putting in effort every moment, and had no idea how many barriers he had overcome to obtain such an opportunity. But Yifeng had neither background nor outstanding cultivation, so why did he succeed? The key was, why would a remarkable woman like Nangang Liuyun look at him differently? At that moment he admitted that initially, although he was envious, he thought that the other party was just a cook, and did not feel too much. But now seeing him here, he immediately realized the gravity of the situation. He felt regretful, wondering why he had hesitated back then and hadn't dealt with this kid at the very beginning. Now with Yifeng's status as a student of the Tiancong Academy, he knew that wanting to eliminate him would be extremely difficult. Even if he could succeed, he would have to endure the scrutiny of the Holy Alliance, which was a great risk. It could be said that he had completely nurtured a tiger to trouble him. Just as the two were whispering to each other, Nangong Liyun, dressed in white, an otherworldly figure appeared in the square, accompanied by Lu Yunshu in a light green dress. Upon seeing the appearance of these two, the elites from various sects were momentarily stunned, and the entire square fell silent, as if time had stopped. The elites of the Tianjin sect, no matter how cold and proud they had been before, could not help but tremble. Even the leading senior brother of the Tianjin sect, whose gaze had been as sharp as a blade, softened involuntarily upon seeing Nangong Liyun. Although he looked down on the overall strength of the Qingyun sect, he held a deep respect for Nangong Liyun. The remaining elites of the Tianjin sect began to involuntarily straighten their backs, attempting to showcase their most valiant sides. Some blushed, slightly embarrassed, to shift their gazes away from Nangong Liyun, yet couldn't help but sneak glances. The disciples of the Shenhua sect, who had previously been brimming with fiery energy, now simultaneously restrained themselves, their eyes reflecting admiration and fervor for Nangong Liyun's beauty and grace. However, they understood that Nangong Liyun's cultivation was unfathomable, so they didn't dare to act reckless. The disciples of the Qingfeng Pavilion, known for their laid-back demeanor, couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy and melancholy upon seeing Nangong Liyun. The elites of the Qingyun sect were filled with admiration and pride. Only Yi Tian, upon seeing that stunning figure, revealed a complex expression. He had long set his sights on this aloof senior sister, but unfortunately, he had never had the chance to get close, only to see that Yi Feng had taken the lead. How could this be? All along, he had been the center of attention in the crowd, and he would not allow himself to be outshined by anyone, especially not by that kid Yi Feng. Nangong Liyun seemed indifferent to the gazes and reactions of the surrounding elites, merely casting a cold glance, until her eyes paused slightly on Yi Feng, revealing a hint of awkwardness. However, she quickly regained her composure, as if nothing had happened. As the two took their seats at the front of the Qingyun sect area, the elites from the other sects finally began to whisper, "Is that the fairy Nangong of the Qingyun sect? Indeed, she lives up to her reputation. Absolutely. Whether in beauty or talent, she is in a league of her own. To think the Qingyun sect has such a genius, they truly struck gold." These sect elites were brimming with endless admiration and envy. Hearing the whispers around her, Lu Yunshu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smug smile, as if the praise was directed at her. After all, she shared in her sister's glory and misfortune. Only Yi Feng felt puzzled. Nangong Liyun usually seemed so unattainable in the sect, and now, with such poise, he wondered how many more would be captivated. However, recalling her delicate, pitiful gaze when she was weak, he felt an inexplicable sense of achievement. After a brief period of quiet observation and discussion among the crowd, the sound of a bell resonated from somewhere in the square, echoing throughout the academy. A few elder figures exuding an air of wisdom and virtue flew in from who knows where, quickly gathering like shooting stars on the high platform, their imposing figures instilling awe in the elite disciples present. In an instant, all the students sat up straight and quieted down. After a few elders briefly introduced themselves, the eldest among them, with white hair, finally stepped forward and began to speak slowly. The elder began with pleasantries, but soon the topic shifted to the path of cultivation. His words were concise, yet struck to the core. Hearing these theories, the elite disciples from various sects couldn't help but feel respect. Their eyes filled. Although they often heard teachings from their mentors within the sect, they were nowhere near as profound as the insights shared by this chief elder. Under the inspiration of these golden words, they felt that the doubts they had harbored for years, which previously lacked clarity or certainty, were swiftly resolved, as if they had received an awakening. Yi Feng, sitting in the back, looked up at the elder in front, and couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. The elder was undoubtedly a pinnacle being, discussing the path of cultivation with remarkable depth. Although Yi Feng had only listened for a short while, he felt that the bottleneck at his fourth level of foundation establishment was on the verge of breaking. Sadly, this sermon didn't last long, barely an hour. While he was still savoring the insights, the elder had already left without him noticing. Indeed, the chief elder is impressive. This explanation truly cuts to the heart of the matter, benefiting us immensely. Even the most talented elites in the crowd felt they had deepened their understanding of the path of cultivation. If only they could regularly hear the elder's teachings, but unfortunately such lessons from top-tier beings were not always available. "Senior brother, may I ask how one might attend the elder's lecture? And how often does it occur?" In that very moment, Yi Feng too found his heart stirred with complex emotions and instinctively posed the same question to a nearby cultivator. Previously, he had not grasped the significance of this lecture and thus paid it little heed. only to realize to his astonishment that he had just gained an extraordinary advantage. He believed that with careful reflection and integration, he might break through to Foundation Establishment 5th layer within half a month. And you still hope to attend Elder Qingshuan's lecture? It's highly unlikely, the young man beside him replied with a wry shake of his head. And oh, pray why so? Yi Feng paused startled. And he had long heard that eminent experts frequently visited the academy to lecture. Was this not true? Elder Qingxian possesses profound seniority and bears no responsibility for routine instruction. Moreover, he closed his door to disciples long ago. Even such rare public lectures, as today's, are granted only once in many years, so the next opportunity remains uncertain, perhaps decades hence. The young man explained patiently. And yet, how dearly he himself wished to hear more. Alas, the elder assigned to deliver the inaugural lecture each year varies. Not all lectures prove universally beneficial. This year's, therefore, was an exceptional stroke of fortune. What a profound pity. Yi Feng's expression dimmed with genuine regret. He had even resolved to attempt attendance regardless of how lofty the elder's threshold, hoping for further guidance that might one day propel him toward golden core cultivation. Yet now he realized such an opportunity simply did not exist. Still, this unexpectedly acquired lecture had been well worth his time. After the ceremony concluded, those students lingered with lingering fascination. They dispersed in orderly fashion, some heading toward their pre-selected lecture halls or open-air plazas, others leaving the academy altogether to return to their residences. After all, to sustain their studies here, each must diligently cultivate personal enterprises to ensure financial support. In the Qingyun sect district, once Ningong Luyun departed, the remaining new and veteran students likewise dispersed. Just as Yifeng prepared to follow the flow of students toward the alchemy lecture hall, he had previously selected Lu Yunshu suddenly called out to him, without warning. Yifeng, what disciplines do you intend to study? Have you decided yet? Lu Yunshu stepped before him, her gaze locked firmly upon him, her expression impassive as she spoke. Though she still harbored lingering resentment over his past conduct, concern for his unfamiliarity with this place compelled her to intervene. Alchemy, artifact forging, spirit beast, taming, swordsmanship, and stellar divination. For now these 5. Nai Feng answered truthfully. He had not expected her to remain behind after Nangong Liyun's departure, still less to seek him out. He felt genuinely surprised, yet refrained from presuming undue interest. Perhaps she was merely curious. 5 disciplines. Are you mad? Lu Yunshu's eyes widened in disbelief, irritation flaring. Though he remained enigmatic in many ways, she had at last accepted his enrollment as fact. So long as he applied himself earnestly, he would not disgrace the young mistress's name. Yet this fellow had boldly chosen 5 at once. Did he aspire to become a universal cultivator? Did he truly not grasp the ancient adage, greed dilutes mastery? She could understand his choice of artifact forging. He already possessed foundational skill, and sustained practice might yet yield notable achievement. Swordsmanship too held vital importance and merited inclusion. But alchemy and spirit beast taming, why these? And even the most impractical art of stellar divination. This junior brother is rather intriguing. Another elite Qingyun sect students who had not yet departed also exchanged incredulous glances upon hearing this. Ordinarily, mastering even one of alchemy, artifact forging, or spirit beast taming consumed a lifetime's devotion. Yet he intended to pursue all 3. Worse still, the most thankless discipline of stellar divination. A fool. He's squandering a precious quota. Yi Tian inwardly sneered. Even he, hailed as a prodigy, had selected no more than 3 disciplines. Yet this fellow chose 5. And from his tone it seemed he might add even more later. Senior sister, does this selection carry some restriction? Yi Feng's voice betrayed sudden unease. Could excessive selection impose greater resource burdens upon the sect? In truth, he had already planned to expand his studies later, once his finances improved. Do you not comprehend that human capacity is finite? To overextend yourself is to master nothing, a sheer waste of precious time. Seeing Yi Feng's bewildered expression, Lu Yunshu felt an inexplicable surge of frustration. His admission had been orchestrated solely by the young mistress, and should he fail utterly, proving himself a wasteful drain on resources, her reputation would suffer grave censure. Thus, however reluctantly, she approached him, hoping he might concentrate his efforts and achieve tangible results in at least one discipline. Instead, he had strayed onto precisely the wrong path from the outset, guaranteeing beyond doubt that he would become the subject of ridicule. What then had the young mistress been thinking? And bewildered by Lu Yunshu's sudden fury, Yi Feng felt deeply perplexed. And how could she so confidently declare he would fail, or assert his time was being wasted? Senior sister, I believe one must first try, Nai Feng responded earnestly in the next breath. And he knew her intentions were kind, but these 5 disciplines represented his minimal selection rigorously pared down. Had he not feared excessive expenditure, he might have chosen 8, or even 10, disciplines. To neglect such a rare tuition-free opportunity would be sheer folly. A fine try indeed. Do you imagine? Trying demands no time, no resources, and Lu Yunshu fixed him with a sharp, exasperated stare. Her assessment of his modest means was precise. Though she knew not how he'd acquired those azure flame hairs, his meager assets held negligible value in spirit stones. Senior sister, I assure you I can manage. Yifeng sighed inwardly. Ni's decision had been deliberate and thoroughly considered. No, 2 disciplines must be removed, and Lu Yunshu dismissed his protest outright, issuing a firm decree. And this is truly impossible, and entirely unnecessary, and you. Fine, refuse and I shall never intervene again. Frustrated by his stubbornness, Lu Yunshu delivered this ultimatum before storming away, shoulders rigid with indignation. As a fellow student, she understood his unfamiliarity with the academy, and had offered guidance with genuine goodwill, only to witness him commit such a grievous error compounded by unyielding obstinacy. Truly a man blind to reality, obsessed with saving face. And in watching Lu Yunshu stalk away in huffing silence, Yifeng rubbed his temples wearily. What peculiar wind had seized her today, driving her to meddle so relentlessly? At least thankfully he had finally dissuaded her. As for her counsel, he would not heed it. His own plan stood firm. Each of these 5 arts held indispensable value for him. After discreetly consulting a serving maid and following her directions, he soon arrived at a spacious alchemy lecture hall. In alchemy, he possessed not even the most rudimentary proficiency, so he deliberately chose the least experienced instructor, whose schedule offered the greatest number of teaching hours. Only such an instructor would possess the time and patience to guide a novice like himself. As for the revered masters, burdened daily with countless responsibilities, they would likely dismiss him outright upon discovering his abysmal foundation. Indeed, the lecture halls of Tianqiong Academy were exquisitely equipped. This alchemy hall housed dozens of meticulously arranged furnace pits, each crowned with an elegant high-grade elixir cauldron. Adjacent storage cabinets brimmed with fire crystal stones and spirit herbs, every essential tool for alchemical training thoughtfully provided. Carved into the hall's surrounding walls were intricate depictions of rare medicinal flora and ancient alchemical formulas, so vividly rendered they seemed to breathe, drawing observers into deep, effortless absorption. To Yifeng's surprise, he had expected sparse attendance, but within half a ku the hall already teemed with over 30 students. Was it not commonly said that students here valued time above all, and rarely squandered it on foundational courses? Feng frowned, puzzled. Brother cultivator, this is your first alchemy lesson. Na voice suddenly chimed from the furnace pit beside. Yifeng turned. There stood a slender, courteous young man, offering a warm, friendly smile. Indeed, and yours as well. Certainly. I am Zhang Yu from Tianzhou. May I ask your esteemed name and your origin? And the slender youth introduced himself cheerfully, then turned expectant eyes upon Yifeng. I am Yifeng from Chuzhou. I humbly request your future guidance, Brother Zhang. Yifeng returned a modest returning smile. Haha, no need for such formality. Brother Yi, you came here having researched the instructor's background, yes? And the slender youth lowered his voice, leaning in with conspiratorial intrigue. Why do you say that? Yifeng blinked, taken aback. In truth, after resolving to study alchemy, he had selected his instructor solely based on the name's seniority and class schedules published by the academy, possessing almost no additional information about age, lineage, or appearance. You are unaware that Instructor Chu is the youngest and most gifted alchemist in our entire academy. And the slender youth stared at Yifeng, his expression shifting to one of utter incredulity. Indeed I was not. Hearing this, Yifeng fell momentarily silent, speechless. And so that was the case. He truly had not investigated at all. However, this made him somewhat understand why so many people were gathered here today. It seems these individuals had ulterior motives beyond simply enjoying the wine. Seeing this, Yifeng secretly shook his head with a bitter smile. While the two were chatting casually, a graceful and mature female cultivator walked into the great hall. At first glance, Yifeng thought she was also a student of alchemy like him, as she did not appear much older. Yet unexpectedly, the gentle woman walked directly to the center of the platform in front of the great hall. Could this be the so-called alchemy instructor? But she looked to be just over 30, right? The path of alchemy is as difficult as that of forging. Without decades, or even hundreds of years of immersion, it is impossible to achieve significant accomplishments. Yet this person so young had already become a master alchemist. As it turned out, he was not mistaken. This was indeed his chosen alchemy instructor, Chu Shi, a newly minted alchemist who had just become an instructor in the academy. This Tianzhou is indeed remarkable. Yifeng couldn't help but marvel at this. This was undoubtedly the youngest instructor he had ever seen in the academy. However, what surprised Yifeng was that although this gentlewoman was young, she explained alchemy with great patience and detail. It seemed he had indeed chosen the right course. Unlike the other elites, Yifeng listened attentively throughout, unlike the other elites who occasionally stared blankly at the lovely figure of the gentle instructor. Unfortunately, this class ended quickly, and Yifeng felt that he had just warmed up when the gentlewoman had already left early. In the days that followed, Yifeng spent every day in a frenzy of busyness. Due to the significant consumption of alchemy, the profits from the daily spiritual rabbit breeding were only enough for basic expenses. Fortunately, he quickly got the hang of forging, which made up for the losses. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. While Yifeng was deeply engrossed in honing his skills, the formal assessment for the Songlong Guard was also drawing near. On this day, after a long absence, Yifeng finally arrived at the western camp of the Songlong Guard. Regardless of the circumstances, he could not easily give up his identity as a Songlong Guard. He had to do his part. Upon stepping into the Songlong Guard's camp, he found the atmosphere particularly solemn and tense. He saw that every member of the camp was hurrying about, busy with various tasks, while the reserve members were doing their best to perform, attempting to earn more achievements. "Oh, isn't this our Yi de Xianren?" As he walked into the Qinglong group's quarters, a surprised voice suddenly rang. Yifeng turned his head and found that the speaker was the handsome reserve member Lin Chen. At this moment, Lin Chen had undergone a tremendous transformation, shedding his previous nonchalance and becoming composed and capable. "Indeed, weren't you boastfully saying that you'd surpass us? How come we haven't even seen your shadow in over half a year?" The slightly plump reserve member, Zhou Zhiqing, also chuckled along. He hadn't seen the guy for over half a year. This kid really could keep it together? Ahem, I've actually been working hard. Who knows who will prevail between us? Facing their jibes, Yifeng remained calm and responded lightly. In this half year, he had greatly enhanced his strength and skills in all aspects. He believed this would also play a significant role in becoming a Songlong Guard. Just then, Xin Yiling quickly walked over. Yifeng stopped being stubborn. Becoming a Songlong Guard relies on strength, not your blind confidence. Look at you, it's been over half a year, yet you have no achievements. How can you participate in the assessment? A deep disdain flashed in Xin Yiling's eyes. When this guy had confidently declared that he would surpass them, she had believed him, thinking he had a bit of backbone, and had not completely embarrassed the people of Chu province. Yet unexpectedly, this kid had dropped the bravado and simply disappeared. Isn't that right? We've been risking our lives in actual combat, improving our real skills. You, on the other hand, haven't taken on a single task. What can you learn? During this time, the three of them had followed the veteran members daily, not knowing how many tasks they had completed, with their abilities advancing rapidly, already gaining the recognition of many veteran members. Yet this kid hadn't shown up even once. There are many ways to measure strength. It is not only through completing tasks that one can train. As for achievements, am I not about to start accumulating them soon? Yifeng smiled, not too worried about it. Sharpening the axe does not delay the work of chopping wood. There are still several months left, and he felt he had plenty of time to accumulate merits. If anyone can talk big. Now you're just starting to accumulate. Do you think any veteran members will be willing to take you? You might not even qualify for the assessment by then. Xin Yiling coldly laughed at this. The formal assessment for the Songlong Guard takes into account one's performance during tasks throughout the year, which is a significant reference. With only a few months left, even obtaining the most basic merit values required for the assessment would be challenging, and yet he still hoped to surpass their year's worth of achievements. Dream on. Lin Chen and the others, seeing this, though they did not say it explicitly, also deeply agreed. However, before their words had completely faded, an incredibly delighted voice suddenly came from outside the Great Hall. "Master Yi, you finally came." This voice was charming and melodious, carrying a hint of an intoxicating sweetness. Master Yi. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen and the others were all taken aback, turning to look. They saw that the source of the voice was a stunningly beautiful female member of the Songlong Guard. They had seen her before. She seemed to be named Su Yao, a star figure from the Honglong branch. "Fairy Su, what are you doing here?" Upon seeing this person, Yifeng couldn't help but be somewhat astonished. "Master Yi, how can you still ask? This little girl has waited so long for you." Su Yao slowly walked into the Great Hall and approached Yifeng, her eyes filled with deep affection. This guy had not left any communication talismans for the past 6 months. She had come to the western camp nearly every time, only to find no trace of him. "What did you wait for me for?" Yifeng was puzzled. From the sound of it, she had been waiting for him this past half year. "Wasn't it to thank you, you stinky master? That treasure has finally been found." Su Yao's tone was filled with warmth and gratitude. However, upon hearing this, Xin Yiling and the others froze, their expressions stiffening. This beautiful female member had been waiting for none other than Yifeng. "Sister Su, is he the Yi Xing you were looking for? How is that possible?" The next moment, Xin Yiling could hardly believe she had asked this. This Su Xianzi had been coming around from time to time saying she wanted to find Yi Xing, but they had no idea who Yixing was and assumed she meant someone else. Yet to their astonishment, she was referring to Yifeng. Of course he is the Yixing I'm looking for. I knew he belonged to your team. Su Yao smiled, though inwardly she was somewhat vexed. She had never imagined that he had been using a false name before, or rather 2 names, which had made her search so difficult. This, Xin Yiling, and the others were dumbfounded. Had they overlooked something? When had Yifeng become acquainted with such a beautiful Songlong Guard member, and had waited so long for him? Su Xinzi, what has Yifeng done? Why were you waiting for him? Lin Feng could no longer suppress his curiosity and blurted out. He had to find out what that brat was capable of lest his own position of advantage be threatened. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. This must be kept secret. Master Yi, do you have a moment? I'd like to buy you a drink. Su Yao did not answer directly. Instead, she cast Yifeng a coquettish glance and sweetly issued the invitation. As for the earlier matter, although he later did not take part without his initial clue, they might never have found the heirloom mirror. So in any case, she felt compelled to offer a proper thanks. Even now, she felt a lingering unease. Had they been a moment later, the mirror might have been moved off Tianzhou, and then no amount of mobilization would have retrieved it. Su Xinzi, there's no need for drinks. Recovering the mirror was due to your Su family's good fortune, not my doing. Moreover, I must attend to accepting missions. Yifeng immediately understood her intent and hurriedly declined. Social niceties always wore him out. He truly had no time for them. But Su Yao would not be easily put off. Oh, taking missions. How fortuitous. Sister here is planning to accept one as well. Might Master Yi take me along? Su Yao shifted the subject and began to plead sweetly. What was senior sister Su saying? Asking Yifeng to take her along. Had they heard correctly? At those words, Lin Feng, Zhou Jiqing, and Xin Yiling were all stunned anew. They had tried every means to curry favor, and at last begged a formal Songlong Guard member to spare them a place. Yet never did they expect Yifeng to have a Songlong Guard member begging him to take her along instead. What earth-shattering feat had this fellow performed? Yifeng likewise had not expected her to humble herself and make such a request. His head buzzed with bewilderment. He very much wanted to refuse, but Su Yao gave him no chance. She stepped forward, slipped her arm through his, and with a coquettish sway of her waist began leading him toward the task hall. Gasp! Yifeng had not expected Su Xinzi to be so ardent, the delicate fragrance clinging to her, the inadvertent brush of his arm against her soft form. His heart quickened, and his whole body betrayed an awkwardness. Su Yao, however, felt nothing improper. Without him, her family might still be writhing like ants on a hot pan, so she was sincerely grateful. Her intimate gestures seemed to her entirely warranted. Watching Yifeng and her depart, Lin Feng and the others stared at one another, unable to recover. That brat! What rotten luck had he stumbled into? To be favored so lavishly by a beauty. Junior sister Shun, perhaps Yifeng might actually surpass you. Suddenly the hefty Zhou Jiqing blurted out, stunned as he spoke. Her manner was completely unexpected, and a bad premonition settled in his heart. I currently have 20,000 merit points. With such a gap, how could he possibly overtake me? Xin Yiling found the notion troubling, yet utterly implausible. After all, the brother who accompanied her was the star member of the Qinglong Team 1, who, although Su Yao also enjoyed a reputation, at best she could match, never overwhelm, her master. Having led for more than half a year, how could anyone now overtake her? I don't think it's possible either. Lin Feng soon shook his head and concurred. His merit points were slightly less than Xin Yiling's. Only 18,000, and even that 2,000 gap had proved insurmountable despite his best efforts. But Yifeng faced a deficit of 10 to 20,000 points. How could he possibly catch up? Unless he possessed 3 heads and 6 arms. In any case, we must not be complacent. Come on, let's go see for ourselves. At once Zhou Jiqing ground his teeth and proposed. Among the 3, he had the fewest merit points and was most vulnerable to being surpassed. He had only just returned from his previous mission and intended to rest, but with these developments he no longer had leisure to pause. He simply could not afford to lose. If word got out that had led for half a year only to be overturned, the humiliation would be enormous. Inside the task hall, Yifeng, pressed by circumstances, had no choice but to accompany Su Yao and began to peruse the mission listings attentively. Such a star rank-and-file member pleading with concessions. If he heartlessly refused, where would that leave? If only he alone knew a tactful refusal would be feasible. But with so many onlookers, no matter what, he would have to cooperate, at least once. But which mission to choose? Yifeng's eyes darted over the jade wall of the hall, his mind torn. The tasks covered every aspect, rewards varying from meager to generous. A mission with low merit points would harm his evaluation, a high reward task would be perilous. Su Yao was likewise scanning suitable missions, yet she could not help voicing a question that had long gnawed at her. Master Yi, honestly, if you possess such talent, why not publicize it and prosper? You could make a fortune daily. Why so fearful of being known? Su Yao was perplexed. She was convinced he truly had skill, If he loudly promoted his past deeds, he'd surely see steady streams of spirit stones, far more lucrative than serving as a Songlong guard. Yet from her observations and Lin Chen description, he had always been understated unwilling to let others know of this talent. Please, do you think wielding the Lingzhan technique comes without a price? Yifeng retorted sharply, giving her a sidelong look. True enough. I've heard some masterful practitioners lose lifespan with each divination, or even invite bizarre heavenly retribution. Su Yao upon hearing this instantly understood. No wonder he wouldn't publicize it if favors are hard to refuse. One time he might help, but not twice. Wealth is desirable, yet one must live to spend it. She had thought to promote him and raise his name, but on hearing this reconsidered. If publicizing him would cost the master's longevity and leave him prematurely aged, that would be lamentable. Perhaps it was better to remain at Songlong Guard. Master Yi, if you wish to amass merit quickly, I suggest taking it. Suddenly Su Yao pointed to a high-reward mission and proposed it. She had seen it before and believed it the most fitting and the high-profile task of late. The mission entailed assisting Xingmeng to explore a newly discovered minor Xian realm to check for hidden threats. If none were found, they'd receive only base rewards, but uncovering concealed dangers would yield generous bonuses. Even the base reward was considerable. This one, isn't it too dangerous? Yifeng asked he had seen this conspicuous mission and was tempted to accept it, but the minor Xian realm was undeveloped, though Xingmeng had sent powerful figures to scout and eliminate major perils. Whether other hidden dangers remained was unknown. If it were just him, a little risk would be acceptable. But were the daughter of a great clan to accompany him into a place where heaven and earth offered no aid if mishap befell them, how could he answer to the Su family? Master Yi, which of the Songlong Guard's missions is not dangerous? If you worry for this lady, there's no need. Su Yao immediately understood his concern and was annoyed. Did he not grasp that Songlong Guard's mission? From the moment she became at Songlong Guard, she had long abandoned thoughts of personal safety. Where was the pampered heiress then? Besides, she was coming to aid him. How could she become a liability? Very well then, let's take this one. Yifeng pondered briefly and finally agreed. Intuition told him such a hidden realm held vast opportunity, and if danger arose, they could always find somewhere to hide. Soon the two received the jade slip detailing the mission, and Yifeng read the fuller description. It turned out Tianzhou had been cultivated for so many years that major powers had claimed most of it. Ordinary factions lacking resources and might could not secure a foothold. Fortunately, in antiquity, Tianzhou was a sanctuary of powerful cultivators, and many hidden minor worlds remain. Over the years, Xingmeng has devoted itself to locating these Xian realms, continuously expending great manpower to excavate and develop them. Recently, at a hidden spatial node, the Holy Alliance successfully discovered a new secret realm. They immediately dispatched powerful experts to investigate and eliminated all obvious threats. However, these powerful experts have limited time and energy. They cannot remain there indefinitely. The Holy Alliance, concerned about other hidden dangers, decided to send the Songlong Guards for a thorough search. Once the Songlong Guards confirmed that this small, mysterious realm is suitable for cultivators to settle and cultivate, the Holy Alliance will establish a stable access route and open valuable land for public leasing. For many medium and small forces, such a newly discovered small, mysterious realm is undoubtedly a once-in-a-century opportunity for growth. For larger forces, it is also a rare chance to expand their territory. Thus, every time such a small, mysterious realm appears, it draws considerable attention. Of course, the unknown dangers within must not be underestimated. In the past, a small, mysterious realm led to disaster when people rushed in without understanding the dangers, resulting in the slaughter of tens of thousands of cultivators by sudden hordes of fierce beasts, causing devastating losses. Since then, every time a new small, mysterious realm is discovered, a lengthy exploration phase is required to ensure safety before it is open to the public. This time, they are to become one of the Songlong Guards for this investigation. Upon learning their specific mission, the two quickly received their task tokens and details regarding the departure time and location. However, this scene was unsurprisingly witnessed by Nanlan Feng and his companions. Senior brother Nanlan, the guy actually chose the investigation task. Xin Yiling couldn't help but exclaim. That task was undoubtedly one of the most popular Songlong Guard missions recently, which they had been eyeing but hadn't dared to choose. Xin Yiling couldn't help but exclaim. That task was undoubtedly one of the most popular Songlong Guard missions recently, which they had been eyeing. Seeing this, Nanlan Feng was also somewhat surprised. He had thought that the kid was just bluffing like before and would vanish to laze around. He didn't expect him to actually have such intentions. The task of exploring the small, mysterious realm takes considerable time, but the rewards are extremely generous. Just the basic merit points are 20,000. If anything valuable is discovered, there would be additional rewards. With good luck, he might even turn the tide. No, I have to take this task too. In the next moment, the nearby Zhou Ziqing gritted his teeth. and made a decision. The area of the small mysterious realm is vast, thus requiring a significant number of Tsunglong guards. Previously considering the dangers, the three of them had tacitly agreed not to take the task to avoid intensifying competition. After all, doing tasks within the Tsunglong continent is backed by the Holy Alliance. If they encounter any insurmountable dangers, they can directly call for support. No one dares to harm them. However, once they enter such a secret realm, their lives and fortunes are left to fate. But at this moment, a disruptor like Yi Feng has appeared, making it impossible for him to remain calm. Then let's all— Seeing this, Nanlan Feng could only silently sigh. Unexpectedly, the competition among this batch of candidates was so fierce. He had thought of saving energy and avoiding risks as much as possible, but now it seems that the fierce competition is inevitable. After receiving the task token, Yi Feng first returned to Yunxiang residence for some simple preparations. When it was almost time to depart, he flew towards the agreed gathering point. This task will take a considerable amount of time, and once inside the secret realm, he won't be able to come out for a while, so he needed to settle the spirit rabbits properly. Fortunately, he had already sold most of the spirit rabbits in the back mountain. The breeding had been temporarily halted, and he had planted some vegetables and fruits containing spiritual energy in the back mountain, which should last him for 10 days to half a month. Additionally, he left a message for Nangong Luyun and Lu Yunshu, briefly informing them that he would be away. However, just as he flew out of the gate of the Qingyun sect, he saw a very familiar figure waiting outside, leaning against a striking red flying ship. This figure wore a bright red dress exuding elegance and charm, complemented by her fair jade-like skin and her curvaceous figure, making her incredibly beautiful. Isn't this Su Yao? Upon recognizing the waiting person, Yi Feng couldn't help but pause and quickly halted his movement. Nearby disciples of the Qingyun sect frequently glanced over, occasionally stealing glances at the red-clad woman, appearing somewhat dazed. Even a middle-aged cultivator guarding the gate couldn't help but show a look of surprise, wondering who she was waiting for. Master Yi, I'm here. In the next moment, upon spotting Yi Feng, the figure's beautiful eyes lit up, and she cheerfully called out. However, upon hearing this, Yi Feng felt a headache coming on. Didn't this woman say she would be waiting at the gathering point? Why did she come directly here? She was already stunningly beautiful, and now dressed so flamboyantly, it was too eye-catching. He couldn't help but draw attention to himself. Sure enough, hearing her call, the nearby Qingyun sect disciples all turned their curious gazes toward him. Master Yi, when did our Qingyun sect get a Master Yi? To have such a beautiful fairy waiting, specifically this so-called master, Yi must be a renowned expert in some field. In an instant, these Qingyun sect disciples all followed the direction in which the beautiful fairy was looking. But when they saw that the so-called master was actually such a young man, they were all nearly left speechless. What kind of master could that kid be? This must be a mistake, right? Coincidentally, Lu Yunshu, who was riding the green flying ship and returning with Nangong Liyun, also heard the commotion and was nearly shocked, speechless. Is that Yi Feng? When did he get to know such a beautiful fairy? And what kind of master is he? Even Nangong Luyun on the flying ship couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Su Yao seemed to pay no mind to the unusual reactions of others, instead appearing proud, smiling sweetly as she piloted the red flying ship toward Yi Feng. Master Yi, this fairy came personally to pick you up. Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Upon reaching him, Su Yao said with an expression of offering a treasure. During her last visit, she had already learned Yi Feng's residence. This time she specifically came to give him a cough. More like a shock. Yi Feng felt a black line form on his face upon hearing this. Was she trying to roast him over a fire? Didn't she see that everyone around was focused on him? However, he hesitated no longer, quickly stowing away his flying sword, leaped onto her flying ship, and urged her to leave quickly. After all, the longer he stayed there, the more he felt like he was sitting on a bed of needles. However, when he inadvertently turned his head and caught sight of Nangong Luyun and the others nearby, he was nearly scared to death. How could these two see him? What should he do? Deep down, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt, as if he had been caught in the act of infidelity. Fortunately, Su Yao saw that he was already settled in the flying vehicle and did not delay any longer. She swiftly steered the red flying boat, leaving in style at a rapid pace. Phew! Luckily, Yi Feng looked at the distance growing between him and the Qingyun sect's base, and finally let out a secret sigh of relief. No matter what, today was finally over. As for what would happen after returning, that could only be discussed later. On another front, miss, that was Yi Feng just now, right? I didn't mistake him, did I? After Yi Feng left, Lu Yunshu finally withdrew her gaze and couldn't help but ask. She initially thought she had recognized the wrong person, but after looking carefully several times, she realized it was indeed that lad without a doubt. For a moment, she found it hard to believe. What do you think? Nangong Luyun did not answer directly, but instead posed a calm counter-question. I can be sure it's him. But when did that lad get to know such a beautiful woman? How strange. Lu Yunshu felt a sense of confusion in her heart. She never expected that lad to become successful silently getting involved with such a stunning fairy. It must be said seeing the other person leave with such a charming woman made her feel a slight discomfort. But upon careful reflection the other person was not anyone significant to her. Why was she feeling jealous? She thought she was merely curious about how he managed to win over such a captivating beauty. By the way, that woman seemed to have called him Master Yi. No wonder he insisted on learning divination. It turned out it was to deceive young ladies. Suddenly Lu Yunshu recalled previous events and instantly realized something, feeling as if she had. The fact that he insisted on including astrology in his course, refusing to give it up, had puzzled her at the time. It turned out he had such intentions. It must be so. In an instant she understood the cause and effect. Yifeng was unaware of Lu Yunshu's thoughts, otherwise he would truly find it amusing. His sense of guilt stemmed merely from the fear of being inexplicably interrogated later, making him lose face in front of Su Yao. It must be said Su Yao's flying boat was significantly faster than sword flight. In less than an hour they arrived at the assembly point agreed upon by the Holy Alliance, a hidden valley on the outskirts of the Holy City. By now it was evening. As they passed through layers of identity verification and entered the assembly point in the valley, they found dozens of members of the Songlong Guard who were participating in this mission, including some reserve members. Each of them wore neatly arranged armor, their expressions serious, exuding a fierce aura. Seeing this, Yifeng quickly donned his own armor, the Scarlet Flame battle armor, and took out his weapon. However, to his surprise, among the group of Songlong Guard members heading into the secret realm, he actually saw Xin Yiling and the three figures of Lin Chen. Why were they here too? Yifeng couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did those three also take on a mission after seeing him except one? At this moment Xin Yiling was dressed in a beautifully crafted light blue fitted armor, showcasing her tall and slender figure, which was no less impressive compared to Su Yao. Beside her stood several official Songlong Guard members, including Lin Chen and Zhou Ziqing. Upon seeing Yifeng, Xin Yiling paused slightly, then mockingly exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this Yifeng? I thought you were just putting on a show. Oh, I didn't expect you actually had the guts to come." At this moment she was quite surprised. After seeing a more detailed introduction of the mission, she realized that the actual situation was far more dangerous than she had anticipated. She had thought he wouldn't dare to come, yet here he was. "Isn't that right, Brother Yi? I thought you wouldn't truly show up. Oh, I didn't expect to actually see you." The chubby Zhou Ziqing beside her couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Although he saw that Yifeng accepted the mission, he wasn't too sure whether Yifeng would actually come. After all, the situation of this mission was much more complicated than previously understood, and it was very likely that someone would decide to give up midway. Perhaps Brother Yi is just planning to sneak into the secret realm and find a place to hide, thinking to earn some merits. Lin Chen teased jokingly. Given the complexity of this mission, if he hadn't secured the assistance of a formidable Songlong Guard senior brother, he might not have dared to show up. Yet Yifeng actually came. He believed Yifeng must be harboring some delusions of luck, thinking he could get some merits. "If you all have the courage to come, why should I not?" Yifeng replied with a calm demeanor and a faint smile. He too didn't expect all three of them to show up. This mission was one that even ordinary official Songlong Guard members wouldn't dare to accept, yet these three actually did. It seemed the competition among the reserves was indeed fierce. However, he also had his confidence and did not feel he would lose to anyone. "Huh, you really talk big." The three of them found it somewhat unbelievable, not understanding where Yifeng's confidence came from. Among them, regardless of who it was, they all had considerable financial resources and many trump cards. But what did Yifeng have? Xin Yiling simply thought that this guy might just be overly concerned about his pride. So soon she turned her gaze towards Su Yao beside Yifeng. "Sister Su, I heard this mission is quite dangerous. Are you really going to bring along this burden, Yifeng?" Xin Yiling approached Su Yao, asking with a concerned expression. She felt that Yifeng's reliance was likely this star Songlong Guard member. But even with the star Songlong Guard member leading the way, if the teammates were too weak, it would still be a very dangerous thing. "Indeed, Sister Su, are you really going to take this lad Yifeng with you? Aren't you afraid he will hold you back?" Lin Chen beside her couldn't help but step forward, concern evident on his face as he advised. Su Yao was one of the ranked beauties in the Songlong Guard, and he naturally had intentions to befriend her. Unfortunately, there had never been a good opportunity to connect. Now if he could build a relationship, it would be best. However, upon seeing this, Su Yao couldn't help but find it amusing. It seemed these few people did not understand Master Yi's capabilities at all. Since she dared to bring him along, she naturally had a certain level of confidence. "Rest assured, everyone. No matter what happens with this mission, I will accompany Master Yi. You all should worry about yourselves. It's possible you might actually lose." Su Yao smiled gracefully as she did not reveal Yifeng's abilities, as that might lead to unnecessary trouble. She simply gave a vague "this." Xin Yiling and the others fell silent upon hearing this response. How could Fairy Su hold such affection for that brat Yifeng? They were all puzzled, but without an explanation from the other party, they were at a loss. However, soon after, as a fully armed middle-aged expert entered the valley, everyone suddenly fell silent. The figure was clad in dark battle armor, his aura unfathomable, as if he had emerged from the depths of the abyss. Upon his arrival, he walked straight to the high point of the valley, calmly surveying the crowd. Is this person the leader of the mission? Seeing the middle-aged man in black armor, Yifeng couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Although the opponent's cultivation appeared to be at the golden core stage, his momentum was significantly stronger than any golden core expert Yifeng had encountered before. Could he possibly be at the peak of the golden core stage? Even more terrifying was the sharp, cold glint in his gaze that sent a chill down one's spine. Such a powerful figure, one wonders what position he holds in the Holy Alliance, and how he was cultivated. Upon seeing this man, Xin Yiling and the others were equally intimidated by his presence, holding their breath. Though the middle-aged man didn't seem severe, he exuded an aura that suggested he had fought his way through countless battles. After a moment of complete silence, the middle-aged man in black armor finally spoke. Very well. I trust you all have understood the details of this mission. This small Xuanjie may very well be a world conducive to the survival and development of cultivators, filled with spiritual resources and mineral veins. If utilized properly, it will provide abundant resources for our Songlong continent, which is why the Holy Alliance places great importance on it. However, the situation inside is complex and fraught with unknown factors. Your task in entering the small Xuanjie is to investigate whether there are any hidden threats that cannot be countered and to determine if it is suitable for exploitation. This will relate to the interests of the Holy Alliance and many cultivators, so there must be no carelessness. Do you think you can accomplish this? The middle-aged man in black armor spoke with conviction, his gaze sweeping over the crowd as he asked with a powerful voice. We can do it. The crowd's expressions hardened, and they quickly responded in unison. Good, then let's set off. In the next moment, the middle-aged man in black armor waved his hand, summoning a flying boat and beckoning everyone to follow him to a location behind the valley. Behind the valley, in the midst of a sprawling mountain range, hundreds of Holy Alliance cultivators were busy seemingly adjusting a massive formation. Upon arriving, the middle-aged man in black armor did not delay. He showed a token to the person in charge here, then led everyone into the formation, entering a dark, mysterious passage. A flash of light passed. The Songlong guards felt the space twist and transform, and in an instant, it was as if they had slipped out of a spatial channel, thrown into a mysterious small world. The passage behind them quickly began to close, resembling a massive gaping maw. Is this the newly discovered small Xuanjie? Once the group stabilized themselves in the air and took in the view of this new world, they couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Before their eyes was an expansive forest of mountains, appearing even taller and more complex than those of the Songlong continent. Within the dense forest, towering ancient trees stood lush and green, hiding unknown creatures beneath their canopies. Occasionally, sounds could be heard from the branches, clearly indicating that many hidden dangers lurked within this ancient forest. Moreover, the group keenly sensed a slight discomfort, indicating that the rules of heaven and earth here were not entirely consistent with those outside. Fortunately, these inconsistencies were not too pronounced, as various spells could still be used normally, and spiritual energy flowed freely, which relieved everyone's anxiety. After choosing a mountain peak to land on just as the group was about to steady themselves, a deep roar suddenly erupted from the nearby forest, resembling a fury from ancient times. Then a giant explosive demon bear suddenly charged out from the thicket, pouncing towards the group. The explosive demon bear was covered in hard rock-like scales surrounded by red flames, and its strength was clearly on par with the peak Foundation establishment human. However, before the demon bear could reach 100 feet, the middle-aged man in black armor suddenly raised his hand and struck. A dark blade of light shot out instantly, sending the bear flying backward, nearly cleaving it in two. Hiss! The crowd was secretly astonished at the middle-aged man's sudden action. The speed was so fast that they barely saw what kind of treasure he had used. This further solidified their suspicion that this middle-aged leader had undoubtedly been forged through countless battles, and that killing had become second nature to him. However, the appearance of this demon bear caused their hearts to sink. Although the mission introduction stated that the more formidable demon beasts had already been cleared, it was evident that Foundation establishment beasts were not included, and even weaker golden core ones were probably not accounted for. Thus, their journey would not be easy. There were many apparent threats, not to mention those lurking in the shadow. Everyone, I won't waste words. Starting today, you will each choose a direction and explore this world for potential threats in your preferred manner. Each team must stay here for at least 2 months. If you wish to end the mission after 2 months, you may return here to regroup. If you wish to continue, you must return here within 6 months at the latest. The middle-aged man in black armor repeated the rules once more. Understood. The crowd responded without raising any objections and began to disperse. They were all already clear on the mission's requirements. They had to survive at least 2 months in the small Xuanjia to earn basic merit. The longer they survived, the more merit they would gain, and discovering significant hidden dangers would grant them additional rewards. Thus they entered this place with a mindset geared for a prolonged battle. Most of the Tsanglong guards simply took a quick glance, and then chose a direction plunging into the endless jungle. After all, they had no knowledge of this place, so it didn't matter where they chose to go. Of course, a few were more cautious, taking to the skies to survey their surroundings, and even some began to call out to friends to see if they could form teams. Master Yi, where shall we go next? Seeing everyone take action, Su Yao did not make a unilateral decision, but turned her gaze towards Yi Feng. After all, she believed that as a master of spiritual divination, he might have his own ideas, and following him would surely be the right choice. Just as Yi Feng was about to respond, a tall youth suddenly approached Su Yao. Yao Yao, would you like to join me? Together we are bound to achieve great things. This tall young man emanated an incredibly fierce aura. He was none other than Zheng Wuyan, the ace member of Team Qinglong, nicknamed the Crazy Dragon, and also Xin Yiling's partner for this mission. At this moment, Zheng Wuyan completely ignored Yi Feng's presence, casting an eager glance towards Su. Yi Feng had been keeping an eye on him as well. He seemed like just an ordinary patrol officer from the southwest without many notable achievements, so Zheng had chosen to overlook him entirely. As for Su Yao, she was a rare beauty within the Tsanglong Guard's western camp, enchanting and not lacking in family background. Given that they would be in this secret realm for several months, traveling with her would be an incredibly delightful experience. Unfortunately, Su Yao quickly apologized and declined Zheng Wuyan's invitation. After all, her purpose for this journey was not merely for herself, though she was here to assist Yi Feng. Yao Yao, are you really going to waste your time on this guy? There are many who covet the position of team leader, and if we make any discoveries during this mission, it could greatly aid your promotion. Zheng Wuyan was astonished to find that Su Yao would rather travel alone with Yi Feng than join forces. The Red Dragon team currently lacked a formal leader, and as a seasoned member, Zheng was one of the strongest candidates, yet he had noticed that recently Su Yao seemed disinterested in such ambitions. As for the leadership position, she certainly had her thoughts. After all, no one wished to miss an opportunity. However, she needed to finish this journey first. Fine. Since Junior Sister is not interested, I won't hesitate to compete for the position of team leader myself. Zheng Wuyan, having received his answer, finally ceased his pursuit and turned to leave. He always held himself in high regard. Since Su Yao refused his goodwill, he wouldn't cling to her, especially considering he had no intention of dragging along a burden like Yi Feng. Fortunately, he brought another beauty with him, Xin Yiling. Though she lacked experience, her abilities were decent, and with her guidance, she should not become a liability. What a pity that a mesmerizing beauty like Su Yao would end up with Yi Feng. The other members of the Tsanglong Guard around them secretly lamented as they saw Su Yao intent on following Yi Feng. In this secret realm, they would have at least 2 months of solitude together. It was a true delight to be with such a beautiful woman every day. However, they said little and soon dispersed, as they did not believe that their desperate attempts to attach themselves would yield a different outcome. Instead, they preferred to seize this opportunity to earn merit. Sister Su, are you also very interested in the position of team leader? After everyone had left, Yi Feng suddenly turned to Su Yao and asked out of the blue. At first, he thought this mission was merely a competition among himself and Lin Chen, and that Su Yao did not place much importance on it, just accompanying him. To his surprise, this mission seemed crucial for her future as well. What does it matter if I'm interested? The competition is fierce, and I don't have much confidence, so I will just go with the flow. Su Yao smiled lightly, appearing quite unconcerned. Had those recent events not occurred, she would have been a strong contender. Unfortunately, after the family treasure was stolen, she spent most of her time trying to retrieve it, hardly taking on any missions, and now she was far behind the other competitors. How could she easily catch up? Yi Feng sensed the insincerity in her words and silently sighed. It seemed this mission wouldn't be easy. It was not only about his future, but also about Su Yao's. However, at this moment, with no clues and no signs from the divination technique, there was little he could do. He could only randomly choose a direction and set off on his journey with Su Yao. I must say, this secret realm is indeed teeming with spiritual resources, perfect for cultivators to venture forth and hunt. The pair had only traveled a short distance when they encountered several attacks from demonic beasts. Fortunately, these demonic beasts were not particularly strong. Under the protection of Su Yao, a formidable foundation establishment expert, Yi Feng hardly had the chance to make a move. Regrettably, on the first day, they did not discover anything unusual, nor did they encounter the so-called irresistible danger. Still, 2 months was a long time. Neither of them was overly anxious. In the evening, they tacitly chose a cave to stop for the night. After all, anything could happen in this secret realm, and they needed to remain alert at all times. The cave they found was not large, with a space of only a few dozen square meters surrounded by solid rock. To prevent a sudden attack by demonic beasts at night, they quickly tidied up the cave and built a barrier of spiritual wood around the entrance before settling down to rest. Junior brother Yi, how about I show you a trick tonight? Inside the cave, Su Yao lit a campfire and cheerfully took out a storage ring with various cooking utensils. After a day of searching, she realized that the dangers here were not as severe as she had imagined, so her mood had relaxed significantly. Having just hunted a few demonic beasts and collected their essence meat, she was eager to showcase her culinary. I didn't expect Sister Su to be skilled in the culinary arts too. I feel truly fortunate. Yifeng was pleasantly surprised and quickly agreed. Though his cooking was decent, having such a beautiful senior sister to serve him was an opportunity he couldn't miss. Moreover, he wanted to experience the flavors of the local delicacies prepared by her. I must say, Su Yao, coming from a prestigious family, was not only graceful, but also extremely proficient with various cooking utensils. It was indeed rare for someone of her status to invest time in such trivial matters. Before long, Su Yao skillfully prepared several dishes and arranged them on a freshly made wooden table. Seeing the vibrant and aromatic dishes, Yifeng, who was not particularly hungry, found his appetite stirred. Come try my sister's cooking. Su Yao placed 2 jade bowls on the wooden table, elegantly serving several pieces of spiritual meat into Yifeng's bowl. Okay. Unable to refuse her sincere invitation, how could Yifeng turn down a beautiful woman cooking for him? He quickly sat down at the table to savor the meal. In this moment, the two appeared as a young couple sitting across from each other, prompting Yifeng to feel a wave of sentimentality. If only he could spend his life with this beautiful senior sister before him. However, just as the spiritual meat entered his mouth, he suddenly froze, his expression becoming somewhat strange. How is it? Not bad, right? I tell you, senior sister's culinary skills have been honed for many years. She is even better than an average chef. Su Yao boasted proudly, a little smug. This was her way of expressing gratitude. Ordinary people didn't have the privilege of tasting her dishes. Cough cough, it is indeed quite good. Yifeng quickly echoed, though he held a different opinion in his heart. But with the beautiful woman being so virtuous at the moment, how could he bear to criticize her to her face? Cough cough, it is indeed quite good. Yifeng quickly echoed, though he held a different opinion in his heart. But with the beautiful woman being so virtuous Yifeng watched as the bowl was quickly filled with an abundance of dishes, feeling a wave of anxiety. He instinctively wanted to refuse, but fearing to hurt her feelings, he steeled himself and took a few more bites. Perhaps these few dishes would be different. A flicker of hope arose in his heart. But the next moment, he nearly, How is it? How is it? Delicious, right? Su Yao immediately asked with an expectant look. Cough cough, it's all quite good. Even though Yifeng had long mastered the art of fibbing at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected that enjoying a beautiful woman's cooking would come at a price. Just quite good, oi. Su Yao was evidently not satisfied with Yifeng's response. Among the subsequent dishes, too, were her signature specialties, praised by everyone who tasted them. She felt that the reaction from her guest should not be so bland. The next moment, she finally picked up a piece of spiritual meat and put it in her mouth. But in an instant, her beautiful eyes widened in shock as she hurriedly spat it out. Pooh pooh, how can it be so awful? Su Yao exclaimed in disbelief while spitting out saliva. She had cooked it very well at home, using the same method. How could it turn out completely different here? Then she hurriedly tried the other dishes she had prepared, only to quickly realize they were similarly terrible, leaving her in a state of confusion. How could this be? Do you mean that the flavor of what you usually make is vastly different from this? Yifeng observed her reaction, which didn't seem like an act, and couldn't help but be taken aback. How could it be the same? It tastes so much better than this. Su Yao glared at Yifeng with annoyance, a hint of reproach in her gaze. What did he take her for? There was no way she would intentionally serve such unappetizing dishes to her benefactor. Did he think she had nothing better to do? Just thinking about how this guy had just praised her cooking as quite good made her feel an impulse to hit him. Hearing this, Yifeng finally realized something was off. He had been watching the entire cooking process. The tools and seasonings she used were all taken from her storage ring, not locally sourced. After all, being in an unfamiliar environment, they didn't dare eat anything they weren't familiar with. But how could this happen? Could it be the spiritual meat's fault? The two immediately began examining the remaining spiritual meat, but unfortunately, it looked no different from what was available outside. By the way, where did you wash the spiritual meat just now? Suddenly, Yifeng thought of a question and quickly asked. He suspected it might be a water issue. After all, if several dishes required it, besides the seasonings and ingredients, the only other factor was the water source. The nearby creek, what about it? Su Yao couldn't help but pause at his words. The spiritual meat from the beasts was dirty. Right after processing, she had to clean it before cooking. However, she had specifically checked the water quality of that creek beforehand. It was very clear and pure, with no toxic elements or strange smells. It's most likely a water issue, Yifeng calmly stated his guess. Aside from that, he really couldn't think of any water. How could that be possible? Su Yao found it hard to believe upon hearing this. She distinctly remembered having thoroughly examined it, and found nothing unusual. Nevertheless, she led Yifeng holding a lighting artifact out of the enclosure to a nearby creek. It must be said that this creek, unbothered by human interference, was indeed pristine and pure with crystal clear water. At a glance there seemed to be no issues. However, Yifeng still filled a jade bowl with water to bring back to the cave. Then he took out 2 pieces of spiritual meat, asking Su Yao to cook them again using the previous method, but one was washed with creek water, while the other remained uncontaminated. As time passed, both pieces of spiritual meat quickly emitted a familiar aroma. Seeing this, Su Yao eagerly took a piece to taste. However, the next moment her charming face froze in disbelief. I can't believe it was really a water issue. The flavors of the 2 pieces of spiritual meat are indeed very different, but how could this happen? Su Yao was extremely puzzled. The meat that had touched the creek water still had that extremely bad taste, while the one that hadn't finally returned to normal. This was undoubtedly something she found very strange. Yifeng also couldn't articulate the reason, as he couldn't discern what was different about this creek water compared to ordinary sources. It seemed that this world was far more complicated than they had imagined. Luckily, it wasn't some kind of toxin, or they would have been in trouble. The 2 of them thought about this, and secretly broke out in a cold sweat. What do you plan to do next? Su Yao asked, looking somewhat conflicted. Starting tomorrow, we'll follow the river upstream. Perhaps we'll find unexpected surprises, Yifeng answered without hesitation. Previously, there were no clues, so he didn't know where to start, but the anomaly with the water source instantly gave him. Such water quality couldn't just appear out of thin air. Perhaps if they could find the source, they would discover something unusual. This might seem like a waste of time to others, but for him, it was highly likely to lead to a revelation. Su Yao had no objections either. The previous task Jade Slip hadn't described this anomaly, indicating that those who had entered before probably hadn't discovered it. Unexpectedly, they had only found it on the first day of their arrival. It seemed that following Master Yi had indeed been the right choice. Given the anomalies of this special water source, if they could really find something, perhaps their journey would not be in vain. For a moment, Su Yao looked at Yifeng as if he were a treasure. The night grew darker, heavy like a curtain pressing down on the small Xian realm. Yifeng and Su Yao cleaned up the old dishes and prepared a simple meal before starting to tidy the bedding in preparation for rest. The entrance of the cave was not large, and at this moment it had been completely blocked by the 2, with a barrier made of spiritual wood appearing extremely sturdy. Additionally, several illuminating magical tools were embedded inside, brightening the cave, and they thoroughly checked the surroundings, confirming that there were no potential dangers, so both of them appeared quite relaxed. However, perhaps because it was the first time they were in such close quarters with someone of the opposite sex in an unfamiliar environment, both Yifeng and Su Yao felt their hearts racing uncontrollably, unable to fall into a deep sleep. For Yifeng, Su Yao was naturally beautiful with an alluring charm, and there was an intoxicating fragrance emanating from her, drifting towards him from time to time, making him unable to help but feel a bit distracted. For Su Yao, Yifeng with his somewhat special abilities also seemed like a mystery, possessing a unique. In an instant their breathing gradually became irregular, and their minds felt a bit chaotic. However, Yifeng had experienced more, and quickly forced himself to calm down, entering a light sleep. After all, he had faced the temptations of Luo Ling and Ling Shanshan, and in the past 6 months he had occasionally encountered stunning beauties like Nangong Liyun, so he had developed a certain level of resistance. On the other side of the cave, however, Su Yao could not truly relax and fall asleep, only able to gaze blankly at the top of the cave with a flushed face. She had been waiting to see if that brat Yifeng would take the initiative to do something to her. After all, she was well aware that he was at the most vigorous age, and being in such a quiet cave with a beauty like herself would undoubtedly stir some other thoughts. It was not that she did not trust or was deliberately on guard against him, but as a woman who had never been so intimate with anyone else, it was a form of instinctive self-protection. However, what surprised her was that after waiting for quite a while, Yifeng showed no signs of movement at all. Could this guy be waiting for her to fall asleep before coming over slowly? Hey Master Yi, on such a beautiful night, don't you want to do something with your senior sister? Suddenly Su Yao turned around, gently brushing her hair, and asked Yifeng with a hint of seduction. She was gradually losing her patience. She thought it would be better to be straightforward rather than always on guard. If he really wanted to do something, they would figure out. Cough, senior sister Su is joking, what can I do? Yifeng swallowed hard at her words, responding perfunctorily. He hadn't expected this woman to deliberately provoke him with her words. It was truly a challenge. For someone as stunning as her to say he wasn't moved would be a lie. After all, she was not like Nangong Liuyun, who was a goddess far above him, making him feel a huge gap that he could never dare to defile. But Su Yao seemed approachable, as if with a little effort he could get close to her, undoubtedly possessing a fatal temptation. Thus at this moment, hearing her enticing words, he truly felt a desire to abandon all restraint. But he knew that such actions would undoubtedly lead to bad results, so he quickly calmed himself down. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Don't you men always look forward to such situations? Suyao was quite surprised to see Yifeng unmoved. She had just asked as a test to see how he would respond, yet she did not expect him to completely ignore her. Senior sister, it's getting late, let's go to sleep quickly. Yifeng rolled his eyes at her words. It was clear she was trying to make a joke. If she truly wanted to do something with him, he certainly wouldn't remain indifferent, but this woman obviously had no sincerity. This brat, how could he really be so well-behaved? Did she really lack charm? She was starting to feel frustrated. Master Yi, to be honest, I actually have a good impression of you. And since you've helped our Su family, if you really want to have a deeper conversation with your senior sister, I might actually consider it. Su Yao's face turned slightly red as she raised the stakes. She didn't believe he could truly resist. However, after saying this, Yifeng sat up directly. Cough, how about I just go sleep outside then? Yifeng apologized and prepared to leave the cave. If he believed her words, that would be strange. Clearly she was trying to make him look foolish. He was afraid that he would truly fall for her tricks, so he simply chose not to see her. Huh. Su Yao looked at his actions, unable to believe they were sincere, and was momentarily stunned. She had already been so explicit, even hinting at confessions, yet she did not expect him to respond this way. It's okay, I was just joking, let's just sleep here. The next moment, Su Yao finally put away her playful thoughts and called out to Yifeng. It was pitch black outside and there were many beasts. How could she really let him go out to sleep? However, after the earlier testing, she found him to be a relatively reliable person, and her heart finally. Yet gradually Su Yao thought she could finally rest easy, but the reality was that she found herself still unable to sleep, her interest in how this man could remain so composed growing immensely. Hey Master Yi, honestly, have you ever had a crush? What were they like? In the quiet cave, Su Yao's soft voice soon echoed again. Of course. She was very beautiful. Yifeng replied casually. More beautiful than me? Su Yao asked curiously. Of course. TCHU, are you kidding? Hearing this, Su Yao couldn't help but roll her eyes, convinced it was a lie. After all, in the Songlong continent, there were very few who could surpass her in beauty, and those women were all high and mighty holy maidens, as she did not believe he could know any. If you don't believe me, then why ask? Yifeng retorted unhappily. Fine, I won't ask, let's change the subject. They chatted aimlessly for over an hour before finally settling down. However, in the middle of the night, with a howl of wolves echoing, both of them jolted awake from their beds. Is there a situation? The two exchanged glances and quickly rose to the cave entrance to look outside. They saw in the dark valley outside the cave there were several large black shadows swaying around. Hiss! So many! Upon witnessing this scene, both of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, feeling it was extremely tricky. Thanks to the moonlight, they could clearly see that those black shadows were actually fierce-looking wolf demons, numbering in the dozens. The key was that these wolf demons seemed ravenously hungry, fixating intently on the cave entrance. Their eyes gleamed green, appearing particularly ominous in the darkness, with saliva occasionally dripping from their fangs. Fortunately, the wolf pack seemed somewhat hesitant about the sudden appearance of humans here, and dared not act recklessly. After all, there were rarely any humans in this world, and they couldn't gauge how strong these two were. Seeing this, Yifeng and Su Yao tacitly donned their battle armor, wielding their weapons fully armed, and among this pack of wolf demons, there were quite a few whose aura reached the Foundation establishment stage. They had no assurance of victory against them, so ideally, it would be best if they could avoid conflict. Unfortunately, it seemed they had encountered a pack of starving wolves that hadn't enjoyed a meal in a long time, and this wish quickly fell through. Before long, the largest wolf demon among them surveyed the surroundings for a moment before suddenly howling at the sky. Immediately, the other wolf demons surged forward in unison as if they had received a command. Seeing this, Su Yao's expression changed, knowing that a fierce battle was unavoidable. She drew her long sword, opened the cave's barrier, and charged out. Yifeng wasted no time, either tightly gripping his spiritual sword and following closely behind Su Yao. The spiritual wood barrier of this cave could serve as a temporary warning, but it was impossible to block the impact of the wolf demons. Therefore, they chose to fight in the open valley outside the cave. With their appearance, the battle erupted instantly as wolf demons lunged at them one after another. The strongest few were of course intercepted by Su Yao, who took the lead. After all, she was concerned that Yifeng might not be able to handle the more powerful ones. However, even the slightly weaker wolf demons were formidable, and moreover these wolf demons understood teamwork, advancing and retreating with precision. Thus she was not optimistic about this battle. What surprised her, however, was that Yifeng seemed utterly unconcerned at this moment, charging into the wolf pack with remarkable agility, his sword flashing as he unleashed a series of fierce sword strikes. These sword strikes were incredibly precise, and in the blink of an eye he sent several famished wolf demons flying. Meanwhile, his figure strangely swayed a few times, allowing him to easily evade the attacks of several other wolf demons. Hey, this kid possesses such abilities. Su Yao couldn't help but be secretly astonished. Earlier on the journey, this guy had rarely made a move, and the cultivation level he displayed openly was only at the second layer of foundation establishment, so she assumed that even if he was strong, he wouldn't be much stronger than an average early foundation establishment cultivator. But at this moment, faced with so many ferocious attacking wolves, he remained remarkably calm, and his strikes were both precise and fierce, with each move perfectly executed, surprisingly not inferior to her own. In fact, if it weren't for the slightly less powerful moves he unleashed, even she wouldn't be able to maintain such composure. Could it be that this kid is hiding his strength? What she didn't know was that Yifeng's true cultivation level had already reached the 5th layer of foundation establishment. Furthermore, after learning the previous starry shadow step, his movements had become as effortless as flowing clouds, and he simply hadn't had the opportunity to fully showcase his abilities until now. The wolf demons also never expected that the seemingly weakest male among the two would turn out to be the most. Thus, after dispatching the stronger ones to entangle Su Yao, they sent their elite members to look for a breakthrough against Yifeng, attempting to take them down one by one. However, gradually, they found that this male seemed to be the hardest to deal with. Despite their numerous elite members attacking from all directions, he slipped away like an eel, leaving them unable to even touch the hem of his clothes. How is this possible? In an instant, every wolf demon was enraged, feeling they had suffered a tremendous. The wolf demon leader, who was coordinating from the back, saw his subordinates suffering losses one after another and could not put up with the weakest kid anymore. He charged at Yifeng directly. Unfortunately, Su Yao had been keeping an eye on him, and as he charged into the battlefield, she quickly met him heated. Su Yao's combat strength was also exceptional. Her long sword moved in her hand like a nimble silver snake, each swing producing a shower of blood. The key was that she was also able to simultaneously unleash various spells, even illusions, to entangle or confuse the enemies, disrupting the wolf pack's offensive in no time. Thus, even though the wolf demon leader possessed peak foundation establishment cultivation, facing Su Yao, a genius painstakingly nurtured by a prominent family, with her ever-changing techniques, he still found it difficult to gain the upper hand, to the point where he couldn't even display half of his strength. As time passed, with Yifeng and Su Yao's tacit cooperation and mutual protection, they quickly inflicted severe wounds on several wolf demons. Eventually, after attempting to organize several encirclements and finding them all futile, the lead wolf demon let out a wail of despair and reluctantly signaled the others to retreat. After all, these two were simply too formidable. It wasn't easy for them to gather this little wealth, and they couldn't afford to lose it all here. Master Yi, I didn't expect you to be so skilled. After the wolf pack retreated, leaving behind a few wolf demon corpses, Su Yao finally couldn't help but look. Just now, facing threats from all directions, she had not dared to let her guard down, merely observing with the corner of her eye. Now that she had some leisure, she could no longer sit still. His performance in this battle far exceeded her expectations. I did practice some techniques related to. Yifeng was a bit embarrassed by Su Yao's serious praise as he cleared the battlefield, replying modestly. Since learning the starry shadow step, he had not had the chance to fully unleash it until now, and this time, he finally had the opportunity to demonstrate it. However, he also greatly envied her ability to seamlessly combine martial skills and spells to unleash a dazzling series of attacks. This was a level he had long desired to reach, but unfortunately he had had too few opportunities to learn spell. Just practiced a bit. You are being too modest, right? Your ability to take on 10 opponents is likely stronger than any genius specializing in movement. Su Yao glared at Yifeng and remarked in exasperation. She spoke the truth. Her family had members who specialized in movement techniques, but those members would probably not even be worthy of carrying shoes in front of this kid. Yifeng didn't know what to say to that, so he could only respond with a faint smile. His starry shadow step was indeed extraordinary, and it was only natural for him to be stronger than other geniuses. To be honest, would you be interested in becoming a son-in-law of the Su family? Senior sister might really consider it. Suddenly, Su Yao looked at Yifeng with a charming demeanor, earnestly asking. The longer she interacted with him, the more she discovered his merits, and the more surprised she became. She had begun to regard him as a genius on her level. If she had only said this to tease and test him before now, she truly felt a stir of interest. The only regret was that he seemed to lack a strong family background, which made her feel somewhat mismatched. However, this was not the main concern. Cough cough. Senior sister, please don't joke with me. Yifeng naturally wouldn't take this seriously. What she said at that moment sounded like a child playing house. Anyone who took it seriously would be a fool. Forming a partnership for the Tao is a major matter that affects hundreds of years to come, and there are many considerations. How could it be so rash? How do you know I'm joking? Senior sister is quite serious right now. Su Yao gazed at him with a hint of ambiguity carrying a touch of grievance. She had indeed begun to feel a little moved. If he were genuinely sincere, she might really agree. Let's change the topic, Su, senior sister. Do you think these wolf packs count as a significant threat mentioned in the task? Yifeng, unable to meet her gaze, quickly diverted the topic. This woman was getting better at pretending. He almost believed her. But he knew that such good fortune could not easily happen to him. Before he had enough strength, it was best not to hold too high expectations. You fool. This certainly doesn't count. It's just that there are fewer of us now, but once more people come, these wolf demons won't amount to much. Su Yao felt a surge of annoyance when he completely sidestepped her words. She had struggled for a long time, finally mustering the courage to say such things only to be dismissed by him in one sentence. However, she didn't want to press the issue further lest it seem as if she were eager to throw herself at him. That's truly. Hearing this response, Yifeng felt a sense of regret. He had rented a valley before and thought that if a not very powerful force came to cultivate the land, encountering such wolf packs would be a nightmare. If the Holy Alliance could clear out even these packs of wolves, that would truly be wonderful. By then he might even try to rent a piece of land to raise some spiritual creatures, but unfortunately, with so many wolf demons roaming about, safety was a significant concern. After briefly cleaning the battlefield and collecting valuable beast materials, the two returned to the cave to take turns standing guard waiting for dawn. They were worried that the wolf pack might return for a surprise attack or that other beasts would come to take advantage of the situation, so they didn't dare to relax like before. If they completely let their guard down, they could find themselves in a very passive situation. Fortunately, such a scenario did not occur that night. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, the sky began to lighten, and the morning light slowly entered the cave. Yifeng and Su Yao quickly packed their belongings and prepared some food before heading upstream along the small creek, intending to find the strange source of the water. This small creek was not very large, and the water did not all flow above ground. Most of it seemed to bubble up from underground rivers, with many branches making their search quite inconvenient. However, Yifeng was not overly worried. After all, he had the heavenly mechanism plate guiding him, and he believed that as long as he was given enough time, he could accurately locate the true source. As they continued on, Su Yao playfully tried to flirt with him a few more times, even going so far as to seduce him, only to find that Yifeng remained completely indifferent, causing her to feel secretly vexed. As a woman, she had to be reserved, so she could only joke around like this. After all, if she confessed seriously and was rejected, wouldn't that be embarrassing? She never expected that he would completely ignore her, thinking she was merely joking. In the end, she could only conclude that he was an incomprehensible blockhead. He deserved to be single for a lifetime. However, that day, as they passed through a thicket, Yifeng suddenly looked at her with bright eyes, his expression a mix of surprise and a hint of fervor. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Su Yao's face turned slightly red, her heart racing. This guy had been indifferent to her for some time, avoiding her gaze. Today he actually stared at her like this. Could it be that he was truly moved? "Senior sister, I want to say you might be on the verge of becoming prosperous," Yifeng remarked in an extremely peculiar tone. He certainly didn't have any thoughts about her. It was just that after arriving here, he suddenly noticed that the fortune above her head had greatly increased, as if good luck was approaching. But this situation was too strange, and he couldn't figure out the reason behind it. Prosperous? How could that be? Su Yao was taken aback by his words, displaying an expression of disbelief. As a direct descendant of a prominent family, her financial resources were already substantial. How could there be any talk of becoming prosperous? What kind of wealth would qualify her as prosperous? "I'm not sure, but if you trust me, follow me this way. There might be an opportunity that belongs to you," Yifeng explained casually and headed into a nearby forest. This forest was the potential source of the water anomaly he had been searching for all these days. The unusual signs only appeared after they arrived near it. How could that be? Su Yao was skeptical. This small, mysterious realm had been searched countless times by powerful predecessors. How could there still be any remaining opportunities? If there were, it would have to be very secretive. How could it be so easily found by him? Nevertheless, she did not hesitate to step inside. "Fine, let's go. I want to see if what you say is true. If not, you'll have to compensate me," Su Yao said reproachfully. His sudden statement sparked an inexplicable anticipation in her, and she felt a tinge of excitement. If it turned out to be a false alarm, she would indeed be furious. To this, Yifeng merely smiled and said nothing further. This forest was vast and eerie, shrouded in a mist that carried low growls and strange sounds. "This forest seems unusual. Are we really going to move forward?" Su Yao suddenly stopped, her expression serious, as she pulled Yifeng. Just a moment ago she had heard some bone-chilling sounds, but she couldn't identify what kind of monster was making them. Indeed, there is something unusual, but the source of that strange water quality is likely in this direction. We cannot just give up halfway, can we? Alright, let's continue. Yifeng carefully observed the surrounding environment, trying to gather more useful information. Seeing this, Su Yao did not say anything more and continued to walk straight ahead. As the two delved deeper, the surrounding mist grew thicker, greatly obstructing their vision. Moreover, they felt that the spiritual energy around them had become exceptionally thin, as if something had drained it away. The soil beneath their feet was soft and loose, covered with thick layers of fallen leaves and dead branches, and with each step they took a slight crunch sound accompanied them. The trees around them were exceptionally tall, with dense branches and leaves that blocked out the sun. Occasionally a few rays of sunlight would penetrate through the gaps in the treetops, forming streaks of light, but they only illuminated a very small area, making the surrounding darkness seem even more profound. Suddenly a deep, beastly roar echoed from the depths of the forest, carrying with it a chilling power. Immediately after, the surrounding trees began to rustle, as if some extremely fast creature was approaching. Upon witnessing this, Yifeng and his companion immediately showed a hint of vigilance, drawing out their spiritual swords, channeling spiritual energy into them, and guarding themselves. As expected, the next moment, several agile fox spirits appeared on the trunks of nearby trees. These fox spirits were not large in size, but they bore sharp claws glimmering with a chilling light. Moreover, they had 2 or more tails, each tail displaying different colors of fur and spiritual attributes. Are these multi-tailed spirit foxes? Su Yao's heart trembled upon seeing the true forms of these beasts. This multi-tailed spirit fox is a rare breed among fox-type beasts, said to possess the bloodline of the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox. With each additional tail, they gain a unique supernatural ability, making them exceptionally formidable. Yifeng's expression also turned serious upon seeing these creatures. He had not expected to encounter such a species and wondered what strange abilities they might possess. While Yifeng and his companion were on guard, the fox spirits also eyed them, with glowing green eyes, closely observing the two. The leading dark red spirit fox even bared its teeth at them, attempting to intimidate and drive them away. However, Yifeng knew that this area was peculiar and certainly would not leave so easily. Su Yao also wanted to see what opportunities lay hidden here, showing no intention of retreat. The dark red spirit fox, seeing the intimidation ineffective, let out a sharp cry, summoning its subordinates to suddenly pounce at the two. Yifeng, unfazed, swiftly moved to the side of a fox spirit that lunged at him, swinging his spiritual sword, fiercely attempting to cleave it away. However, to his surprise, this fox spirit expertly twisted its body in a manner that allowed it to evade the critical strike. In the end, Yifeng's charged strike, filled with spiritual energy, merely severed a few steel-like strands of fur, without causing any substantial harm. Hiss! This reaction speed is simply too abnormal. Moreover, its defensive capabilities are astonishingly strong. Yifeng was deeply startled by the outcome of this encounter. His earlier evasive counterattack was exceptionally swift and fierce, executed in one seamless motion. Even cultivators of much higher cultivation levels might struggle to avoid it, yet this fox spirit, seemingly only at the foundation establishment stage, could dodge it unharmed. On the other side, several powerful wind blades cast by Su Yao were also effortlessly dodged by the remaining fox spirits with a twist in midair. Immediately after, these fox spirits closed in their claws, striking like lightning towards the two's necks. These claws shimmered with a dark light, revealing that they contained some form of toxin. If hit, it would surely bring disaster. Fortunately, Su Yao seemed to have anticipated this, her spiritual sword moving like an afterimage, slashing repeatedly, accurately parrying the attacks of those claws. Yifeng also utilized the starry shadow step to dodge, while swiftly counterattacking with his sword. Clang! A great force struck him back several steps, and the fox spirit was also sent flying. Regrettably, after half a quarter of an hour of entanglement, it seemed that neither side could gain the upper hand. While the fox spirits were sharp in their attacks, Yifeng and Su Yao were not weak either. As the battle reached a stalemate, Yifeng suddenly noticed a wound on the abdomen of one of the fox spirits entangled with Su Yao, which seemed to be unhealed. This wound was deeply hidden, and had he not caught a glimpse of it from this angle, he would have never noticed. In the next moment, he sent a message to Su Yao while forcing back the enemy in front of him. Having collaborated with Yifeng several times, Su Yao had developed a good tacit understanding. Upon hearing the command, she swiftly cast a water dragon binding technique towards the injured fox spirit, attempting to confine it. The fox spirit, of course, would not allow Su Yao to succeed so easily, and quickly twisted its body to evade to the left. Its evasive action was remarkably timely. As soon as Su Yao's water dragon technique was unleashed, it had already begun to instinctively move. Unfortunately, it had not anticipated that Yifeng had somehow appeared at the direction it was trying to avoid. Taking advantage of the fox spirit's moment of instability, Yifeng concentrated all his spiritual energy and delivered a powerful strike near the wound on its abdomen. Boom! The fox spirit looked in horror at the human that suddenly appeared before it, desperately trying to evade, but found it was already too late. The sword light from his spiritual sword successfully struck the fox spirit's abdomen, sending it flying and emitting a painful scream. Regrettably, Yifeng hoped to follow up with a second strike, but was quickly surrounded by the other fox spirits. In the end, the injured fox spirit hastily fled the battlefield. Seeing that the remaining fox spirits could no longer achieve victory, they had no choice but to cover each other and begin their retreat. What should we do? Su Yao hesitated momentarily. She was unsure whether to continue pursuing, instinctively looking to Yifeng for guidance. Throughout this journey, she had found that her team had slowly begun to be dominated by the enemy. Follow them. Yifeng replied calmly, and took the lead in pursuing the direction the fox spirits had fled. He had previously had the opportunity to kill that fox spirit, but had deliberately held back some strength intending to injure it, and then follow the trail to find the lair of these fox spirits. His instincts told him that these fox spirits were of significant origin, and if he could find their nest there might be unexpected surprises. Alright. Su Yao, hearing this, no longer hesitated. Next, the two of them cautiously followed the blood trail and scent of the spirit fox, tracking it all the way. They did not pursue too quickly. On one hand, there were many dangers in the forest they had to be wary of, and on the other, they feared startling the guiding foxes. In fact, these spirit foxes were indeed very vigilant, weaving through dense thickets, and occasionally glancing back from tree trunks to confirm if anyone was following. Fortunately, Yifeng and Su Yao were both exceptional, managing to keep close without being detected, maintaining a distance that was neither too far nor too near. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the surroundings grew increasingly eerie, with the trees taking on more bizarre shapes covered in various unknown mosses and vines. Finally, after an unknown duration, the spirit foxes ceased their delay, with one diving into a highly concealed cave beneath a cliff. The cave entrance was obscured by dense thorns and vines. Without considerable effort to clear them, it was nearly impossible to detect this hidden refuge. Yifeng and Su Yao quietly approached the cave entrance and observed the area, their expressions turning. Su Yao could not discern much, but instinctively felt that the place was somewhat sinister and unlike ordinary locations. However, Yifeng could clearly sense the heavy malevolence in the air, with a murky aura pervading the surroundings. This cliff was situated on the mountain's rear side, inherently cold and dark, compounded by the surrounding mountains and dense jungle, making it appear as a dire place directly leading to the underworld. Logically speaking, this small mystical realm was naturally formed and not home to any evil entities, yet for some reason it possessed such a peculiar topography. More critically, amidst the murky essence of this area, he could perceive a faint trace of purple energy, indicating that something unusual might be hidden within, likely a precious spiritual object. Junior brother, should we go in? Is there any danger inside? Su Yao instinctively asked Yifeng. She felt an inherent sense of insecurity about entering, fearing it would be too risky, yet could not suppress her curiosity. She had already spotted a nearby stream flowing from somewhere within the mountain, likely the source of the altered water. No, senior sister, you distract the spirit foxes for me, and I'll go in to investigate first, Yifeng replied calmly. To this point, he had not detected any swirling dark energy, leading him to believe the area should be safe. His only concern was that there might be spirit foxes blocking the cave entrance, potentially trapping him within. You're going in alone. Are you crazy? Su Yao could hardly believe the audacity of his decision, nearly exclaiming in surprise. She had no idea what lay within that cave. Even someone as capable as her, with numerous skills, feared encountering a formidable beast alone and being unable to escape. How could he dare to go in by himself? Senior sister Su, you just need to draw away as many spirit foxes as possible. The rest I'm confident I can handle. Yifeng offered no further explanation, merely giving her a determined look. Although Su Yao was strong, speed was essential for this scouting task, so it had to be him alone. After all, if he encountered a powerful demon beast, only speed would provide a chance for survival. What he had shown thus far was merely the speed enhancement from the Starry Shadow step. He still had a pair of star-chasing boots yet to be used. With her watching, he did not dare to use them recklessly, fearing an exaggerated effect that could raise suspicion. However, once inside the cave, he would have no such concerns. Thus, he believed that as long as the interior space was sufficiently large and not a dead-end, ordinary demon beasts would be unable to catch him. Just be careful, senior sister. I'll do my best to buy you some time. Su Yao did not quite understand why he was so confident, but thinking about his status as a master of spiritual divination, she believed he must have some means to avoid danger. So she reluctantly agreed to comply. However, she secretly resolved to do her utmost to keep the demon beasts occupied for as long as possible. The two quickly devised a plan, and Su Yao approached the cave entrance, casting several fireballs toward the vines covering the cave. The flames she conjured were immense, and the ordinary vines were instantly ignited, with more than half being consumed in moments. The effect was immediate. Within 2 breaths, piercing roars echoed from within the cave, as if furious howls from the depths of hell sending chills down one's spine. Following this, the spirit foxes that had attacked them previously bolted out of the cave at high speed. In addition, there were several unfamiliar spirit foxes, among which was one that had nearly grown 4 tails, also charging out in a furious whirlwind. Upon discovering that their cave's disguise had been inexplicably burned away, the spirit foxes were visibly in disbelief. The previously attacking foxes were now furious upon realizing they were being followed by humans, and without a second thought, they lunged at Su Yao. Hiss! Su Yao did not expect to encounter a nearly 4-tailed presence among the spirit foxes. She dared not underestimate it, and quickly scattered a handful of talismans before swiftly fleeing. Such a beast likely possessed strength close to the early golden core stage, evidently beyond her ability to withstand. She hoped Yifeng would abandon his plan and escape with her, only to find that he refused her telepathic plea. This early golden core demon beast was still within the scope of his expectations. Once the spirit foxes had chased far enough and entered a blind spot, Yifeng immediately shot out from his concealed position, darting into the cave like a bolt of lightning. The cave entrance was spacious enough for a person to enter comfortably. As soon as he stepped inside, a cold, damp aura rushed toward him, mixed with a hint of decay. The cave walls glimmered with numerous night stones scattered around, emitting a faint starlight that barely illuminated the path ahead. However, Yifeng did not linger, gripping his spiritual sword, channeling the starry shadow step, and star-chasing boots, with all his might moving like lightning as he searched the cave. The ground beneath him was rugged and uneven, winding downward, exceedingly deep and long, with no indication of where it led. Crucially, there were numerous forks in the path. Without the guidance of the spirit fox's auras, he would have been at a loss for which to choose. Fortunately, the spiritual energy within the cave was relatively normal, showing no signs of being abnormally thin. He sped down the tunnel, unaware of how many hundreds of feet he had plunged, until suddenly the space ahead opened up, revealing a vast underground cavern. This underground cavern was immense, filled with bizarrely shaped rocks, and the walls adorned with numerous sparkling crystals that illuminated the entire space. The ground of the cavern was damp and muddy, and to one side there flowed a hidden river, its waters unknown in origin and destination. Indeed, the source of the water quality anomaly is likely right here. Yifeng's eyes lit up at this discovery. He never expected that these fox demons were truly related to the water quality issue, and the earlier incident would likely yield results soon. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what could cause such a change in water quality. Without hesitation, he followed the hidden river further upstream. However, the river's source seemed to point deeper into the cavern, towards another smaller, brighter chamber. As he passed through the cave entrance, he felt an ancient, profound aura surrounding him. In the very center of this cavern stood colossal stone pillars arranged, as if forming a sacrificial altar. But when he saw the center of the pillars, where a beautiful, radiant demon figure stood, Yifeng couldn't help but be taken aback. Was that a 9-tailed fox? Could it be the legendary 9-tailed celestial fox? A holy grade demon beast? But how was that possible? Seeing this scene, Yifeng was instantly terrified and fled without a second thought. No matter what, getting away from danger as quickly as possible was his top priority. He had to ensure his own safety first. However, upon escaping the cavern and returning to the tunnel, he found that no demons were pursuing him, nor was there any other commotion. He felt somewhat surprised. In this world, the cultivation levels, whether for humans or demon beasts, were divided into stages: Chi, refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent soul, divine transformation, and saint entry. The holy grade was said to be the pinnacle of existence. If the 9-tailed celestial fox he had just witnessed was real, then he would have no chance of escaping, and the opponent could likely annihilate him with a mere wave of their hand. But why, after fleeing for so long, had the creature not pursued him? And why was there no dark aura surrounding him? Thinking of this, he slowed down and quickly activated the celestial mechanism disc. He suspected that the 9-tailed celestial fox was not alive, yet he couldn't fathom why its body appeared so lifelike, without any signs of abnormality. Fortunately, the celestial mechanism disc provided a prompt response. His suspicion was confirmed. The 9-tailed celestial fox was indeed in a very abnormal state, almost dead, yet not entirely so. However, due to the high cultivation level of this object being analyzed, he could only gather very limited information with his current physique. After obtaining this information, he felt an immediate wave of weakness wash over him, as if he had just suffered a severe illness. This was undoubtedly very dangerous in this perilous cave. Fortunately, having seen these hints, he finally felt a weight lift from his heart. As long as it wasn't a truly living holy beast, that was good enough. The next moment, driven by intense curiosity, he disregarded his fatigue, swallowed a recovery pill, and stealthily returned. He prepared to see if there were any opportunities to gain benefits. After all, it was rare to encounter the remains of an immobilized top-grade demon beast. Leaving empty-handed would surely be a great regret. To his astonishment, the body of the nine-tailed celestial fox was exquisitely beautiful, surrounded by a layer of dazzling colorful radiance, appearing extraordinarily splendid. Its 9 tails swayed gracefully like the finest silk in the wind, each possessing a different hue representing various attributes such as gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, making the entire fox seem like a celestial beast descended from the heavens. Its eyes, deep as sapphires, emitted a mesmerizing light that could captivate anyone. Even though Yifeng did not stare directly at it, he nearly found himself entranced. It was hard to imagine that if this celestial fox appeared alive before him, he would likely be utterly ensnared at first glance. Wait, a sword was actually embedded in its body. Suddenly, Yifeng noticed an external object protruding from the back of the nine-tailed celestial fox. The sword appeared plain and unadorned, dark purple in color, without a hint of spiritual energy. Yet his subconscious told him that this sword was definitely not an ordinary item. It was likely the root cause of the nine-tailed celestial fox's demise. But what level of sword could kill a holy-grade demon beast? Yifeng felt utterly shocked at this thought. Unfortunately, just as he cautiously approached the altar to draw out the sword, he found that the surrounding stone pillars suddenly glimmered with runes, and an indestructible protective barrier instantly sprang up, sending him flying out. Wow, there's actually a formation protecting this place. Who set this up? Yifeng was extremely astonished. He had always believed that this small mystical realm was naturally formed, devoid of human traces. He never expected to not only see a sword, but also a formation. This definitely could not have been set up by a demon beast. Just as he was about to see if there was a way to break the formation, the cavern outside suddenly filled with the piercing screams of fox demons. Damn, those beasts have returned. Clearly Su Yao had not been able to hold them off for long. If he didn't leave quickly, he might be trapped here. Immediately after clearly memorizing the runes on the stone pillars, Yifeng quickly withdrew, activating his star-chasing boots, and dashed madly towards the cave exit. At this moment his speed was nothing short of remarkable, reaching the limit of what he could exert. When he returned near the cave entrance, he found 2 fox demons blocking the passage. They seemed intent on re-entering the cavern, only to collide with Yifeng. For a moment, both sides stared at each other in shock. However, the next instant, Yifeng decisively swung his sword, sending one of the demons flying, and swiftly slipped through the gap he had created. Fortunately, the strongest of the near-tailed fox demons was still held back by Su Yao outside the cave, unable to return. Otherwise, he would have found it incredibly difficult to escape. Seeing this, Yifeng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, quickly cutting through the obstacles around him, signaling Su Yao to retreat. He knew that the other party must have paid a significant price to buy him time, so he had to lighten their burden as quickly as possible. Not far outside the cave, in an incredibly vast canyon, Su Yao saw Yifeng emerge successfully, and finally let out a long sigh of relief. She was worried that if he didn't back out soon, she might not be able to hold them off any longer. Fortunately, he managed to escape just in time. Huh, you're injured. After fleeing for who knew how long, and seeing the demon fox finally break off its pursuit, the two at last halted in a secluded, uninhabited valley. Yet as Yifeng turned to look at Su Yao's current state, he couldn't help but startle. Her face was as pale as rice paper, faint traces of blood seeped through her garments as though she had sustained a serious wound. Of course, not that you think it was easy to hold them off. Su Yao offered no concealment, merely shooting Yifeng an exasperated glare. Truth be told, there was no need for you to push yourself so hard. Whether you delayed them sooner or later made little difference to me. Yifeng spoke with mixed emotions. He hadn't expected her to go to such lengths. Though she appeared sharp and calculating in moments of crisis, she proved unexpectedly reckless, almost foolishly so. In truth, even if the demon foxes had returned earlier, he could still have escaped. Only the duration of his delay would have changed. She had no need to risk injury merely to buy him a few extra moments. If I didn't push myself and someone suffered harm, I certainly couldn't bear the responsibility, Su Yao retorted with a coquettish eye roll. Do you really believe I wouldn't have escaped, even without your interference? Don't do this again. Let me see the wound. I'll tend to it right away. Yifeng urged her, his tone edged with gentle reproach. He did possess means of escape, but revealing his treasures would invite covetous eyes, so he kept them secret. Puffed, bragging again. Su Yao curled her lips, skeptically refusing to take him at his word. Even she found the strongest demon fox daunting to confront, yet he possessed no notable background. Trapped inside that cave, how could he possibly have slipped away? Still, after a moment's hesitation, she obediently found a spot nearby to sit, then carefully loosened half her armor to expose the wound on her back. The injury lay across her upper back, beyond her own reach. Though she'd already swallowed a healing pill to stabilize the wound, proper treatment remained essential, otherwise scarring was inevitable, a fate utterly unacceptable for a woman of her beauty. TCH. Yifeng's brow knotted tightly upon seeing the long, deep claw marks trailing across Su Yao's snow-white shoulder. Those claws had pierced straight through her armor, rending flesh beneath. Worse still, the blood crusting along the gashes carried a faint violet tinge, likely poisoned. Do you have a stronger ointment? Let me apply it for you. Yifeng watched her feigned nonchalance, and felt both anger and tender concern rise within him. For a woman of such exquisite beauty, such a wound was nothing short of devastating. Su Yao bit her lower lip shyly, then drew forth a delicate jade vial, and handed it to Yifeng. Though she longed to treat it herself, the wound's position rendered it inaccessible, leaving her no choice but to entrust him. Fortunately, having shared meals and quarters these past days, she trusted him implicitly. He'd shown not a trace of lecherous intent. Yifeng accepted the tiny jade vial, dipped a fingertip into the salve, and gently applied it to the wounds along Su Yao's back. His voice low and soothing. Bear with it. It may sting slightly. At his words, Su Yao's cheeks flushed crimson. The lightest touch of his fingertip sent a delicate shiver rippling through her frame. Yet moments later, noticing his unwavering focus, his gaze never straying from the task, she felt a sudden playful pang of pique and mischief stirred anew within her. Senior Master Yi, do you find my shoulders pleasing? Would you like to touch them? She glanced back at him, teasing eyes alight with playful provocation. She refused to believe she held so little allure over this young man, and thus she hadn't abandoned her tests. Yifeng nearly fumbled to salve his hand, jerking at her words. Bathed in the bright golden light, her bare shoulder gleamed with luminous purity, its elegant contours accentuated by the graceful sweep of her figure. What man could remain unmoved? He had wrestled down his baser thoughts with immense effort, only to nearly falter under her deliberate This woman truly threatened to undo him. Senior Master Yi, if you wish to touch, go ahead. No obligations attached. Seeing he still hesitated, Su Yao's eyes glinted with sly amusement as she leaned further into the seduction. She'd gone this far. Surely he couldn't resist forever. Yet Yifeng swiftly dispelled his distractions and declined, with just a hint of warning. Senior sister, please spare me your jests. Otherwise, should anything untoward occur, I, your junior brother, shall bear no responsibility. Yifeng knew full well were he to yield, he'd become her eternal laughingstock. A mere touch brought no real satisfaction, best to let it be. But someday when his cultivation surpassed hers, and she dared tempt him again, he vowed he'd claim that bewitching little vixen right then and there. Well, our senior master Yi is truly a paragon of virtue, Su Yao murmured, instantly settling into quietude, her tone laced with dry irony. Healing was too vital to treat lightly, yet that he could maintain such composure left her utterly astonished. Soon Yifeng finished applying the salve, and Su Yao carefully refastened her armor. Though her words had been alluring, prolonged exposure of her shoulder before a man still unsettled her deeply. As for that fleeting charged moment, she chose to regard it as a small personal boon bestowed upon him. By the way, Senior Master Yi, what did you find inside? Were there any valuable treasures? Suddenly recalling the matter, she redirected her attention to what she'd exerted every ounce of strength to stall the demon foxes, believing fully in the opportunity he'd promised. Should the cavern prove empty, her sacrifice would be colossal. Yes, tremendous fortune awaits. But claiming it won't be simple. Yifeng's expression darkened with gravity as he spoke. That ancient stone pillar formation clearly hailed from a forgotten era. Its secrets were not easily unraveled. He currently lacked even a single insight into its workings. Yet with the Heaven Oracle disc in his possession, failure was unthinkable. Only time remained to question. Oh, tremendous fortune. Pray tell me, what kind of fortune? Su Yao's interest flared instantly at his words. It's not that I withhold the truth, senior sister. I fear telling you might rob you of sleep tonight. Yifeng replied with enigmatic playfulness. Huh, as if I haven't seen every manner of treasure imaginable. How could anything keep me awake? She scoffed, utterly unconvinced. With her wealth, even imperial-grade artifacts wielded by nascent soul cultivators were well within her reach. What marvel could this minor realm possibly hold that might unsettle her? Just wait. For now I must prepare. All will be revealed soon enough. Yifeng remained deliberately. At that time he was uncertain about what he could obtain after breaking the formation, so how could he easily divulge it? Moreover, before acquiring the treasure, if he were to leak any information, who knew what unforeseen complications might arise? After all, in this small realm, they were not the only ones present. Although Su Yao found this puzzling, she felt somewhat helpless at the moment. Next, the two of them found a cave to settle in and dug out 2 compartments where Yifeng directly entered. He intended to use the heavenly mechanism disc to see if he could gradually deduce and break the formation, so he needed a quiet environment. This annoying master. How mysterious, he was even enjoying the service of this young lady. Su Yao guarded the cave entrance daily while attending to Yifeng's meals, feeling deeply resentful. As a proper young lady from a prestigious family, she was accustomed to having everything done for her. Previously, she only cooked to showcase her culinary skills, but she never expected he would treat her like a maid. Fortunately, the problematic water quality was only a minority. The streams and rivers here were mostly fine, so her cooked dishes finally returned to normal. However, what she didn't expect was for him to remain in seclusion for over half a month. Even when demonic beasts came to disturb them, he refused to emerge, forcing her to create numerous protective measures and remain vigilant near the cave entrance. What on earth is this guy doing? Su Yao became increasingly curious while secretly anxious. After all, if there were no additional discoveries in this secret realm, the merit gained would not be substantial, certainly not comparable to other teams. Although she didn't have high hopes, she still wanted to do her best right. Finally, after over 20 days of seclusion, Yifeng walked out from the innermost compartment of the cave, looking exhausted. Seeing Yifeng's figure at the cave entrance, Su Yao finally breathed a long sigh of relief. If he continued like this, she would really go crazy. Senior Sister Su, the next matter is quite important. Could you help me divert the demonic fox for at least half an hour? Yifeng approached, his gaze fixed intently on Su Yao, carrying a hint of hope. Although he already had an idea for breaking the formation, there would be many tasks to accomplish during the actual process, so half an hour was the minimum. Half an hour? Are you trying to take my life? Su Yao exclaimed upon hearing this. This guy had previously advised her not to be overconfident, saying it wouldn't matter if she was early or late. Now he was asking for half an hour right off the bat. Last time she had exhausted all her strength and barely held on for less than 15 minutes, even wasting a few magical artifacts. How could she possibly double that time now? Senior Sister Su, your Su family has deep roots. How could you not be able to manage this? I believe you have a way. Yifeng was not deterred by her refusal and continued to persuade her earnestly. I really can't. I'm not as strong as you think. Su Yao shook her head and replied irritably. He hadn't told her anything yet expected her to risk her life. Senior Sister Su, could you think about it again? You need to have confidence in yourself. Yifeng was somewhat taken aback by her response. Everything was ready, but this key player was essential. If she refused to help, he would have no solution. I said it's really not possible. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Su Yao replied seriously. It wasn't that she didn't want to help, but that her abilities were limited. She had already sustained significant injuries last time, and he wanted her to delay even longer. Senior Sister Su, this time is truly different. There are immense opportunities inside. How could you bear to give up so easily? Yifeng, unwilling to concede, looked at her again, trying to persuade her further. He was not forcing her. He had deduced that as long as she did her best to assist, there was a high probability of success. At most a minute and a half, no more. Moreover, if there are no benefits, you have to compensate me. Finally, Su Yao's heart softened, and she gave a number again. She indeed had some trump cards left, but they were life-saving tools that could not be easily used. Otherwise, without these supports, this mission would leave her feeling completely exposed, lacking any sense of security, let alone competing with other teams. Senior Sister Su, a minute and a half isn't enough. How about this? Consider it a favor I'm asking of you. From now on, I promise to help you unconditionally. Once, how does that sound? Seeing that Su Yao still couldn't give a satisfactory answer, Yifeng took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and made his promise. Regardless of the outcome, this opportunity was too rare to miss. Oh, that's what you said. Hearing this, Su Yao finally showed a hint of wavering. After hesitating for a moment, she ultimately agreed. She could see that he was genuinely invested in this matter. Perhaps there truly was something very important inside. Well, she actually had one last precious trump card, but had been reluctant to use it. Since he pleaded so earnestly, she might as well use it. With his promise, even if she couldn't become the team leader, she could seek his help for any difficult situations in the future. Having a divination master like him around wouldn't be too much of a loss. Yifeng, seeing Su Yao finally relent, let out a long sigh of relief. He knew she had a way, he just figured it would come at a high cost. However, thinking of the promise he had made, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He guessed that the demands she would make later would definitely be challenging, even quite troublesome for him. But now that the words were spoken, he could only accept it. After reaching an agreement, the two immediately began discussing the specific execution details. This time they both shared some of their abilities, knowing that after the last incident, they needed to work together sincerely to achieve the best results. Otherwise, a careless mistake could lead to trouble. It was at this moment that Su Yao discovered that Yifeng actually possessed a pair of extremely fast boots, causing her to look at him with renewed admiration. One noon, after a hearty meal, the two reappeared outside the cave of the demonic fox. At this moment, they were fully prepared, and Yifeng knew that Su Yao would use a very important treasure. This treasure could only be used once, meaning he had only one chance. If wasted, there would be no way out. Therefore, he was fully focused. Su Yao gazed at the cave entrance, which had been burned for the most part, and was now camouflaged again, feeling slightly tense. She was equally eager for the opportunity he spoke of. However, she truly had no more trump cards left. The key to obtaining the treasure relied on this very moment. Master Yi, when shall we begin? After calming her emotions, Su Yao turned her gaze towards Yifeng. She understood the importance of choosing an auspicious time before embarking on a significant task, entrusting her hopes entirely to the spiritual divination master. Right now, Yifeng, being decisive, quickly issued the command. Understood. Su Yao responded, immediately soaring from her hiding spot towards the cave entrance. Her figure was remarkably agile and her movements extremely swift, covering several hundred zhang in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Yifeng also tensed up, readying himself for a sprint at any moment. As expected, with Su Yao launching several fireballs, within moments a few fox demons emerged from the... These fox demons were agile, their sharp claws glimmering with a cold dark light and a fierce look in their eyes. Upon discovering that it was this human who had come to seek trouble, they immediately erupted into a frenzy, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged towards Su Yao. Clearly they were filled with an unprecedented rage at the audacity of this human to provoke them. The camouflage of this entrance was fundamental to the safety of their lair. How could they allow it to be destroyed time and again? Tisk 7 in total. Not far away, Yifeng observed the shadows of the demons and couldn't help but wipe a cold sweat for Su Yao. This was equivalent to facing 7 Foundation establishment experts, not to mention there was also a fox demon that had already reached the quasi-golden core stage. If it were him, he would probably last no more than a quarter of an hour. However, he didn't hesitate much. As the fox demons entered a blind spot in his line of sight after pursuing, he immediately activated his spiritual energy, shooting towards the cave entrance like a bolt of lightning. This time he pushed his speed to the maximum, without any reservations. After all, now was not the time to hold back. Every moment saved increased his chances of success. Rushing into the dark cave with familiarity, everything seemed to be going exceptionally smoothly. However, just as he reached the underground cavern and was about to head towards the location of the Great Formation, he suddenly discovered that there was actually a fox demon guarding this vast cavern space. Upon noticing the intruder, the fox demon was initially taken aback, but then immediately charged at Yifeng with rage. Clearly it did not expect anyone to dare intrude here. Hiss! Seeing this scene, Yifeng couldn't help but curse inwardly. How could there be another one? Could it be that this group of fox demons was not limited to just 7, and this one simply wasn't present last time? In an instant he grasped the situation, feeling his heart sink to the bottom. With one more fox demon blocking his way, time was already tight, and it would only get more troublesome. Unfortunately, there was no turning back now. He knew that even if he regretted it, it was already too late. He resolved to fight. The next moment, Yifeng gritted his teeth and channeled spiritual energy into his longsword, swinging it towards the incoming fox demon. During this time, he had learned a remarkable sword technique at the Tianxiong Academy, the stunning swan sword technique, and his combat prowess was not insignificant. As expected, with this swing, a dazzling sword light resembling a stunning swan instantly formed, slashing down towards the fox demon. Seeing this, the fox demon was startled and quickly twisted its body in an attempt to dodge, but unfortunately it realized that it was already too late given its speed. With a loud bang, the fox demon was struck back, crashing into a rock wall and creating a significant... However, it seemed that the injury was not severe. It quickly struggled free and lunged at him once more. Tsk. Yifeng was inwardly alarmed upon seeing this. He did not expect this fox demon's defenses to be so robust. Although his stunning swan sword technique was not slow in speed, he had only learned the first layer, and its power was insufficient to deal significant damage. It seems the only option left is to activate the dragon blood lineage. Seeing this, Yifeng did not hesitate and immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, feeling as though the blood within him was boiling. As a result, the effects were apparent. In an instant his aura surged significantly, and he felt an abundance of power coursing through him. The fox demon was also unwilling to be outdone and unleashed the powers granted by its 3 tails, pouncing fiercely while casting a unique charm technique, its eyes casting a peculiar light at Yifeng, trying to daze him and slow his movements. Unfortunately, Yifeng had already protected his mind with the heavenly mechanism disc, granting him an unparalleled resistance to this soul-affecting charm technique. In an instant the two were embroiled in a fierce life-and-death struggle, with sword shadows intertwining and spiritual energy surging. Yifeng's sword danced like a dragon, weaving around the fox demon, each swing leaving a trail of blood. The fox demon repeatedly attempted to counterattack using its agility and charm techniques, but it was utterly unprepared for the sheer ferocity of the sword light, and soon found itself in a highly constrained position, unable to retaliate effectively. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, the fox demon inadvertently allowed Yifeng to break through its defenses and suffered severe wounds, becoming weak and gasping for breath. Seizing the opportunity, Yifeng moved in and decapitated it with a single strike. Phew! Seeing that the fox demon could no longer resist, Yifeng finally let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this fox demon was alone, otherwise it would have been far more difficult to eliminate it. Confirming that the fox demon would pose no further trouble, Yifeng wasted no time quickly approaching the stone pillar formation to begin unraveling it. Meanwhile, Su Yao fought, while retreating, continually casting spells that infuriated the fox demon's pursuit. However, upon reaching a certain distance, she suddenly halted, standing defiantly in front of the pack of fox demons preparing to face them head-on. She knew that these fox demons were very cunning. If they suspected she had strayed too far from the cave, they would likely stop their pursuit and retreat back. Last time she had inadvertently strayed too far, causing them to hesitate and return prematurely, so this time, to play it safe, she decided to confront them directly. As expected, the 7 fox demons, initially hesitant about whether to continue pursuing, were incited by the sight of the halted human and immediately succumbed to rage, accelerating to surround Su Yao. Their eyes glimmered with a terrifying ferocity, as if they intended to tear this human apart. The leading quasifer-tailed fox demon, brandishing its sharp claws, unleashed a powerful aura at the quasi-golden core level, aiming precisely for Su Yao's neck, vowing to take her down in one fell swoop. Damn, master, this time I'm risking my life, so you better not let me down. Su Yao bit her delicate lip, wielding her spiritual sword, and fearlessly charged towards the fox demons. In an instant, a series of intense collisions erupted, and the surrounding space rippled with surging waves. A slightly weaker fox demon was struck and sent flying by Su Yao's spirit sword in the blink of an eye, but the other fox demons immediately pounced, giving Su Yao no chance to further expand her victory. However, not every attack could be blocked by Su Yao. The ambush from the leading quasi-golden core fox demon was particularly arduous for her to fend off, as she struggled each time and nearly had her defenses breached on multiple occasions. Fortunately, thanks to her experience from the previous battle, she was notably more composed this time. Her figure darted among the fox demons like a nimble swallow, deftly maneuvering up and down, left and right. The sword in her hand danced with precise technique, balancing offense and defense, as streaks of sword light shot forth, clashing with the sharp claws of the fox demons, producing a series of piercing metallic sounds. With each clash, the force of their attacks sliced the surrounding trees into disarray, as if they were ravaged by a natural disaster. Yet despite Su Yao's carefulness and relentless focus, maintaining such an intense battle took a toll on her. As time passed, her spiritual energy began to wane, her physical strength started to falter, and consequently her reaction speed inevitably slowed. At that moment, the quasi-golden core fox demon, which had been feeling extremely frustrated, finally seized the opportunity and suddenly launched a surprise attack from the side, while Su Yao was defending against a frontal assault. Feeling a chill approaching, Su Yao quickly dodged to the side, trying her best to evade, but unfortunately, she was still a moment too late. In the next instant, a dark, sharp claw imbued with an overwhelming ferocity struck her waist, tearing through her armor and leaving a long trail of blood. Hiss! Su Yao couldn't help but gasp in shock at the sight, momentarily ignoring the pain from her wound, as she retaliated with a sword strike towards the fox demon, inflicting significant damage in return. Unfortunately, this left her unable to fend off the onslaught of the other fox demons. Upon realizing that this human had been injured, the surrounding fox demons' eyes lit up with excitement, and they all began to attack fervently. The quasi-golden core fox demon, seeing itself injured, became exceedingly enraged, a fierce light flashing in its eyes as it completely lost its rationality. They were determined to crush this human into dust. In this battle, they had all sustained significant injuries, yet they could not defeat a single human, which was a tremendous humiliation. Ultimately, Su Yao was driven to a corner by the swarm of fox demons and had no choice but to grit her teeth and decisively use her most important trump card. With still quite a while before the agreed half hour was up, she knew she wouldn't be able to hold out without using it. Fortunately, the strongest fox demon had also been greatly affected by the depletion from this battle. In the next moment, she swiftly retrieved a jade pendant from her neck, taking advantage of the quasi-golden core fox demon's moment of inattention to thrust it forward. The jade pendant transformed into a streak of flowing light, accurately shooting towards the strongest. As the flowing light rapidly approached, the quasi-golden core fox demon inexplicably felt a surge of unease. It desperately attempted to evade, but alas, it found the speed of the light too swift. It was already too late. In the next moment, the fox demon was struck by the flowing light, instantly becoming dazed and motionless. It seemed to have fallen into a frenzy, struggling in agony, even clawing and biting wildly at its nearby comrades with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding fox demons widened their eyes in shock, not understanding what had happened, and could only scatter in panic to avoid unwarranted disaster. However, they soon discovered that the quasi-golden core fox demon had suddenly collapsed for some unknown reason, unable to move again. Hiss! What happened? The group of fox demons stood frozen in place, bewildered. How could their strongest leader suddenly die? In an instant they looked at the human before them with rage. This was their clan's greatest reliance. They swore to make the human pay in blood. Upon witnessing this outcome, Su Yao let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, she hadn't missed, as she had finally hit her mark. However, despite achieving her goal, she still felt an overwhelming sense of regret. This trump card of hers could have destroyed the soul of a genuine golden core early-stage powerhouse, yet she never expected to use it against such a beast. It felt like a waste. Although this card was powerful, its consumption was immense, draining nearly half of her spiritual energy. Now her face was as pale as paper, utterly exhausted, but seeing the fox demons rush in again, she could only grit her teeth and continue to resist desperately. She had to hold these fox demons off as long as possible to buy time for Yifeng. As long as that guy could successfully acquire the treasure, which was surely valuable, then everything would be worth it. On the other side, after dealing with the obstructing fox demons, Yifeng arrived before the mysterious stone pillar formation, focusing intently as he began to rapidly decipher the array according to plan. The stone pillar formation was crafted from an unknown material, appearing as a single entity utterly within the foundations of the formation, and among the stone pillars intricate array patterns were densely intertwined, resembling a labyrinth, obscure and flickering erratically. Each rune contained immense energy interweaving to form this impervious defensive barrier guarding the ancient nine-tailed celestial fox's body for countless millennia. Yifeng understood that the array before him was anything but ordinary. To break it, he had to be extremely cautious. Thus, even though he was anxious, he maintained his composure, deftly and swiftly wielding his spiritual energy needles to continuously dismantle the array patterns on the stone pillars. Time ticked by, and the cave was so quiet that only his steady breathing could be heard. He would sometimes close his eyes in contemplation, while at other times he would quickly thrust his spiritual needles into the stone pillars, furiously channeling spiritual energy into them. Sweat dripped from his forehead, soaking his armor, but he remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in his task. Finally, after an unknown duration, when Yifeng launched a sudden attack on the 108th key node of the altar formation with his spiritual energy needle, the entire formation's defensive barrier suddenly emitted a hum and instantly dissipated, revealing the body of the nine-tailed celestial fox before him. Great! Seeing this scene, Yifeng finally revealed a rare smile. Though he appeared composed, his mind had been racing at an incredibly high speed, tightly strung with tension. Fortunately, at this moment, he had finally achieved his goal. However, this was also half a tea session later than planned, and he couldn't help but wonder how Su Yao was faring. He hoped she could still hold on. Without further hesitation, he quickly darted towards the purple ancient sword behind the nine-tailed celestial fox's body. No matter how remarkable the nine-tailed celestial fox's body was, what he valued most was still that purple ancient sword. Arriving behind the nine-tailed celestial fox, Yifeng clearly saw the specific appearance of the purple ancient sword. The exposed blade of the ancient sword was plain and unadorned, lacking any flashy decorations, and it did not emit even a glimmer of light. Had it not been for the fact that it was embedded in the body of the nine-tailed celestial fox, one would have taken it for just an ordinary purple sword. However, Yifeng knew that the reason this sword was able to be in the presence of the nine-tailed celestial fox was certainly not something an ordinary treasure could compare to. He cautiously reached out to grasp the hilt, feeling an instant chill emanating from it, as if it aimed to drain his body heat in an instant. Testing it out, he found no danger, and in the next moment, he swiftly channeled his spiritual energy and exerted force to pull the sword out. To his surprise, the sword offered no resistance at all, and with a clear clang, it was completely extracted from the body of the nine-tailed celestial fox. So easily. Yifeng was somewhat taken aback by this scene. He had thought that such a high-level treasure would possess its own consciousness, requiring a difficult bond before it could be wielded. However, it must be said that the sword felt extremely comfortable to hold with the right weight and size. Yet at the very moment the ancient sword was pulled out, the entire body of the ancient nine-tailed celestial fox suddenly began to undergo astonishing changes. The originally smooth and vibrant fur quickly lost its luster, becoming dry and brittle, and then turned to dust, scattering in the air. Its flesh was also visibly shrinking and vanishing, dissipating like light smoke in the air. What is happening? Yifeng was completely stunned by the sight before him. He had never expected that pulling out the purple sword would lead to such a drastic change in the body of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Could it be that the reason this celestial fox's corpse had been preserved so well was because of this sword? He wanted to step forward to intervene, even considering putting the sword back, but found that it was utterly futile, the massive body of the celestial fox had turned to dust in an instant. It's over, how am I going to explain this to senior sister Sue? Yifeng looked at the vast and empty stone pillar altar momentarily at a loss. He had thought that with the high level of this celestial fox's corpse, if he could successfully obtain it, he could give Su Yao a little something to make up for her losses, yet now there was nothing left. What to do now? The only gain from this trip was this sword, but he had long set his sights on this purple sword, and had no intention of letting Su Yao know. How could he possibly give it up? As a result, he found himself completely without anything to compensate her. However, just as he was filled with immense regret, he suddenly noticed that the purple ancient sword shimmered, and in an instant formed several drops of blood that exuded a gentle purple glow gathering at the heart of the sword. These drops of blood seemed to contain immensely powerful energy accompanied by a breath similar to that of the nine-tailed celestial fox, appearing extremely mysterious. Could these be the primordial blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox, the most refined essence of its being? Seeing this scene, Yifeng's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly moved closer to examine. If that were really the case, it would be fantastic. Outside the cave, Su Yao was still struggling to hold her ground. At this moment their front line had returned to the vicinity of the cave, and Su Yao's armor had also gained several new scars. Although her hands trembled, and she could barely hold the sword, she showed no signs of retreat. That guy, why hasn't he come out yet? Looking towards the cave entrance where there was still no movement, Su Yao couldn't help but show a look of bitterness. By this time, nearly half a quarter of an hour had passed since their agreed time, yet the other party had still not appeared as planned. Could something have gone wrong? Yifeng, if you don't come out soon, I'm going to be done for. For a moment, Su Yao secretly felt some regret. She felt she had trusted him too much. At this point, she had already burned through her spiritual energy, and her meridians were in excruciating pain. Once her energy ran out, she feared she wouldn't even be able to escape, only facing the fate of being torn apart by the demon fox. However, just as she was in utter despair, suddenly a figure flew swiftly out from the cave entrance. Both the demon foxes and Su Yao were taken aback at the sight of this figure. How could a human intrude upon their lair? The demon foxes were completely enraged. They finally understood why the human in front of them was desperately trying to block their way. They realized there was a different intention behind it. Had he come out? Seeing that it was indeed Yifeng, Su Yao's expression relaxed, and she hurriedly channeled her last bit of spiritual energy to withdraw from the group of demon foxes. As long as she still had spiritual energy, these demon foxes certainly couldn't hold her back for long. Yifeng was also making his escape. Faced with the seemingly predatory gazes of the demon foxes, he knew that if he dared to linger, he would definitely be torn to shreds. Fortunately, his speed at this moment was certainly not lacking. Before long, Yifeng followed Su Yao and shook off the pursuit of the demon foxes, returning to the hidden cave they had been in earlier. However, seeing Su Yao covered in blood and looking extremely fatigued, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt inside. This time the sacrifice on her part had been immense. Without her drawing the enemy, he would have been able to do nothing. How did it go? Did you get the treasure? Su Yao turned back to see Yifeng seemingly forgetting her pain and hurriedly asked. How about we treat your wounds first? Seeing her in such a miserable state, Yifeng hesitated, unsure whether he should stimulate her emotions about the treasure right now. He feared that if she were to suddenly become too excited, it would worsen her injuries. But as soon as Su Yao saw Yifeng's expression, her heart sank. Could it be that we really failed? Oh no, now that all her trump cards had been played, how would she continue with it? At the thought of this, a hint of despair uncontrollably flashed across Su Yao's pale face. She had never expected that her premonition would finally be confirmed. However, the next moment, Yifeng suddenly raised his hand and waved, pulling out an object. How could we fail? Look at this. Yifeng wrapped a drop of nine-tailed celestial fox's blood in spiritual energy and presented it before Su Yao. Seeing her expression, he knew she must have misunderstood, so he decided not to keep her in suspense. Oh, is this the blood of a demon beast? Su Yao was momentarily stunned upon sensing the crimson liquid before her, which seemed to contain boundless energy. Yes, this should be the blood of the nine-tailed celestial fox meant for you. Yifeng smiled. At this point, he had also figured out the function of the purple ancient sword, which was to absorb the essence of demon beast blood. The previous nine-tailed celestial fox likely perished from having its essence drained. This time he obtained several drops of this most primal essence from the nine-tailed celestial fox, so giving one drop in return is only right. What? Essence of the nine-tailed celestial fox? Are you sure? Su Yao's heart trembled at these words, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief, unable to maintain her calm. The nine-tailed celestial fox is a legendary fox spirit said to have divine powers capable of knowing events from 1,000 miles away and adept at bewitching others, leading them to lose their wits. A nine-tailed celestial fox only grows a new tail after cultivating for 1,000 years, When all 9 tails are fully grown, it possesses saint-level strength. She inherently possesses a bewitching body which aligns perfectly with the bloodline of the 9-tailed celestial. Her qualifications were deemed not top-tier simply because she lacked a good inheritance of a sacred beast's bloodline. If she could infuse this essence of the 9-tailed celestial fox into her bloodline, her qualifications would undoubtedly improve significantly, and she would no longer pale in comparison to the most elite geniuses. Come on, don't act so inexperienced. It's just a drop of essence. Yifeng scoffed at her reaction. This was merely one drop, yet she made such a fuss. If she knew he had many more, including even more powerful ancient swords, who knows how she would react. Master Yi, I love you so much. Su Yao seemed to completely ignore Yifeng's ridicule, excitedly hugging him and planting a heavy kiss on his cheek. She never expected that the opportunity he spoke of was indeed real, and such a once-in-a millennium chance. The 9-tailed celestial fox had long since gone extinct in the Songlong continent, making it nearly impossible to find. She had once sent her family to search high and low, spending over 10 years without even a trace of a 7-tailed fox, yet unexpectedly, she had now obtained the essence of a 9-tailed celestial fox. One could say that with this gain, no matter what treasures the other offered in exchange, she would no longer be tempted. Yifeng was taken aback, not expecting Su Yao to suddenly give him a kiss, a soft and moist one at that, leaving him completely stunned. What to do now? Seeing Yifeng's dumbfounded expression, Su Yao also realized the awkwardness of the situation and quickly let go. Her face flushed. Although she had always teased him, it was merely bravado, as she had never dared to make any intimate moves. Yet now she had unexpectedly crossed the line, doing something so embarrassing. However, being someone well-versed in the ways of the world, she quickly regained her composure, acting as if nothing had happened. This is a reward for you. Don't overthink it. In the next moment, she swiftly stored the primal essence. Her cheeks flushed as she left him with that remark and hurried back into the innermost cave. She needed to refine this drop of primal essence at the earliest opportunity to avoid any complications. After all, this essence could not only heal her current injuries, but also transform her completely. Compared to this, nothing else mattered. Yifeng, of course, did not think much of it. He was never one to overthink. He regarded it as a moment of impulsive excitement from her, an unintended action. However, after she entered seclusion, he took out the purple ancient sword from his star ring and began to study it. Though he knew this sword was extraordinary, he still had not figured out how to use it specifically. Additionally, he was still unaware of the unusual properties of the water. However, he speculated that it might be related to the 9-tailed celestial fox's corpse, or the ancient formation. Unfortunately, too much time had passed, leading to the celestial fox's remains being reduced to dust. Had it just recently died, its physical form would have been invaluable. In the days that followed, it was Yifeng's turn to keep watch, while Su Yao entered a long period of seclusion. Although there were many demonic beasts attacking, Yifeng's strength was commendable, so he could handle it. However, half a month later, when Su Yao emerged from her seclusion, Yifeng was taken aback at the transformed appearance of senior sister Su, his eyes going wide in astonishment. He knew it was impolite to stare, yet he could not help but gaze repeatedly, unwilling to avert his eyes. At this moment, where was the previous pitiful and woeful figure of Su Yao? Not only were her injuries no longer visible, but her skin had also become even more fair and smooth, exuding a regal aura akin to that of a queen. A mesmerizing charm radiated from her every glance and smile, enveloping the surrounding air. Every movement she made seemed to carry an enchanting power. Her once smooth long hair now shimmered with a pearl-like luster, gently swaying, as if teasing the hearts of those around her. Her features had become even more three-dimensional and exquisite, with a straight nose and lips like dewy rose petals exuding alluring colors. Her bright and beautiful eyes resembled the brightest stars in the night sky, deep and captivating. A mere glance could ensnare one, making them unable to extricate themselves. Hey, how does your sister look? Are you moved? Seeing Yifeng's foolish expression, Su Yao asked with a smile, her pretty face adorned with a hint of pride. Previously, he had remained undistracted and unperturbed in the face of her provocations, but now she noticed that he had uncharacteristically lost his composure. Cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Yifeng quickly regained his senses, awkwardly averting his gaze. However, there was a hint of unnaturalness in his demeanor. Damn it, his aloof persona had been shattered in an instant. This truly is a bewitching enchantress, Yifeng thought to himself. He wished he could continue to interact with her casually as he always had, treating beauty as inconsequential, but he knew his heart was now in disarray, and he could no longer act as freely as before. One must admit, such a rare beauty is truly a calamity for the world. Seeing Yifeng's conflicting and awkward reaction, Su Yao finally covered her mouth, laughing with surprise and a touch of gratitude. She certainly knew the tremendous transformation that had taken place within her, but it was his reaction that brought her the most joy. After all, without his help, she would never have obtained such an opportunity. Thus, he could be considered her greatest benefactor aside from her parents. No matter how he stared at her, she would not mind. By the way, you better swear not to reveal what happened here. It's of utmost importance. Finally, Yifeng calmed himself, managed to regain his composure, and solemnly reminded her. He himself certainly gained numerous benefits which must remain unknown to outsiders, thus, he had, rest assured sister knows. Su Yao nodded in deep agreement. In this small world it seemed that those powerful beings had not yet had the chance to thoroughly search, allowing them to seize such a great opportunity. However, if the powerful ones were to discover such treasures, they would probably have to regurgitate whatever they had consumed. Therefore, she did not intend to tell anyone, nor did she inquire what the other party had gained, as she had also received immense benefits. It was wise to know contentment, and this harvest was sufficient. Although this fox demon cave held great fortune, it was not a significant threat. The two still needed to continue searching for other potential dangers. After all, whether Su Yao aimed to be promoted to the leader of the Azure Dragon Guard, or Yifeng aspired to become a full member relying solely on basic merits, was far from sufficient. They had to find some considerable security hazards to gain an edge over their competitors. Fortunately, after this ordeal, both of their strengths had greatly improved. Although Su Yao had consumed many of her magical treasures, even her trump card was exhausted. Her cultivation had directly reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and she had acquired a mysterious technique rendering her indifferent to common beast threats. Yifeng, on the other hand, obtained an exceptionally suited purple ancient sword, and he no longer needed to hide his star-chasing boots. His speed had significantly increased. The two no longer had to be as cautious as before, and their exploration speed surged. However, one day, when they arrived before an exceptionally vast mountain range, they discovered numerous Azure Dragon Guard members, gathered seemingly waiting for something. What is happening up ahead? Should we go take a look? Su Yao couldn't help but feel a surge of curiosity. As far as she knew, these Azure Dragon Guard members had dispersed to search for any suspicious remnants as widely as possible. It was unexpected for them to gather together like this, which was quite abnormal. Of course, Yifeng also showed a hint of interest in this matter. He too found it quite peculiar. The mountain range ahead was exceptionally steep, its peaks towering into the clouds shrouded in thick mist. It was grander and more magnificent than the other mountain ranges they had seen along the way, and he felt that there might be some hidden great demons within. All right. The next moment, Su Yao took the lead, guiding Yifeng toward the gathering of the Azure Dragon. Having been bathed in the essence of the nine-tailed celestial fox's blood, she now moved with graceful elegance, her spiritual energy feeling inexhaustible. Soon they could clearly see the figures of the Azure Dragon Guards. There were at least 7 or 8 Azure Dragon Guards gathered here, each exuding extraordinary auras. Some wore swords at their waists, while others wielded long spears emanating a chilling battle aura. As the two approached, the Azure Dragon Guards turned to look at them. Hiss! Is that Su Fairy? Upon recognizing Yifeng and the others, several Azure Dragon Guards suddenly narrowed their eyes. Why did it feel like Su Fairy was completely different now? Too beautiful, right? All the male Azure Dragon Guards could no longer remain calm upon seeing the transformed Su Yao. At this moment, Su Fairy exuded an even more ethereal quality. Every movement was filled with enchanting charm, as if the entire world had lost its color under her allure. They stared blankly at Su Yao's stunning face, occasionally gasping in awe. Among them, 2 female Azure Dragon Guards felt an inner envy, not at all comfortable. Their own beauty had always been somewhat inferior to hers, and although the gap hadn't seemed too wide before, it had now become utterly incomparable. What on earth happened to this little vixen? They were all extremely puzzled. However, Su Yao was actually chatting and laughing with that fellow. Upon discovering that Su Yao had been walking alongside, Yifeng exchanging smiles, as if they were a couple, the male Azure Dragon Guards immediately began to feel jealous. They had certainly heard of Yifeng. When they entered, they had paid attention to him, just a poor boy with no apparent, yet they could not understand why the peerless beauty Su Fairy would choose to walk with this boy. They had initially thought that once they entered the secret realm and realized he was a burden, Su Fairy would quickly abandon him and act alone, but to their surprise this was clearly not the case. Instead, the two were laughing and chatting. The female Azure Dragon Guards, upon witnessing this secretly, felt some schadenfreude. Su Yao, although she was not unattractive, clearly had poor taste. Su Fairy, long time no see. I didn't expect you to become so stunning. Isn't that right? Did Su Fairy eat some kind of elixir? The way you look now could captivate thousands. As Su Yao approached, the male Azure Dragon Guards immediately mustered their courage to greet her, showering her with genuine compliments. You gentlemen are not bad either. Each of you looks much more spirited. Su Yao responded with a charming smile, politely acknowledging everyone. However, for some reason, she felt far less joy in response to their sincere praises than when facing Yifeng. The male Azure Dragon Guards felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing her implied words. After seeing her approach, they had indeed straightened their chests, wanting to present their best selves. However, unexpectedly, these subtle actions had all been noticed by her. Fortunately, it was not something to be ashamed of. By the way, Sue Fairy, have you discovered anything during this time? How much merit have you earned? Suddenly, a long-faced male guard switched the topic and asked unexpectedly. By this time, it had been nearly 2 months since they entered the small, mysterious realm, and all of them had discovered various dangers or hidden threats, reporting them to the Holy Alliance. For instance, some had pinpointed a group of highly venomous demon pythons or discovered a poisonous valley or water source. Although these dangers or hazards seemed inconspicuous, they could all yield substantial extra merits. Not yet, we've been searching continuously. Su Yao answered truthfully. During this time, she and Yi Feng had taken turns in seclusion for opportunities, so they had hardly spent any time searching and had not made any discoveries. Not a single merit earned. Su Fairy, with your strength, that shouldn't be the case. The long-faced male guard exclaimed upon hearing this. Indeed, Fairy Su, this is not up to your standards. The other male team members were equally astonished. They initially thought that even if the opponent's combination was poor, the presence of the expert, Su Yao, should yield some results. However, to their surprise, there had been no gains at all for a full 2 months. Moreover, judging by the opponent's demeanor, it didn't seem fake. It was truly astonishing. He isn't there. Su Yao smiled calmly, appearing quite unbothered by it all. After obtaining their fortune, it seemed that all their luck had been exhausted during this time, and they hadn't encountered any other gains. Yet even if nothing else came of this expedition, she would have no regrets. Fairy Su, how can you not feel anxious? Could it be that this kid is holding you back? I told you bringing this kid along would lead to no good results. Why not team up with me instead? How about an 8-2 split on the merits? The long-faced man shot a disdainful glance at Yi Feng and immediately began to take advantage of the situation. He said all this with the purpose of this proposal, and he certainly would not let it go easily. When he first saw Su Yao, although he was tempted, he didn't resort to shameless flattery, as he came from a prestigious family and still had some pride. But now, seeing her become so stunning, he couldn't care less about anything else. He felt that even if he had to forego the merits, it would still be worth it to be with her day and night. Exactly. Fairy Su, this Yi kid is too weak. Teaming up with Fairy Su is a waste of talent. Why not team up with me instead? I can forego the merits and wholeheartedly support Fairy Su in competing for the captain's position. The other male team members also chimed in, completely ignoring Yi Feng beside them, and began to openly vie for her attention. They too were filled with the desire to pursue Su Yao. The Su Fairy before them met all their expectations for a partner. They felt that if they missed this chance, they might never encounter someone better in their lifetime. Yi Feng felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth upon hearing their disparaging remarks, somewhat puzzled, but he did not say. However, Su Yao couldn't help but show a strange expression upon hearing their words, and felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Did these people really think Yi Feng was weak? Where did this rumor come from? Currently, Yi Feng's strength, judging by his speed alone, was likely even greater than hers before she obtained the nine-tailed celestial fox's essence. In every other aspect, he was equally impressive. How could he be holding her back? However, knowing that Yi Feng preferred to remain low-key, she did not elaborate further, simply declining gently. I appreciate everyone's good intentions, but Yi Feng and I are close friends, and I must look out for him. No, Fairy Su, this is a critical moment. You can't be so indecisive. Please don't give up on yourself. The long-faced man immediately rebutted. Yes. The opportunities in the minor Xian realm are rare. Fairy Su already has the strength to become captain. If you team up with me, you will undoubtedly gain more opportunities in the minor Xian realm and secure the captain's position. You can't waste this chance. The others also began to echo his sentiments. All right, everyone, no need to persuade further. I have made up my mind. But I wonder, what are you all doing gathered here? Su Yao was unwilling to continue on this topic and directly interrupted them, inquiring about something else. She couldn't express her reasons openly. Arguing with these people was futile, so she could only brush them off. Seeing Su Yao's resolute tone with no room for negotiation, the others couldn't help but feel regret in their hearts. They truly didn't know what kind of potion that kid had given to Fairy Su to make her so steadfast, but they were helped. Sister Su, this matter is lengthy. We discovered that this mountain range emits strange sounds at intervals, so we all wanted to investigate. Unfortunately, there are wolf packs inside the mountains blocking our way, and we haven't been able to drive them away yet. Soon someone answered Su Yao's question. They were gathered here simply to wait for more hands before venturing in. After all, those demon wolves were quite troublesome. I see. After hearing the explanation, Su Yao finally understood. No wonder they were waiting around here with nothing to do. But what kind of strange sounds were they, and what caused them? She was genuinely curious. Yi Feng was also quite interested, and after a brief discussion, they decided to find a place to sit down and wait. After all, it was said that among the wolf pack, there were quite a few at the peak of Foundation establishment, and even some at the early Golden Core stage. They certainly did not dare to rush in recklessly, so it was safer to follow the main group. Fortunately, this mountain range was not remote, and after waiting for just half a day, they saw two members of the Songlong Guard arrive. These two were well known to Yi Feng. They were the ace members of the Qinglong team, Zheng Wuyan nicknamed the Crazy Dragon, and the woman following him Shen Yiling. Brother Zheng, I heard you discovered a big guy and earned 50,000 merits. Is that true? Upon seeing Zheng Wuyan arrive, the other members of the Songlong Guard's eyes lit up, and they came forward to greet him. Zheng Wuyan had always been strong, and after entering the secret realm this time, it was said that his luck had been extraordinary. Even they had heard that he had discovered a hidden golden core peak demon beast. With this achievement alone, he had earned a whopping 50,000 merits, which made them envious beyond measure. Shen Yiling behind him also looked at Zheng Wuyan with a hint of admiration and respect, secretly excited. Although Brother Zheng liked to boss people around and had a bit of a temper, his strength was undoubtedly impressive. She had followed him along and hadn't put in much effort, yet she had managed to earn over 10,000 merits. She believed she had already far surpassed the other newcomers in the Qinglong team. It's true, but it's nothing to boast about. Zheng Wuyan smiled faintly, not overly proud. After all, he had always held himself in high regard, and this was not his ultimate goal. Hearing Zheng Wuyan's acknowledgement, the members of the Songlong Guard immediately felt a pang of jealousy. Previously, they had held on to a sliver of hope, thinking it might be a rumor, but it turned out to be true. The gap between them and Zheng Wuyan had not been significant, but if he were to become captain, because of this they would be at a disadvantage. This was indeed hard for them to accept. Zheng Wuyan felt extremely pleased amidst the praise of the crowd, and understood the reason for their gathering. However, when he saw Su Yao walking out from behind a tree, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. How had this woman become so beautiful? Yao Yao, I had no idea 2 months apart would make you even more radiant. How have your recent endeavors fared? In the next instant, Zheng Wuyan shifted into a warm, affable smile and strode confidently towards Su Yao, initiating a friendly conversation. His earlier aloof composure had vanished entirely. Instead, his gaze now burned with unmistakable fervor. If she had merely intrigued him before, she now held him utterly spellbound. I cannot compare with senior brother Zheng's good fortune. I've yet to make any discoveries, Su Yao replied, her tone impeccably neutral, repeating the same response without inflection. She had, of course, overheard the murmurs, the rumors of his recent breakthroughs, but felt neither envy nor... After all the opportunity she had secured dwarfed his 5,000 merit points beyond measure. Yao Yao, I told you long ago this mission was of utmost importance. Choosing a partner demands great care. Regretting it now, are we? Still, the mission isn't over yet. Come follow me closely. You may yet seize a chance. Hearing this, Zheng Wuyan's expression instantly softened into one of quiet triumph, as if delivering sage counsel for her own benefit. He assumed she'd entered the trial with naive optimism, believing that even burdened by a liability like himself, things couldn't possibly go too awry, and that reality had finally sobered her. By now, most regions of the Shaoxian realm had already been scoured thoroughly. Uncovering hidden threats henceforth would grow exponentially harder. For her to reverse her fortune's alliance with him was her only viable path. Indeed, elder sister Su, these past days I've earned nearly all the merit points I need under senior brother Zheng's guidance. If you join us now, I'll gladly yield every point I earn henceforth to you. Shen Yiling, observing from the side, glided forward with graceful steps to lend her voice to the persuasion. She knew full well senior brother Zheng's affection for Su Yao, and understood why he had treated her with such scrupulous propriety. His heart belonged elsewhere. Though a faint pang of resentment stirred within her, she reminded herself that as a novice, discretion mattered most, and so without hesitation, she stepped in to support him. Thank you both kindly, but it won't be necessary. Yi Feng and I are cooperating splendidly. Su Yao hadn't expected Shen Yiling to go so far. She blinked faintly in mild surprise. Yet she shook her head firmly, her reply resolute. Yi Feng was nothing like the others presumed him to be, moreover, in every conceivable way. Intuition, instinct, and unspoken certainty. She trusted him more than anyone else. Zheng Wuyan, though formidable, carried an air of domineering arrogance she found deeply unappealing. Upon hearing her words, Shen Yiling froze, utterly unprepared for Su Yao's unwavering defense of Yi Feng. In her estimation, Yi Feng's strength should have rendered him little more than a hindrance, his presence surely stalling their progress, leaving them desperate and frustrated. How then could their rapport remain so harmonious? Zheng Wuyan's expression darkened sharply. He hadn't anticipated her stubborn refusal, even at this juncture, to sever ties with Yi Feng, and a surge of irritation flared within him. Yao Yao, have you truly considered this? Without a major discovery, soon the position of team leader will slip forever from your grasp. He pressed once more, unwilling to relent. I have considered it thoroughly. No further discussion is needed. Not a trace of hesitation flickered in Su Yao's eyes. Very well. Since senior sister Su remains so steadfast, we shall become rivals. Nothing more. Zheng Wuyan let out a cold snort, and turned away stunned by her unyielding resolve. Watching their parting, Shun Yiling felt a quiet thrill, but also profound bewilderment. Yifeng, your chances of formal induction are virtually non-existent. I suggest you exercise some wisdom, and stop obstructing senior sister Su's advancement. She approached him with feigned concern, offering the remark like a veiled warning. Whether I hinder or not lies beyond your judgment. Mind your own affairs, lest you end up weeping in Yifeng replied coolly. A faint weariness settled over him. He found her insufferably self-important. You, Shun Yiling's eyes widened in disbelief. How dared he speak with such audacity, without even a shred of self-awareness? Yet she owed him nothing, and said no more, turning away with silent finality. She was certain his arrogance would soon collapse into ridicule. As night fell, the 12 members of the Songlong Guard stationed in this region each set up camp, kindled fires, and prepared meals. After a day of waiting, they had agreed at dawn if no additional members arrived they would depart together for the mountain range, making tonight's rest essential. For safety's sake, their camps were spaced closely enough to maintain mutual vigilance, a formation designed to guard against unforeseen peril. Though rebuffed by Su Yao, Zheng Wuyan and Shun Yiling still pitched their tents near hers. Mountain winds howled, rippling through their robes. With several bonfires now blazing across the rugged mountainside, the desolate expanse acquired a rare warmth. Human presence rekindled. Senior brother Zheng, I've roasted some meat. Would you care to try it? Moments later, Shun Yiling knelt beside the fire, carefully presenting skewers of grilled meat to Zheng Wuyan, her voice laced with deference. Zheng Wuyan gave a terse nod, accepted the skewers, and began eating, offering neither thanks nor acknowledgement, as if such service were his due. He had invited her along not only for her pleasing appearance, but also because she possessed a rare instinctive understanding of hierarchy and timing. Seeing that he neither refused nor rebuked her, Shun Yiling's lips curved upward, her joy as unguarded as she stole a glance toward Yifeng nearby, her gaze edged with quiet triumph. She felt her ascension to full Songlong Guard status was imminent. Once she earned collective approval and secured Zheng Wuyan's staunch endorsement, her future would shine brighter than any peers. Yifeng offered only a faint, indifferent smile in response to Shun Yiling's provocation. No anger, no reaction. His ambitions had long since transcended the rank of Songlong Guard. It remained desirable, but no longer indispensable. Since acquiring the violet ancient sword, he had devoted himself to its study. He discovered that each time it slew a demonic beast, it absorbed the creature's vital blood essence, refining it into primordial blood essence fit for cultivation. His sole focus now was hunting more beasts, to amass vast quantities of this essence and strengthen his divine dragon bloodline. He had already tested absorption himself. Ingesting the essence did indeed advance his Jiao dragon bloodline toward the divine dragon lineage, albeit at a painstakingly slow pace. Yet hope, however slender, had taken root. To his astonishment, Su Yao soon began preparing skewered meat. On the other side, Zheng Wuyan was eating meat while paying attention to the movements over here. He noticed that Yifeng didn't take the initiative to start the fire and cook, but instead let Su Yao, a formal team member, handle it. He frowned subtly, a trace of displeasure flashing across his face. In his view, it was already a tremendous favor for a top-tier team member like Su Yao to carry such a minor character as Yifeng. He thought Yifeng should have been eager to assist Su Yao, tending to her needs by starting the fire and preparing food. Unexpectedly, Yifeng was sitting there motionless, displaying no intention of helping. Did he expect the top-tier team member to personally cook for him? In his opinion, someone like Yifeng truly had low emotional intelligence and was utterly inept at social interactions. If it were him in charge, he wouldn't even bother to take a glance at such a newcomer. The other members of the Songlong Guard surrounding them also revealed a smirk of glee. It seemed that the kid was indeed foolish and utterly clueless about how to curry favor. However, they thought Su Yao might feel that her cooking would suit her taste better and didn't want to rely on others, so they said. However, to their utter astonishment, not long after they saw Su Yao bringing the roasted meat directly to, "Here, junior brother, ye have some to eat." Su Yao smiled sweetly as she placed the jade platter of roasted meat in front of Yifeng, then sat cross-legged, taking out 2 jade cups to pour a cup of spirit wine for both herself and him. The key was that Yifeng actually accepted the wine poured by Su Yao with calmness, and after it was filled, he casually said thank you, holding the wine in one hand and the roasted meat in the other, savoring it with delight. Did Sister Su really cook for Yifeng? Seeing Yifeng's calm demeanor as if it were entirely natural, all the members of the Songlong Guard were stunned. What on earth was happening? Was that kid so ignorant of etiquette that he allowed the renowned Su Fairy to pour wine for him and serve him? The crucial thing was that Su Fairy seemed to be quite pleased with it. They strained their eyes to observe Su Yao's expression, trying to discern something, but found that Su Yao had no displeasure at all. Instead, she started drinking merrily with Yifeng. What was the situation between these two? I say, Sister Su, you are supposed to be a quasi-captain level figure. How can you be so oblivious to the hierarchy? Seeing this scene, Zheng Wuyan felt even more infuriated. Even though they had already fallen out previously, he couldn't help but speak up again. In his eyes, Su Yao's action was completely embarrassing the official members of the Songlong Guard. Meanwhile, Xin Yiling was staring wide-eyed at everything, unable to believe it. Even though she was highly regarded by senior brother Zheng, she had never reached the point where she could drink and be merry with someone. Yet that kid Yifeng not only casually interacted with Su Yao, but even had her serve him tea and wine. Even though she was highly regarded by senior brother Zheng, she had never reached the point where she could drink and be merry with someone. Yet that, in her heart, she didn't believe that old team members were superior to newcomers. Besides, with Yifeng's status as a master, he deserved to have her serve him. If she weren't worried about misunderstandings, she probably would have been even more extravagant. Zheng Wuyan, upon hearing this, had countless words stuck in his throat. Yes, if the other person was willing, what reason did he have to stop it? Hearing this response, Xin Yiling and the others also froze in disbelief. Was this Su Yao fairy really that easy to talk to? For a candidate member who was practically impossible to be promoted, how could she be so approachable? However, seeing Yifeng's completely casual demeanor, they found it hard to criticize anything, but they all secretly shook their heads, thinking that this kid would definitely suffer greatly in the future. Just because Su Fairy didn't care about trivial matters doesn't mean that she was kind-hearted and wouldn't hold grudges. A newcomer like him shouldn't take this for granted. If it were someone less accommodating, that kid would have long been assigned to the cold bench. That night, nothing unusual occurred, and they passed the time peacefully. During this time, although Zheng Wuyan saw that Yifeng was laughing and joking with Su Yao, he was extremely indignant, but since both were willing participants, he found himself helpless. The next morning, gentle rays of light broke through the clouds, illuminating the treacherous mountain range ahead, bestowing a mysterious hue upon it. After Yifeng and Su Yao awakened, they tidied themselves briefly before joining the other 10 members of the Songlong Guard to venture into the mountains. To their disappointment, from last night until this morning, no other members of the Songlong Guard had appeared, so they were left with just this small group. Fortunately, most of these individuals were skilled members of the Songlong Guard, and their strength was not lacking. With Zheng Wuyan and a few quasi-captains among them, they should be able to handle any attacks from the demonic wolves. The group formed a hexagonal formation as they pressed deeper into the misty mountains, with several quasi-captains occupying each corner, surrounding the slightly weaker individuals like Yifeng. However, shortly after they entered the mountains, a strange sound suddenly echoed from all directions, startling. The sound resembled the wails of vengeful spirits from the depths of hell, akin to the moans of some mysterious creature, sending chills down their spines. Yes, it's this kind of sound. Strange, isn't it? A quasi-captain of the Songlong Guard who had arrived at the mountains first began to introduce the new arrivals. This sound was first discovered by him and his companions, which was why they had stopped to explore further inside. Unfortunately, despite his decent strength, previous attempts had all failed. Hiss! It is indeed very strange. Upon hearing this, Su Yao and the other newly arrived members of the Songlong Guard wore serious expressions, instinctively gripping their weapons tightly and cautiously scanning their surroundings. They couldn't determine what kind of demon produced this sound, yet felt very unusual, so they were all on high alert. However, their strong curiosity pushed them to quicken their pace, eager to uncover the source of the sound and unravel the mystery behind this bizarre phenomenon. Unfortunately, they had barely crossed a few peaks when enormous figures suddenly emerged from the surrounding forest. Are these the so-called demonic wolves? As they gazed at the red demonic creatures springing up around them, all exuding an aura above the foundation establishment stage, the hearts of the Songlong Guard members sank. These demonic wolves were gigantic, their bodies engulfed in crimson flames resembling moving infernos. Their eyes glinted with bloodthirsty light, and their exposed sharp fangs were horrifying. Everyone be careful. Mo-ing, the leading quasi-captain level powerhouse, shouted loudly, drawing his long knife and pointing its tip at a fierce demon wolf directly ahead. Zheng Wuyan and the others were equally unyielding, each taking out their various magical treasures and beginning to stand guard in all directions. They had mentally prepared for this before entering, so they were not flustered at this moment. Xin Yiling also tightly gripped the ghost shadow whip in her hand, ready to strike at any moment. Such a grand scene was rare, even for an elite at the 6th layer of foundation establishment like her, so it would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. However, amidst her tension, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Yifeng from the corner of her eye, curious about his reaction and what kind of weapon he was using. Her ghost shadow whip, though unassuming in appearance, had already reached the peak of spirit-level quality. Each time she swung it moved as swiftly as a ghost, at times sharp as a blade, at times supple as a snake, often catching enemies off guard before they could react. More importantly, it could not only strike like an ordinary spirit whip, but also serve as a means of control, flexibly wrapping around and binding enemies, preventing them from moving. Moreover, wherever the whip struck it left behind a black trace, imbued with the power to erode the souls of enemies, adding soul-level damage to her attacks. It could be said that this whip was a small, exquisite treasure excelling in both offense and defense, harming both body and soul. She thought that a poor cultivator like Yifeng would definitely not be able to acquire such a fine magical treasure. As expected, Yifeng merely drew out a dark gray spirit sword in a conventional manner and held it in front. That spirit sword appeared to be of mid-level spirit quality, but might have been considered decent elsewhere, but in this elite team, it was completely unimpressive. With someone like him, he still dares to boast about surpassing me. What a joke. Seeing this, a sneer involuntarily appeared at the corner of Shun Yiling's mouth. She immediately concluded that the other party was merely putting on a brave front, hoping that the guy wouldn't run away. The other members of the Changlong Guard were also secretly observing Yifeng, curious about what made Su Yao treat this guy so well. However, upon seeing the weapon he used, they immediately showed disdain. No matter how one looked at him, he seemed like just an ordinary early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, far below the standards of the Changlong Guard, while each of them was quite affluent, at least possessing one or two small, exquisite magical treasures. Only Su Yao did not harbor any contempt for him. She knew Yifeng's strength lay in his extraordinary movement skills and remarkable divination abilities, so even if his combat power was slightly weaker, it wasn't a significant issue. The surrounding flame wolves hesitated slightly upon seeing the large number of people in this team, with each weapon exuding a dangerous aura. They did not dare to charge immediately, instead dispersing around and closely watching the group, constantly sizing them up. The powerful Mo Ing at the front, seeing the demon wolves hesitating to attack, also turned his gaze towards the other quasi-captain level individuals. Brother Zheng Fairy Su, brotherly, what do you think we should do? Mo Ing asked, his expression one of inquiry directed at these three leaders. In the past, whenever he led a team in the wolf pack would attack, without hesitation. This time, perhaps seeing their numbers, they chose to observe. However, he also noticed that these demon wolves had no intention of dispersing or letting them pass. Instead, they seemed to be gathering more and more, as if assembling. Charge ahead. In the next moment, Zheng Wuyan unhesitatingly offered his suggestion. He believed that waiting for the wolf pack to gather was undoubtedly the most foolish choice. I have no objections. Su Yao nodded in agreement. I have no objections either. Another strong man, named Li, also began to echo. The other Changlong Guard members could hardly voice any opposition. After all, they all knew that waiting would only worsen the situation, and retreating was equally unsatisfactory. All right, everyone follow me and charge. With the decision made, Mo Ing swung his long knife and immediately dashed like lightning into the pack of flame wolves, his blade flashing, as each strike unleashed a cold gleam several feet long. Zheng Wuyan was equally undeterred, holding an ancient long spear. He shouted loudly, and the spear danced like a dragon or snake, each thrust sending a powerful gust of sharp energy that sent the nearby flame wolves flying. Li Shanming and Su Yao also rushed forward. The flame wolves did not expect that these humans would have the courage to strike first, and without hesitation, they charged forward to stop the team from advancing. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted in this area, with sword energy crisscrossing and the figures of the demon beasts and cultivators soaring up and down. The Changlong Guard members exerted themselves, casting their spells and wielding their weapons, breaking through while accurately striking at the vital points of the flame wolves, repelling them. Although the flame wolves were physically robust, their numbers did not provide an overwhelming advantage at the moment, making it difficult to breach the team's defenses. Xin Yiling was originally focused on dealing with the flame wolves, but at a certain moment, she suddenly turned her gaze to Yifeng, preparing to see him embarrass himself. However, after glancing a few times, her eyes gradually changed. Yifeng was not panicking or flustered as she had expected. Instead, he was dodging and counterattacking calmly, seemingly quite methodical. Though Yifeng's figure was not particularly eye-catching amidst the pack of flame wolves, the average flame wolf could not get close to him. Xin Yiling was taken aback, surprise flashing in her eyes. She did not expect that this guy was not as hopeless as she had imagined. After all, in front of such a grand scene, even a genius like her, cultivated by a prominent family, felt a bit intimidated. However, she thought that his strength should be limited to this level. Wild Dragon Zheng Wuyan also soon noticed Yifeng's performance. He had initially thought that the other party was just a superficial burden, but seeing Yifeng's strength now exceeded his expectations, he couldn't help but frown. This guy, it seems, is not completely useless. No wonder Su Yao did not disdain him. However, this guy's strength is still far from being comparable to his own. In the next moment, he decisively activated his bloodline. As the number of flame wolves increased, and the battle grew more intense, many Changlong Guard members began to struggle, sustaining scratches of varying severity. But Zheng Wuyan seemed tireless, growing bolder with each battle. His cultivation method was primarily based on fierce and domineering strength, and crucially, He also possessed a rare ancient bloodline inheritance, allowing him to charge through the encirclement like a dragon, with the demon wolves having no chance against him. Zheng Shixiang is indeed powerful. The other Canglong Guard members were secretly astonished and envious as they watched Zheng Huiyan's remarkable performance. Zheng Huiyan earned the nickname Wild Dragon because he possessed the bloodline of the ancient beast, the Tiger Dragon, making his physical prowess inexplicably superior to others. Yifeng did not expect that this senior brother Zheng would be so formidable, and he couldn't help but feel a slight shock. No wonder the other party always carried an air of superiority. It seems he truly possesses some skills. Xin Yiling's eyes sparkled with admiration and excitement. It is clear that senior brother Zheng is indeed exceptional, standing out in any team he is part of. However, Su Yao was not too surprised by this. Her celestial fox bloodline is even nobler and rarer than his, so her true strength would surpass his. Nevertheless, she could not afford to appear too ostentatious for now, as any significant change in her short-term combat power would inevitably raise suspicions. As time passed, the number of flame wolves increased, surging like waves of fire, igniting many areas of the surrounding forest. Fortunately, the forests here were not interconnected. There were sufficient gaps between them, preventing a large-scale wildfire. The members of the Canglong Guard were defending while searching deeper, facing immense pressure and gradually falling into a bitter struggle. Some members of the Canglong Guard had already sustained injuries, blood staining their armor, but they still gritted their teeth and pressed forward, trying to break through towards the inner mountains. Fortunately, several elite figures, including Zheng Huiyan, displayed extraordinary combat prowess, turning the tide and preventing the formation from collapsing. However, the surrounding flame wolves relentlessly pursued them. If they did not find a place to rest soon, it would not be long before they could no longer hold on. What to do? A sense of urgency flashed through everyone's hearts. Fortunately, shortly after, the earlier strange voice reappeared. This time, perhaps due to proximity, everyone heard it very clearly and immediately pinpointed the approximate location of the sound, just ahead, not far away. Everyone, the source of that sound is just ahead. Let's put in some effort and search the area. If we find nothing else, we'll head back. In the next moment, Zheng Huiyan shouted loudly, almost like a leader. In this mountainous area, mist was everywhere, making it impossible to see clearly in the air, so they could only search on solid ground, otherwise they would see nothing. Yet with so many flame wolves in the mountains, even he found it somewhat challenging to maintain. Good. Upon hearing this, the Canglong Guard members finally perked up, feeling an unexpected surge. With a clear goal and time frame, things became manageable. At least there was something to look forward to. Their greatest fear was to rush around like headless flies, facing the endless entanglement of these monster wolves. Under the concerted efforts of everyone, the team soon reached the vicinity of the sound source. It was a peculiar great canyon. The surrounding peaks were not exceptionally high, but the mist inside was extremely dense, and the trees were quite strange, all having dark bark resembling a bizarre black forest. Upon entering this black forest-filled canyon, the flame wolves seemed to be intimidated and stopped their pursuit. Phew! The group, seeing this, finally caught their breath and began to rest, with many even collapsing onto the ground. Meanwhile, Yifeng merely panted lightly, his expression calm. During this battle, he had mostly been closely protected by Su Yao and did not have to face particularly strong opponents. However, why would the flame wolves not dare to enter this canyon? Upon thinking of this, everyone's hearts tightened. When things seem unusual, there must be something sinister afoot. Could it be that there is indeed a terrifying beast here? But since they had come this far, they had no reason to turn back halfway. After a brief rest, they proceeded forward. The canyon seemed eerily quiet. Apart from some dark trees and strange mist, there was not a single living creature, creating an especially chilling atmosphere. After walking for an unknown period, a deep abyss suddenly appeared ahead. The surrounding mist around the abyss was even denser, and it was bottomless. Looking down into the abyss, nothing could be seen, as if countless unknown dangers were hidden within. That sound is likely coming from below, Mo Ing observed briefly and concluded. Here he should have heard the sound the most times. He recalled the previous instances carefully, and it seemed they all came from this direction. Several elite figures at the quasi-captain level, including Su Yao, exchanged glances and agreed. Everyone, I propose that our 6 main team members go down to investigate first, while the others stay above to guard and assist. What do you think? After all, it's too dangerous below, and if anything goes wrong, we can retreat in time, Zheng Huiyan suggested, looking at the Canglong Guard. He decided to explore personally, but did not want to bring too many burdens, thus coming up with this plan. Each team would consist of a slightly stronger main team member and an auxiliary team member, allowing the main members to go down together. If anything was discovered, everyone could share the merits. The auxiliary members, being relatively weaker, would be safest staying above. Good, I have no objections, replied a slightly injured Canglong Guard member. Looking down seemed quite terrifying. His strength was originally not very high, and he was now reluctant to take further risks. I have no objections either. The other members all echoed in agreement. This plan was undoubtedly quite suitable, as long as everyone could share the merits that would suffice. Only Su Yao did not respond immediately, but turned her gaze toward Yi Feng. Junior brother Yi, what do you think? She asked softly in a tone of consultation. Since entering she had been with Yi Feng, and to be honest she did not really want to part ways with him. Why does this matter still require that kid's opinion? Hearing this, the surrounding Songlong Guard members had strange expressions on their faces. Although Yi Feng was slightly stronger than they had anticipated, it was not by much. In contrast, Su Yao's performance was exceptionally outstanding. In their view, this kid named Yi was practically just along for the ride, yet now Su Yao wanted to consult his opinion before making such a simple decision. Xin Yiling also widened her eyes, her face filled with shock and disbelief. This can't be right. What abilities does Yi Feng possess to warrant such protection from Fairy Su? She had already seen that Yi Feng had remained uninjured because Su Yao had been guarding him closely. Could it be that Fairy Su has a romantic connection with this kid? Otherwise, why would Su Yao value him so much? Emoing couldn't help but murmur. Seeing this, Zheng Wuyan frowned, even more, feeling quite troubled. He originally thought that Yi Feng was just an inconsequential character, but now it seems that the other party holds a significant position in Su Yao's heart. However, Su Yao's assistance is quite suitable for him, and he will not give it up. Yao Yao, are you worried that your junior brother Yi might be in danger? Rest assured, this area is very safe. I've asked senior sister Shen to keep an eye on you. How does that sound? The next moment Zheng Wuyan said seriously. After they entered this gorge they did not encounter any other monsters. The most peculiar thing was this abyss, so he felt that as long as those left above did not rush into the gorge there would be no issues. Indeed, Fairy Su with senior sister Shen watching it should be absolutely safe. On the contrary, the abyss below is fraught with dangers. If we go down we can retreat immediately if there are issues, but those weaker might not be able to escape. Mo Ying and the others also began to persuade. They had just witnessed Xin Yiling's strength, which was quite impressive, and she wouldn't fall short compared to them. Xin Yiling was completely taken aback, having been assigned to such a task for no apparent reason, feeling quite puzzled. To be honest, even in this gorge she felt a bit anxious, yet she was to protect Yi Feng. However, this was a direct order from her team leader, and how could she voice any objections? There's no need for that. Senior sister Su, don't worry, there won't be any problems, you can go. Yi Feng, upon hearing the various opinions, pondered briefly, and replied calmly. Although he also did not wish to part with Su Yao, he had not seen any danger signals, so he deduced that it should be safe below. As for Xin Yiling, her strength was still inferior to his, so the notion of protection was quite unnecessary. That's good. Su Yao nodded, finally putting her mind at ease. Others thought that she was asking Yi Feng's opinion out of concern for his safety, but in fact she was worried about her own safety. After all, the abyss below was mysterious and unpredictable, and she had just gained a significant opportunity, as she did not want to die unexpectedly. However, with the other party's assurance, she was completely at ease. This master of divination had always been remarkably accurate. If he said there were no problems, then there would surely be none. Otherwise, he would definitely give her a warning. In the end, after thorough discussion, it was decided that 6 core members, including Zheng Wuyan, would represent each team to explore the abyss, while Xin Yiling and the weaker ones, or those with injuries, would remain on the surface of the gorge. Junior brother Yi, although it's safe up here, you must be extra careful. Before leaving, Su Yao fixed her gaze on Yi Feng, solemnly reminding him. Even though she knew the likelihood of him encountering danger was low, she still felt somewhat uneasy, and had to remind him, as she certainly did not want anything to happen to him. Don't worry, I understand. Yi Feng smiled. He was confident in his safety, his only concern was how to quickly earn more merits. Seeing this, Su Yao gently nodded, then slowly floated down towards the abyss along with Mo Ying, Zheng Wuyan, and others. As the core members disappeared, the remaining members of the Songlong Guard began to disperse at the edge of the abyss, each finding a place to rest, while waiting for Su Yao and the others to return. Most of them were injured, or had used up significant energy, and needed to rest. However, Yi Feng did not plan to sit idly here, he intended to explore around. After all, his current merits were significantly behind others. Even if there were discoveries in the abyss below, the rewards he would receive would likely be similar to Xin Yiling's, which could not help him surpass the competition, so he needed to seek other opportunities. Hey, where are you going? Just as Yi Feng chose a direction and prepared to walk towards the other end of the gorge, he was suddenly called out by Xin Yiling. I'm just going for a walk ahead. Yi Feng did not stop, but merely explained casually and continued forward. The abyss below was dark and complex. He guessed that Su Yao and the others wouldn't be able to finish their exploration in a short while, and he could not waste time here. What he didn't expect was that Xin Yiling actually followed closely behind. Oh, our master Yi dares to act independently. Are you not afraid of getting scared later? As Xin Yiling brandished the ghostly whip guarding against the surroundings, she mocked him with a dismissive expression. Now that Su Yao was not by his side, she thought he would likely stay in crowded places until the task ended, but unexpectedly, he dared to separate from the main group. I told you there's really no need to follow me. You can go do your own thing. Yifeng felt a headache, as if she genuinely intended to protect him. What is this woman thinking? He ventured out alone to see if there were any other discoveries, but now that she was following him, how could he use the heavenly machine disc to find opportunities? Even if he found something, wouldn't she take a share? How could he surpass her then? Do you think I want this? If it weren't for Brother Zheng's orders, I wouldn't care about you. Xin Yiling lifted the corner of her mouth in disdain, coldly replying. Did she really want to do this? Was she so idle? Senior Sister Xin, this place is very safe, and I am not as weak as you think. Yifeng earnestly advised. Come on, you're quite boastful. From your tone it sounds like you didn't take the previous flame wolf seriously. Xin Yiling couldn't help but roll her eyes at his words. Although the previous flame wolf did not chase them here for some reason, who knew if there would be exceptions. Do you think the previous flame wolf was impressive? Yifeng suddenly countered. That batch of flame wolves did not have any golden core level beings. If it weren't for their greater numbers, he believed they might not be as strong as the previous multi-tailed fox. Indeed, they weren't that strong, but for someone like you who can only talk big once surrounded, you'll surely perish. Xin Yiling replied coldly. Those flame wolves would be extremely difficult even for her to face. How dare he, a mere Foundation establishment disciple, boast? Haha, if I want to escape, I can do so anytime. Yifeng smiled lightly. TCH, what a blowhard. Xin Yiling snorted coldly at his words, too lazy to continue arguing with Yifeng, and simply closed her mouth, closely following behind. This kid is clearly trying to make her make a mistake. If she didn't keep up well, and something happened to him, what would Brother Zheng think of her? Would he think she did not obey orders? The great situation she had painstakingly crafted could not be ruined like this. Yifeng did not expect this woman to be so difficult to deal with, completely stubborn, and no matter how he tried to persuade her, he could not shake her off. Moreover, he could not blatantly use his methods in front of her, so, in the end, he could only wonder as he led this tale forward. At this point he could only take one step at a time, but he had made up his mind that if he truly discovered something later, he would find a way to get her to leave. Throughout the journey the two hardly chatted anymore. Yifeng kept looking around deep in thought, his brows furrowed. As they delved deeper into the gorge, the surrounding environment grew increasingly eerie, and he proceeded with heightened caution, sharply observing the movements around him, not letting any abnormality escape his notice. Suddenly, a bizarrely shaped grove of verdant trees appeared ahead, each spirit wood flourishing with lush branches and leaves intertwined with dense twisting vines that resembled ferocious beasts ready to pounce. This grove was in stark contrast to the previous cold and silent black forest. Here not only were there birds chirping and insects buzzing, but it also seemed vibrant with life. Yifeng halted his steps, his brow furrowed, hesitating to proceed. He was unsure whether these strange trees might move, or if the twisting vines posed any danger. However, Xin Yiling, seeing this, grew quite impatient. Hey, what are you dawdling for? How long are you going to search? Find what you're looking for quickly, it'll be dark soon. A hint of disdain flashed in Xin Yiling's eyes. She had already sensed that the other party seemed to be searching for some valuable spiritual object. Though the spirit trees before them were indeed lush, they were merely oddly shaped with nothing particularly unusual about them. She did not believe they posed any danger. On the contrary, the other party had been overly cautious all along, and after half an hour they had not made much progress. She was beginning to feel restless. She was hoping to have the other party quickly scan the surroundings and return to rest sooner. Yifeng ignored Xin Yiling's urging and explained at an unhurried pace, there's something strange ahead. I need to confirm there's no danger first. Perhaps we should go around it. Go around. Aren't you being a bit too timid? Watch me. Upon hearing this, Xin Yiling was instantly infuriated. If they went around, who knew how long it would take? It would be even more troublesome when it got dark. She had always been somewhat afraid of the dark, and even after her cultivation had improved, this instinct made her unwilling to waste time. In the next moment, she boldly stepped into the strange grove, wildly slashing with her whip, even standing directly under the twisting vines. Thick vines as wide as her thumb were severed and sliced apart by her sharp, ghostly whip, turning into debris that fell to the ground. However, the surrounding strange trees and vines showed no signs of movement. See, there's nothing here. Xin Yiling glanced disdainfully at Yifeng, wearing an expression of having anticipated this. Seeing this, Yifeng finally relaxed a bit and stepped into the vine forest, beginning his search. Although Mo Ying and others believed that the strange sound they heard earlier came from the abyss, and even he felt it should be related to that abyss. However, the heavenly machine disc indicated that there might be gains in this direction, so he had to search inch by inch. Nevertheless, he remained very cautious, constantly paying attention to the changes of the strange trees around him, not relaxing his vigilance, due to Xin Yiling's earlier experiment. Unbeknownst to them, the sky darkened, the night descended like a heavy black cloth, beginning to envelop the land. At this moment Yifeng and Shen Yiling were already some distance away from the previous abyss gathering site. The surroundings were eerily silent, with the occasional hoot of an owl sounding particularly eerie in the desolate. Still empty-handed, Yifeng was unwilling to leave. He could only hold up his luminous pearl treasure and continue checking one by one. Shen Yiling also held a large illuminating artifact, observing the surroundings, but as night deepened her heart grew increasingly uneasy. How much longer are you going to search? When are we going back? Finally, seeing that the other party had no intention of returning, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you afraid of the dark?" Yifeng looked at Shen Yiling strangely upon hearing this. During the day she seemed fearless and daring to venture anywhere, but now that it was dark he could clearly sense that she seemed to have become much more timid. "Who's afraid? I just think there's nothing here, it's unnecessary to waste time." Shen Yiling refused to admit her fear of the dark, only managing to cover it up with a reply. "Whether there is or not you won't know until you search," Yifeng said calmly. He had already completed more than half of his search. It was impossible to give up now. Moreover, he felt no dark energy emanating from himself, so he believed there should not be any mortal danger. "You." Shen Yiling felt a wave of anger upon hearing this. Judging by the other party's demeanor, it seemed unlikely they would return any time soon. But she was at a loss and could only continue to follow. However, the longer she waited, the more anxious she felt. Suddenly Shen Yiling felt as if something was watching her from behind. She quickly turned around, directing her illuminating artifact toward the dark grove, only to find it pitch black with nothing in sight. She initially thought it was her illusion, but after a few breaths that sensation of being followed returned. That thing seemed to flicker in and out of existence in the darkness. Every time she turned her head to see clearly, it vanished without a trace. Was there some bizarre, ghostly entity here? The thought of this made Shen Yiling shiver involuntarily, a sense of inexplicable fear surging in her. She wanted to turn and run immediately, but was afraid Yifeng would laugh at her, while also fearing that senior brother Zhang would think she was irresponsible. She could only force herself to remain calm, and deliberately moved a little closer to Yifeng. "If you're really scared, you can go back first. I won't tell senior brother Zhang." Yifeng glanced at her, calmly advising. The way she kept looking back was clearly abnormal. He truly hoped she would not stay here any longer. "Am I scared? Are you joking?" Shen Yiling gritted her teeth. Although she was extremely anxious inside, she was unwilling to let the other party see her fear, and could only forcefully retort. As an elite at the 6th layer of Foundation establishment, what could she possibly be afraid of? To be honest, she was indeed a bit scared, but common sense told her that even if there were any ghostly entities with her current cultivation level, she should not have any problems. After all, most ghostly entities were quite low level. However, after proceeding a while longer, suddenly a large black shadow suddenly sprang out from the nearby bushes, swiftly lunging toward her. The shadow moved at incredible speed, entirely black, with only a pair of green eyes visible. Shen Yiling was taken aback, letting out a startled cry of awe. Before she could react, a beam of sword light flashed before her, swiftly slicing the shadow away. Was that really necessary to make such a fuss? Yifeng sheathed his sword and glanced at Shen Yiling nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. "You." Upon hearing this, Shen Yiling felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, almost wishing to find a hole to hide in. She admitted that she had overreacted and hadn't seen the approaching creature clearly in time, but what kind of look was that from him just now? Was he looking down on her? Did he really think she was making a fuss over nothing? Her instincts told her there was indeed something lurking nearby, and perhaps the other party had been too focused on searching for spiritual objects to notice. However, after this incident, she finally began to calm down, realizing that she had been overly anxious. This brief interlude was of no concern to Yifeng. After driving away the cat demon, he resumed his focus. At present, there were still no signs of dark energy or any other abnormalities, which gave him a sense of confidence. Shen Yiling, on the other hand, had completely relaxed and no longer harbored any suspicions. She believed that as long as she kept a watchful eye within a 5-zhang radius in front of her, preventing any monsters from approaching, there was nothing to worry about. However, as the two reached the last area and prepared to search, a shadow resembling a ghost suddenly appeared behind Shen Yiling without warning. This shadow seemed to have materialized out of thin air, making no sound at all. Shen Yiling sensed something unusual behind her and quickly turned to check. Upon seeing the grotesque and jarring monster, her heart skipped a beat and her face turned pale with fear. She was certain that this was the very thing that had been spying on them all along. The shadow bore a certain resemblance to a human, but its features were twisted and monstrous, with eyes flickering an eerie green light, exuding a chilling aura. Before she could react, the shadow extended 2 massive tentacles towards her neck. Shen Yiling hastily swung her ghostly whip, striking out like lightning in an attempt to sever the shadow's form. However, she soon discovered that her once infallible ghostly whip had no effect against this shadow, as if it were striking nothing but air. What was happening? In an instant she was completely panicked. During this delay, the shadow's strange tentacles had already coiled around her neck like a serpent. Help me. Xin Yiling felt her neck being constricted, struggling in panic, but unable to break free. Her only option was to cry out for help. At this moment she experienced a sense of despair unlike anything she had ever felt before, leaving no room for any sense of modesty. All her cultivation and spiritual power were suppressed so thoroughly that she could not unleash them. No matter what attack she attempted against the shadow, it bore no effect. On the contrary, the shadow's monstrous grip around her neck left her feeling cold all over, her strength being drained little by little. Yifeng heard the commotion and quickly turned to look behind him. But upon seeing the creature entangled with Xin Yiling, he was struck with overwhelming dread. Hiss! What kind of monster is this? Is it a ghost? Or some other kind of creature? Seeing this shadow with its eyes glowing green while the rest of its body resembled a mass of black mist, both real and unreal, he was deeply shaken. He had not anticipated encountering such a strange threat here. The key point was that this shadow had shown no signs before. He had found no trace of it despite his searching. Seeing Xin Yiling being tightly gripped by the shadow, he decisively drew his spirit sword and swung it towards the shadow's form. Yet in an instant the spirit sword passed through the shadow, without any resistance, doing nothing at all. However, he was not too surprised, quickly conjuring a ball of divine sense fire, attempting to ignite the shadow with a soul attack. To his astonishment, the fire of condensed divine sense also struck, nothing, producing no effect whatsoever. What? Yifeng was completely dumbfounded. He had never encountered such a helpless situation. What was he? It was known that in this world spiritual creatures either had a physical form that could be harmed by physical attacks, or existed in a spiritual state that required soul attacks. Yet this shadow before him was immune to both forms of attack, which was utterly bizarre. Seeing Xin Yiling's breath growing weaker, he felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Although his relationship with her was not particularly good, and they were competitors, she was someone he had brought along. If anything went wrong because of him, he would undoubtedly bear the blame. Ultimately, Yifeng gritted his teeth and began to frantically search for answers within the heavenly mechanism disk. At this moment, he could no longer care about being in danger. Outer Realm Shadow Clan. Only lightning-based attacks can inflict damage. Soon Yifeng found some information about this shadow. He never expected that this shadow came from an outer realm, not a creature that could be found in the Songlong continent or any other ordinary continent. But how could such a thing exist here? A hint of shock flashed in Yifeng's eyes. However, he did not hesitate any longer. He formed seals with his hands and quickly conjured a bolt of lightning, shooting it towards the shadow's tentacles. Fortunately, recently he had learned some spells at the Sky Academy, and this divine sense fire along with the lightning strike was one of them. Though he was not very adept at these spells, he could manage to use them passably. With a crack, a bolt of lightning accurately struck one of the shadow's tentacles. After being struck by the lightning, the shadow let out a piercing scream, and a thick white smoke billowed from its massive tentacle. Its eerie green eyes fixed on Yifeng filled with hatred, as its long tail lashed out like a sharp spear aiming to impale him. Clearly it had not anticipated that someone could harm it. Xin Yiling was also surprised by the effectiveness of the lightning, and a glimmer of hope arose in her heart. Is there hope? Seeing this, Yifeng felt even more confident, deftly dodging the dark spear's thrust, and finding another opportunity, unleashed 2 more bolts of lightning. Crack! Crack! Although the power of these 2 bolts was not great, the shadow twisted its face in agony, as if suffering tremendous pain, and finally released Xin Yiling. Then it swung its tentacles and tail, lunging at Yifeng with full force, attempting to tear him apart. However, it had not expected Yifeng to be so agile. Its rapid assault completely missed him. Conversely, Yifeng's lightning strikes occasionally inflicted damage. Realizing it could not prevail, the shadow hesitated for a moment before reluctantly transforming into a cloud of black mist, disappearing into the night. It ran away. Xin Yiling took a deep breath, just recovering her strength to pull out several lightning talismans for an attack, only to find that the shadow had already vanished, feeling extremely vexed. Seeing that Yifeng's lightning technique could hit the shadow, she also understood what the monster was afraid of. Although she could not use lightning techniques, she had plenty of talismans, including some lightning talismans. Unfortunately, when she tried to find the creature to redeem herself, a sudden darkness enveloped her, and she felt her vision blacken as she collapsed to the ground. What happened? Seeing Xin Yiling suddenly fall, Yifeng was taken aback and hurried to her side. Fortunately, as a practitioner, the fall would not cause any harm. After a brief examination, he found that Xin Yiling's aura was weak, as if she had been poisoned. Yifeng didn't dare delay, quickly carrying her out of the area. He speculated that the shadow from earlier must have some mysterious means that caused Xin Yiling to fall victim while being ensnared. Half an hour later, in a hidden cave within the canyon, Yifeng busied himself with focus. He did not return directly to the abyss gathering place because Xin Yiling's condition was worsening. He feared that rushing back for treatment might cause irreversible damage. He skillfully kindled a fire, taking out various rare herbs from his storage ring, and began to brew a special medicinal soup. Naturally, there were no ready-made antidotes for the poison of the Shadow clan. It had to be brewed on the spot according to the situation. Fortunately, his alchemy skills had advanced rapidly in recent days, and the strength of the Shadow clan was not particularly formidable, so he was able to concoct a corresponding antidote. The spiritual flame quietly burned in the alchemical furnace, the liquid inside boiling and bubbling, gradually releasing waves of medicinal fragrance. Yifeng gazed intently at the situation within the furnace, carefully controlling the heat. He was uncertain whether this medicinal soup would be effective in treating Xin Yiling. He could only brew it cautiously based on his understanding of pharmacology and the hints from the heavenly mechanism plate, ensuring that every step was flawless. Fortunately, when the medicinal soup was finally ready, Yifeng gently blew on it to cool before feeding a spoonful to Xin Yiling, whose complexion gradually regained some color as she slowly opened her eyes. "Where is this? What happened to me?" After waking up, Xin Yiling realized that she was completely limp and unable to muster any strength, feeling quite surprised. She vaguely remembered being ambushed by a shadow and wanting to pursue it, only to suddenly lose control and faint. But how did she end up here? "This is a cave. You have been poisoned," Yifeng replied lightly while observing her. The fact that she was awake indicated that the medicinal soup was effective, which reassured him. "Poisoned? How is that possible?" Xin Yiling instinctively wanted to retort, but after thinking carefully, she realized it was quite plausible. After all, her current state was very abnormal, showing clear signs of poisoning. But when had she been poisoned? Seeing Yifeng guarding her closely, his gaze fixed upon her, Xin Yiling suddenly felt a strange anxiety. "This is bad. I can't move, and there's no one around. Could this guy be planning something against me?" Xin Yiling thought weakly. She and this person had always been at odds, and they were in a competitive relationship. If something happened to her, he would surely be delighted. "Here, drink some more." Just as Xin Yiling was lost in thought, Yifeng approached again with a jade bowl. The medicinal soup he had just fed her was merely a test. Clearly, it wasn't enough. He believed she needed to finish at least a bowl to avoid any aftereffects. However, upon seeing this, Xin Yiling decisively recoiled. "What are you trying to make me drink? It smells terrible," she questioned with a look of disdain. "Could this be some kind of aphrodisiac?" "Antidote." Yifeng calmly uttered 2 words. "You can concoct an antidote. Who are you fooling? Let me warn you. If you dare do anything to me, the Shun family will hunt you down to the ends of the earth." In the next moment, Xin Yiling threatened him fiercely. This guy is just a poor kid. What does he know about concocting antidotes? She suspected he wanted to take the opportunity to force her to drink some strange concoction for some illicit purpose. "Please don't think that just because you look decent, everyone is trying to covet you, all right?" Yifeng felt a wave of exasperation upon hearing this. This woman is really not a good person. Not only did I save her, but I also spent a considerable amount of time brewing medicine for her, yet I still can't get any appreciation. "You wouldn't covet me." Xin Yiling scoffed at his words, not believing him at all. Did she really think she didn't know what men were thinking? A beautiful woman laid out before someone without resistance, it would be impossible not to take advantage. Perhaps during her unconsciousness, she had already been taken advantage of by him. Thinking of this, Xin Yiling's complexion turned pale, and she immediately began to check her own condition. Fortunately, after carefully feeling around, she found that her most vital parts seemed normal, and her armor had not been torn off, which made her exhale slightly in relief. However, whether other areas had been groped or not was uncertain, and she had no way to verify it. Forget it. With no evidence, she could only suffer in silence. "I don't like hearing that. Why would I covet you?" Yifeng did not expect her to genuinely think this way, feeling rather he had a bright future ahead. Why would he risk it all for her looks? "The medicine is here. Drink it if you want." Seeing her hesitate to speak and doubting him, Yifeng set the jade bowl down on the ground and turned to. Did she really think his time wasn't valuable? Did she think he was just looking for trouble? Upon seeing Yifeng leave, Xin Yiling couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This situation was completely different from what she had anticipated. She thought he would force her to drink the medicine and then do something inappropriate. However, she felt that he might just be pretending to let go. She absolutely would not drink that bowl of medicine. She began to struggle to take out her storage ring, forcing out a trace of spiritual power to open it, rummaging for the antidote pills she had prepared when she came in, quickly swallowing a few, and then waited. However, after a quarter of an hour, she found that these pills had no effect at all. She still felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't muster any spiritual power. How could this be? Were they not the right match? She refused to give up and took out several different kinds, testing them one by one, but found that not only did they have no effect, but she also felt increasingly uncomfortable, as if her stomach were in turmoil, threatening to burst. This is bad. The effects of the medicine are clashing, causing side effects. In an instant, she became extremely flustered. If it were any other time, she would only need to circulate her spiritual power to expel the medicinal effects, but now her meridians felt as if they were torn open, completely unable to operate, and she had barely any strength left. What to do? Should I drink that soup the guy gave me? Xin Yiling glanced at the jade bowl, not far from her, a hint of hesitation flashing in her eyes. She finally realized that her awakening might truly be thanks to that bowl of medicinal soup. After all, none of the other pills worked. If she could first eliminate the poison from the shadow, restore her spiritual power, and then expel the remaining medicinal effects, perhaps she could resolve her current predicament. After a moment of hesitation, she found herself increasingly uncomfortable. In the next moment, she finally lifted the jade bowl carefully and gradually swallowed its contents. She knew this was her last resort. If it proved ineffective, she would have no choice but to seek help from that guy. But that was undoubtedly the last thing she wanted to face. However, to her surprise, although the medicinal soup was distasteful once it entered her stomach, she immediately felt much more refreshed. More importantly, she realized she was gradually regaining some strength. Could this medicinal soup really be an antidote? Seeing this, Xin Yiling displayed an expression of, it was not that she doubted the others' intentions, but rather their ability. After all, creating a remedy on the spot was not something just anyone could achieve. At last, at a certain moment, as her meridians began to return to normal, she quickly sat cross-legged, channeling her spiritual power to expel the remaining medicine within her body. Phew! It was only until dawn that Xin Yiling finally opened her eyes again and stood up from the grass mat. At that moment, she felt no trace of the previous weakness. Instead, she felt as if she had a restful sleep. Finally recovering her strength. This time it was truly as if she had walked through the gates of hell. However, that kid could really understand the principles of alchemy. How could this be possible? Xin Yiling felt an overwhelming confusion. Also, why hadn't that guy come in again all night? A hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. After tidying herself up, she stepped out of the cave and noticed a handsome figure quietly leaning against the cave wall outside, squinting and dozing. That figure was unmistakably Yifeng. Xin Yiling observed the person in front of her with a complex gaze. For some reason, after discovering that he had alchemical skills, she instinctively felt he seemed much more agreeable. Upon sensing her footsteps, Yifeng slightly opened his eyes. At least you're not too foolish, he remarked lightly upon seeing that Xin Yiling's complexion and aura had returned to normal. He had thought she would stubbornly refuse to drink that medicinal soup, yet unexpectedly, she had ultimately consumed it. However, that was for the best, as it spared him the need to guard her. Well, consider this matter settled. No one owes anyone anything, Xin Yiling replied, her gaze flickering slightly, though she maintained a cold demeanor. Although he had indeed healed her, she had also suffered because of him, so there was no way she would be grateful. Not blaming him would be enough. After all, if it weren't for his insistence on searching for some ghostly object, she would never have endured such suffering. However, from now on I hope you can return with me and regroup with the others. Xin Yiling coldly added. She had already realized that this place was not far from the previous strange forest and had not returned to the abyss gathering area. At this moment, perhaps senior brother Zheng and the others had already returned from the abyss, so she was eager to rush back and gather. Sorry, I still need to keep searching, but you having been injured can head back first. Even if senior brother Zheng knows, he wouldn't say anything. Yifeng was indifferent to whether they considered it settled, as long as she did not obstruct him. As for the shadow from before, he was certain it harbored some significant secret. If he could find the source of the shadow, he might earn some merit. Xin Yiling was instantly furious upon hearing this. The events of last night had left a shadow in her heart, and she truly did not want to encounter such a creature again, yet he wanted to continue forward. What was she to do? Just as she was entangled in her thoughts, Yifeng had already gotten up and headed decisively in the direction he had not finished searching. Bastard! Seeing this, Xin Yiling hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and walked out after him. Yifeng had initially thought that Xin Yiling would return on her own, especially since it was already dawn. Yet unexpectedly she hesitated for a moment, but still followed him. This woman was truly difficult to deal with. Yifeng thought to himself. He had planned to take this opportunity to shake her off, yet he did not expect her principles to be so strong that she returned empty-handed again. However, he did not delay any longer and continued to the final area, starting his investigation. He was sure that the secret of the shadow lay in this last area, and once he finished searching, he might find the answers he sought. However, the further he proceeded into this area, the more eerie the atmosphere became. The air was heavy with a suffocating presence, as if invisible eyes were watching everything here. The surroundings were eerily silent, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of unknown insects, which felt particularly chilling in the quiet environment. Hey, what exactly was that creature? And how did you know that lightning would be effective? In her boredom, Xin Yiling suddenly asked without warning. This time she dared not underestimate Yifeng anymore. She was curious about how he had managed to find a countermeasure so quickly last night amid the chaos. In that moment of panic, she had no idea what kind of attack would be effective, yet he had managed to find a restraining method in just a few breaths. She had to admit it truly impressed her. She felt that if she delayed any longer, she might face unbearable consequences. I just randomly tried it, and unexpectedly it really worked. Yifeng gave a perfunctory reply. Randomly tried? How is that possible? Xin Yiling was clearly dissatisfied with his answer. This guy was clearly absent-minded when saying this. She had also randomly launched several attacks, yet none had any effect. The fact is what it is. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Yifeng shrugged, swinging his long sword to cut through the surrounding grass, while continuing to explore inch by inch. At this moment his mind was focused on the surrounding flora, leaving no thought to answer her questions. Then tell me, what exactly are you looking for? It seems there's nothing here. Xin Yiling was not discouraged, continuing to swing her ghostly shadow whip at the surrounding flowers and trees while pressing for answers. The surrounding vegetation appeared no different from ordinary canyons, and she did not understand why he was so fixated on searching, as if he were certain something truly existed here. However, before Yifeng could respond, unknown to either of them, someone inadvertently triggered something, causing the ground in this area to suddenly collapse without warning. Oh! Xin Yiling let out a sharp scream. Yifeng was also startled by this sudden movement. However, both of them were skilled. They immediately leapt up, using their feet to push off and grabbing hold of a nearby spirit tree branch. What they did not expect, however, was that the area that collapsed was quite large and possessed a certain suction force, unexpectedly pulling the spirit tree down as well. Together they fell into a mysterious bottomless cave. As they fell, the sound of wind howled past their ears and fragments of stone flew in all directions. Fortunately, their agility allowed them to continually find objects to leverage, avoiding the flying stones and remaining unscathed by the dust. Once they landed solidly, the two of them stood up and looked around, astonished by the vast hidden cavern before them. They had not expected such a secluded underground pit to exist beneath this area. Gazing around, they saw a faint ethereal glow permeating the pit, emanating from various strange plants, along with a few flying insects casting a dreamlike light throughout the cave. The walls of the pit were covered with various peculiar rocks, and deep within the pit, it was shrouded in darkness, seemingly endless, as if there were a vast space yet to be discovered. Senior Sister Shen, I plan to venture ahead, but there might be danger inside. Do you want to go back first? Suddenly, Yifeng pointed forward, feigning concern as he addressed Xin Yiling. Though this pit was deep, both of them had already reached the foundation establishment stage, making it easy for them to fly. Previously, they thought the risk of collapse was minimal and wanted to see what lay below, which was why they hadn't left him. No, I'm going with you. You can't shake me off. Xin Yiling shot Yifeng a disdainful glance, her face revealing a determined expression. Even she, despite her usual naivety, realized that this situation was unusual. There was likely some opportunity here that others were unaware of, so despite her lingering fears of that shadow, she had no intention of leaving. Yifeng was momentarily speechless. He had indeed intended to send her away to explore on his own, but he hadn't expected this woman to be so astute at a critical moment. Senior Sister Shen, if there is danger later, I won't be able to take care of you. Are you truly ready for this? At that moment, Yifeng earnestly confirmed again. With his starry shadow step, he generally feared no common dangers, but with this baggage in tow, he might truly be unable to manage. If he were to ignore her plight at a critical moment, would she not think him unprincipled? Are you implying that my strength is inferior to yours? Xin Yiling coldly retorted. Previously she had been caught off guard by that shadow, but she hadn't expected this brat to underestimate her so quickly. Did he really think that she, an elite at the 6th level of foundation establishment, was inferior to a mere impoverished beginner? That's not exactly what I meant. Yifeng was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. In reality, he did think her strength was lacking, but how could he explain that without causing offense? Who rescues whom is still uncertain. If there's truly an unavoidable danger, you don't need to worry about me, just leave. Xin Yiling resolutely replied. She was very confident in herself, believing that even if danger arose, she would not need this brat to come to her aid. Fine, as you say. Seeing her stubbornness, Yifeng had no choice but to agree. Well, if there was an extra person, there would be extra strength. They would explore first and see. With their agreement settled, the two began to take out their illumination devices and stepped forward to explore. The floor of the cave was uneven, with sharp stones protruding here and there, as Yifeng wielded his spirit sword to clear the way, while vigilantly observing their surroundings. Xin Yiling, holding the illumination device, closely followed behind, Yifeng with a lightning talisman tightly gripped in her hand, ready to launch an attack at any moment. Though they could flee if confronted with unavoidable danger, for now, they still needed to cooperate closely. It proved that Yifeng's thoughts were not unfounded, that shadow was indeed related to this cave. Not long after they moved forward, a familiar black mist suddenly shot out from the darkness, like lightning lunging towards their position. Upon closer inspection, they recognized this shadow as the one that had attacked Xin Yiling the previous night. The shadow moved with incredible speed, reaching Yifeng's front in the blink of an eye. He felt a chill rush over him, and before he could react, Xin Yiling had already raised her hand and sent a fierce lightning talisman shooting towards the shadow. Demon spawn died. Xin Yiling coldly shouted. The sight of her enemy stirred a fierce rage within her. That shadow had caused her considerable distress before, so she would not let it go easily. Boom. The lightning talisman exploded in the cave. Although the shadow attempted to evade, it was still caught off guard, letting out a piercing scream as it emitted a cloud of white smoke. It had not anticipated that these humans would quickly discover its weakness, and with a twist of its body, it vanished rapidly into the darkness. Damn it! It escaped. Xin Yiling was about to unleash her second lightning talisman, but upon realizing she could no longer spot the shadow, she couldn't help but feel regret. At this moment, she was already able to confirm that the lightning had indeed been effective against it. Unfortunately, the shadow's speed was too great, and she hadn't managed to severely injure it. However, what neither of them expected was that this single thunderclap would awaken the other monsters within the cave. Soon more shadows surged forth from the surroundings. The shadows emerged one after another from the depths of the cave, their ghostly green eyes fixated intently on Yifeng and Xin Yiling. The shadow that had been injured by the lightning gazed at them with a resentful glare, as if it wished to avenge its prior humiliation. Tsk. So many. Seeing this scene, Yifeng's heart involuntarily skipped a beat, his muscles tensing up. There were at least a dozen shadows if he counted them roughly. Xin Yiling was equally shocked, nearly dropping her jaw. What was going on? Why were there so many dark monsters here? Could this be the lair of these creatures? The newly appeared shadows flickered uncertainly, their outlines barely visible in the ethereal light, emanating a chilling aura. Yifeng and Xin Yiling stood back to back, tense and on guard. What should we do? Should we retreat? Xin Yiling felt a bit panicked at this moment. Although she had just spoken boldly, seeing so many monsters now filled her with an inexplicable sense of dread. Even though she had ways to counteract them, could anyone guarantee that she wouldn't be hit by one of them? Would she end up in the same predicament as before? I plan to take a look at the end, and then leave. The rest is up to you to handle. Yifeng formed hand seals with both hands, his gaze fixed firmly on the surrounding shadows as he continuously formed a curtain of lightning to keep them at bay. Others might be unaware of the origins of these shadows, but he was well aware, and he was eager to discover what lay within this cave that could attract so many extraterrestrial shadow creatures. What else could be at the end? Aren't they just these ghostly beings? Xin Yiling questioned, somewhat confused. She instinctively wanted to wait for senior brother Zheng and the others to arrive before investigating further. However, Yifeng would certainly not be so foolish if he waited for senior brother Zheng and the others to come, and even if they discovered a significant danger, he would receive little merit. Whether to go or not is up to you. I will set off first. In the next moment, Yifeng activated his movement technique and dashed forward. His figure was as fleeting as a gazelle's antlers, leaving behind traces of afterimages. Seeing this, Xin Yiling ultimately did not dare to leave alone and had no choice but to follow suit. She did not expect this boy to be so bold, daring to venture alone. The dark shadows, noticing the movements of the two, immediately lunged at them from different directions, attempting to surround and intercept. Fortunately, the number of these shadows was not too many, and with the protection of lightning techniques, Yifeng and the others managed to cope. Xin Yiling twisted and turned while chanting incantations, sending bolts of lightning spells shooting towards the dark shadows like meteors. As a wealthy young lady from a prominent family, she certainly understood this lightning-type secret technique, even using it more proficiently than Yifeng. However, without a specialized lightning spiritual root, her training effects for such spells were not very good, but they were sufficient to handle the current situation. Yifeng was also continuously forming hand seals, creating a lightning shield in front of himself to prevent toxic attacks, while repelling the intercepting shadows. For a moment, the cave was illuminated with flashes of light, and the energy waves created by the collisions of lightning and dark mist reverberated, producing a series of booming sounds. This fellow is surprisingly powerful. Xin Yiling noticed that Yifeng's agility at this moment was exceptionally impressive, displaying strength that rivaled her own. For a moment, she was taken aback, her heart racing wildly. In fact, she quite appreciated his appearance. During their first meeting, there was a flicker of attraction. However, influenced by his humble background and his indifferent attitude towards her, she had harbored prejudice. But at this moment, seeing him suddenly exhibit so many admirable qualities, she felt her heart stir again. However, it was certainly not the time to dwell on such thoughts. The dozen or so dark shadows facing the overwhelming attacks that could restrain them were fearful, but didn't. It seemed they were determined to stop the two from probing deeper into the pit, recklessly charging forward to intercept, but unfortunately, they were soon struck by the two and emitted puffs of white smoke. However, as they pressed on, the number of dark shadows grew increasingly larger, seemingly endless, surging. In contrast, the spiritual power of the two was limited, and the consumption of their lightning spells was immense. With each attack, the shadows cleverly avoided critical hits and attempted to sneak attack from the sides or behind. Worse still, several more powerful shadows eventually emerged. These shadows moved even faster, evading lightning strikes with great efficiency, and even when struck they could endure for a while. One of the shadows withstood a lightning attack and seized the moment to pounce fiercely at Yifeng. Yifeng did not expect this shadow to have such strong defenses, and caught off guard, he nearly fell victim to its close range. Fortunately, he had been hiding his strength, and at a critical moment suddenly activated the effect of his star-chasing boots, swiftly sidestepping to narrowly avoid this deadly strike. However, Xin Yiling was not so lucky. Facing these enhanced monsters, she was anxious and could only frantically increase her spiritual power output, while constantly being cautious to evade. In an instant both were besieged, feeling mounting pressure, their pace slowing significantly. Sweat dripped from their foreheads, soaking their armor, and their breathing became increasingly hurried. Seeing that their spiritual power had already been depleted by more than half, yet there was still no sign of an end ahead, their hearts sank to the depths. They were beginning to feel physically exhausted, yet they were completely unaware of where the end lay. What should we do? Xin Yiling asked anxiously. She also noticed that these dark shadows were desperately trying to intercept their advance. Perhaps there really was a secret ahead. But she was already on the brink of collapsing. Hold on for another 10 breaths. Yifeng replied gravely. 10 breaths. Hearing this, Xin Yiling felt it was quite unbelievable. What could be accomplished in 10 breaths? The path ahead still appeared dark and murky. They probably wouldn't get far in 10 breaths. She thought he was completely joking. However, in order to discover the secret deep within this cave, she ultimately gritted her teeth and consumed a precious pill she had been reluctant to use. After all, this situation was truly bizarre, and she was eager to know why these shadows were so persistent. Once the pill entered her system, her cultivation level instantly surged to the late foundation establishment stage, and her spiritual power recovered significantly. More ferocious bolts of lightning burst forth from her hands, striking the surrounding shadows, causing them to wail in agony, retreating in fear. Thank goodness. Seeing this, Xin Yiling couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, quickly accelerating forward. Yifeng did not expect Xin Yiling to be able to unleash such a burst of power again. He was similarly impressed and hurriedly moved forward. Finally, after turning a corner, the two saw a glimmer of light ahead. At the far end of the passage, they discovered a larger cavern space. Just as victory was in sight, merely a step away from entering this open space, Yifeng suddenly spoke. In the next moment, Yifeng pushed back 2 dark shadows with a single move and was the first to pull back. What? So soon? Xin Yiling was stunned upon hearing this, feeling utterly baffled. Now they only needed to pass through this passage to enter the cavern and see what was inside. She did not expect him to give up at the last moment. The key was that the precious pill she had just consumed could definitely allow them to go further. If they withdrew now, it would be a waste. However, he had already started to retreat, and being alone, she found it impossible to advance again, and could only follow him as they quickly withdrew. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of resentment within her. This guy claiming to explore was the same person who suddenly halted at the last moment, completely treating her like a fool. Fortunately, as they returned, the shadows' attempts to intercept them decreased significantly, and soon the two successfully escaped from the cave. Hey, what exactly are you doing? Why did you give up just as we were so close? Once back on the surface and feeling safe, Xin Yiling immediately approached Yifeng, coldly questioning him. Who said I gave up? Yifeng replied, somewhat puzzled. Coming out before reaching the end, isn't that giving up? Xin Yiling's expression was extremely gloomy. I have already found what I wanted, why continue to risk further? Yifeng nonchalantly retorted. Found what? What did you find? Hearing this, Xin Yiling felt completely confused. Just earlier she had seen him glance into the last cave of that passage before turning back. What could he possibly have seen? She too had looked, but found nothing. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Yifeng draw out a signaling arrow and shoot it into the sky. This guy? Has he released the signal arrow so soon? Xin Yiling was taken aback. Haven't you investigated thoroughly? What signal arrow are you firing? Do you know how strict the task submission requirements are? In the next moment, Xin Yiling coldly questioned again. She originally intended to call senior brother Zheng over to confirm before proceeding. After all, submitting a task is not a simple matter. She had seen senior brother Zheng's submissions before. The Holy Alliance questioned them meticulously, requiring very concrete information and not mere suspicions, which is where the value of their Songlong guards lies. Otherwise, if they casually fired a signal arrow at any hint of suspicion, wouldn't the people of the Holy Alliance be overwhelmed? Based on her judgment, although the shadow inside looked strange, it did not exceed a certain range of strength and did not pose a significant threat. I've already investigated thoroughly, there's no need to wait. Yifeng replied perfunctorily, unwilling to. Alright, you'll be crying later. Hearing this, Xin Yiling was immediately infuriated. Of course, she also wanted to earn more merit and did not want others to take credit. If she had already discovered the exact situation, she would have unhesitatingly fired the signal. But the problem is they hadn't even reached the deepest cave, nor found anything inside. She was certain that when the Holy Alliance came to question them, they would likely not pass, and might not only fail to earn merit, but also face a severe reprimand. Unfortunately, the signal arrow had already been fired, and there was no way to intercept it. She could only hope that there were indeed other secrets hidden inside, so that even if they were reprimanded it wouldn't be too embarrassing. As Xun Yiling sulked in complaint, the signal arrow pierced through the clouds, reaching an extremely high altitude. Then the signal arrow exploded in the sky with a loud bang, bursting into a dazzling light. Meanwhile, in the middle of the canyon near the abyss, Su Yao and 5 other core members had just emerged from the abyss not long ago. This time they had only encountered a golden core stage demon beast, and found no other threats, resulting in limited gains. The strange sound they had heard earlier was indeed produced by that demon beast, which turned all their expectations into disappointment. Hey, who fired that signal arrow? Suddenly one of the core members pointed toward the abnormality in the high sky and asked in shock. The signal arrow was too close to them for them to ignore. I don't know, could it be other passing friends? Someone ventured a guess. By the way, where are Yifeng and the others? Su Yao suddenly asked the few who remained there. She had thought that Yifeng would come to find her as soon as he saw her come out, but unexpectedly a long time had passed, and she still hadn't seen him. Yes, where did Xin Jr.'s sister go? Zheng Wuyan also couldn't help but ask, feeling quite puzzled. Reporting to senior sister brother, they went that way. The few remaining Songlong guards promptly provided an answer. That direction, could it be them? Upon hearing this response, and recalling the earlier sounds, Su Yao immediately had an unbelievable guess. She knew that Yifeng's strength was not bad, and with his spiritual divination skills, could it be that the signal arrow was fired by them? Only Zheng Wuyan and others thought it was unlikely, as both of them were only substitutes. Under their absence, how could there easily be any other discoveries? Let's go and take a look. In the next moment, everyone hurriedly moved forward together. The distance between the two locations was not far, just a few dozen miles. When Su Yao and the others reached the source of the signal arrow, they saw that it was indeed Yifeng and Xun Yiling, finally unable to hold back their sigh of relief. Fortunately, both of them were safe and sound, showing no signs of injury. Yifeng, what happened? That signal arrow just now, it wasn't fired by you, was it? Su Yao was the first to speak, asking with concern. Cough, it was indeed me. Yifeng looked at the crowd rushing over and smiled helplessly. Oh, what exactly did you discover? Can you tell us? Su Yao was even more surprised upon hearing this. They found nothing in the abyss, yet the others who stayed on the surface had gained something. Yes, kid, what threat was there here that warranted firing a signal arrow? Tell us to take a look. The others also curiously asked. They did not expect that the commotion truly came from these two, yet other than seeing a collapsed pit, there was nothing. They certainly wanted to investigate the pit, but unfortunately after someone fired the signal arrow, they could not act without the Holy Alliance's decision to avoid any disputes over credit. You'll find out later. Yifeng was unwilling to reveal it, now simply giving a perfunctory response. Only Xun Yiling sneered inwardly. It was just some ghost-like shadows, although there were indeed many, they were not particularly powerful. She was curious to see how the others would respond. After waiting for a short while, 3 beams of light shot rapidly from the distance, and moments later these 3 Holy Alliance powerhouses descended. One of them was familiar to everyone. It was indeed the previous leader, a middle-aged man in black armor. However, beside this black-armored man, there were actually 2 others. Their auras far stronger than his. One was an extraordinary elderly man with white hair, and the other was a young elder dressed in a bagua robe. Could these 2 be at the nascent soul stage? Oh no, so many people are coming. What if we can't answer their questions? Seeing this scene, Xun Yiling's face instantly paled, realizing that this was bad. She suddenly realized that this time they seemed to have really messed up. She had explored with Yifeng. If one was honored, both were honored. If one suffered, both suffered. If the other was punished, she could not escape any consequences. Had she known, she wouldn't have let him act recklessly. Zheng Wuyan and the others also didn't expect that 2 nascent soul-level elders from the Holy Alliance would come together. How could the Holy Alliance take this so seriously? Unbeknownst to them, during this time the demon creatures discovered in the small Xian realm had become increasingly powerful, prompting the Holy Alliance to specifically send in 2 strong reinforcements just in time for this event. Who fired the signal arrow? What exactly was discovered? Soon the white-haired elder at the center gazed sternly at everyone and inquired lightly. Although each signal arrow had a special mark that could trace back to the one who fired it, he still hoped the person involved would step forward voluntarily. Reporting to Elder, the signal arrow was fired by Yifeng. I personally feel it was somewhat inappropriate, but unfortunately I could not stop it in time. Xin Yiling took the lead and pointed her spear at Yifeng. She was worried that the other party might speak indiscriminately later, so she intended to clarify her relationship, first to lessen her own responsibility in case she was implicated by the elders. Su Yao observed the situation with a strange expression. Oh, weren't these two exploring together? Could it be that Yifeng was unaware of the rules and had sent out a signal early despite objections? Thinking of this, her heart sank suddenly. The other members of the Canglong Guards also considered this possibility, feeling slightly worried. Only Zheng Wuyan showed a look of approval towards Xin Yiling's behavior. If this plot could be avoided, then he did not believe that the two could discover any major threat. After all, such threats were invariably fraught with great danger, yet both of them stood here unharmed. Oh, is that you, the kid with the surname Yi? The imposing white-haired elder fixed his gaze on Yifeng, following Xin Yiling's direction. The others also turned their eyes collectively toward him. Indeed, reporting to the elder, I discovered a spatial rift in this canyon cave. This rift could potentially be exploited by extraterrestrial beings serving as a passage into this small Xian realm, so I immediately sent out a signal. What? A spatial rift? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression instantly changed. A spatial rift is the most terrifying potential threat in any small Xian realm. After all, as long as there is a rift, it's as if the door to the small Xian realm has been opened, allowing people from other continents, or even extraterrestrial beings, to enter in large numbers, leading to devastation within the small Xian realm. Moreover, these outsiders could infiltrate the heart of the Canglong continent through the small Xian realm. Upon hearing Yifeng's resolute words, Xin Yiling's expression turned extremely ugly, her heart shocked. How could there be a spatial rift? How did she not notice it at the time? She had also glanced at the cave at the end of the passage, but saw nothing, so how could the other party be so certain? The three powerful members of the Holy Alliance were equally shocked and became extremely serious. They had initially thought they were only dealing with some slightly stronger monsters or toxins, but they had not expected to be involved in such a significant matter. A spatial rift. This small Xian realm actually has hidden spatial rifts. Yifeng, how are you certain there is a spatial rift here? Have you seen a real spatial rift? Recklessly sending out a signal to gather us. If this is just a misjudgment, it is no small matter. At that moment, another blue-clad elder in a gossip robe asked in a deep voice. They would not verify tasks or allocate merits so hastily. If everyone reported in a rush to summon them, they would be exhausted. The others immediately snapped back to reality, revealing a hint of skepticism. Indeed, a spatial rift is something ordinary people rarely see in a lifetime. Generally, only deeply experienced elders can recognize and differentiate them. How could this impoverished kid possibly discover it? Even if the rift were right in front of them, if the other party had not specifically studied it, they would not be able to identify. Reporting to the elder, I am actually quite familiar with formations and have some knowledge of spatial secret arts. In the depths of the cave below, I saw some special layouts related to space and sensed a faint aura from outside the realm. Additionally, there were quite a few peculiar monsters below that closely resembled those from ancient texts regarding extraterrestrial beings. All of this leads me to believe that this is absolutely not a normal phenomenon. Yifeng had long been prepared for this and explained calmly. The two elders of the Holy Alliance, upon hearing this, wore serious expressions. Some were skeptical, others were contemplative. Regardless of whether this matter is true or false, we need to verify it on site. Yifeng, lead the way. After a moment, the white-haired elder in the lead spoke. Yes, if that's the case, let's go down and take a look. If it is truly as you say, you will not miss out on credit, but if it's false, you may suffer some physical pain. Another blue-clad elder also spoke. Rules are rules, their merits are not so easily obtained. Yifeng nodded slightly upon hearing this and turned towards the cave. The others quickly followed, all feeling extremely curious. If this matter were true, it would undoubtedly be an astonishing discovery, but if it were false, then it would be a serious joke. Yifeng, do you have any confidence? If you haven't clarified things, it's still not too late to admit your mistake now. Su Yao inadvertently nudged Yifeng and secretly communicated her concerns. She was aware that the rules of the Holy Alliance were very strict and allowed for no carelessness, which made her worry that the other party might be unclear. If everything the other party said were true, that would be fine, but if it were false, then it would be troublesome. Rest assured, there will be no problem. Yifeng smiled, quite composed. This information was obtained from the heavenly mechanism disk, so he certainly did not think there would be an error. Only Xin Yiling felt extremely anxious. She knew exactly what the situation was. That kid had not truly gone in to investigate, and perhaps he was just talking nonsense. Upon entering the cave, the strange aura surrounding them made everyone feel somewhat surprised. Was there indeed something unusual here? However, what puzzled Xin Yiling was that as everyone walked along the dark passage for quite some time, they had not seen any shadows emerge. It seems there's nothing here. Many people began to murmur. Fortunately, when they reached the rear part of the passage, the shadows finally revealed themselves, rushing out from deep within the cave towards them. Although they were shocked by the sudden appearance of so many humans, this was already their lair, and there was no retreat. No matter what, they had to stop these people. What is this monster? Could it really be an extraterrestrial being? The middle-aged man in black armor raised his hand to launch an attack towards the fastest shadow, only to find that the attack passed right through it, and the shadow remained unharmed, immediately exclaiming in surprise. At his level of expertise, ordinary evil creatures would die upon contact, yet unexpectedly these shadows with no strong aura could directly ignore him. Hiss! Another Tsunglong guard cast a spell and found that he too could do nothing against the shadows, which quickly approached him, leaving him utterly astonished. This situation was too bizarre. Fortunately, Yifeng and Xinyiling quickly raised their hands to cast lightning spells, demonstrating to everyone these shadows can only be affected by lightning-type spells, Yifeng reminded seriously. Upon receiving the prompt, everyone began to cast lightning spells to fend off the enemies, and they found that the situation indeed changed completely. In the previous moment, the shadow that had left them at a loss and unable to resist was suddenly enveloped in white smoke sent flying away. TSK. This thing is quite peculiar. If one does not know the trick, it could truly lead to great losses, said some members of the Tsunglong Guard who had nearly been attacked by the shadow earlier, their faces pale. Indeed, these creatures are somewhat frightening even to me, echoed the others. Two elders from the Holy Alliance witnessed this scene and also wore solemn expressions. They had just tried their attacks and found that they were ineffective against these shadows, feeling greatly astonished. These creatures do not resemble ordinary monsters. It seems this place is indeed likely related to otherworldly beings. Soon the elder in green furrowed his brow and concluded this is indeed the case. If a large number of these ghostly beings were to suddenly emerge and not be dealt with in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. The elder with white hair looked at the black shadows surging from the depths of the cave and also agreed with a nod. Not everyone possesses the skill of lightning. The current batch of Tsunglong guards, already the elite of the younger generation, was forced into such a predicament. It was unimaginable how ordinary cultivators would fare. Before long, they reached the end of the dark passage and stepped into a spacious underground cave. Inside the cave, everything appeared normal, like a naturally formed cavern. The air was cold and damp, and the surfaces of the rock layers were marked by the erosion of time, yet there were no obvious cracks. However, there were quite a few shadows inside, but under the cleansing efforts of the two elders from the Holy Alliance, these shadows vanished without a trace in less than 10 breaths. The elder in green began to approach the surrounding rock walls, observing carefully and occasionally reaching out to touch the rock layers, his face revealing a grave expression. In his haste, he could not discern where the spatial rift was. The other members of the Tsunglong Guard were also curiously surveying the area, but after several moments they too could not detect anything unusual. What spatial rift could possibly be here? Could it be a mistake? Indeed, this place looks completely ordinary. It doesn't appear to have any spatial formations. Everyone frowned, murmuring quietly. They prided themselves as the most outstanding elites of the Tsunglong continent, confident in their observational skills. If that kid Yifeng, a mere reserve team member, could spot it, there was no reason they couldn't. Thus they believed this matter was likely false. The elder with white hair, however, did not hastily draw a conclusion. He merely scrutinized the overall layout of the cave, remaining silent. At this moment he had already discovered some clues, but he still did not know where the so-called spatial rift was located. He wanted to ask Yifeng, but feared that if he pointed it out it would imply that his knowledge was inferior to that of a mere junior. Therefore, regardless of the circumstances, he resolved to investigate on his own first. He slowly walked around the surrounding rock walls, scanning every inch of stone and debris with his divine sense. Fortunately, after a short while he finally found some traces. He crouched down in front of a protruding rock and gently brushed away a layer of dust, revealing a somewhat flat rock underneath. Then he channeled his spiritual energy, injecting a thread of it into the rock. The spiritual energy circulated within the rock, emitting a faint glow which spread along the rock's patterns, outlining some vague lines. Everyone look at these patterns. The elder with white hair pointed to the hazy lines and said to the others. They leaned in to take a closer look and discovered that these patterns intertwined, seemingly possessing a certain regularity. Upon hearing this, the elder in green also stepped forward to join the observation. He examined the patterns closely, and a hint of emotion gradually appeared on his face. The arrangement of these patterns indeed resembles that of formation patterns. Could it be that this rock is not of natural formation? The patterns on the rock formed a circular arrangement around a central point, distinctly different from ordinary rock patterns. They were more regular and profound, seemingly carved by some ancient and mysterious power. To verify his guess, the elder in green raised his hand to gather spiritual energy and pointed to a certain spot on the rock. As his spiritual energy flowed in, the originally vague patterns became clearer and the light grew stronger. Suddenly a dazzling white light shot up into the sky, causing everyone to shut their eyes. When the light dissipated, the crowd was astonished to find that a barely visible black gap had appeared above the originally smooth stone. This gap was extremely thin, hardly noticeable at first glance, resembling a fine black line on the rock wall that could easily be overlooked if not observed closely. However, when everyone focused their attention, they found that this gap seemed to absorb all light. The surrounding air appeared to flow towards it, forming tiny whirlpools. They slowly scanned the gap with their own spiritual senses, only to find their senses inexplicably split. Then they consolidated their spiritual senses into a needle-like point, precisely probing into it, but the point of sensation vanished like a stone sinking into the sea, leaving no trace. But at the moment the needle point disappeared, they vaguely heard strange sounds coming from the black gap, resembling deep growls or distant calls, sending chills down their spines. Finally, the elder with white hair directly took out a treasure and threw it at the black line. To their astonishment, this sizable treasure disappeared without a trace as it passed through the area of the black line. Indeed, it is a spatial rift. The elder with white hair, disregarding any concern, concluded gravely. Only a spatial rift would possess such a bizarre swallowing function. That is indeed the case. It seems Yifeng's words were not false. The elder in green nodded in agreement. This scene matched perfectly with what they had seen in ancient texts, leaving no room for doubt. Moreover, the abnormal temperature surrounding the rift, contrasting with the cold dampness of the cave, seemed to emit a bone-chilling coldness from the rift, causing even a strong cultivator like him to shudder. Various anomalous signs corroborated each other, leading him to conclude that this black line was no ordinary object, but rather concealed a spatial rift leading to an unknown world. TSK. Is this really true? Upon hearing the elder's conclusion, the crowd fell into a dead silence, their expressions immensely complicated. It was unexpected that such legendary things truly existed here. Discovering a deeply hidden spatial rift was a monumental achievement. After all, a spatial rift could potentially connect to other unknown worlds, and this hidden danger could not be overstated. Did what he said really all come true? He actually figured it out with just a glance. As Xin Yiling witnessed everything being confirmed, she let out a long sigh of relief, though she couldn't help but feel a bit dumbfounded. Others may not know, but she was all too clear that this crack, which even the elders needed to observe for a long time to discover, was merely glanced at by the other party from afar. Yet unexpectedly, everything the other party said was indeed correct. She had inexplicably gained tremendous benefits. Thinking back to her previous mockery of Yifeng and her earlier attempts to distance herself, she felt her face flush with embarrassment. She only hoped that this incident would not affect her merits. Su Yao was equally overjoyed, as she was on the same team as Yifeng, and since he received the primary credit, hers would naturally not be lacking. She had thought that her chances of competing for the captaincy were basically slim, yet unexpectedly the situation had taken a turn and hope had returned. After confirming the situation, the elder with white hair finally stood up, smiling as he looked at Yifeng. Very well, young Yi, the information you reported is accurate, and you have made a significant contribution. However, we must first seal this crack before discussing further. The elder with white hair explained apologetically. He should have calculated the merit rewards on the spot and announced the results, but this matter was of great importance, so he had to postpone other matters. Rest assured, I understand. Yifeng waved his hand, indicating that he was unconcerned. Looking at the manifested spatial crack, he felt extremely fortunate. Initially, he did not know the exact location of the crack. He only knew from the hints of the heavenly secret disc that it would appear, and he had no means to reveal it. Therefore, he had not spoken up until now. Thankfully, the two elders were quite capable, and had found it so quickly, sparing him from needing to explain once more. Elders, I have contributed significantly to the exploration of this cave, but I could not arrive at a conclusive result. I wonder if I can also earn merit. Xin Yiling suddenly gritted her teeth and asked. Logically, she should also receive a merit reward since she had participated, but she had distanced herself earlier, and she was unsure if it would affect her. Oh, if that's the case, of course there will be. The elder with white hair smiled and gave a surprisingly straightforward answer. This was not just a minor achievement. All who contributed would naturally be rewarded. That's great. Upon hearing this, Xin Yiling finally felt relieved, her face breaking into a smile. Regardless of the outcome, having merit was a good thing. In the time that followed, the two elders cast a sound transmission talisman and began to get busy. Meanwhile, Yifeng and the others began to stand guard around and assist in establishing the sealing formation. Yifeng, you are truly impressive. You found such an important threat. Su Yao approached Yifeng, patting his shoulder, her eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Previously, she had been somewhat disheartened when unable to find other hidden dangers, but unexpectedly, he had given her a great surprise. It seemed that a master was indeed a master. Such luck was not something ordinary people could have. Mo Ying, hearing this, was filled with regret, Had I known I wouldn't have entered that abyss. I discovered the issues in this mountain range first, yet unexpectedly this brat, Yi Feng, reaped the benefits. Exactly. We toiled at the bottom of the abyss and gained nothing while this kid just took a stroll above and reaped immense credit. The other core members also spoke with a hint of bitterness. They all thought the greatest hidden dangers would be within that abyss, yet it turned out to be entirely different. One can only say that opportunities cannot be forced. However, as we assist in establishing the ceiling formation, we shouldn't return empty-handed. That's true. Establishing the formation is of utmost importance, so let us all put in extra effort. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement and promptly began to work hard. Watching Yi Feng become the object of everyone's envy and jealousy, Xin Yiling felt quite uneasy. According to what she had learned this time, the main contributor would earn at least over 100,000 merits, while she would be lucky to earn 2,000 to 3,000, making it seem like she could no longer catch up to him. Thinking back to his earlier confident words, she found herself doubting her life choices. She never expected that he would truly surpass her as she had thought. He was just boasting. However, she had to admit that in this exploration she had indeed lost fairly and squarely. On the other hand, seeing Su Yao being so tender towards Yi Feng, Zheng Wuyan felt quite puzzled. Since entering the small mysterious realm, he had not dared to pause even for a moment. He couldn't be faulted for his efforts. Previously he had indeed led the way, becoming the focus of everyone's attention, yet unexpectedly, he had been outshone here. Now, although there was still some time before the task ended, all the suspicious areas within the small mysterious realm had basically been searched, and he did not believe there would be any greater safety hazards. It could be said that he had completely lost this round, and he felt inexplicably dissatisfied. Among the two elders, the one in the blue robe seemed to be a skilled formation master, well versed in the art of formations, directing everyone in building the foundation smoothly. However, just as everyone was busily constructing, suddenly a gigantic black claw unexpectedly reached out from the previous black crack, surrounded by a thick black mist. Following that, a solid black shadow suddenly emerged from the crack. This black shadow resembled a human, but had enormous wings and 4 dark claws, appearing to be a highly advanced being from an alien race. Then other black shadows also began to emerge from the crack. Hiss! Look, what is that? Not good. There's a change in the crack. Someone caught sight of this scene and immediately changed their expression, shouting in terror. At this moment, the black mist in the spatial crack suddenly surged, spilling forth numerous shadowy monsters. Could it be that the other side of the crack is truly the territory of an alien race? The two elders of the Holy Alliance were also startled by this scene. They hurriedly set aside what they were doing, raising their hands to unleash their strongest lightning attacks toward the area around the crack. The other members of the Canlong Guard also changed their expressions drastically. No longer hesitating, they unleashed their strongest attacks. Clearly they had guessed something. Everyone understood that the aliens on the other side of the crack had likely discovered that this crack was activated, and they might be gathering their forces to enter this passage. A tremendous crisis loomed before them, and they had to stop these aliens from coming in. Otherwise, if these alien races were to invade recklessly, it could very well be like locusts sweeping through, wreaking havoc everywhere, leaving behind nothing but silence. The powerful shadow looked at the overwhelming attacks coming its way, slightly surprised, but it did not take it too seriously. It simply raised its hand to conjure a black shield to block the incoming assault. After all, as a warlord-level powerhouse of the Shadow Clan, it had been gifted since childhood and had not faced any worthy opponent for many years. However, in the next moment, countless fierce lightning bolts erupted around it, illuminating the entire cave. Under the strikes of the varying sizes of lightning storms, the black shield in its hand shattered into several pieces in an instant, and its body was also engulfed in bursts of green smoke. The other shadows nearby emitted cries of agony, and the weaker ones were instantly turned into nothing. Seeing this scene, the warlord-level shadow warrior's eyes widened in fury as it let out a thunderous roar. It had not expected to be injured due to a moment of carelessness. Many of its kin had suffered heavy casualties, which was entirely different from what it had imagined. Nevertheless, it had already decided to turn this group of alien races into its nourishment. This roar carried a tremendous and bizarre energy, spreading outwards and shattering all the rocks in its path into dust. What was more serious was that the sound wave also inflicted damage on a soul level. The elder of the Holy Alliance and the middle-aged man in black armor quickly conjured several massive defensive shields, blocking most of the sound waves. Unfortunately, several members of the Azure Dragon Guard were still blown away by the shockwave or struck by the soul attack, suffering significant injuries. In this first confrontation, the people of the Azure Dragon continent had the upper hand, eliminating many shadows, yet they felt no relief. Their faces remained grave. After all, the black shadows continued to pour in, and their personnel could not be replenished in the short term. The longer they delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. They must swiftly eliminate this shadow powerhouse and seal the rift. In an instant as the battle began, it entered a state of white-hot intensity, with dazzling lights flashing in the cave and the deafening sounds of spells echoing. The strength of the warlord-level shadow demon was formidable. Facing the onslaught of the Holy Alliance, it appeared somewhat beleaguered, but did not show any obvious disadvantage. It flapped its wings, stirring up a fierce wind that scattered everyone's lightning spells. Then it seized a gigantic axe, cleaving a streak of black flame that corroded the very space around it. Since it solidified its form, it could no longer ignore physical and magical attacks, but this also significantly enhanced its lightning resistance, and more importantly, it gained numerous offensive capabilities, making it an all-around iron-blooded warrior. Fortunately, the two elders and the middle-aged man in black armor were not to be trifled with. They worked together, continuously launching coordinated assaults, merging powerful spells that surged with destructive power toward the shadow demon warlord. The other members of the Azure Dragon Guard, under the command of several quasi-captain-level figures, formed a defensive formation to eliminate the remaining shadows. Zheng Wuyan held a long spear crackling with lightning, positioning himself at the front of the team. Each thrust sent forth arcs of lightning, slaying the approaching shadows. Su Yao was equally undaunted, her delicate hands flicking as bolts of lightning shot forth like rain, striking the shadows and eliciting their wails of despair. Yifeng waited for the right moment, occasionally casting lightning strikes to finish off the injured aliens. His lightning spells had become masterfully refined through practice over this period, but compared to the other Azure Dragons, their power was still slightly lacking, so he focused on those who were already wounded. At this moment, he held nothing back, fully unleashing his Qi-Long bloodline, continuously firing lightning bolts, for he understood the urgency of the situation. If he could not stop the aliens now, future troubles would be immense. This kid, how could he be so fierce? Yifeng's unusual performance quickly drew the attention of the other Azure Dragon Guards. Initially they thought this kid was just lucky, nothing worth mentioning, but now it seemed his strength was quite impressive. What on earth is happening? Wasn't he just at the early stage of Foundation establishment? Xin Yiling was utterly bewildered upon seeing this scene. This guy's true strength was even stronger than hers. His total spiritual energy surpasses mine. How is that possible? All this time she had thought he was just a poor cultivator, his strength negligible, which had given her a sense of subtle superiority, as she did not expect that he had now outpaced her in every aspect. How on earth did this guy manage that? She was filled with countless doubts. Only the two elders caught a glimpse of the truth, realizing that Yifeng had activated a certain special energy within him. They were not unfamiliar with this special energy. It was a manifestation of possessing a powerful bloodline. They did not expect this kid to have an ancient bloodline as well. In this case, this kid could be seen as a talent worth cultivating. The two elders of the Holy Alliance began to pay close attention. It should be known that every genius with an ancient bloodline, regardless of their spiritual root, is a promising seed with immense cultivation value. These bloodline seedlings can even play a more significant role on the battlefield than disciples with superior spiritual roots, which is why they are highly valued. Of course, if one possesses an ancient bloodline and also has a decent spiritual root, that would be even better. Although the Shadow Demon Warlord was powerful, facing 3 opponents, and being unprepared, it gradually fell into a disadvantage. It struggled to break through the encirclement, but its natural weakness against lightning was a fatal flaw. Meanwhile, the two elders of the Holy Alliance happened to have considerable expertise in lightning. At an unknown time, after the white-haired elder burned his essence blood and unleashed an extraordinary attack, the black armor of this warlord-level shadow demon was breached, letting out a roar of unwillingness before it was finally blown to smithereens. With their leader gone, the remaining shadows, lacking guidance, fled under the onslaught of the others, and soon the area was cleared. Finally, they managed to regain control of the situation. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. However, while they had dealt with this alien warlord, everyone understood that this was merely the beginning. As long as the spatial rift remained, these strange aliens could launch another attack at any time. Thus they had to stand guard overnight and hurry to seal the rift. In the following days, although everyone was exhausted, they gritted their teeth and persevered, using frenzied attacks to block the space entrance while working diligently on the seal. Fortunately, a few days later, with a large batch of reinforcements bringing supplies, they finally got a moment's rest. Months later, when Yifeng returned to the Yunxiang residence of the Qingyun sect, he bore upon his person an official Azure Dragon Guard token. During those months, every threat within the Shaoxian realm had been thoroughly investigated, and the spatial rift that had previously appeared had been permanently sealed by the Holy Alliance. All team members who participated in this mission received extraordinarily generous merit rewards. Yet what surprised him even more was that the two Holy Alliance elders happened to be acquainted with the examiner responsible for the Azure Dragon Guard probationary selection. Immediately after the mission's completion, They personally vouched for him, granting him direct passage through the final assessment and bestowing upon him the official Azure Dragon Guard token. Thus from this moment onward, he was a full-fledged member of the Azure Dragon Guard. As for Xin Yiling, though her merits fell slightly short of his, she too was granted exceptional admission. In contrast, Nanlan Feng and the others, despite their consistent excellence, still lagged considerably behind in performance. Thus they remained stationed at the Western camp as probationary candidates awaiting future vacancies before reapplying. This outcome undeniably left all members of Azure Dragon Team 1 profoundly astonished. Yet recalling the heart-stopping ceiling battle, the countless moments they had teetered on the precipice of annihilation, Yifeng found this arrangement entirely justified. After all, compared to a single Azure Dragon Guard position, that crisis had weighed upon the lives of countless. Exhausted, Yifeng soared back on his spirit sword to the Yunxiang residence behind the Qingyun sect's main compound. Familiar scenery unfolded before him. Lush greenery swayed gently in the breeze, whispering of tranquil years and serene peace. Before even landing at the residence, Yifeng caught sight of a woman's figure tending to his rabbits in the rear mountains. Curious, he descended toward the slope and peered closely. Could it be? It was Nangong Luyun. How could he possibly bear such kindness? Upon recognizing her delicate features, Yifeng was utterly stunned. He had assumed it was Lu Yunshu, the young girl, but never imagined it would be this extraordinary woman. Before departing, he had cultivated several plots of spirit vegetables and fruits, enough to feed his spirit rabbits for over half a month. Yet he had never anticipated the mission would stretch on so long. By now only a handful of rabbits remained, and he no longer cared whether they starved. He could simply purchase new ones. Yet here she was, Nangong Luyun, a legendary figure, quietly feeding them. At that moment, Nangong Luyun, who customarily dwelled in lofty elegance, her fingers untouched by mundane labor, stood clad in pristine white robes, crouched beside the rabbit enclosure, tenderly offering fresh spirit greens to several azure flame rabbits. Sunlight bathed her form, outlining her graceful silhouette. Her raven tresses fluttered softly in the breeze, and her exquisite, deeply focused expression left Yifeng momentarily entranced. He stood motionless, silently absorbing the scene, a warm, ineffable current welling up within his heart. Once in his eyes, Nangong Luyun had been a paragon of sacred purity, aloof, untouchable, radiating an aura that kept all at a reverent distance. Since their first meeting, their exchanges had been scarce, little more than polite perfunctory nods. Yet now she seemed to have descended from her celestial pedestal, imbued with a gentle human warmth that rendered her no longer impossibly remote. Frankly, his heart leapt fiercely in that instant, a sudden, overwhelming urge to draw her into his arms. Yet the stark gulf between them instantly chilled his fervor. What virtue or merit did he possess to ever catch her gaze? Though he now held the title of Azure Dragon Guard, it merely secured him a modest foothold. He possessed neither influential estates nor formidable sect affiliations, and his cultivation level lagged far behind hers. How could he dare stand as her equal? Still, he knew the Shaoxian realm would soon open for public leasing. For sufficient spirit stones, one could secure a personal domain. If he could bring over his forces from Chuzhou, great prospects might yet unfold. Moreover, he now wielded the ancient violet sword acquired from the nine-tailed celestial fox, and his divine dragon bloodline continued to flourish. Someday, he would surely rival even the realm's most prodigious geniuses. At this thought, anticipation stirred within Yifeng's chest. "You're back." Nangong Luyun lifted her head, offering a calm, understated greeting upon sensing his presence. "Yes, I'm back. Thank you." Yifeng nodded, slightly gratitude evident in his tone. He knew a lady of her noble upbringing likely had never performed such humble tasks in her life. Yet here, she was helping him so selflessly. "If thanks are due, offer them to that little girl Yinshu. She usually tends them. I merely dropped by idly." Nangong Luyun gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, explaining impassively. Yet Yifeng sensed something faintly uncharacteristic in her expression, a subtle, almost imperceptible flush tinting her cheeks. "Yes, thank you both. Regardless, your efforts were invaluable." Yifeng did not fully believe her words. Knowing Lu Yunshu as he did, he doubted she'd refrain from devouring his spirit rabbits herself, let alone caring for them so diligently. "Since you've returned, I'll leave the rabbits in your care." Nangong Luyun briefly summarized their condition, then she asked neither where he had gone, nor why he had been absent so long, nor who the crimson-robed woman had been. Her indifference suggested utter disinterest in such matters. Yifeng felt a quiet pang of sentiment, and an inexplicable sense of loss. Yet he said nothing more, turning his attention instead to inspecting the rabbits. Before him stood about 10 azure flame rabbits, all matured, predominantly female, with only 2 males. He had originally preserved them as breeding stock, given their exceptional lineage and quality. Yet he could not fathom how Nangong Luyun had tended them. Each rabbit now appeared robust and radiant, its its refinement vastly improved beyond what it had been before his departure. That night inside the wooden cottage, Yifeng washed away the dust of travel, then eagerly retrieved a map jade slip to meticulously plan his domain lease and rabbit breeding enterprise. Earlier that day via the Qingyun sect's communication channels, he had already sent word to Zhang Juanqing instructing him to relay a message to Su Zian and arrange for trusted personnel to join him. Alone here he lacked the capacity to manage a breeding operation. Reliable subordinates were indispensable.